Until dark? Ryan turned and looked around. He pointed to his right, toward the tree-lined creek running along the road. The group crossed a field and entered the wooded area along the bank of a muddy creek. The water looked to be deep. Harmony looked up and down the creek. "We aren't going to spend the night here, are we?" "It does look like it would be snake-infested," Maddie said. Ryan leaned forward and looked into the water. "Let's just skirt the tree line and see if there's a better place closer to the river." The group stayed close to the tree line. Maddie held her rifle at the ready and scanned the area near the bridge. There was no human activity. No ATVs, lawn mowers, or tractors drove across the bridge into the city. It was quiet except for the sound of the river lapping against the bank. Zach took a knee. He brought his rifle up and scanned the bridge. "Someone is crossing on foot," he said, lowering the rifle. Ryan brought his rifle up and looked through the scope. Harmony knelt down and held tight onto Buster. She slid the muzzle back over his mouth and buckled it behind his ears. "Are they armed?" Maddie asked, bringing her own rifle to her shoulder. "No, it is just a couple of kids," Zach said. "Zach, I already told you anyone could be a threat. You're just a kid and look what you have in your hands." "Geez," I said, "they weren't armed." "Get over yourself, Maddie." "All right, you two," Ryan said. "Let's move back into the tree line until they pass." Maddie took a seat on a boulder by the creek and ate an energy bar. She pulled one from her pack and handed it to Zach. It was his favorite, white chocolate. He pushed it away. Zach went to the other side of the boulder and sat on the ground. "You need to eat, Zach, and drink water." "Did you take your medicine?" Maddie asked. "God, would you just stop being so bossy? You're not my mother, you know." Maddie and Harmony looked at one another. Harmony's hand shot up to her mouth to stifle a laugh. "You two are so cute. You make me glad I'm an only child." Maddie watched the most beautiful sunset from her seat on the boulder. The water reflected the red and orange sky as the sun faded. As the night approached, Ryan led them across the bridge into the city of Washington, Missouri. Ryan took point, and even Maddie had a difficult time keeping up. By the time they passed the Washington Blue Jays football stadium, Harmony was quite winded. She was breathing hard through her mouth. She clutched Buster close to her leg. There were shopping centers on both sides of the street at the intersection of highways 47 and 100. Two men stood by the door to one of the stores. As Maddie's group passed by, one of the men shined his flashlight their way, causing Ryan to react by raising his rifle and pointing the man's direction. Ryan kept walking, but kept the rifle trained on the men. He walked backward as they crossed over to the opposite side of the street and away from the men. They all kept their rifles at the ready as they approached the next shopping area. They continued on, walking in the northbound lane. The sun had fully set, and the moon gave very little light as they passed Jimmy John's and Steak and Shake. In the dark, Maddie could not tell if they'd been looted. She imagined they had. People were bound to be running low on food by now. The trail of trash and debris in the roadway across from the convenience store confirmed to Maddie that looting had occurred there at some point. Empty cases of beer and discarding boxes trailed off toward a residential area. Ryan once again picked up the pace. They were nearly jogging by the time they cleared the city limits. Once they were back into the countryside, he slowed to a more manageable pace. After another 2.5 hours of walking, they finally reached Union, Missouri. Maddie was exhausted. She knew Zach and Harmony must be ready to drop, but they were so close now, only 4 more miles. If they pushed hard, they could reach her dad's storage unit in about an hour and a half. She could hear Buster panting hard. "Harmony, we are out of the city now. You can probably take Buster's muzzle off. He sounds like he could use a drink," Maddie said. "Yeah, he sounds like he is pretty tired too," Harmony said. "We all are," Ryan said. Chapter 29, St. Clair, Missouri. Event plus 10 days. Maddie's group made it to the storage facility just north of St. Clair, Missouri sometime around midnight. By her estimation, she'd lost her watch in the fight for her life with the Goff brothers. She hadn't thought that telling time would be as important in the apocalypse, but knowing how much daylight or how long you have to travel could be vital to survival. Ryan motioned for them to take a knee, and he disappeared behind a building just off the road. The moonlight didn't provide enough light to see him cross the parking lot, but Maddie heard his footfalls on the concrete. She heard the rattling of keys, then the creaking of the overhead door rolling up. The next sound did not register with her immediately, but Zach obviously did not have that problem. He shoved Harmony to the ground, allowing Buster to break free. The dog disappeared into the darkness, his fierce barking the only indication of his direction of travel. Seconds later, Maddie heard screams. She stood, but Zach pulled her down. "Stay here with Harmony. I'm going to help Ryan," Zach said as he got to his feet. "Zach, no! Stay here! I'll go you!" But it was too late. Zach was swallowed up by the night as well. "Harmony, stay here," Maddie said, unholstering her pistol and handing it to the girl. She flipped the safety and shoved it into the palm of Harmony's right hand. She pulled Harmony's arms out straight in front of her. "All you have to do is pull the trigger. You shoot anyone that is not one of us," she said, and Maddie ran toward the sound of screaming and Buster's barking. Maddie tried to control her breathing as she crossed the dark parking lot. She could make out vague shadows near the open door to the storage unit. A man lay on the ground. Another was kneeling near him, and Buster appeared to have the man's arm in his jaws and was shaking it with great force. "Drop the gun? Drop, or I'll shoot." It was Zach's voice. "Shoot him, Zach!" Maddie screamed as she closed the distance. She realized she hadn't heard Ryan. Her heart sank. When she reached the scene, Maddie gasped. Ryan was the man on the ground. Another man was fighting to pull his arm from Buster's powerful jaws. He was pounding on the dog's head with the butt of a pistol. Zach stood between the man and Ryan, his rifle pointed at the man. Maddie closed the gap and rushed over to her brother. She raised her rifle and shot the man, dropping him instantly. Buster held on as the man's body went limp. Zach grabbed the dog and pulled him off the man. He turned and stared at Maddie. Maddie ran over to Ryan, dropped to the ground beside him, and placed his head in her lap. His head was bleeding and he was unconscious. She felt his arms, his torso, down his right leg and up his left. Her hand stopped on a wet spot about the size of her hand on his right thigh. She wiggled her finger around and tore the fabric of his tactical pants, then stuck her finger in the hole. Gunshot. She rolled him onto his left side and felt the back of his right thigh. She felt lightheaded. Bile rose in her throat. She feared she was going to pass out. "Get a grip, Maddie. You are all he has." She took a deep breath and felt around on the back of Ryan's leg. No exit wound. She cut a large slit in his tactical pants and felt up and down the sides of his right thigh. The bullet exited out the side of his leg. She called out, "Go get the medical kit." Zach disappeared as she returned her attention to Ryan's head wound. She ran her finger the length of the gash in the back of his head. Zach returned with the medical kit just as she was cutting Ryan's pants pocket open with a knife he'd given her. "He must have fallen back and hit his head when he was shot. He has a large gash on the back of his head," Maddie said. "I need gauze pads, lots of them." Harmony walked up to them slowly, mouth open in shock. At her side she held the pistol Maddie had given her. Reaching up, Maddie slowly and gently took the pistol from Harmony with her bloody hand, snicked the safety back on, and holstered the weapon. Maddie had taken first aid and CPR in high school, but she didn't have the skills to treat a gunshot wound. The best she could do was bandage it and get him somewhere that could hopefully treat him. Zach gave Maddie all the gauze and bandages from each of their packs. As Maddie pressed them to Ryan's leg wound, Zach stared down the body lying next to him. "Zach, quit staring at the shooter and go inside and see if there are more medical supplies." Maddie stretched out a blood-soaked hand and pointed to their dad's storage unit. Harmony stood over Ryan, one hand on Buster's leash and the other covering her mouth. Harmony grabbed the flashlight from Ryan's pack. Harmony didn't move. She did not respond. "Harmony," Maddie yelled. The girl kneeled down and unclipped the flashlight from Ryan's pack, all without taking her eyes off of Ryan. She stretched her arm out to give Maddie the flashlight. "Hold it. Shine the light here on his leg." As the light from the flashlight illuminated Ryan's leg, Maddie removed the wad of gauze pads to inspect the wound. The wound was small and very little blood oozed from it. Blood soaked the side of his pants. Maddie pulled fresh bandages from the kit and stuffed one into the hole. Had Ryan been conscious, that would have hurt like a son of a bitch. This way, Maddie was able to work on his wound quickly without causing him pain. After taping the bandage in place, Maddie raised Ryan's left arm and extended it above his head. Harmony set the flashlight down right there. Maddie pointed to a spot beside Ryan's thigh. "Now come down here and hold his head as I roll him." Harmony just stared at her. "Harmony, snap the fuck out of it. We have to move fast. We can do this together. I can't do it alone." Harmony sat the flashlight on the ground and dropped to her knees beside Ryan's head. She placed her small hands on both sides of Ryan's face and held firmly as Maddie pushed Ryan over onto his side. "Is his head resting on his arm?" Maddie asked as she cut the rest of Ryan's pants away. "Yes," Harmony whispered. "Zach, did you find anything?" Zach ran over and dropped a large tote down beside Maddie. The label indicated that it contained Grandma's bathroom rugs. "Funny, Dad," Maddie said, remembering the conversation with her dad. They had been cleaning out the garage on a gloriously warm, sunny spring day when she and Zach had wanted to be doing anything but spring cleaning. When Maddie had asked him why the big blue tote labeled Grandma's old bathroom rugs was so heavy and why he kept them, he had opened the lid to reveal large packages of bandages, leg and arm splints, medications, and all sorts of other medical supplies. Zach held Ryan's leg steady as Maddie inspected the exit wound on the side of his leg. Maddie removed Ryan's boot and felt his foot. It was warm for now. Returning her attention to the leg wounds, Maddie applied a pressure bandage. Now her main concern was Ryan's head wound. He was still unconscious. Zach, we need to get him inside the unit. We are too exposed out here in the open. Zach grabbed Ryan under his armpits while Harmony and Maddie each took hold of one of his legs. With great difficulty, they managed to drag Ryan into the unit and lay him on the floor. Zach grabbed the medical tote and their packs before rolling the door down as quietly as he could. There wasn't much room in the unit. In the dim illumination of the flashlight, Maddie could see that shelves full of blue totes lined the walls. But the shelves weren't what was taking up all the space. It was the huge, slant-backed Humvee parked in it. Zach, I need more light. Zach located the tote containing the propane lanterns, and in minutes the unit was lit up. Hand me the flashlight, Maddie said. When she tried shining it in Ryan's eyes, he stirred. Oh, thank God, Harmony said, hugging Buster to her chest. She lowered herself and sat down on one of the totes. Buster nuzzled her. She stroked his head, then pulled her hand away. It was covered in blood. Her eyes grew wide. She looked up to Zach, who was standing over her. She felt around Buster's head and down his body. It's not his, Maddie said, clicking off the flashlight. A look of confusion crossed Harmony's face. It's his, Zach said, pointing over his shoulder in the direction of where the dead man lay in the parking lot just outside the door. Harmony jumped to her feet and backed away from the dog. He likely saved Ryan from getting killed by the man. He attacked him, preventing him from getting off a second shot, Maddie said. The look of horror was then replaced with a look of love and adoration as she knelt down and hugged the dog. The blood from Buster transferred to Harmony's yellow t-shirt. Yellow probably wasn't the best choice for a night trip anyway, Maddie thought. Ryan's hand moved to his head, but his eyes didn't open. Ryan, are you going to sleep all day? Maddie asked. No response. As she removed the pressure bandage to take a closer look at Ryan's leg wound, Maddie could tell he was coming around more. His face would scrunch up as she flushed the wound with saline. The wound still oozed a steady amount of blood, but it didn't look like enough to kill him, at least in her untrained medical opinion. Her mom would know. She wished Mom was there. Maddie could see how her mom giving up nursing to work for Maddie's stepdad, Jason, as a dental assistant, would be a lot less stressful. Maddie's heart began to race with the thought of Jason and what might happen to Lugnut and Rank. Even though she had been furious with them for going, she hoped they were able to locate and get Jason out of St. Louis. That would mean the world to her mom. Beth loved Jason. Maddie didn't understand it, but she accepted it. He was as different from their dad as night and day. From what Maddie could tell, he was only good at two things, dentistry and golf, and spending money. That's a skill in his world, she guessed. Maddie used the 30-milliliter syringe filed with saline and flushed both the entrance and exit wounds a second time, and then cleaned the surrounding area with a gauze pad before placing bandages over them. Okay, now we need to roll him over on his other side so I can clean that head wound, Maddie said, removing a pair of scissors from the medical tote. As Zach rolled Ryan onto his back, Ryan's eyes popped open. When he saw Maddie standing over him with a pair of scissors in her hand, his eyes opened wide. What is going on? He asked. Ryan, glad to see you awake. Zach laughed. Ryan stirred and attempted to sit up. Maddie bent down and placed a hand on his chest. Whoa, just lie back and take it easy. You have a head wound, Maddie said. Head wound? Ryan asked, raising his hand to his head. Maddie knelt beside him and took his raised hand in hers. Ryan, you were shot. It doesn't look life-threatening to me, but you must have hit your head when you fell. You've been unconscious for about 30 minutes. Shot? Ryan asked. He tried again to sit up. He looked around the space as Maddie held him down. In the leg, it looks like it went in and out the outer part of your right thigh. Ryan's other hand shot to his thigh. The other one, Maddie said, Zach, get Ryan a bottle of water. Maddie helped Ryan drink the water while they explained to him what had happened. Maddie shot the man, Harmony said as her hand flew up to her mouth. You shot him? Ryan asked. He shot you. He was beating Buster with the butt of his gun. Was I supposed to invite the man to dinner? Maddie asked. Minutes passed before anyone spoke. Harmony broke the silence. He was beating Buster with his gun? Harmony asked. Yeah, Maddie said. We should check his head. Some of that blood may be his after all. After flushing the gash on the back of Ryan's head, Maddie handed Harmony the flashlight. Harmony shined the light over the big dog's head. He did have a gash over his left ear. Maddie filled the syringe with saline and Harmony flushed the wound. "Should we put a bandage on it?" Harmony asked. "No, best to let it get air, I think," Maddie said, as she handed Ryan a bottle of ibuprofen from the tote. "Sorry, that is the strongest pain medicine in there," Maddie said. "Zach, can you hand me my pack?" Ryan asked from his pack. Ryan produced the good stuff. He had a bottle of Lortab narcotic painkiller and several other prescription bottles. "Nice," Maddie said, picking up the bottle. "Do you have antibiotics? I think there are a few kinds in here." Maddie fished around in the bag of medicines and pulled out a bottle. "I have some," Ryan said. Soon he was feeling comfortable from the antibiotic and pain medication. "I thought Mom got rid of the beast," Maddie said, pointing to the huge Humvee in the middle of the storage unit. "She did. I bought it," Ryan said, smiling. "At least that is what she told Jason." Maddie rolled her eyes. Jason had been totally opposed to all things survival and prepping related. He'd said that only weak-minded conspiracy nuts did those things. Funny he never raised those issues when he had been dating their mom and coming to the cabin with them on weekends. "I bet Jason wishes he had the beast right now," Zach said. He opened the door and poked his head in. "Think she'll start? Of course she'll start." Ryan tried to get up, but Maddie stuck out her hand and pushed him back. "Do not open those wounds back up and get them bleeding again. It won't start like it is. I took the starter switch and harness out." "I didn't want anyone to be able to steal it," Ryan said. "If you open that big red tote there under the shelf in the back, there's a box with all the parts in it." Zach moved boxes until he could reach the red tote. Inside, it was a crate of parts. Maddie helped Ryan lean against a shelf as he instructed Zach as to how to reinstall the parts. Zach was just about to start the beast when Ryan yelled, "Don't." Zach yanked his hand back and exited the Humvee. He looked from the beast to Ryan. "It is okay. We just don't want to start it until we are ready to hightail it out of here. I don't think we should move you just yet, Ryan. All that movement may start your leg bleeding again," Maddie said. "I agree. I think I need an hour or two to let the pain meds kick in before I'm ready to drive." "Oh, hell no, you're not driving," Maddie said, her voice raised. "You have a gunshot wound to your right leg and you have a head injury that knocked you out for over 30 minutes, which means you have a concussion at the very least. No, I will be doing the driving." Ryan looked sideways at her for a moment, then down to his injured leg. "You know I'm right." "I can drive it. Dad let me drive at the cabin," Zach said. "You don't know how to drive just because Dad lets you go 15 miles an hour down the driveway." Zach huffed and returned to his position in the driver's seat. "We will wait until daylight. It will be less dangerous when we can all see any dangers that may await us out there. We are less than 2 hours from the cabin, and it is mostly rural countryside between here and evening shade." "Good, we'll get there in the daylight and can dig up some of the caches and cook some breakfast," Zach said. "Speaking of breakfast, I'm starving." "You're always starving," Maddie said. "There are MREs in the white totes there," Ryan said, pointing to the ones labeled books. Zach stood and stretched. "Ugh, I'm sick of MREs. There's a case of stew and some soup." "I brought my rocket stove," Harmony said, walking over to join Zach. "Ryan, you should try to eat too." "Zach, would you heat Ryan some soup too?" Maddie asked. Maddie rolled out her sleeping pad on the cold concrete floor and sat next to Ryan as they both ate cans of soup. Her feet ached. Her legs ached. Everything hurt, really. As she stared at her feet, she thought of taking off her shoes and giving her feet some air. But that would only increase the swelling. She also knew that she needed to be ready to flee at any moment. Running barefoot was not an option. "Thanks, Maddie," Ryan said. "It's just soup," she replied. "No, thanks for bandaging me up, and for taking care of the shooter. I know that must have been a hard thing for you," Maddie thought for a moment. It hadn't. She hadn't given it a second thought. Not when she'd pulled the trigger or afterward. It definitely had not affected her like shooting the Goff brothers had. No, it really wasn't that hard. We live in a kill-or-be-killed world now. Maybe it should be hard. I don't know. I just know that hard or not. If it comes to a choice, I choose to protect myself and the ones I love." Ryan took Maddie's hand in his. "You sound just like your dad," he said, giving her hand a gentle squeeze. Maddie smiled and flicked Ryan's long beard. Noodles dislodged from it and flew across the room, causing everyone to break out in laughter. Chapter 30. St. Clair, Missouri, event plus 10 days. After Zach extinguished the lantern, Maddie curled up on her sleeping mat in the back of the storage unit. Her right hand rested on her rifle. She pushed the image out of her mind of the man outside slumping to the ground after she had shot him. The look on her brother's face, he hadn't seen the violence she had. He had not been required to look into someone's eyes as they took their last breath. She had. She prayed that he never would, but there were so many unknowns now. Although Maddie and Zach had prepared to encounter the violence of a societal collapse, shooting a paper man-shaped target at the range was totally different from taking the life of a human being who could shoot back. The amount of adrenaline that flooded the body in those moments was astounding. Last night, when she came upon the scene with Ryan on the ground and Zach standing in front of the man with a gun, Maddie had not taken the time to think about shooting the man. He had a gun, he had shot Ryan. He could shoot her brother. Killing him was automatic, but Zach had not done it. He had tried to get the man to disarm, albeit at the end of a rifle. Had Buster not been chewing the man's arm off at the time, the shooter may have disarmed himself when looking down the barrel of Zach's rifle. But they would never know because those scenarios require a split-second decision, and Maddie had made it. Should I feel guilt? What should I be feeling? Her conclusion was that she felt nothing but grateful to be alive. She lived. Zach, Ryan, and Harmony all lived through it. That the shooter didn't had been by his choice, not hers. If her conscience bothered her about it later, she'd deal with it then. Today, she felt grateful. Maddie was watching Zach and Harmony when Buster bounded over and ran across her lap on his way to retrieve the empty water bottle Ryan had thrown for him. "Ugh, get your big paws off me," Maddie yelled as she pushed on the big dog. "God, he's heavy. How much does he weigh?" Cane Corsos usually weigh about 100 pounds, but Buster likes his treats. "Oh, I thought he was a pit bull mix," Zach said. "No, Buster's an Italian Mastiff," Harmony said. Buster brought Maddie the bottle and dropped it into her lap. He stared at her. She felt as if King Kong was staring back at her. Maddie threw the bottle back to Ryan. Buster snorted and ran off to continue their game of fetch. Maddie still wasn't completely trusting of him not to turn into Cujo at any moment, but he was growing on her, especially since he had likely saved Zach's life. Zach and Harmony were sitting together talking and laughing. Maddie tried to imagine what their lives would be like once they reached the cabin, but she just couldn't. Would anyone alive today be able to imagine life without modern technology? "I guess we'll find out tomorrow." Light seeped into the storage unit around the cracks in the door. Maddie hadn't slept much. She'd sat on her mat and watched the light creep across the wall. She listened for sounds of people or traffic of any kind. She heard no voices, no tractors, and no lawnmowers. Ryan had been sick a few times throughout the night, likely due to the pain medication. She'd gotten sick from it when she had her wisdom teeth taken out the year before. For her, pain medication was an option, but for Ryan's gunshot wound, pain management was necessary and important. Maddie did worry, though. She had been out of it and loopy when she was taking it. They all needed to be alert and able to react quickly. In the dim light of the storage unit, Maddie could see that Ryan was awake as well. She could also tell that he hadn't taken his last dose of pain medicine by the grimace on his face when he shifted his position. From what she remembered about the Humvee, he would regret that decision. The cramped vehicle's suspension did little to absorb the bumps of the road. Ryan caught Maddie staring at him. "I'll be fine," he whispered, reading her mind or her face. "I think we should get going," Ryan said, a little louder this time. Maddie turned to see if their voices had woken Zach and Harmony. The two of them lay in the opposite corner in the back of the unit. Maddie could barely see them as she looked under the Humvee for their bodies. Maddie wondered if it were divine intervention that they had found Harmony and that she was Zach's age. Maddie could tell already that Zach liked her. She hoped that the feeling would be mutual. How awkward would that be to have to see each other every day if it didn't work out? Zach stirred, then sat up, standing to her feet. Maddie asked Zach, "Are you sure you're up to it?" "Yeah, I'm ready to get out of here. In a couple of hours, I'll be sitting on the sofa ordering you guys around." "I don't think so. I'm putting you to work fortifying the cabin's defenses as soon as we arrive. You'll have sandbags to fill," Maddie said, as she rolled up her sleeping mat. Zach stood and extended a hand to help Harmony to her feet. Harmony stretched and ran her hands through her long brown hair. Maddie snickered as she watched Zach's reaction. Her brother was growing up. It appeared he had his first crush. She wondered briefly about her own prospects, seeing that there was an apocalypse going on and all before long there might not be very many men left for her to choose from. "I might want to rethink the whole shoot first and ask questions later approach. Maybe. Let's change out your bandages before we head out." "I want to get a better look now that we have a little more light," Maddie said, as she pulled the medical tote toward where Ryan was seated and pulled on a pair of surgical gloves. Ryan stared up at her. A little smile crossed his face. "What?" Maddie asked, returning his gaze. I'm just struck at how much you look like your mother." His words pricked her heart. She missed her mom, and no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't quell the crippling fear that she may never see her again. "She'll make it. That woman is tough as nails," Ryan said. Maddie nodded and went to work removing the bandages. The wounds looked nasty. The whole leg was swollen, and the quarter-inch entry wound looked burned around the edges. Bruising had begun in the area between the entry and exit wounds, but there wasn't any bleeding, which was good. As Ryan popped antibiotics into his mouth and washed it down with water, Maddie cleaned the area around the wounds, dried them with a gauze pad, and applied clean bandages. Ryan grit his teeth as she wrapped his entire thigh in a self-adhesive elastic bandage. Zach helped Ryan to his feet. He was unsteady and looked like he would faint any minute. Maddie pushed a box behind Ryan. "Sit him down on this box." With Ryan managing to remain upright without passing out, the rest of the group prepared to leave the storage unit. Ryan instructed them which totes they needed to take with them. After placing the medical, MRE, and ammunition totes into the back of the Humvee, Zach looked around the unit. "Where is the Pite 50 cal at the cabin?" Ryan said. Zach's shoulders slumped. "Well, I guess you won't be riding in the turret," Maddie laughed. When everything was packed in the vehicle, they loaded Ryan into the center of the vehicle between the back seats and totes that were stacked along the sides and the rear of the vehicle. Maddie handed him his rifle, and he laid it at his side. Harmony stood in the driver's side passenger door and stared at the cramped space. Buster jumped in through the back door and sat on the seat looking forward, expressionless like any other passenger ready to move out. Harmony took her seat. She tried to fit her pack between her feet, but with the limited floor space, she opted to shove it in what little space remained beside Buster. While Harmony, Buster, and Ryan got comfortable in the back seats, Maddie grabbed her rifle and walked to the overhead door. "Okay, Zach, roll up the door slowly. I'm going to stand to the side here and look for trouble." Immediately, Maddie knew something was wrong. "Stop," Maddie yelled. Zach froze. The door was only halfway up, but they both could see the body of the man Maddie had shot the night before was missing. The gravel where he and Ryan had lain was stained with blood, but the body was gone. "Zach, get that damn thing running, back it out, and wait for me. I'm going to make sure our path out of here is clear." "No, Maddie, you can't go alone," Zach said. Maddie slid under the door. "I'm not." She crouched as she scanned the area with her scope. "Buster," she called, and the dog appeared at her side. She ruffled the fur on the dog's back. "Stick with me, okay?" Maddie walked to her left, hugging the side of the building. She fast walked to the end of the row and scanned both ways. She could see the fence in the opening they entered the night before where the gate had once been. It now lay on the ground beside the driveway. They get out. They would need to make a right at the end of the row and a left onto the main drive to exit through the gate. Maddie ran across the space between the two rows of units, stopped at the corner, and scanned the area. Seeing nothing, she proceeded to the next corner. She heard the Humvee's engine start up at the same moment that she heard the round slam into the metal building just to the right of her head. She instinctively dropped into a crouch and ran back around the unit. When she reached the corner, she saw the Humvee pulling out of the unit. There was no time to switch drivers. Zach would have to drive them out of there. Maddie ran to the open passenger door and jumped in. Buster piled in on top of her, and she slammed the door. "Drive, Zach! Floor it!" she yelled. As they cleared the two buildings, rounds hit the front of the Humvee. They couldn't go to the right to exit out of the gate. "Go straight!" Ryan called from the back. Zach hesitated too long, and round after round slammed into the fiberglass vehicle. "Drive, Zach!" Maddie said, punching her brother in the arm. "Ouch!" He yelled and stomped his foot down on the gas pedal. The vehicle hopped over a parking barrier, down a ditch, and up the other side. They slammed into the fence, doing 25 miles per hour. The sound of the chain-link fence posts bouncing off the roof of the Humvee was followed by more rounds pinging the back. Zach swerved back and forth for a quarter mile, trying to gain control of the vehicle as he accelerated into the curve. He took the next curve too fast, and the heavy vehicle's slow response sent them traveling across to the left lane. Zach pulled on the steering wheel and brought it back into their lane. Maddie held onto the big radio mount and the door, trying to not be thrown around the cab. Finally, spotting a safe place to pull over, Maddie pointed at the point where the shoulder expanded enough to fit the wide vehicle. "Pull over," Maddie demanded. "Why?" Zach asked. "Just pull the damn thing over, Zach." Zach complied and pulled over onto the shoulder, put the vehicle in neutral, and applied the parking brake. He turned to Maddie. "Now what?" "Now I get this big-ass dog off my lap, then I'll drive, and you watch for hazards." Chapter 31, Texas County, Missouri event plus 10 days. The Humvee was not the most comfortable or quiet vehicle for the apocalypse, but it was not as loud as the Cobra would have been and far more maneuverable. By the time they reached Potosi, Missouri, and turned onto Highway 8, she was getting the feel for how it handled. It took extra time, but Ryan continued to call out detours around small towns, which sometimes took them down one-lane dirt roads, a maneuver that allowed them to avoid Steelerville and Salem. The rough roads were taking a toll on Ryan. Maddie looked over her shoulder and could see he was in a great deal of pain. No matter how hard she tried, she was unable to miss all the potholes. They had just come out of a left curve when Maddie slammed on the brakes and, throwing the vehicle into reverse, she backed into a nearby driveway, then turned to speed in the other direction. When she made a sharp left turn onto a side road, Ryan cried out in pain. "What the hell, Maddie?" Zach protested. "Didn't you see that roadblock?" Maddie said, keeping her eyes on the road. The road was taking them north. She needed to find a road that would take them back west, but away from town. She didn't know these roads at all. She took a curve a little too fast and jerked the wheel too hard. She overcorrected, causing them to run off the left side of the roadway. They plowed through a fence and came to a stop in a field. Maddie released the death grip she held on the steering wheel and turned in her seat to make sure her passengers had survived. "What the hell are we going to do now?" Zach said. "It's all right, Maddie. Just collect yourself. Take a couple of deep breaths." "It's fine. We are all right. This vehicle is made for this shit. When you're ready, just put the car in drive and pull back onto the road," Ryan assured her. Maddie leaned her head on the steering wheel and shut her eyes. She worked to control her breathing. She pictured getting to the cabin and sitting by the fire with a nice warm cup of tea. The pantry should still be stocked with all of her mom's favorite flavors. "Do you need me to drive?" Zach asked. Maddie leaned back and stared at him. She was just about to put the vehicle in gear when Buster began to growl. Maddie heard a rap on her driver's side window before she could turn her head to see what it was. A man's head appeared in Zach's passenger's side window. His odd, crooked grin shocked her, and he raised his pistol and aimed it at Zach. Maddie jumped. Buster's bark was loud in the confined space. "Roo, roo, roo," snort. Maddie looked over her left shoulder at the barrel of a gun. "You best hold on to that dog, or I'll have to shoot him," the man with the gun said. Harmony's door flew open, causing the man to crash into Maddie's door. A flash of movement from the back seat caught Maddie's attention, but she couldn't see what it was until the man backed away. Harmony and Buster were tearing across the field, headed toward the woods. Maddie's door flew open, and arms reached in and grabbed her. The tall, clown-like figure on Zach's side opened his door, and a third man grabbed Zach and pulled him out. The short man dragged Maddie around to the passenger side and slammed her against the side of the Humvee next to her brother. 3 more men appeared. "Get that girl," the short man yelled, as the 3 newcomers ran off after Harmony. The short man removed Maddie's pistol from its holster. 2 of the men searched Maddie and Zach while the other man stood by, pointing his gun at them. Maddie could see Ryan on his knees by the back tire. 2 more men stood over him. She hadn't seen them get him out of the vehicle. The man grabbed Maddie's arms and swung her around. "Let's go," he said, shoving her forward. The other man held Zach by his shirt collar and was leading him by gunpoint. Maddie tried to look back to see what they were doing with Ryan, but the man pushed her forward so hard she nearly tripped. "Keep going," he barked. The 3 men led them through the field to a farmhouse that was hidden from the street by trees. A skinny man in an oversized polo shirt rushed ahead and opened the back door. Maddie nearly fell on her face as the man behind her pushed her through the open door. The men led them into a well-kept family room, except for the huge bloodstains in the middle of the carpet. Maddie's heart sank. Flashes of the pool of blood surrounding poor Darlene made her head swim. She was going to have another panic attack, and there was nothing she could do to prevent it. She began to hyperventilate. The room began to spin. She was thrown into a chair, narrowly avoiding landing on the blood-stained carpet. Zach was shoved onto the sofa. The tall man stood over him with his pistol raised at Zach's head. "I call seconds," the skinny man yelled. "That's no fair. You had seconds yesterday," a 4th man called from down a short hall. Maddie couldn't breathe. The room was growing dim. "You cannot black out. You do, you die," she told herself. Maddie sat up and tried to control her breathing. She looked at Zach, who was staring down the man with the gun pointed at his head. "Who gets first dibs?" Maddie asked. Beside her stood a tall man with a long ponytail. "That would be Cole," the man said. "Which one of you is Cole? He ain't here. He is back at headquarters." "You will meet him soon enough," Ponytail Man said, reaching down and feeling her hair. "Why don't you just take that hair down and let us have a good look at you?" he said. Maddie swatted his hand away. You three best keep your hands off the merchandise until the boss has had his turn. I ain't taking a beat down because you three are idiots again, the short man said as he walked out of the room. You pervert, keep your hands off my sister. You touch her and I'll kill you, Zack yelled, spittle flying from his lips. Oh yeah, you a tough guy, are you? Are you Superman? Can you stop a speeding bullet? The tall man said, pressing the gun to Zack's forehead. No, Maddie screamed as she stood to her feet. She was immediately slammed back down by the man with the ponytail. Please don't hurt my brother. I'll do whatever you want, just don't hurt him. Tears streamed down her face. The look of defiance that Zack had previously displayed had been replaced with the look of terror. You'll do whatever we want or we will hurt you, the man said. Maddie heard a door slam shut. Her first thought was that it was Ryan coming to rescue them. Her heart sank when she heard an unfamiliar voice. That guy with them is gone, he escaped. Get out here and help us find him. Watch them, Leonard, the short man called out. Everyone but the man they called Leonard ran toward the back of the house. Maddie heard the back door slam shut. Maddie looked to Zack. He looked like he was about to stand up. She shook her head, and he relaxed back on the sofa. Leonard parted the curtains and peered out. His attention was more focused on what was going on outside than on his prisoners. Maddie weighed their options. Zack's hands were balled into fists. She looked at his furious expression. He looked like he was about to blow up and get them into more trouble. Maddie cocked her head to the side and studied his face more closely. Zack stared back at her and mouthed, "What?" Maddie furrowed her brow and pointed to her upper lip. Her brother grew a mustache, or was that dirt? When did that happen? Zack mouthed, "What again?" and shrugged. It was an odd time and place to have that conversation, but she went with it. Your lip. What is that dirt above your upper lip? Maddie said out loud this time. What? That's not dirt, Zack said, rubbing his index finger above his lip. Oh yeah, what the hell is it then? Shut up, Maddie. That ain't no way to talk to your sister, Leonard said, turning away from the window. She thinks she is so funny, Zack said, making a funny face. What is funny is that dirt above your lip. You should wash that off, Maddie teased. What is funny is your face. You are just jealous because my stash looks better than yours. Zack laughed. Does that look like a mustache to you, Leonard? Maddie asked. Leonard leaned over and studied Zack's lip. Peach fuzz, he said, returning his attention to the window. Maddie tried to think of some other way to engage with this man as she had with her last captor. Although it had not worked with Kelly, she thought it was worth a try. This time she wasn't alone. If they could catch him off guard, she or Zack may be able to disarm him and get away. They had to try before the other men returned. Speaking of fruit, Maddie said, looking at the man. He turned and stared at her. I thought I saw some apple trees back down the road about a mile. Wouldn't it be awesome to have some apple pie right about now? Leonard nodded and returned his attention to the window. Maybe if some of your men could drive down there and pick some, I could make us some pie for dinner. Leonard didn't reply. Wouldn't that be amazing, Zack? Yeah, my sister's an amazing cook, Zack said, sticking his finger in his mouth and pretending to gag. Maddie shot him a dirty look and spun her head around to see if the man noticed Zack's gesture. Stop it, Maddie mouthed. If you show me to the kitchen, I can see if we have the ingredients to make some. Abner ain't going to spare no men to run off looking for apples, so you can just forget about that, Leonard said. She had another name. Not that it made any difference anymore. It wasn't like she could give their names and descriptions to the police and someday point them out in a lineup. The new justice system was kill or be killed, but keeping him talking was the only tactic she had at the moment. Aren't you Abner's boss? Nah, I ain't shit in this outfit, Leonard said, not taking his eyes off the window. I don't see how that is true. They gave you the responsibility of holding down the fort, as they say. They have me in here babysitting you two kids 'cause Abner don't trust me, Leonard said, turning toward her. What about the other men? I bet they respect you. Not really. They just tolerate me because my brother is in charge of the outfit. Really? Well, then it is only a matter of time before you move up in the ranks, Maddie said, forcing a smile. Maybe if you acted with more authority, they'd give you the respect you deserve. She slid to the edge of her chair, and the man brought the gun up. He didn't point it at her, though. It appeared to be more of a reflex. So were you guys a group or organization or something before the shit hit the fan? Maddie asked, sort of. Getting information from the man was proving frustrating for Maddie. Were you guys a motorcycle gang? Zack asked. No, Leonard said. I always wanted a motorcycle. My mom said I had to wait until I was 18, though. My friend's dad has one, or had, I suppose, a dope 2008 Harley-Davidson. He was going to let me ride it when I turned 16. I guess that ain't happening now, Zack said. Leonard's eyes light up. They had found a topic that engaged him. I had a 1936 Knucklehead before I went to the joint. Oh yeah, do you still have it? Man, I'd love to ride that baby, Zach said with what looked like real excitement. Nah, my mom sold it to pay my lawyer. It was a waste of money 'cause that bastard didn't do nothing for me. I still got 8 years, Leonard said, turning his back to the window. Maddie could not hear any sounds from outside. She tried not to think about Ryan and Harmony or what may be happening with them. She had to focus on getting her brother out of that house and away from these men. Yeah, that is too bad you don't still have that bike. I can't ride one, but I would love to ride on the back with you. She tried to make her voice sound seductive, although she wasn't sure how to do that. He turned toward her, and she gave him a suggestive look. He appeared more relaxed and took a step toward her. She caught movement from the corner of her eye. Zach had stiffened and sat up. No, Zach. Don't ruin this. Leonard took another step toward her and then another. Well, maybe I can find a bike when we all get back to headquarters. Headquarters? Maddie asked, keeping her voice soft and low. Yeah, that is where the main group stays. Oh yeah, is it nearby? It's 5 miles or so. We are holed up in this big old farmhouse. The thing has like 8 bedrooms or some shit. It sounds nice, but are there a lot of people who live there? Yeah, but most of us guys are staying in the barn, and a couple of the guards got the travel trailer. Are they just guys there then? The man inched closer as he became more relaxed with the conversation. Maddie tried to keep a curious tone to her voice. As the man passed by Zach, Maddie's blood pressure shot through the roof. She was so afraid that Zach would make a mistake and screw up their one chance to get away. The man was 5 feet from her when Zach launched himself off the sofa and brought his elbow down hard on the back of the man's neck. Leonard crumbled to the floor. His pistol slid under the chair Maddie was sitting in. She tried to stand, but he had landed on her feet. Zach grabbed her hand and pulled her free. She hesitated, debating if she should attempt to fish the pistol out from under the chair or just flee out the back door without it. Zach made the decision for the both of them. He grabbed Maddie by her shirt and pulled her toward the door. He stopped at the door and pressed his back against the wall. Maddie stopped next to him and did the same. Zach pushed the window blind back on the door and looked out before he turned the knob and flung back the door. Maddie and Zach sprinted across the field, headed for the Humvee. As they did, Maddie said a silent prayer that the thing would start on the first try. She hoped she remembered the procedure. She recited it as they ran. Flip the lever and wait for the light to go out, then turn it to the right until it starts. They were within 30 yards of the vehicle when she heard yelling coming from behind them. She ran up and grabbed Zach's arm and pulled him toward the nearby wooded area. They both dove into a brushy area and crouched low. The men were heading toward the back door of the house. Maddie craned to see if they had Ryan and Harmony with them. She hadn't heard Buster or any gunfire. She hoped they all had somehow gotten away. Ryan wouldn't just leave them there, so he would still be close by. She prayed that wherever they were, that the men didn't find them. As soon as they go inside, we have to make a run for the Humvee, Maddie said. Okay, Zach replied. Maddie waited as the men drew closer to the house. She could only count 3 men. It dawned on her that she had no idea how many men were out there. She hadn't seen the one who had alerted them that Ryan had escaped. Maddie scanned the open field. She listened intently for any sound of men in the woods. She heard nothing. No feet on leaves, no voices, nothing. They'd need to risk it. Beyond getting to the Humvee, Maddie did not have a plan as to how they would find Ryan or Harmony. She didn't know how they would make it to the cabin. She had no idea how many more of these men roamed the roads or if there were other roadblocks that would bring more dangerous situations. She just had to focus on getting to the Humvee. She'd figure it all out from the road. The men were just reaching the house when Maddie and Zach stood. Maddie tried to be as quiet as she could be in the thick brush. They held hands as they climbed out of the thorny brambles. She had a momentary flash of playing hide-and-seek with Zach in the brambles as a kid. Maddie reached up and felt the bun on top of her head. At least this time, she would not get her hair tangled up in them. 1, 2, 3. Maddie counted, and they took off running. A shot rang out, but Maddie and Zach did not stop. They were within 20 feet when someone came running toward them from the road. They were caught between the men behind them and the men coming toward them. Maddie jerked Zach toward her right, and the two ran toward an adjacent farmhouse. Maddie stumbled and tripped, but Zach pulled her back up, and they took off faster than before. They jumped over a fallen log and ran up a dry creek bed. Maddie looked back and could not see the men. They weren't following them. Just as they passed a metal shed, hands reached out and grabbed Maddie's arm. Ryan yanked them toward the shed. Behind him, a man ran around from the farmhouse shouting. Ryan fell, pulling Maddie and Zach down with him. Ryan rose to his knees and lunged for the short man's weapon. but his injured leg gave way, and he fell on top of the man. They all rolled around on the ground, wrestling for the man's weapon. The short man reached the gun and quickly got to his feet. Ryan had been knocked out cold. The short man bent and put the gun to Ryan's head, ready to pull the trigger. "No, don't shoot him. I have something to trade for him." "Oh, pretty lady, I'm going to get that for free," the perv said, looking Maddie up and down. "No, besides that, I have guns and food." Maddie turned to Zach. The look on his face said he was not happy with her, but he'd have to get over it. "We already searched your Hummer. We already have the MREs, guns, and ammo. We have lots of stuff at our cabin. My dad likes to stock up. There's lots of food there along with lots more guns and ammo. There's even some military stuff. It is not far from here, maybe 25 miles or so." "Maddie?" Zach said. "Zach. We need to make the trade," Maddie said, pointing to an unconscious Ryan lying on the ground. The short man appeared to consider her offer as two more of his crew ran up. "All right, boys, we are going on a little road trip, Smith. Go get the truck. We'll need to take the Humvee to get to the cabin. I doubt your truck will make it." "Why not?" the short man asked. "We have to drive through the creek. It is about 4 feet deep where we have to cross. The Humvee can make it, though." "That was one of the reasons my dad bought it," Maddie said. "That thing is only a 4-seater, though," one the men said. "We could take both, but I'm sure that a truck won't make it across the creek. Smith, go get the truck. You guys can walk across. With Smith gone, there were only 2 men left." Maddie considered going for the short man's pistol, but she worried that he may get a shot off before she could disarm the man. "Where is Harmony and Buster?" Zach asked. The words had no more than left Zach's mouth before 2 men exited the woods behind the metal shed with guns pointed in Harmony's back. "Harmony." Zach took a step forward, but the short man raised his pistol and pointed it at Zach. Harmony was crying softly. Her hair and clothes were a mess. As they approached, Maddie could see a raised area under her left eye, and her lip was bleeding. She didn't go willingly. Maddie was surprised. Harmony and the 2 men approached them as Smith returned with the truck. "Get him in the truck," the short man said, hopping in the passenger seat. The other men threw Ryan in the bed of the truck and ordered Zach, Harmony and Maddie in next to him. When Maddie tried to reach out and check on Ryan, the man smacked her hand with the butt of the gun. Zach raised up, but Maddie pushed him back. Harmony was expressionless as they rode over to where Maddie had run the Humvee off the road. The short man exited the truck, came round to the back, and pulled Maddie from the truck. She pulled free and turned to face the man. "I am not going without my family. I told you that I would make a trade. I am offering you military-grade weapons and enough food to feed you and your men here for months, you idiot. But I'm not showing you shit unless we bring my family. We ain't all going to fit in there." "We can lay the injured man in the middle," the other man said. The short man was furious. Veins bulged from his forehead. He raised his pistol. Maddie didn't flinch. The man looked around Maddie to his men by the truck, put the guy in the Hummer. The short man said. Maddie turned and opened the back hatch. She helped lift Ryan's injured leg into the back of the Humvee. Harmony and Zach were pushed into the back. Maddie turned to walk to the front passenger side. "You're driving," the man said. This wasn't the sweet homecoming that Maddie had envisioned when they'd left Ryan's farm and started their journey to the cabin. She imagined pulling through the gate like she and her family had hundreds of times. "Why are you slowing down?" the short man asked, poking his gun into her side. "We are almost there," Maddie yelled over the roar of the diesel engine. Maddie stopped and pointed to her right. "What? I don't see a driveway." "There isn't one. We have to go through the fence and across the field." "You're bullshitting me." The man pushed the gun harder onto her ribs. "Zach, do you remember where the latch is?" Maddie asked. From the back, Zach said, "Yes. Can you get out and move the fence?" The man nodded. "You try anything and I'll shoot her," the short man called as Zach got out and headed to a barbed wire fence. Zach had the post undone and pulled the short section back enough to allow them to drive through. Maddie drove across the field and stopped at the creek. They waited for the truck carrying the man's associates to catch up. Then Maddie drove into the water. On the other side, she stopped and waited as the 3 men from the truck waded across. Maddie turned onto the dirt path that led into the woods. She looked in the side mirrors. The men were following behind them. The road wound back and forth and through dry creek beds until it eventually came out in a clearing behind the cabin. Maddie stopped. She hadn't been there since her dad had died. Her mom hadn't sold it, so no one should be there, but nothing was what it was supposed to be anymore. "This better not be an ambush," the short man yelled. "It isn't. No one lives here. We haven't been here for a few years, though," Zach called from the back. "All right, then. What are you waiting for?" Pulling the vehicle up next to the barn, Maddie shut off the engine. Zach got out and opened the hatch, and he and Maddie helped Ryan inside. He was still pretty out of it, but was trying to come around. One of the men grabbed Harmony and followed them inside. As soon as they had laid Ryan on the sofa, the short man grabbed Maddie by the arm. Maddie looked back as the three other men who stood guard over Ryan and Harmony. "Now show me all that stuff you promised would be here." Maddie and Zach led them to the basement. Zach pulled back the canvas tarp, revealing all the canned goods. She leaned over and picked up an ammo can containing 9mm rounds and shoved it toward the man. "Here it is. Now take it and go," Zach said. The short man punched Zach in the stomach and shoved him to the floor. He stood over Zach, his fist raised above his head. "This all you got? You promised me military-grade weapons. I didn't come all this way for some ammo and canned goods." "Just take them and go," Zach yelled. The short man landed a punch to the side of Zach's head. "No," Maddie yelled, trying to break free from the man who held her. "No, don't hurt my brother. I will tell you. You'll tell me what?" The man stood and walked over to Maddie. He grabbed her by both her arms. "I'll tell you where the rest is buried." "No, Maddie." The short man reared back and kicked Zach. Maddie grabbed the man by the arm and started to pull him toward the door. "Come, I show you. There are guns and ammo and food, even liquor. Let's go. I'll show you." In the living room, the short man threw Zach into the chair. "You two, come with me. Smith, you stay here and make sure these three don't get any funny ideas." As they passed the barn, Maddie stopped and had the men grab 2 shovels. She looked back at the cabin. She hoped that Zach would know what to do when the time came. Chapter 32, Langston Cabin, Texas County, Missouri. Event plus 10 days. Maddie led the short guy and his 2 goons down the path beside the barn. At the point where the path crossed a dry creek bed, Maddie turned right and walked uphill following the contour of the creek. They reached what appeared to be a small sinkhole about 10 feet in circumference. To the left of it, she pointed to a cleared patch of dirt next to a fallen log. "There, the good weapons are buried there." Short guy thrust the shovels into Skinny Guy's chest. "Get to digging, dumbass." Skinny Guy pushed the shovels into Tall Guy's arms. "You heard him? Get busy." Maddie watched as the 2 men took turns scooping out loads of dirt. She heard the metal clang as the shovel hit the top of the barrel. She took a step back and then another as Short Guy stepped forward to get a look at their cache. Maddie took 2 more steps back. Short Guy rushed over as the Tall Guy bent over to brush the last of the dirt from the lid of the metal drum. Maddie took off in a full sprint and dove into the creek bed just as the loud explosion sent dirt and metal shards into the air. Clots of dirt rained down on her as she lay with her hands protecting her head. Something wet and sticky landed other arms and hands. Her ears rang. She couldn't hear a thing. Sharp rocks poked her chest and stomach. She waited until the dirt stopped falling before standing. She climbed out of the creek bed and looked at the new crater formed by the explosion. It had worked just like the first one had. Only the last one had been a test, and the lid had been pulled off remotely. Her dad had made sure that they were at a safe distance and were all wearing suitable ear protection. She had been impressed by the amount of debris the explosion had sent into the air. She stepped forward to get a closer look at the hole. It was a grisly sight. Looking down at her feet, she saw that she was standing on what was once one of the men's pants. The blue jean fabric ripped from their bodies as the explosion tore through them. "Zach!" Maddie yelled as she turned and ran back down the hill to the path. She ran as fast as she could toward the cabin. She stumbled and picked herself up. As Maddie walked around the corner of the cabin, she could see that Zach had subdued the remaining captor. He held the man by his hair and was dragging him down the steps of the porch. "Cinnamon," a loud voice called from the edge of the woods by the road. Maddie quickly turned and crouched down. "Latte," Zach called back. A second later, 3 men emerged from the woods. "Lugnut rank?" Maddie called as she ran toward them. "Hey, you guys made it," Zach called out. The man he was holding pulled free of Zach's grasp and ran down the driveway. Rank ran toward the man, reached out with his left hand, and chopped the man in the throat. He threw him to the ground and put his boot on the man's back. Lugnut was there in an instant and had his rifle pointed at the man's head by the time Maddie and Zach reached them. Even over the muffled sobs of the man under Rank's boot, they could hear someone coming through the woods. Branches cracked. It sounded like a herd of deer thrashing through the woods. They weren't being quiet about their approach. Everyone turned to face it. Lugnut dropped to one knee and brought his rifle to his shoulder. "Get them out of here, Rank," he called as an Austrian shepherd dog broke through the trees and ran toward Maddie. She bent down and the dog flew into her arms. "Mugsby," Maddie said as the dog licked her cheek. Lugnut turned and looked at the 2 men breaking from the tree line. They waved and Lugnut waved back. Mugsby? He asked. His name is Butch, the man said. Nope, you will always be Mugsby to me, won't you, boy? Maddie said, giving Jason a dirty look. Lugnut looked from Maddie to Jason. We couldn't keep every stray she brought home, her stepfather said. Mugsby chuffed. It's good to see you, Ron. You too, Todd, Rank said. It was almost like old times. Ron and Todd were their closest neighbors and the first guys their dad had recruited into his community-building efforts. Maddie had known Ron all her life. He was a medic in the Army, and he and Beth had worked on the medical plans for the survival group. Maddie didn't know Todd well, only that he had been a policeman and then a prison guard. It looks like you guys had a nice, relaxing trip. Been doing some hunting? Ron asked, pointing to the thug under Rank's boot. No more like getting rid of vermin, Rank said. You ready to get rid of some more? Ron asked. Nah, I think I'll sit by the fire a while, Rank said, holding his injured arm. Sweat poured off his face. He looked as if he were about to faint. You ain't looking so good, bro. I say you do need to sit by the fire. Let's go in and have a look at that arm of yours, Ron said, placing an arm around Rank's waist. Rank looked down at the man on the ground. The guy's shirt was ripped and lay open, revealing a gray T-shirt that said, Southeast Correctional. Can I get one of you guys to see to this jailbird? Rank said as he placed his arm over Ron's shoulder. Jason took Rank's rifle and walked alongside them toward the cabin. It looks like it's just you and me, Lugnut, Zach said, lifting the man from the ground by his hair. I don't think so. This piece of shit is mine, Maddie said, shoving past Lugnut. Todd ran over and took Ron's rifle as he helped Rank up the steps. You should hand him over to the sheriff, Todd said. He's right. The sheriff can probably get more useful intel from him, Ron called over his shoulder. Zach and Lugnut turned to Maddie. She shrugged her shoulders and stomped off toward the cabin. The shock of seeing Lugnut and Rank had been replaced by surprise at learning that they had found Jason alive, and they had all made it out of the city. She was sure Rank would have some grand story to tell about how he received his wounds. She smiled. Tonight they would all sit around the fireplace again, telling apocalypse war stories. As Maddie ascended the steps of the wraparound porch, she saw Harmony was standing in the doorway, a blank stare on her face. You okay, Harmony? She asked. Harmony just turned and went back into the house, and Maddie followed her in. She stopped in the doorway and watched as Jason stood at the bottom of the steps with his hands in his pockets. He still wore his signature khaki pants, polo shirt, and loafers. Hi, Jason, Ron said as they went up the steps. Hi, Ron, I'll give you a hand, Jason said, falling in behind the men. Maddie opened the door and held it as Ron and Todd helped Rank inside. She pointed to where Ryan lay on the sofa. You might want to start with that guy right there. Like I said, I guess it is just you and me, Zach said, turning to Lugnut. Let's get this crap tied to a tree. We are going to let old Ron and Todd take out the trash when they go, Lugnut said with a coy smile plastered on his face. Maddie stared out the window as Ron and Jason finished cleaning and dressing Rank and Ryan's wounds. She watched as Zach and Lugnut tied the man to a tree near the driveway. Rank high-fived Zach when he finished tying the last knot. Who does that? She mumbled. She thought the high five was so old-fashioned. Who does what? Jason asked, standing by the fireplace after finishing tending to Ryan's wounds. He had lit the kindling and was placing the first logs on the fire. Oh, nothing, Maddie said, turning to look over her shoulder at the haggard man. She looked at Jason, really looked at him. She saw someone completely ill-equipped for this world. To her surprise, she felt genuine sympathy for him. He was about to be in for a crash course in survival, and he'd better be a fast learner, because it looked like things weren't going back to their comfy, safe lives anytime soon, if ever. Although his wounds were not life-threatening, Ryan's leg would take time to heal. After fluffing the pillows on his makeshift bed on the sofa, Maddie brought Ryan a glass of lemonade and a good book. He turned it over in his hand. Maddie returned with a box of paperback books. Hey, Americans Going Home, Ryan said, opening it to one of the last dog-eared pages. I've read this one already. So did you read Homecoming? Maddie asked. No, give me that one, Ryan said, sitting his glass of lemonade on the coffee table. Rank's wound was just grazing, but he was trying to milk it to get out of doing chores. Hand me that first one. I haven't read any of his books yet. The living room of the cabin turned into a sick ward, but Maddie wasn't about to play nursemaid. There was plenty of work to do and now 2 fewer bodies to do it. As Maddie sat the box of books down between Ryan and Rank, she glanced out the window. Mugsby darted from the woods and ran up the porch steps. He was scratching on the door as Ron appeared in the clearing. He's bearing gifts, fellas, Ryan called. Rank stood. Oh, yeah. Did he bring jerky? As soon as Maddie opened the door, Mugsby ran and plopped down by the fireplace. It was just like old times, except it wasn't. As he approached the cabin, Maddie called, "Hey, Ron, the guys are eager to see what you've brought. I hope it is jerky. Rank is jumping up and down in here." Ron had barely cleared the door frame when Rank yanked the box from his arms. The four of them ate deer jerky and discussed the mood of the neighborhood. Ron grew somber as he described recent attacks by South Central correctional inmates who had escaped after the generators failed at the prison. "The generators for the maximum security wing are still running. Todd's afraid it is only a matter of time before the sheriff will have to make a decision on what to do with the over 600 inmates still there," Ron explained. "So, how many inmates escaped?" Ryan asked through a mouthful of jerky. "Around 600 over the span of a week." Todd doesn't know what happened with the other 400 or 500 in the minimum security wing, but he suspected they were released by the warden before he skipped town. "Did the man we handed over to you give the sheriff any information on where they are holed up?" Rank asked. "He said in an old farmhouse, but did not know what road it was on or anything that would indicate which of the hundreds of old farmhouses it could be. One of the men who held us said that it was about 5 miles from where they held us, if that helps," Maddie said, pouring Ron a glass of lemonade. "That should narrow it down to 100 or so," Rank said as he stuffed a piece of jerky in his mouth. Ron gave him a hard stare. "What is up with the Duck Dynasty beards? You guys join a motorcycle gang or something?" he asked, pointing at Rank. "I know, right? I was considering changing his nickname from Rank to Blackbeard," Maddie said. "I'll let the sheriff know that he can narrow his search to the east of Licking. May have to let Dent County know, too. They could be in their jurisdiction." After he emptied his lemonade, Ron stood and rolled his shoulders. Maddie thought he looked like he hadn't slept in a week and wondered if the problems in the county were worse than he was saying. "Is Don Juan still the sheriff?" Rank asked. "Nope. He got caught with his pants down with the wrong person's wife," he said as he reached the door. "You'll like our new sheriff. He was a Marine." "Then he still is. Once a Marine, always a Marine," Lugnut replied. Chapter 33, Langston Cabin, Evening Shade, Missouri. Event plus 11 days. Jason turned out to be great at building and keeping the fire going. The cabin stayed toasty warm all night, even in Maddie's room in the back, that usually always stayed cold. It was the beginning of autumn. Winter would arrive before they could blink. The firewood that her dad had stored under the carport was 3 years old, so it was well seasoned, but wouldn't last all winter. That would be one of the first chores that would need to be on their list of to-dos. As she looked out the mudroom door, she could see Zach and Lugnut digging up breakfast. Maddie's mom had suggested that they would need a treasure map to find all her dad's hidden caches. Her dad dismissed that idea. Instead, he made sure that Zach committed each spot to memory, all but one that cache only he and Maddie knew. Her dad wanted to wait until Zach's 16th birthday and have him dig it up, but Maddie thought that he would be okay with her revealing it to Zach this year instead. Besides, the world had changed. Physical age meant a lot less in the apocalypse. While Zach and Lugnut made a mess in the kitchen attempting to make something edible, Maddie formed a plan. She enlisted Jason's help, and to her surprise, he was eager to be useful. Despite Maddie and Zach's pleas, Harmony had not joined them for breakfast. "She just needs time," Ryan said from his post on the sofa. Zach had taken her a plate of scrambled eggs, biscuits, and gravy. The eggs were powdered, but with the gravy poured over top, they were pretty good. However, Harmony never touched them to find out. Maddie decided that she would let her stay in bed one more day before she made her join them. She'd thought about asking the guys to go back and look for Buster for her, but it was too big a risk for a dog, even if for a great dog like Buster. After everyone ate, Maddie asked everyone to join her and Jason next to the barn. Lugnut and Jason helped Ryan outside and lowered him into a patio chair. Maddie handed Zach a shovel. "You missed one, little brother." No, I didn't. I remembered every single one, just like Dad showed me." "Dig," Maddie demanded. "I know I didn't forget any. This is ridiculous. We have too much to do to be playing pranks on people, Maddie. You just need to freaking grow up," Zach said as he stomped down and scooped out the first shovel of dirt. Maddie looked around the circle of people. They were beaten, battered, and bruised, but they were alive. They'd made it this far. Even Jason had somehow survived. Maybe there was hope for her mom to make it home. It was too painful to think about, so she pushed it from her mind. When Maddie heard the thud of the shovel hitting the plastic barrel, her stomach tightened for a moment at the memory of the 3 men opening her dad's other surprise cache. Zach dropped to his knees and scooped handfuls of dirt from the hole. Lugnut dropped to his knees and helped Zach open the ring on the lid and lift it off. Zach dropped the lid to the ground. He straightened up and looked up at Maddie. Tears filled his eyes. "Open it," Maddie said. kneeling down beside her brother. Lugnut helped Zack remove the colorfully wrapped box. The bow on top looked as neat as it had the day their mother had tied it. Zack gently sat the present on the ground and pulled the card from under the ribbon. He clutched it to his chest and lowered his head. It was all too much for him. It was his 15th birthday. He'd forgotten it, but apparently Maddie hadn't. He ran his index finger under the flap of the envelope, pulled out the card, and read it. Tears streamed down his face as he read out loud, "Love, Mom and Dad." Maddie hugged her brother, then gave him a shove. "Now open the box." Zack tore off the wrapping paper and opened the flaps on the box to reveal a black leather vest. He held it up. It said "Zombie Killer" on the back. His eyes landed on the crossbow. He yanked it from the box and stood. He put the stock to his shoulder. "Dad said I couldn't have one until I was 16. I know, I don't think Mom and Dad would mind if you got it a year early under the circumstances." Zack gave Maddie a sideways hug and then studied the high-tech 10-point Nitro X crossbow. "Zack, there's another card in the box," Lugnut said, holding up the blue envelope. He took it and tore it open. A key dropped to the ground. Maddie picked it up and handed it to her brother. Zack opened the card and read it out loud. "If you're going to be a real zombie hunter like your idol in The Walking Dead, you're going to need wheels. You will find your new ride in the back of the barn under the brown tarp." Zack tore off around the side of the barn. Lugnut and Rank followed closely behind. Moments later, Maddie heard the rumbling of the motorcycle. Harmony was watching them all from the window, and she stepped out the front door onto the deck. The guys ran off to play with Zack's birthday presents. "I wanted to make something special for his birthday dinner. Do you think you could help me with that later?" Harmony was quiet for a moment, and then nodded. "I have something I need to do first. I could use you and Jason's help, though." Harmony turned and walked back inside. Maddie followed her inside when they heard a Mugsby scratching at the front door. "If Ron's back, he is helping us, not playing zombie killer with the guys," Maddie said as she turned the doorknob. She pushed the door open, and a black mass shot past her. She turned to see Buster knock Harmony to the floor. Harmony sobbed as she rolled around on the old braided rag rug with her faithful companion. Buster smelled awful. He had definitely had a run-in with a skunk. "How did you find me, boy?" Harmony asked the dog. "Dogs have a powerful sense of smell," Ryan said, "and this one also has a power smell himself." Buster turned and jumped right onto Ryan's lap. Ryan shrieked in pain and tried to shove him off. Maddie and Harmony drug Buster off, and the dog turned his affection on Maddie. He jumped on her, causing the two to crash to the floor. He stood on top of her, licking her face. "Down, Cujo!" she yelled at him. "Why do you keep calling him that? His name is Buster," Harmony asked. "Cujo is the big rabid dog from a Stephen King horror movie," Ryan said. Harmony laughed. As Jason entered the room, Buster stiffened and growled at him. Harmony grabbed his collar and said something in a language Maddie didn't know. The dog immediately sat. "Well, it looks like we have a new member," Jason said, pressing himself up against the wall as he passed by them. "This is my dog. I thought I'd lost him when the men took us, but somehow Harmony choked up. He is a pretty special dog. You're going to love him," Maddie snickered. Thank you for reading Hunted, Days of Want series, Book 2. Continue scrolling to continue with Turmoil, Days of Want series, Book 3. Don't forget to sign up for my preferred readers club and receive a free copy of the Days of Want short story, Sudden Chaos, which includes a free preview of No Way Out, and be the first to know of new releases, giveaways, and special offers. Book 3, Turmoil Prologue. For nearly 18 hours following the coordinated EMP and cyber attacks that took out the nation's power grid, the guards of Missouri's South Central Correctional Center in Licking, Missouri, fought to regain control of the prison. Inmates had quickly seized control in the medium security units after the power generators, which were supposed to keep the prison doors locked during a power outage, failed. Corrections officers were forced to enter the cell blocks and physically place prisoners into their cells, then manually lock the doors to do so. Took all available officers, leaving areas of the prison unguarded. Jenkins, pull your head out of your ass and open that damn door," Corrections Officer Todd Simmons yelled. After Jenkins still hadn't moved, Todd pushed the man aside and pulled the door open. The 12-man team dressed in riot gear and gas masks rushed in. The tear gas had incapacitated most of the inmates, and the team set to work subduing and placing each man into the closest cell. At that point, they were not concerned with cell assignments. By the time Todd's team reached their final pod, 2 guards had been killed and they were down to 10. Basically 9 because Jenkins had frozen up after the first officer was killed. He mostly just stood by the door and stared at the chaos. By morning, 8 corrections officers across the prison had been killed, and numerous more were severely injured in the riots. After securing the units, the head count revealed that over half the population of the medium security unit was missing. Some were later found dead, likely by the hands of fellow inmates taking advantage of the chaos. Others were killed as the guards tried to regain control. "Jenkins and Sansbury, you two are assigned to Unit 800, Todd said, shoving an M4 rifle into each man's hands. You better stay on your toes over there. We cannot let any of those motherfuckers out. You know who is over there, don't you?" Jenkins nodded and said, "The serial killer, Thornton Wade. Yeah, he is a savage bastard. There are a lot of other very dangerous assholes in that unit as well. You got kids, Jenkins?" "Yes," Jenkins said, his eyes widening. "Then you don't want pedophiles and child killers like Thomas Dobbs and Jason Jones wandering the back roads near your house, do you?" Jenkins straightened his back. "I thought the generators were working over in maximum," Jenkins said. "They are at the moment, but we aren't taking any chances in case they stop working. You got it? No maximum security inmates are leaving this prison. Do not let that happen, Jenkins. Let's go, you pussies." Unit 800's team leader yelled. Jenkins and Sansbury fell in behind their new team and disappeared through the side door. "How long do you think we have?" Corrections Officer Nick Hammond asked, walking up beside Todd. "About a week, maybe 2, if someone hasn't stolen all the diesel yet. What are we going to do about Units 1 through 6? Todd turned and headed to his office. "Nothing. What? We can't keep them all locked in their cells. They have to eat and shower and have yard time," Nick called after him. "Those days are over," Todd said, shutting the door to his office. It was useless to try to explain that the lights were not coming back on any time soon, if ever. Nick wasn't ready to hear that news. Todd would let it sink in naturally, the way most everyone else would get it. By day 2, the warden was AWOL, and so was almost all of the admin staff. No one was sure who was in charge of the prison at that point. A few dedicated guards kept coming to work to ensure that the doors stayed shut. Todd returned home the 3rd day after the lights went out to see about his family. Unlike most in the area, Todd's family had been prepared and were doing pretty well. Thanks to his best friend, Ron Hillman, Todd had stocked up on enough food, water, and other supplies to last at least 2 years. They had a large garden, livestock, and a freezer full of meat kept frozen by a natural gas generator. That might not last forever. Eventually, someone may shut off the valve, but it still worked at the moment, so they were set. By day 5, the prison was down to a skeleton crew. Those who went home never returned. Todd went to work each day, not out of a sense of duty or for the now non-existent paycheck, but as security for his family and all the other families in the community. Conditions at the prison had quickly deteriorated in the units where the generators had failed. As Todd expected, the warden released all the minimum security prisoners. The ones on work duties in town never returned to the prison, because there was no functioning transportation and no one available to drive since everyone had been detailed to round up prisoners and put them back into cells. The Texas County Sheriff had been informed, but there wasn't much he could do without transportation or radios. Besides, what was he going to do with them? On day 6, the military from nearby Fort Leonard Wood arrived with trucks filled with MRE cartons, water, and best of all, soldiers to help guard the remaining inmates. The sanitary conditions were relieved by porta-johns, also provided by a military contractor, and more from FEMA. A Red Cross doctor had been sent down to set up an infirmary, since the staff physician had never returned. The sheriff had been busy fighting both town residents and prisoners, pillaging the town of Licking. He'd set up roadblocks and had begun house-to-house searches, but with only a few deputies reporting for duty, he hadn't made much headway. The released or escaped prisoners who had been caught were taken to the Texas County Jail in Houston, Missouri. The locals in Houston protested feeding inmates with food that their children needed to survive, so the judge assigned them all to a work detail. In exchange for their labor, the convicts were being fed by local businesses in Licking that were still operating and farmers who needed help. Todd heard that armed locals were guarding the prisoners while they worked. Only 2 of the 50 or so inmates had walked away from their new assignment. It reminded him of the old chain gangs in the South in the 1930s and 40s. The county commissioners and the circuit judge had delayed deciding the fate of the inmates of the Licking South Central Correctional Center. As long as the generators were running, and with the military providing supplies and guards, they didn't seem to be in any hurry to come up with a more permanent solution. A county-wide meeting to discuss the fate of the prisoners had been scheduled. However, the safety issues with the raiding of homes and farms kept the county commissioners at home, which significantly delayed the discussion that needed to take place for decisions to be made. Soon, though, the diesel would run out and the generators would fail. Some very tough decisions would have to be made very soon. Todd hoped that they made the right ones for all their sakes. Chapter 1, Langston Cabin, Evening Shade, Missouri, event plus 12 days. For the first time since the lights went out and the world went to shit, Maddie felt they stood a chance at survival, at least for the near future. Her father, Greg Langston, had seen to that. His forethought and planning would mean the difference between having a real chance at survival or a short, miserable death from starvation. It would be a stressful winter on strict rations without electric heat and fully stocked grocery stores, though. After her brother, Zach, and Lugnut had brought in one of her father's buried food caches, Maddie inventoried the items, then organized them on the pantry shelves. The other caches would remain hidden to prevent marauders from being able to take all their food stores in the event they were overrun. Zach and Lugnut had unearthed the 24-barrel caches, made sure that the contents were still dry, then reburied them, concealing them with leaves and branches. One barrel contained enough food to feed 10 people for 1 month. There were currently only 7 people at the cabin. Maddie wasn't sure how many her mom would bring with her when she arrived home. Her dad had planned to feed 20 people for 1 year, with some of them bringing their own supplies. The food in those barrels would feed the current group for 2 years. That was hopefully enough time to get a garden established and trade for livestock. With 2 men down recovering from gunshot wounds, and Jason and Harmony still not trained to shoot, guard duty fell to Maddie, Zach, and Lugnut. Ideally, they would have had 3 people on duty at all times. There were a lot of acres to cover, and 3 people providing security around the clock would have been stretching it, even without anyone out of commission. They had to sleep and do other things as well, so 1 guard at a time was all they could manage. Rank had said that he could still patrol the perimeter, but due to swelling in his injured arm, Jason had insisted that he stay still and keep it elevated. As a dentist, Jason had general medical training and had worked in emergency rooms in medical school. His knowledge, along with Ron Hillman's Army medic training, were true assets to the group, especially with the 2 bullet magnets currently loitering in the cabin's living room. Ryan's leg was severely swollen and he was weak from blood loss, but Ron and Jason thought he would recover and regain the use of his leg, but that might take months. And with Rank's shoulder wound, the group was short on non-disabled workers. In weeks, the weather would be changing and the chore of keeping the cabin warm would become someone's full-time job. The firewood Maddie's father had stacked under the carport would get them through an ordinary south-central Missouri winter. But Maddie didn't know how much they'd use cooking and heating water. She'd never spent the whole winter at the cabin, and she hadn't been involved in the discussions between her parents about how much firewood was required in the apocalypse. I found a whole pallet of canned peaches and fruit cocktail in the back of the barn. Zach blurted out as he ran through the back door. "Really?" Maddie said, as her eyes lit up. "Yeah, it looks like Dad had received a delivery but hadn't had time to bury it." "Oh my gosh, I'm so making peach cobbler tonight," Maddie said as she pulled ingredients from the pantry shelves. "Peach cobbler? That's my favorite. Can I help? I took a cooking class at my high school." "I love to cook," Harmony called as she pushed Zach aside. "You can cook?" Maddie asked, her eyebrows raised. "A little," Harmony said timidly. Harmony had been all alone in her McMansion in Wentzville, Missouri when they'd found her, or rather when her dog, Buster, had found Maddie. After narrowly escaping being eaten alive by the giant beast, Maddie had been saddened to learn that Harmony's parents had left her home alone while they took a cruise on their private yacht in the Bahamas. Maddie could not imagine how the 15-year-old girl would survive the apocalypse on her own, so she and the group had invited her and Buster to join them. Something Zach had not protested at all. Buster romped around Harmony as she excitedly waved her arms in the air, describing the culinary dishes that she could make. Although she was a sweet girl, Harmony was a talker. She went into in-depth detail on every subject about which she spoke. Maddie's college roommate had been the same way. Way back then, a whole week and a half ago, she would just put in her earbuds, select her favorite music, and turn up the volume. Maddie smiled warmly at Harmony, but she deeply missed those earbuds. "Great. You are the new camp chef. Here is the inventory of food items the guys just brought in. I've organized it and put the oldest items in the front. If you need help making a menu, let me know. That was next on my to-do list," Maddie said, handing Harmony the clipboard. "I'll be in the barn seeing what else is hiding in there," as Maddie followed Zach to the door. She heard Rank calling from the living room. "I could go for some lemonade if there is any left." Harmony's face lit up, and a broad smile crossed her face. Maddie turned to Zach. He lowered his head and pushed open the door. As she followed him through, she said, "Little brother, if you like that girl, you better stake your claim." The list of eligible girls is pretty short these days and will probably only get shorter as time goes by. Who said I liked her? Lugnut emerged from the barn as Zack stomped off around the cabin. What's up with him? Did you shit in his Wheaties again? No, he is jealous because Harmony has a crush on Rank. Hell, he better get over it. Every girl has a crush on Rank at first, until they get to know him and discover he is one of those catch-and-release kinds of guys. What? Maddie asked. Rank has never been on a second date, at least that I know of, Lugnut said as he pulled the tab on a can of fruit cocktail. He used his fingers to pick the cherries out and popped one in his mouth. Oh yeah, and how many second dates have you been on? Maddie asked, as she strode by and flicked his long beard. You might want to get a spoon or something. You're making quite the mess in that rat's nest of yours. I've been on a second date. I've been on several second dates. I just never found anyone to bring home to Mama. Maddie chuckled. Maybe you should have looked somewhere besides the strip clubs. Where is the fun in that? Lugnut said, upturning the can and pouring its contents into his mouth. Syrup streamed from the sides of the can and dripped down his beard. You're gross. Okay, I'll get a spoon next time. Sheesh. Maddie shook her head. Her old man had been the only member of this close group of friends to settle down. He and her mom, Beth, had married right out of high school, right before her dad had gone off to boot camp. When Maddie had asked Rank why he never married, he told her that if the Marine Corps had wanted him to have a wife, they would have issued him one. So, what is on the agenda for today, boss? Lugnut called after her. I think we should dig up the solar power system and see if we can figure out how to put it up. I don't want to wait for Ryan. Jason says that he could be down for quite a while. I think with his instructions, we could manage to get at least some of it up, Maddie said. Sounds like a plan. You know, Ron knows all about these solar setups. Maddie said. Maybe one of us should go over and ask him about it. A wide grin crossed her face. She'd been itching to go to Ron's ever since they'd arrived. She could see her old dog, Mugsby, and pet the baby goats. Ron had said he just got some baby chicks and ducklings, too. The kid in her took over as she ran off toward his farm. The rifle slung over her back bounced hard against her hip with each step, and she was forced to slow to a brisk walk. Bring me back some deer jerky. Rank ate all mine, Lugnut yelled. Maddie raised her arm and gave him a thumbs up without looking back. The way these guys eat, I think Dad underestimated how much food we'd need. Zack better get a deer or 3 this year, or we'll be hurting by the end of winter. Even though it had been a few years since Maddie had made the trek through the forest to Ron Hillman's farm, her feet seemed to know the way. The once well-worn path had quickly become overgrown with brambles. As Maddie pulled the prickly branches from her legs, she noted the location. Once she would have only considered their presence a nuisance, but now they would become part of their food source. The Mark Twain National Forest offered several summer berry-picking options. As she untangled herself and skirted the rim of a large, rocky sinkhole, Maddie recalled the many berry-picking adventures she'd taken with her mother. Her parents even used seemingly mundane outings to teach her and Zack how to survive in the wilderness surrounding the cabin. Their property had an abundance of blackberry, gooseberry, and raspberry bushes, and even wild strawberries, along with many other berry varieties. She knew where every edible fruit and nut tree on the property was located, remembering where she had last picked one of her favorites. Maddie rushed ahead, pushing through unruly vines to reach the colony of pawpaw trees. The green-yellow banana-shaped fruit was one of the few deer-resistant fruits in the woods, so finding some of the shrub-like trees was not a surprise. After picking a few, she pulled up the hem of her shirt and dropped them into the makeshift basket it formed. Maddie ate the creamy mango-banana-flavored fruit as she walked, spitting seeds as she crossed the stream, and headed up the final hill before reaching Ron's place. When she emerged from the woods, Maddie could see Ron had company. She crouched in the ditch that ran along Slabtown Road and watched as Ron and the sheriff stood in the driveway talking. Beside them stood Ron's quarter horse, Iggy. Maddie could not make out their words, but from Ron's body language, she could tell it was more than a friendly chat. Her curiosity got the better of her. After taking the last bite of her pawpaw, she stood and stepped onto the dirt road. "Hey, Ron," Maddie called. Ron and Sheriff Stoddard jerked around to face the road. Ron's right hand dropped to his holster. "Oh, hey, Maddie, what brings you over this way?" Ron asked, lifting his hand. At the sound of her voice, Mugsby launched himself off the porch and ran barking toward Maddie. She met the dog at the entrance of the open gate. Maddie and the Australian shepherd wrestled in the tall grass for a moment. Then Maddie threw a stick for him a few times as she waited for Ron and the sheriff to finish the conversation they had resumed. The two men continued talking as if she wasn't there. I say we need to reach out to the folks over in Licking and work together to secure the county. You could deputize folks to give them some authority, Ron said, handing the sheriff the reins to a saddled horse. The sheriff gripped Iggy's reins in his left hand and stroked the animal's mane. I'm not comfortable with a bunch of non-law enforcement people running all over the county with badges. Besides, most folks are struggling to survive. They don't have the time or resources to patrol the county, said the sheriff through his thick black mustache that covered his entire mouth, leaving only the tip of his chin visible. I'm not talking about them performing traditional deputy duties. I was referring to patrolling and securing their own roads or subdivisions. Everyone needs to be responsible for providing the safety of their families. If neighbors pull together and rotate duties, it can be done, Ron said, patting the neck of the sheriff's new horse. The dapple-gray quarter horse bobbed his head and leaned into Ron. Iggy had always been one of Maddie's favorites. She'd been at the cabin the summer he'd been born, and she'd been the second person to ride him after Ron's saddle broke him. With his even temperament, he was the right choice for the sheriff. Even still, Maddie was sad to see Ron part with Iggy. As Maddie approached the men, she saw the saddlebags on the ground at the sheriff's feet. She chuckled. Wyatt Earp is going to ride in on his horse and clean up the town. Chapter 2. Langston Cabin, Evening Shade, Missouri. Event plus 12 days riding a horse back from Ron's farm, balancing the box of baby chicks on the horn of the saddle, was more difficult and far bouncier than Maddie had thought it would be. Ron was managing his carrier containing the kid goats much better than she was. We should get the chainsaw and clear the trail again, Ron said as he pushed tree branches away from his face, with one hand balancing the carrier with the other. Looking over her shoulder, Maddie tried to remember the way the path had looked the last time she'd visited Ron's house. As a kid, Maddie used to run off to Ron's farm to play with his farm animals. Ron had let her help milk the goats and hold the baby bunnies and chicks. He had taught her how to ride a horse, and how to know when it was the best time to harvest corn. Ron often told her stories about the local lore. Her parents even let her go with him to the local farmer's market, where she witnessed his generosity. Whatever he didn't sell, they'd stop and give away to needy families. Maddie knew that Ron's knowledge of farming and his contacts with others in the community with various skills would be invaluable to their long-term survival. We could start cutting firewood from this area first. We should cut as much as we can while the chainsaw gas is still good. Dad stocked a lot of fuel stabilizer, but I think we should save that for the ATVs, and I'm sure Zach will want some for his motorcycle, Maddie said. I thought I heard that bike running yesterday, Ron said as he guided his horse around a briar patch. Yesterday was Zach's birthday. Maddie choked up a bit as she spoke. She recalled her first birthday after her dad had died. He'd hidden her present, too. Maddie had tried to tell him that birthdays weren't supposed to be like Easter egg hunts, but he enjoyed the surprise it brought to them. Sometimes having to scavenger hunt to get your presents was annoying. Maddie missed her mom and dad, but she couldn't let herself think about them because it would bring her down too much. She imagined her mom was going crazy worrying about her and Zach, and she hoped that her mom had received the message that they'd both made it to Ryan's safely. At least, that would alleviate some of her fears. I'm sure that Zach was thrilled to get the bike. I know how bad he wanted one, Ron said. Yeah, he got that zombie killer crossbow he wanted too. Maddie's horse shifted as he walked over loose rocks around the sinkhole. The rocky terrain of south-central Missouri was home to many such depressions. Their property even had a cave on it. Her father had discovered the cave after trying to track down a deer he'd shot. Her dad wanted to keep it secret as a fallback position in the event the cabin was attacked. Not even Ron knew of its existence, at least not that she knew of. That crossbow will come in handy in case of zombie attacks and all. It'll save on bullets too, Ron said. Yeah, now someone needs to learn how to make the arrows for it because I think he's going to need a lot more than Dad bought him. Ron rode up beside her. I know a guy. Maddie steered her horse across the stream and up the hill on the other side. The chicks vocalized their displeasure with being jostled in their box. Really, that's good. I think we are going to need a lot of craftsmen to survive from now on, Maddie said. This guy is multi-talented. In addition to arrows, he makes knives and buckskin bags. Lots of things, really. And he also is a ham operator. Maddie sat up straighter in the saddle and turned to look at Ron. Ham operator? Do you know if his radio still works? The sheriff said he was still working on it. He was changing out parts and trying to pull something together. Were you wanting to try to get a message out to your mom? Maddie's shoulders slumped. Yes. I'm just so worried about her. I want her to know that we are here and safe. I know that she's worried too. I'll go over tomorrow and see how he is coming along with the repairs. I'll put in an order for some new arrows for that crossbow, too. I think that is a valuable addition to the meat-gathering mission. We can save bullets for the two-legged vermin. Thanks, Ron. I hope he can get the radio working. As they came into the clearing behind the barn, Harmony's dog broke his tether and ran toward them, teeth bared and growling like the beast she'd first met. Buster, it's me. Get back to the house, Maddie yelled at the dog. Buster stopped at the sound of his name, but his hackles remained up. Maddie doubted that the city dog had ever seen horses before. She feared how he would act to the chickens and goats. Harmony was going to have to do a better job of restraining him. Buster, get back here, Harmony called. She'd found Beth's apron and had a dish towel draped over her shoulder. For a moment, Maddie had to do a double take. Harmony sure looked like a chef. The sun struck her honey-blonde hair as she ran toward them. Harmony was astonishingly beautiful, the kind of pretty that would never require makeup. What's in the boxes? Harmony asked as she grabbed Buster's collar. Baby chicks and goats, really? Can I hold them? Harmony squealed. Sure. Just let us get them settled into the barn, Ron said. I love kids, Harmony said with a big smile. He pulled the reins and nudged his horse in the side, causing him to make a wide arc around Harmony and Buster. Maddie nudged her horse forward, also giving Buster a wide berth. You'll need to make sure Buster doesn't get into the barn. We can't afford to lose even one of these animals. I will, Harmony called after them. I'll go lock him in my room for now. Then I'll come to help you get the pens set up. They didn't have a proper chicken coop or goat pen, but the animals were still little and didn't need much space yet. Maddie found a roll of poultry wire, and Ron constructed what he called a brooder box out of the wire and scrap lumber. Soon the 12 little chicks were scratching and pecking away in their new home. When Harmony returned, Maddie was watching the chicks, while Ron cleaned out one of the horse stalls and stapled wire to the boards for a goat pen. How long before the chickens start laying? Maddie asked. Ron stopped and scratched his head. Next summer, probably. When they are around 9 months, I think. Harmony nuzzled a chick against her cheek. That long? Gosh. How long before what? Lugnut asked, stepping into the barn. He laid a large box down just inside the barn door and leaned over Ron's brooder box. We won't be gathering eggs from these guys until next summer, Maddie said. Ron stapled the last of the poultry wire. Satisfied with his handiwork, he placed the carton containing the 2 tiny does and 1 buck into the pen and opened the lid. The tiny goats jumped out and ran around their new home. Ron motioned to the carton. Lugnut brought in, Is that the solar kit? Yeah. You have time to help me install it. I don't know what's for dinner, Ron asked, turning to Harmony. It's kind of a surprise, but we're having peach cobbler for dessert. Well then, Lugnut, my schedule just had an opening. We'd better get started. Ron was a foot shorter than Lugnut. He had embraced his farmer lifestyle and wore blue jean overalls and a fishing hat almost daily. Maddie knew it was a fishing hat by the lures that dangled off it. Ron was her dad's age, but the whole farmer John getup made him look much older. Ron, is it okay if I tell Lugnut what the sheriff said? Maddie asked. Sure. It isn't a secret. What? Lugnut asked. Maddie placed the little yellow chick back into the brooder box, secured the lid, then turned toward the 2 men. The military is leaving. They're heading north. Lugnut turned to face Maddie. Ron's horse nibbled on Maddie's hair as she leaned against the post outside his stall. They didn't have hay to feed them. That was something they would need to trade for, she imagined. Maddie filled Lugnut in on what the sheriff had told her about the military being ordered to the Canadian border. I think we should call a meeting. Rank and Ryan will want to hear this, Lugnut said, walking toward the cabin. Chapter 3. Joint Field Office. Marseille, Illinois, event plus 12 days. A commotion outside his tent startled Response Division Director Gerald Ames. He looked to his Deputy Director, Simone Perez, for answers. She just shrugged. Standing, Ames walked over to the doorway and looked outside. A convoy of National Guard vehicles had stopped nearby, and the soldiers had gathered just outside Administrator Harding's tent. It's Mayor Inman, Ames said, turning to face Perez. What's he doing here? She asked, joining him in the doorway. I don't know, but I think that is a sign of trouble in the city. I'll go find out, Perez said, pushing past Ames. Ames watched as she marched right up to the mayor and shook his hand. Ames shook his head. One thing Perez didn't lack was self-confidence. When Perez disappeared inside Harding's tent with the mayor and his entourage, Ames returned to his desk, took out a map, and began planning his next move. 4 days earlier, Ames had learned that General Walter Dempsey was instituting his own continuity plan, the same plan that President Reinhardt had rejected When his disaster recovery plans had been written at the beginning of his term in office, Ames had stumbled onto the fact that Dempsey and DHS Operations Director Glenn Mitchell were diverting diesel and other resources away from the shelters and communities that needed it. The supplies were being stockpiled in underground storage facilities across the state. When what appeared to be a former employee at the facility led a failed attempt to take control of a warehouse, he was tracked to a farmhouse in Marseille. Even though Mitchell had confirmed that the leader had been killed in an early morning raid on the farm, he was still intent on tracking down the others from the group that reportedly fled to a residence near Peoria, Illinois. Ames had yet to find out why this group was so important to Mitchell. He'd gotten Perez to tell him that they were in negotiations with FEMA and DHS officials in Missouri regarding the capture and return of the group. Apparently, there were new rules on extraditing suspects across state lines because a Missouri official was refusing to allow Mitchell's men to enter the state to look for the fugitives. "You need to get over there. Harding is calling an emergency staff meeting," Perez said as she rushed through the door. Ames opened the drawer and slid the map back inside, retrieved a notebook, and pulled a pen from a holder on his desk. He followed Perez, trying to get her to tell him what she knew so far, but she was being closed-mouthed about it. "Just hurry up. They are waiting for you." Grim faces greeted Ames as he entered Harding's office. Mayor Inman was seated across the long conference table from Harding, flanked by his chief of staff and a female council member whose name Ames could not remember. "Take a seat, Ames," Harding said, pointing to the only empty chair at the end of the table. Mitchell sat to the left of Ames, and Recovery Division Director Tom Ford sat on the right. Ames pulled out his chair and placed his notebook on the table. He looked around the room. The seriousness of the situation was written on everyone's faces. "Okay, now that we are all here, I would like for the mayor to explain to you what he has just told me." "Mayor?" Harding asked, gesturing to Inman. "Thank you, Administrator Harding," Inman said, standing. Inman was a short, pudgy man with salt and pepper hair and a 5 o'clock shadow. He wore a rumpled suit and tie despite the heat. He cleared his throat and adjusted his tie before speaking. "As you all may know, Chicago is a city of nearly 3 million residents. Although my people have done the best they could today, we lost the battle with the criminal gangs and were forced to flee the city. For days now, residents have been flooding the roads out of town. The guard units were unable to persuade them to return to their homes. At first, they were directed to go to the Red Cross shelters in Rockport or Aurora. The shelters were flooded with desperate people fleeing gang violence and seeking food and shelter." Inman paused to take a drink of water. "To make a long story short, thousands of people are migrating this way as we speak. They were told that help could be found here at this facility, that the National Guard soldiers here were their only hope against the violence that has driven them from their homes. Among these fleeing people, however, are groups of armed criminal elements. They have been looting and robbing houses along their route. I'd say in a day or two at max, the main group of refugees will be arriving at your door." When Inman concluded his statement, he sat down and turned to Harding. "Now, they are your problem," Inman smirked. "Thank you, Mayor," Harding said before turning his attention to the group. "All right, we all now know the situation. General Dempsey, you have the floor." Ames was shocked that Harding allowed Dempsey to go first. He knew as well as Ames did that Dempsey had his own agenda that did not include helping any of those refugees. "Thank you, Administrator Harding," Dempsey said, standing. "First, I would like to thank you, Mayor, for coming to inform us of this crisis. I know your folks did their best to contain an impossible situation. We all knew it was only a matter of time until our resources and manpower wouldn't support caring for so many refugees. We just do not have the resources to contain a crisis of this magnitude. I have, however, planned for this milestone event, and my troops are ready to escort FEMA and DHS staff to a secure location so that recovery operations can continue. We have secured facilities in Springfield to house your staff and provide a place to set up a new command center." Ames looked for a reaction from Harding. He saw none. He glanced over to Perez, who sat in a chair along the wall behind Mitchell. She didn't look surprised that Dempsey had already prepared for this. "Thank you, General Dempsey." "How soon would we need to be prepared to move?" Harding asked. "As soon as possible. My staff is available to assist anyone needing help packing up. But I need to have everyone loaded up and on the road to Springfield by 0800 hours tomorrow," Dempsey said as he took his seat. "All right, folks. It looks like we will be moving down to Springfield. I want everyone to pitch in and help one another as we wrap things up here. Let's all be ready to pull out at 0800 tomorrow." Harding turned to his chief of staff. "Send a courier to the governor and let him know that we're coming and why. I don't want him blindsided by troops rolling into his town. Ask him for a time to meet to discuss who can best help the refugees fleeing Chicago. We should get his input before we proceed." Dempsey and Mitchell looked at one another. Perez was staring a hole through Dempsey. "Let's get busy, folks. If you need anything, let one of my staff know, and we will do our best to help. And folks, don't alarm anyone. Just explain that we are moving for efficiency's sake. We don't want to cause a panic," Harding said. Dempsey cleared his throat. Harding, we won't have room tomorrow for everyone. We will need to take department heads and their immediate staff first and return for the others later in the day." "All right, Dempsey," Harding said. "You heard him, everyone. Let your staff know." Harding stood and pushed his chair under the table. Ames rushed over to Perez before she could follow Dempsey and Mitchell out of the tent. "All right, Perez. Time to tell me what you know," Ames said, grabbing Perez by the arm and leading her out the back. Okay, no need for manhandling. Just ask, Ames," Perez said, pulling her arm away. "I know Dempsey and Mitchell have been diverting resources, and the governor knows too how long they have kept Harding in the dark. I don't know. I need to know if their plan puts my staff and others in danger. Is Dempsey really moving the Joint Field Office staff to Springfield?" Perez looked over her shoulder before answering. "Yes and no. Yes. Are we in danger or what? Sorry. Yes, we are moving the JFO to Springfield, and no one is in danger. Dempsey isn't prepared to fully implement his continuity plan yet. What is he waiting for?" Ames said, his voice shrill. He looked around to see if anyone had heard him, then looked Perez in the eyes. "Is he waiting for more innocent civilians to die of starvation while he hoards supplies for himself and his cronies? He's waiting for more troops. To maintain the security of a new headquarters, you need troops. He has people rounding up soldiers, Marines, and anyone who has served in the military. He is offering them and their families food and safety in exchange for returning to active duty. I imagine before long he won't have trouble getting people to take him up on that offer. So, Simone, what is Dempsey and Mitchell's plan to feed the people? Does he intend to let them all starve?" "You cannot stop him, Ames. He has the military. He has thousands of troops heading this way. The troops from Fort Leonard Wood in Missouri should be here in days. He thinks he will have enough at that time to initiate stage 1. My God, Simone, what the hell are you people thinking? Do you have no heart?" Ames asked with a hitch in his voice. Perez turned and looked him in the eyes. Her dark brown eyes were cold and hard. She drew in a slow, steady breath, then exhaled slowly. "I'm not sure what you think you know, Ames. Dempsey is concerned with the long-term survival of the nation. Your short-sighted approach to this crisis will not result in more people surviving. You know what the report says? 90% of the population will not survive the first year no matter what we do. We simply cannot feed over 300 million people. So we are now to the point of deciding who lives and who dies? Based on what, Simone? Who gets to decide?" Ames asked, throwing his hands in the air. Perez lifted her shoulder in a half shrug. "I don't know. That is above my pay grade." Ames stood with his mouth open as he watched her walk away. Chapter 4, Langston Cabin. Evening, Shade, Missouri. Event plus 12 days. Against doctor's orders, Ryan joined the group around the dining table to discuss the news about the military leaving their post and heading north. The discussion stopped as Maddie and Zach helped Harmony serve dinner. Harmony had prepared a feast, something Maddie would need to discuss with her. They needed to make sure that they had enough to last at least a month. "Is that Potby?" Rank asked, spooning mashed potatoes onto his plate. "It is," Harmony said, her face flushed as she dished some out for him. "How did you manage that?" Maddie asked, sliding onto the bench next to Ron. "It is just a couple of cans of soup and a homemade crust. The mashed potatoes are from a box, but I added evaporated milk so they'd come out creamier." After everyone was served and Harmony took her seat, Maddie brought up the subject of security. "Rank, I know you're not 100% yet, but we need you to conduct firearms training with Jason and Harmony. The sooner we can get them trained, the better for all of us," Maddie said, washing down the potpie with mint tea. "This is amazing tea. Is this a secret concoction?" Maddie asked. "No, it's off-the-shelf tea. It's the kind you normally drink hot. I just made a pitcher full like you would iced tea, but without the ice," Harmony said. "It's very good," Jason said. "And whatever that is cooking in there now smells like heaven." "I can do the firearms training," Ryan said. Both Jason and Ron turned to face him. "I can do it sitting down. I can't do anything else. What does it matter if I'm sitting on the sofa or in the chaise lounge in the backyard?" Jason and Ron looked at each other, then to Maddie. "What? I'm no doctor. I say put his butt to work." A huge smile crossed Ryan's face as he wiped mashed potatoes from his beard. He was a better firearms trainer than Rank. Rank was an excellent shot, but he wasn't a patient teacher. If Ryan is doing firearms training, what am I doing? Rank asked. You get to feed the animals and haul water. You can do all that with one hand, right? Maddie asked. Animals? Rank asked. He furrowed his brow and scrunched his face. Animals, as in farm critters? Dirty, smelly critters? Yes, and they are all your responsibility until you're fit for active patrol duties, Maddie said. Looking to Jason, Lugnut snickered. Maddie turned and glared at Lugnut. You can clean the stalls if you don't hush? Rank and Jason discussed a fit-for-duty release as Zach helped Harmony clear the dishes. Rank had just about worn Jason down as Harmony returned with a pan of peach cobbler and a stack of bowls. Harmony, I think we will be the fattest people in the apocalypse if you keep cooking like this, Ryan said. This is amazing, Harmony, Maddie agreed. She was just about to turn up her bowl and lick it when the sound of an engine interrupted her. Lugnut and Zach already had their rifles and were heading to the front door before Maddie got her legs thrown over the bench seat to get up. Rank handed Ryan a rifle and pulled his pistol from his holster. Rank, get Harmony and Jason into the back, Lugnut called over his shoulder. Before Maddie could even get her rifle and run to the door, Zach and Lugnut were out on the porch. A man on a dirt bike stopped at the bottom of the steps. Maddie stepped out onto the wraparound porch as the man was dismounting the bike. Sheriff Stoddard sent me to round up volunteers. Noble Henson's daughter, Clara, is missing. He and his boy were out hunting, and when they returned, she was missing. They looked everywhere on their place and checked with their friends. No one has seen her since this morning. The sheriff is rounding up a search party before it gets dark. Maddie looked at Lugnut. Ron stepped forward. Tell Stoddard that I'll help. I need to run home and get my pack. I'll go, Zach said, turning to go inside. Lugnut shrugged. Sounds like the neighborly thing to do, he said, turning to follow Zach. If everyone runs off, who is going to take watch here? I will, right, Doc? Rank asked, looking to Jason, who had just stepped through the doorway. I'd prefer you to give it another week, but if you are determined, I cannot stop you. See? I'm fit for duty. Rank smiled and went inside. Well, I guess I will go help search for the girl, too. Then Maddie said, Tell the sheriff that 4 of us will come. I can help, Harmony said from over Maddie's shoulder. Maddie turned toward her. She tried to think of a reason that Harmony couldn't go, but didn't want to tell her it was because she talked too much. Sure, you have to stick with Zach, though, since you don't know how to use a gun yet. Maddie was pleased with herself. She put the 2 of them together and spared her ears hours of chatter. I'll tell the sheriff. We're meeting up at the Henson's barn. So check in there first, and someone will tell you what grid to cover, the deputy said. Maddie was staring at the man as he slid his helmet back on. When he looked up, Maddie's face turned red. She turned quickly and rushed inside and shut the door. I hope I get paired with him. Why is your face so red, Maddie? Zach asked as he laced up his hiking boots. Shut up, Zach. Maybe she is coming down with something, Ryan teased. Yeah, maybe she is lovesick. Zach chuckled. Maddie picked up a pillow from the sofa and threw it at Zach just as Jason walked in front of him. It hit Jason square in the head, and the shocked look on his face made Maddie burst into laughter. I'm sorry, I really am. That was meant for my soon-to-be-deceased brother. Jason turned and looked at Maddie, then bent over and retrieved the pillow from the floor. He fluffed it in his hands and launched it back across the room, hitting Maddie in the head. Maddie pushed wayward strands of hair from her face and placed her hands on her hips. She puffed out her cheeks, then burst into laughter once again. What is so funny? Harmony asked as she walked into the room. She had changed into a pair of Zach's jeans and his old hiking boots from when he was 11. He'd had huge feet for a kid. Maddie grabbed her day pack and headed for the porch as Ron rode up on a black gelding quarter horse named Midnight. She wondered why he'd changed horses. Blue Jeans was a fine horse. I brought Ellie and Buckeye for Lugnut and Zach. Harmony can ride Blue Jeans. I didn't know if she could ride, so I thought he'd be best for her, Ron said, pulling on the reins and turning Midnight in the direction of the barn. Maddie was happy to be riding Spirit. He was one of her favorites. Ron had 12 horses when she'd last been to the cabin 3 years before. They'd been out in the pasture when she'd visited him earlier in the day, so she had no idea how many he had now, but she realized that their group would all need horses when they ran out of fuel for the Humvee and Jeep. As the group crossed the creek, Maddie stared down at the tire tracks that led across the field made by their Humvee and her mom's Jeep. A separate single track made by the dirt bike could be seen a few feet away. The tracks were sure to stand out in an age of little to no motorized transportation. As they approached the gate, Maddie made a mental note to put building a more secure fence on their to-do list. As the first hooves hit the road, Maddie realized that travel by horseback was not all that quiet. The clip-clop of 20 hooves on gravel was astoundingly loud as it echoed through the valley. 30 minutes later, they arrived at the Henson farm. Noble Henson farmed 300 acres of one of the flattest pieces of land in the Ozark uplands. He and his extended family lived on the acreage and raised cattle and hay. Maddie and the group met Sheriff Stoddard at the large red barn behind Noble's house. Maddie estimated that there were 20 people present. A table had been set up, and a female deputy sat in a folding chair taking names and handing out grid maps. Even in the apocalypse, the Texas County Sheriff's Department was organized, equipped, and ran things by the book. Maddie dismounted and tied the reins to a pipe fence, then took her place in line behind the others. "Maddie Langston," she told the deputy. "Langston?" the deputy asked, looking at her over her horn-rimmed glasses. "Yes, ma'am." "Are you Greg and Beth's daughter?" "Yes, ma'am, and this is my brother Zach," Maddie said, pointing over her shoulder to her brother. "That is little Zachary? My, you both have grown." The woman smiled broadly, then returned her attention to her task. There was something familiar about her, but Maddie couldn't place it. "You knew my dad?" Maddie finally asked. "Oh, yes, everyone out here knew your dad. He made sure of that every weekend he visited a different family. He also hung out at the feed store in town and at the general store before it sold." "Oh, that was after." Her smile faded, and she looked down at her paperwork. "Before he passed? You mean Maddie didn't want her to feel bad for bringing it up?" "Yeah, your dad got along with everyone. He was what I would call a facilitator, a born leader. He'd hear that someone needed a part for their tractor, and he would know off the top of his head who had one. If someone needed assistance hauling hay, your dad knew who needed work. What amazed me was that he was only out here on weekends. If he'd been a full-time resident, he'd been crowned the mayor, even though we don't have one, being unincorporated and all. My dad knew this crap could happen, and he wanted to be able to bring people together to help one another if it did. He always said that you couldn't survive without community," Maddie said as she took the piece of paper with her grid coordinates. "I'm sorry to say, but I don't remember your name," Maddie said as she turned to go. "Rosalind, dear, my name is Rosalind Henson. Clara is my niece, and I thank you for coming out to help find her." Rosalind choked as she spoke her niece's name. "We will do our best, ma'am," Maddie said, handing the coordinates to Lugnut. As Maddie and Lugnut walked back to their horses, she heard Harmony telling the story of how she had met Maddie's group. "Should we leave without them?" Maddie asked. "She is only at the part where the dog attacked me. If Rosalind lets her finish the story, it'll be morning by the time they are ready to leave." "Let's wait. I'm sure that Zach remembers how to work a grid, but he may get distracted by all that talking. We should stay within hearing range of them." "Oh, God," Maddie said, resting her head against Spirit's neck. "She is a talker, isn't she?" Ron said, leaning in and rubbing Spirit's nose. The dirt bike deputy came to Rosalind's rescue. He was ready to take a group out and had selected Maddie's as he handed her a roll of pink tape. Maddie's heart sped up. She felt stupid having such a reaction, considering their task. Maddie stuck the tape into the pocket of her jeans, made sure the laces of her boots were tight, and adjusted the straps on her pack. Her rifle hung across her chest on its two-point sling. As he gathered the group for instruction, Maddie tried hard not to stare at the man. "My name is Deputy Jacob Rawlings. I'm going to be taking you out to your grid, and we will perform a search of the area." Maddie stared at Jacob's boots while he gave the rest of his speech. She was relieved when he paired with Ron on the opposite end of their search line. They hadn't walked 20 feet into the woods surrounding the Henson farm before Harmony had fallen on her face. Maddie had never seen 4 men move so fast to help someone. Zach, being nearer, had reached her first and was helping her up, while Jacob gathered up her backpack from the ground. Maddie sat on a nearby rock as Ron cleaned the wounds to Harmony's hands and face. While the others fawned over Harmony, Lugnut dropped his pack and took a seat on a boulder across from Maddie. He removed a monocular and began to scan the area. The orange sun peeked through the tops of the trees. Maddie was glad they were searching east of the farm. She hated walking into the sun when it was low on the horizon. She'd left her sunglasses in California. She pushed a stab of grief away at the thought of her grandmother, then another for her mom an instant later. She thought of One-Eyed Jack for the first time since the world went to hell and wondered what her mother would do with him when she headed home. "We're in the wrong grid," Lugnut said, startling her out of her thoughts. "Do you see something?" "It's what I don't see." "What do you expect to see that you aren't?" Maddie asked. "Signs of a struggle or more than one person walking." "Ron, come take a look," Lugnut called out. Maddie retrieved her monocular from her pack as Lugnut handed Ron his. Lugnut was right. She saw nothing, But unlike Ron and Lugnut, she had no idea what she was even looking for. Yeah, she didn't come this way, Ron agreed. Hey, Deputy, Lugnut called out. Jacob turned to face them. Maddie looked away, her face flushed. She decided to find something she didn't like about the man and focus solely on that. Yep, that should do the trick. Chapter 5. Kingman Compound, Kingman, Arizona. Event plus 12 days. As Beth pushed her way through the crowd of women standing outside the door to the dining facility storage room, she could see that a woman lay on a mat in the middle of the room. Angel was positioned between the woman's legs, telling her to push. No, Beth yelled. Don't push. Beth shoved a very pregnant girl out of the way and dropped to her knees beside Angel. Get me some gloves, Beth called over her shoulder at the bystanders. Angel stood and allowed Beth to examine the woman. Hi, what's your name? Beth asked. Sofia Aguilar Gonzalez, the woman panted. Hi, Sofia. I'm Beth, and I'm a nurse. I'm going to help you deliver your baby. So what I need you to do right now is to continue to breathe through the contractions, but do not push. From the amount of blood Beth was seeing, she knew that Sofia and her baby were in trouble, but she needed to examine her to see if she could determine what was happening and how to save them. After instructing Angel to bring her some towels, Beth did her best to deliver the baby safely. It quickly became apparent that Sofia may require a cesarean section, something Beth was not qualified to do. Angel, I need you to go see if the doctor can come here or if we can get some men to come to move Sofia to the medical facility, Beth whispered. She tried to keep Sofia calm and breathing through her contractions, but time was not on her side. In the next few moments, Beth delivered Sofia's baby boy, but by the time Angel and the men returned, Sofia was gone. Emotionally overwhelmed, Beth swaddled the baby in the towels Angel had brought and somehow found her way to the medical trailer with the baby. As she turned the knob to go in, she realized she was covered in blood. She needed to get cleaned up and tell Maria about her sister and nephew. Beth opened the door. Rebecca was up to her elbows in trauma cases. Two men lay side by side on gurneys, both with obvious gunshot wounds. Beth stared hard at their faces, relieved that neither man was Roger. Rebecca looked up from her task. Sofia? She asked. Beth shook her head. How's the infant? He needs oxygen. His APGAR was low, Beth informed her. In there, Rebecca nodded to a cabinet to her right. Third drawer. There may be a mask small enough. Heat the rice sock and lay it next to him to get his temperature up. Beth stuck the sock filled with rice into the countertop oven and set it to 100 degrees before pulling the tiny manual oxygen respirator from the drawer. She took the child to the room she had recovered in the day before and lay him on the bed. After placing the warmed rice-filled sock next to the infant, Beth manually provided him with oxygen until his skin was nice and pink and his pulse rate and respiration were normal. When Beth returned to the surgical area to reheat the sock, she noticed Angel standing near the door. Angel straightened and approached Beth. How is he? Angel asked through her tears. He is doing much better. Do you want to come see him? Angel nodded, tears breaking free from their glistening paths and falling to the floor. She followed Beth to see the baby. Angel gently lowered herself onto the bed and sat next to him. As she stroked his hair, Beth said, You can hold him if you'd like. Beth watched Angel cradle her friend's newborn son in her arms. More tears fell to his blanket. She rocked him gently and whispered in his ear. Angel, would you mind staying with him while I go tell Maria? Beth asked. No, I don't mind, but I went to the gate to tell her myself, and she was gone. Did someone relieve her? Yes, Stanley was there. He said the colonel sent her and a security guy out to find Roger. Beth was quiet for a moment, trying to decide what she meant. She could not imagine what may have happened to Roger. Did the others all come back in yet? Beth asked, handing Angel the warmed sock. Most of them have, I'm told. Stanley said that one team is staying out to patrol and provide protection as they search for Roger, and to make sure the cartel doesn't get that close again. Do they have any idea which way he went? Did he hook up with one of the other teams? I don't know any of that. You could ask Stanley, I guess, Angel said, placing the warm sock next to the infant. Do you know if there's any formula for the baby? Beth asked. Yes. It is in the dining hall storeroom, Angel said, bursting into tears. I'm so sorry, Angel. I'm going to go over there and have someone bring you a bottle for the baby. Would you mind feeding him while I see what I can find out about my friend? Beth asked, her hand already on the doorknob. I don't mind. I'll take him. Sophia was going to make me one of his godmothers. I'll look after him until Maria gets back. Thank you, Beth said as she pulled the door shut behind her. As she entered the surgical area, Beth saw Rebecca's son curled up, asleep in a corner. She glanced back to Rebecca, and they both looked down at the boy. "You want me to carry him and have Angel watch out for him while he naps?" Beth asked. Rebecca nodded and returned her attention to stitching the wounded man's arm. After Beth laid Ethan on the bed and exited the room, she grabbed Jack and headed back to the dining facility. Without going in, she instructed a woman standing outside to have formula brought over for the baby. Beth slung the straps to Jack's carrier over her neck and walked to the south gate. As she approached, she called out, "Stanley, you up there? It's Beth Howard. I'm looking for Maria. You Roger's girl," a man called back. "Yeah." It was easier to say yes than explain they were just friends. Maria left with Robertson to track Roger down. The colonel sent a team to provide security as they search. "Don't you worry, Maria could find Bigfoot if you asked her to," Stanley said, poking his head out of the guard tower. "Thanks, Stanley. I'm going to take a shower and get cleaned up. After that, I'm going to see if I can help the doctor. If Maria or Roger come back through this way, will you tell them where to find me?" "Sure thing," Stanley said. After showering and feeding Jack, Beth returned to the medical trailer. The sun had set, so she used a flashlight from her pack to find her way. She checked in on Angel and examined the baby. His color was still pink, and he appeared to be doing okay. Beth left Jack in his carrier and set him in the corner of the room before going out to help Rebecca with her last patient. "We are going through blood supplies and antibiotics twice as fast as we had planned. We will be rationing them before long," Rebecca said, as she pulled the last stitch through the man's leg wound and tied the knot. "If you had a way to type and cross it, you could replace the blood, but antibiotics are irreplaceable. I'm afraid we will be back to 19th century medicine before long, where a small cut could be deadly." "That's what I'm afraid of, too." Beth sat with the patients as Rebecca took her son home and got some rest. Rebecca's nurse came and relieved Beth around midnight. After checking on the baby one last time, Beth retrieved Jack, and they made their way to the women's quarters. She could hear quiet sniffles of grieving friends as she slid off her shoes and crawled into bed. Jack curled up next to her, and Beth closed her eyes. No matter how hard she tried, she could not stop her mind from playing out all sorts of dire scenarios of the fate of Roger and her children. Even though she now knew that her kids were with Ryan and on their way home to Missouri, she knew that Ryan, even with Lugnut and Rank joining him, still might encounter dangerous situations on the road. While exhaustion took over, Beth forced her mind to think about better days. She thought of the day she would arrive at the cabin and of her children running out to greet her. She was as determined as ever to make it home. Beth said a silent prayer for Roger, her children, and Maria's newborn nephew before drifting off to sleep. Chapter 6. Kingman, Arizona was blazing hot and bone dry. Beth expected that. What she didn't expect was to have her hair stuck to her sweaty face and to feel so dirty. Without air conditioning, everyone was likely struggling with the heat this time of year. Her shower from the day before had felt amazing, but unless she stayed under the water, she was going to have to get used to feeling sticky and grimy. Each of the compound's Connex container-turned housing units had just 2 windows. With only a light breeze, it was too hot to sleep once the sun came up. Beth was anxious to see if Roger was able to get back on the road anyway. Her bunkmates were up and getting ready for their day. Some wore tank tops and shorts, while others dressed in tactical pants and loose-fitting shirts. All wore holsters. Everyone Beth had seen on the compound wore one or more weapons on their person. As Beth laced her boots, she watched an athletic young Hispanic woman checking her gear. The girl looked up and caught Beth staring at her. She smiled and returned to her task. As Beth holstered her pistol and slung her pack over her shoulder, the young woman approached her. "You are Greg Langston's wife." Beth turned to face her. "Yes, Greg was my late husband. Did you know him?" "No, but my dad did. He used to tell stories, war stories. Greg Langston saved his life once, and my dad was very grateful. He would tear up when he talked about it, and my father never cried," the woman said, biting her lip. "I'm Beth, by the way," Beth said. "What's your dad's name? Is he here?" The woman shifted from foot to foot before answering. "I'm Maria. My father was Marcos Garcia Gonzalez. He died. He took his life last spring." Beth reached out and touched her arm. "Oh, I'm so sorry, Maria. I just wanted you to know that your husband meant a lot to my dad, and if there's anything I can do to help you, let me know." "Thank you, I will," Beth said as she adjusted the straps on her pack. "I hope that my companion will be up to getting back on the road this morning. I'm anxious to get home to my kids." "I don't know if Roger is ready or not, but I don't think it would be good to leave the compound today," Maria said. "Why?" Beth's voice cracked. She wasn't prepared for more bad news. "We are chasing down a band of scouts from the cartel. Our patrol had a run-in with them yesterday, and reports say that they have moved a lot of men into the area, Maria said as she turned to leave. Are you part of the search? Beth asked, pointing to her rifle. Yep, Maria called over her shoulder. When Beth cracked open the door to Roger's room, her mother's furry child Jack lifted one ear but didn't stir from his spot in Roger's armpit. Roger's eyes were open, and he was staring at the ceiling. You awake? Roger slowly turned his head in her direction. Yep, just deciding if I have to pee enough to risk the attack. Attack? Yeah, your bedhog furball won't let me move. He even showed teeth when I tried to roll out from under him. Beth laughed. Well, at least he isn't laying on your bad shoulder. Oh, he tried that last night, Roger said, holding up a bandaged finger. What? He bit you. Yes, I hope he had his rabies shot. I am so sorry, Roger. Why did you let him get back in bed with you? Roger chuckled. Let him. After I got medical attention from Rebecca for my wound, I returned to the room and he was in the middle of the bed. He just wagged that little pom-pom tail like nothing ever happened. So, I crawled back in bed and went to sleep. This is how I woke up, Roger said, pointing to the one-eyed dog. Jack raised his head from Roger's shoulder and tilted it. He stared at Roger for a moment with his one good eye, then laid his head back down. Jack, Beth said, reaching down and picking up the little dog, have you been ornery for Uncle Roger? Roger swung his legs over the side of the bed and stood. Oh, that feels great, he said as he stretched. Now, if you don't mind, I need to get dressed and visit the men's room. Beth was encouraged to see that Roger felt well enough to go with her to the dining facility. Jack would have been happy to have the bed all to himself, but Beth put him back in his carrier in case Rebecca needed the room for her patients. Hopefully, Roger wouldn't need it anymore, and they could take Jack and get back to their trip. They found Rebecca cleaning medical instruments in the exam room. After thanking Rebecca for taking care of Roger, Beth stepped outside to wait as Rebecca and Roger began talking about possible issues with his wounds and his recovery potential. Rebecca's son was seated in a lawn chair under an awning. His little feet dangled over the seat. Beth removed Jack from his carrier and hooked on his leash. The lazy dog looked up at Beth, raised his leg, and relieved himself on the side of the steps. The bed of prickly pears and yucca plants may have dissuaded him from being too adventurous in his search for a spot to relieve himself. A lizard ran across the step and down the sandy walkway. What's your dog's name? The little boy asked. His name is Jack. What's yours? I'm Ethan. Can I pet him? He asked, jumping down from the chair. He isn't really friendly. He doesn't see well, and it makes him nervous around strangers. Jack was just an asshole, but she couldn't say that to a little boy. Oh, what happened to his eye? The little boy asked as he knelt and reached out to pet Jack. I wouldn't, to Beth's amazement. Jack turned and licked the boy's face while his little pom-pom tail wagged back and forth. He got an infection, and the vet had to remove his eye. My mother adopted him from an animal shelter. I'm adopted. My mother didn't want me. Beth didn't know what to say. Rebecca seems nice. Yeah, she is. She's my mother's sister, but I call her Mom now, Ethan said as he hoisted the little fat dog into his arms and stood. Ethan took Jack over to the shade of the awning, and the two sat and played tug-of-war with a stuffed toy. When Roger stepped out of the medical trailer, he shielded his eyes. It was a bright and sunny day in the desert. The temperature hovered around 90 degrees. You ready? Beth asked. Yep, I'm hungry. Let's go, Jack, Beth called. Jack didn't move. He didn't even turn his head and acknowledge she'd called his name. Can he stay here with me while you eat? I don't think the colonel allows dogs in the cafeteria anyway, Ethan said as he held the toy just above Jack's head. Beth looked to Roger, then back to Ethan. I don't see why not. He seems content there in the shade. If you have to leave for any reason, would you mind putting him in his carrier and leaving him under the tree? Beth asked. We won't be long. The dining facility was located in a large steel building and resembled a high school cafeteria. Beth and Roger each grabbed a tray and took their place in line. Just as the two reached the first serving line, a man dressed in a brown uniform rushed in from a side door. Everyone, report to your stations. We're taking heavy fire at the south gate, the man yelled. Trays were dropped and people scattered. Roger and Beth both just stood there and stared at one another. The server in front of them looked confused, as if she didn't know whether to dish food onto their plates or turn and run from behind the woman. Beth saw Angel appear, then disappear from a door to the right of her. Angel! Beth yelled. Angel stuck her head around the door. When she spotted Beth, she waved and approached them. What is going on here? I'm not sure exactly, except that there's some kind of trouble at one of the gates, Angel said. Where are we supposed to go? Is it okay for us to stay here? Beth asked. Honestly, I don't know. I was never told anything but to stay in the kitchen until given the all clear. So I guess you can stay. I'll take some bacon and eggs, Roger said, pointing to the food trays. The server smiled, dished up the food, and handed him the plate. Thank you. It smells delicious, Roger said. How can you be so calm? Beth asked. There is obviously a firefight or something at one of the gates. I think they can handle a little skirmish with a drug cartel. Besides, I missed dinner last night. Come to think of it, I missed lunch too. He pointed to the biscuits and gravy. Do you think I can get a plate of that too? So, you don't think there's any danger for us here? I don't hear any gunfire, do you? Roger asked. Beth listened a moment. No, then we aren't in any immediate danger here. Beth raised an eyebrow. Immediate danger. If we hear gunfire, then we will act. Until then, I intend to make up for all the food I missed yesterday. Who knows when I will get to eat instant eggs again? Yeah, that is going to be such a hardship, Beth said, scrunching up her nose. Beth was biting down on an apple wedge when she heard the first gunshots. She stiffened and looked wide-eyed at Roger, whose head was down as he shoveled food into his mouth. Didn't you hear that? That sounds like gunfire to me. It's not close, Roger said, taking a bite of his biscuit. Another round of gunfire sounded off, and Beth jumped to her feet. Roger wiped his mouth on his sleeve before reaching over and retrieving his rifle from where he'd leaned it against the empty chair. Beth grabbed her rifle and brought it up to the low ready. Taking a step back, she looked around to identify all the possible exits. Roger took a drink of his lemonade and set the glass back on the table. He placed the sling around his neck and gripped his rifle in his uninjured right hand. With his left arm still in its sling, he rested the barrel on his right shoulder as he walked to a side door. Where the hell are you going? Beth called after him. As he opened the door, Roger said, To get a look-see, I need to know what trouble these guys are facing. Wait, don't go out there. You're injured. You can't even hold your rifle properly. I've never let that stop me before. Beth had to run to catch up with Roger as he hurried toward the sound of the action. When Beth and Roger reached the south gate, they found it open and abandoned. The gun battle had moved down the road, out of sight. Beth looked up to the guard tower. There was no one left manning the checkpoint. She saw no guards or anyone to defend the compound from intruders. Beth, grab that bar, Roger yelled as he ran toward the battle. Wait, where are you going? Just get the gate shut and locked, then get back to the chow hall. Roger disappeared around the side of a parked car as Beth pushed the massive gate shut. She climbed the ladder to the guard tower, placed the rifle to her shoulder, and peered through the scope to scan the area. She didn't see any sign of the battle or enemy intruders, which made her wonder if the guards at this entrance left to join another team. But why would they leave the gate open and unmanned? It didn't make sense. Gunfire continued in the distance. Beth stood and scanned the area beyond the gate for intruders, but saw none. She crouched down and looked around. There was no one on that side of the compound. She heard no voices. Beth leaned forward to get a view of the direction Roger had gone. Her knee hit the sandbags stacked against the side facing the gate. Taking a step back, her heel found a pile of spent cartridges on the guard tower floor. It looked as if someone had emptied at least two 30-round magazines from that position. Light shined through two holes in the metal siding. Tiny droplets of blood ran down the sandbags. They'd hit their mark. She had no idea what had become of the injured guard. Whatever trouble the two scouts brought in the day before had gotten into, it appeared to have followed them home. While she listened for gunfire, Beth's imagination ran wild. Roger was out there with an unknown number of combatants. She wanted to go after him. The more she thought of him running off into the desert alone without knowing what type of enemy he faced, the more furious she became. What the hell was he thinking? Was she destined to be surrounded by men who just reacted without thinking about the consequences for those they left behind? The distant sound of loose gravel being kicked and crunched underfoot caught her attention. They were coming toward her position fast. Two people dressed in desert camo were quickly approaching from the southeast. With the rifles scoped to her eye, she could see that one had a leg injury and was being assisted by the other. As the pair grew closer, Beth recognized the uninjured person. It was Maria Gonzalez, the young woman whose father had served with Greg. Beth slung her rifle over her back and climbed down the steps. She hoisted the heavy bar and pushed the gate open. Concealing herself behind the tall steel gate, she pulled her rifle to her shoulder and scanned the area from side to side. No one was following the two. As Maria and the injured man reached the gate, Beth asked, "What the hell is happening out there?" "While out on patrol, we came under attack." We were pinned down about 1.5 miles from here. We lost some guys. I was down to my last magazine before reinforcements arrived. Maria called as she and her comrade passed through the gate. Beth pulled the gate closed and locked it shut with the heavy bar. "Who attacked you?" the cartel, Maria called over her shoulder. "Where is Troy?" "Troy, the guard on duty?" Maria asked. "I don't know. Roger and I found the gate open and everyone was gone." "Shit, I'll drop Smith here off with the doc and come relieve you." "Okay, did you see Roger?" "No," Maria said as she disappeared around a metal building. As Beth climbed the ladder to the guard tower, she listened intently. She thought she heard gunfire in the distance. It was faint, but in the absence of other man-made sounds, it stood out. She felt exposed as she ascended the steps, rifle slung over her back. When Beth reached the tower, she dropped to her knees and unslung her rifle. She rested it on top of the sandbags and continued to scan the area for threats. While she waited for Maria to relieve her, Beth realized that she was guarding a community in which she was a mere visitor. Beth asked herself if she was willing to put her life on the line to defend people she did not know. She was shocked by the realization that she had already answered that question. Beth had chosen to stay at the gate partly to protect the occupants of the compound. Had there been someone else to do it, she would have gladly relinquished that duty. Beth stared into the scope, hoping to see Roger returning. She needed to decide what to do when Maria returned. Did she ask Maria to find Roger, or should she go herself? Maria was much better trained to protect the compound than Beth, and Maria had a vested interest in defending it. They were her people. Beth had a vested interest in Roger. Not only was he her friend, but she also needed him to get home to her kids. Beth pictured Roger laying in the dirt, his wound opened and bleeding. Her anxiety grew exponentially by the second. When Beth thought she could take it no longer, she heard footsteps moving fast behind her position that stopped at the bottom of the ladder. "Colorado," a female voice called. "Maria, is that you?" "No, it's Angel. Don't shoot. Who's in there and what is the countersign?" Beth was taken aback in her mind. She pictured a rifle pointed at her back. If she gave the wrong password, she would be gunned down without another word. "It's Beth, Angel. I don't know the countersign." "You brought me breakfast yesterday. We talked about watermelons," Beth called out. Fear gripped her as she waited for the woman's response. "Oh, Beth, good. Maria sent me to tell you she got delayed. The colonel wants a report on the front line," Angel said as she ascended the steps to the tower. "Do you know what is going on? Are we under attack?" Beth asked. "All I know is that gunfire was heard at 2 of the gates, and everyone was ordered to assist in the defense." "Everyone except the kitchen staff." Beth raised an eyebrow. "They are all expectant mothers." "Oh," Beth said, understanding the distinction. "I thought they must really want to protect the cooks. They do love their food. But no, it was decided that since we have several pregnant women that they'd all be assigned kitchen duty. There's a concrete walk-in storeroom that we are to use as a safe room. Everyone is huddled in there now." "Where did everyone else go, out to fight?" "When I got here, the gate was open and unmanned." "Oh shit, that is not good," Angel said as she turned and hurried back down the steps. "I have to get back and guard the safe room. I just came out to get the doc. A woman is in labor. Is Rebecca with her now?" "No, she has casualties from the battle to care for. She said to get you, but I didn't know where you were, so I ran to tell the colonel. That is when I ran into Maria. She said you were in the guard tower, so here I am. But if no one is here to guard the gate, I guess we are on our own," Angel yelled as she ran away. As she watched Angel disappear in the same direction Maria had moments before, Beth was torn. As a nurse, she felt compelled to help deliver the baby. Childbirth could be deadly. It had been rare, due to modern medicine and more babies being born in hospitals, but out here there wouldn't be a lot she could do if the woman or her baby had complications. If the woman needed a C-section, or if the infant required oxygen, they might well die. A wave of anger rose in her that shocked her. She was furious at Roger for running off. She was embroiled in these people's problems instead of making her way home. Wasn't this why she'd been angry with her late husband, Greg? He'd stopped to help strangers without thinking about the consequences for his family if things went bad for him. She tried to tell herself that her circumstances here were different. She didn't have a choice. She couldn't just walk away. Beth stared down at the gate. That wasn't true. Beth could walk away. She could put one-eyed Jack in the truck and drive away. The gate still opened, and the road was clear of obstructions. Physically, she could leave. Roger had chosen to run off and leave her, just like Greg could have driven by that family stranded in their car on the interstate. If he had, he might still be alive. The family may have lived. She'd never know, though, because Greg couldn't leave them there in the middle of the busy road any more than she could leave that mother to deliver her baby without medical attention. That wasn't who they were. It wasn't who she was. Besides, her chances of making it home were slim to none without Roger. She was just about to climb down the steps and leave the post unmanned when Maria ran up. "Beth, it's me, Maria. Don't shoot." Beth laughed. "Does everyone here think I am trigger-happy or something? You can never be too cautious." "Sorry I took so long to relieve you. The colonel wanted a report. What is going on? Roger and I were in the dining facility and someone came in and ordered everyone to their posts. We came out here to see what was going on, and no one was here guarding the gate." "Where is everyone?" Beth asked as she lowered her rifle. "I was on patrol, so I wasn't here, but the colonel said that we came under heavy fire on 2 sides of the compound at once. Everyone was ordered out to repel the attack. The cartel sent 2 groups in, but the colonel says they've pushed them back, and the security forces in Kingman have joined in, pushing them back even further." "Did you tell the colonel that we found the gate open?" "I did. The colonel's security team is making a sweep of the compound to make sure no one got inside the walls. The guard is at the infirmary now. He is in critical condition, and Doc wouldn't let us question him. Oh, I forgot. There is a pregnant woman in labor at the dining hall. I have to go. In labor?" "Did they say who?" Maria asked as Beth descended the steps. "No, Angel didn't say. I have a sister that is due any day." "It has to be her," Maria said. "I'll send word back to you if I can," Beth called as she ran toward the dining hall. Chapter 7, Kingman Compound, Kingman, Arizona. Event plus 13 days. As if on autopilot, Beth removed the bandages of the man Maria had brought in the day before. She was struck by what a gifted surgeon Rebecca was, to be able to do such an amazing job under the current conditions. Beth had figured out that Rebecca likely had extensive field medicine experience. She'd said that she had to remove bullets from Roger before. Beth knew that he'd been wounded in both Iraq and Afghanistan. But even the best surgeons have limits when blood and proper surgical supplies aren't available. Antibiotics and pain medication would eventually run out. She was sure that Rebecca's job was only going to get more difficult. While Beth cleaned the man's wound, Rebecca was examining Maria's newborn nephew. He hadn't been eating well through the night. "How's he doing?" Beth asked. "He's jaundiced this morning, and his respiration could be better. He also has a low-grade fever." Beth looked up. Rebecca's expression was grim. "You think some sunbathing will perk him up?" Beth asked, ripping a piece of medical tape with her teeth. "I'm going to have Angel take him outside for a few minutes every day and set a crib by the window, but I'm also going to start a round of antibiotics as well." Beth pressed too hard on her patient's leg, and he winced. Beth didn't acknowledge his pain. "Has anyone heard anything about Maria or the search for Roger?" Beth asked. "The colonel sent a second team out early this morning to make contact with Maria and her team. They haven't been responding to their radios," Rebecca said. "That doesn't sound good," Beth said, pulling a sheet over the injured man's legs. "It could be nothing. There are spots up in the mountains where the radios don't work. It may be hard for them to get a signal." Beth pulled off her surgical gloves and tossed them into a wastebasket in the corner. She looked around, realizing that this was the first time she had slowed down enough to notice the layout of the surgical suite and examination room. It was 16 feet by 20 feet and held 2 beds. Both were full at the moment. Beth was told there was a third person in the room Roger had vacated. The floor-to-ceiling white cabinets were well stocked with medical supplies. Solar panels attached to the roof of the trailer ran a small refrigerator that kept the dwindling blood and insulin products cool. A red toolbox on wheels, serving as a supply chest, rested in one corner. On top of it sat a box of surgical gloves and bins filled with gauze pads and syringes. Beth turned to Rebecca, who was wrapping the infant in several blankets. She pulled a tiny knit hat over his little head and cradled him in her arms. "Is there anywhere out there for Roger to find water?" Rebecca hesitated. "If you know where to look." While Beth tended to the second man, Rebecca took the baby outside. Beth stared at the door long after she had closed it. She imagined Roger lying in the desert, his lips parched and bleeding from his shoulder wound. She shook her head. Why would he run off like that? "I wouldn't worry too much about Roger," Beth's patient said, startling her out of her thoughts. "You know him?" Beth asked as she returned her attention to the man's injured arm. "Yeah, he came out and drilled with us when he could. He was training me on various weapons. He knows his stuff. He knows how to survive. He has been all over this area. That is good to know. Thank you for sharing that information. I do feel better knowing Roger knows the area." The man tried to sit up, but the pain of his injured arm and leg proved too much. "Do you want something for the pain?" Beth asked, as she finished applying a clean dressing to his arm. "I took some ibuprofen about an hour ago. I asked the doc to save the good stuff for those who may need it more than me later. We are having a hard time finding strong pain meds these days. What we have here may be the last we ever see." "You're probably right about that. You're competing with the drug addicts in your search for whatever narcotics are left out there. I'm sure all the pharmacies have been looted by now." Beth wiped sweat from the man's brow and offered him a sip of water. He was young, likely only Maddie's age, the same age Greg and Roger had been when they'd enlisted in the Marines. The age of those tasked to protect their communities had dropped the day the EMP struck and would drop still lower as more people died of starvation, sickness, and violence. Beth heard hurried footsteps on the hard-packed dirt outside the medical trailer. The door flew open, and Angel and Rebecca raced into the room. Rebecca was holding the baby in one arm and giving the child CPR with the other. Beth's heart dropped. She pulled the roll-around supply chest from its corner and swept the contents off the top. Rebecca laid the infant down while continuing to provide chest compressions. Beth searched through the cabinets along the wall and came back with a small respirator. His tiny body was blue and lifeless. It reminded her why she hadn't worked in pediatrics. It was always harder to lose children. After continuing CPR for a full 30 minutes, Rebecca finally called the time of death. There would be no death certificate to file with the state and no obituary in the local newspaper. His grave would likely never have an engraved granite marker. After less than 2 weeks following the collapse of society, those things had become relics of a bygone era. The loss of this child was more pronounced to Beth as she remembered a news report about the EMP Commission's prediction that 90% of the population would die from starvation, disease, and violence. Every single child was important for the sustainability of the nation, maybe even the world. Rebecca, Angel, and Beth didn't speak as Rebecca wrapped the baby in a blanket and placed him in the crib by the window in one of the patient rooms down the hall. An injured woman had been brought in sometime in the night. She lay in the other bed in the room. The woman was asleep and had not stirred during the resuscitation efforts. "Shouldn't we tell her?" Beth asked. "If she wakes and discovers he's deceased, she might freak out and hurt herself or flee from the room." "I don't think she will wake up," Rebecca said. Beth looked back at the woman on the bed. Her entire head was bandaged, even her face. She had slits where her mouth and nose were, but the rest of her skin was covered in gauze. Rebecca began removing the bandages that Beth had just applied to the man she had spoken with about Roger. "Was there a fire last night?" Beth asked as she approached them. "Not here." "Oh, sorry," Beth said, raising an apologetic hand. "No, I'm sorry. I mean, that fire wasn't here. She was brought in by the second search team. There was some sort of explosion. The Humvee she was in caught on fire." "IDs in Arizona?" Beth asked, her voice low. Rebecca handed Beth the roll of medical tape and scissors, then continued reapplying the man's dressings. "They said that was what it looked like," Rebecca said. The man winced as Rebecca pressed on his wounds. She appeared not to notice how rough she was being, and the man gave Beth a quizzical look. Did anyone else survive? Beth was afraid of the answer, but she had to ask. No, they don't believe Roger was with them. It was a 5-person team, and only 4 were found in the Humvee. Were the doors left open or closed? "I don't know, Beth, but either way, Roger wasn't with the team. They're doing a sweep of the area for the 5th man and Roger. I'll let you know when I hear anything new. In the meantime, you should go eat breakfast before the dining hall closes." Beth didn't feel like eating. She never felt like eating when she was stressed. But Beth knew that staying fueled up meant survival. At any moment she may have to run or fight for her life, and having an adequately fueled and hydrated body could mean the difference between life and death. Not eating properly or drinking plenty of liquids was no longer a choice. She must force herself no matter how she felt. Beth nodded quietly, then opened the door and stepped out into the dusty morning sunlight. As her feet moved down the dirt path leading to the dining facility, Beth tried to recall the route Roger had mapped out to get home. She was halfway to the dining facility when she realized that she had left Jack and her pack in the women's dorm. It had barely been daylight when she had awakened and walked over to the medical trailer. "What time is it now?" She turned to the east and looked for the sun. Having barely crested the tops of the trailers that lined the path, Beth guessed it was only 8 o'clock or so, but the temperature had already climbed to at least 75 degrees. Beth turned and hurried past the women's bathhouse and between the Connex housing units to get Jack. As she opened the door, Beth saw a little girl sitting with Jack in her lap as the girl's mother brushed her long brown hair. Beth had never known Jack to be so outgoing and friendly. Equally odd was the fact that small dogs often didn't do well with children, at least in Beth's experience. Beth stopped to catch her breath before approaching them. "Jack, are you being good?" Beth asked the dog. A wag of his curly pom-pom tail was the only answer she received. "I hope you don't mind. Your dog was whining, so we took him outside to do his business," the woman said. Beth used the neck of her t-shirt to wipe sweat from her face as she approached them. "Oh, no, not at all. I can't believe I forgot to take him before I left this morning." "You were concerned for the baby," the woman said, her voice low. Beth dreaded giving her the bad news. The women had apparently been very close, and the loss of both the mother and her child would hit them hard. It occurred to her that delivering the news may not be her place. In the hospital, that task was always left to the doctor and chaplain. Only once in her career had she been the one to tell a loved one that someone hadn't made it. While Beth considered whether to give the woman the bad news, several more women entered the dorm. Two women in leggings and long white shirts were in an animated discussion as they stripped bedding off their bunks. The colonel said that everyone but the maternity dorm had to pull security duty. "I don't know how we are supposed to do all of our chores and guard the gates." "Maybe they should be assigned some of our duties," the shorter of the two said, just as the woman asked. They both turned toward Beth, then quickly returned to their task. Beth had her answer. It was not her place. These were not her people. Beth decided it was time for her to meet this colonel everyone kept talking about, and let him tell them. With the strap of Jack's carrier slung over her neck, Beth ascended the steps to the command trailer. She knew she was in the right place because the big sign over the door said so. After knocking, Beth heard a female voice call for her to come in. She opened the door and walked inside. A sign on the wall said, "Command Center, can I help you?" the woman asked. "I'm here to see the colonel. What can I help you with, Beth?" The woman knew her name already. "I'd like to see the colonel," she repeated. The woman smiled and motioned to a chair opposite her desk. Beth took a seat and placed Jack's carrier on the floor at her feet. "Hello, I'm Lieutenant Colonel Kate Taylor," the woman said, reaching her hand across the desk. The colonel wore her dark brown hair in a tight bun. Although she wasn't in a regulation uniform, her khaki shirt looked to Beth to be a Navy or Marine uniform without rank insignia. She wore no medals or ribbons on her shirt. Although her pants and shoes were hidden under the desk, Beth imagined she also wore the green slacks and shiny black shoes to match the khaki shirt. "May I ask what your military occupational specialty was?" Beth asked as she shook the colonel's hand. The colonel rose from her seat, walked over to the water cooler, and poured 2 glasses before answering Beth's question. Beth was staring down at the woman's shining black dress shoes as the colonel approached her. The colonel handed Beth a glass of water and returned to her seat. "I was a ground intelligence officer. And you knew my husband?" "Yes, and Roger. You were a military spouse long enough to know that the Marines are a close-knit group. Before the shit went down, we formed a network of not only Marines but members of other branches of service as well to work together should this event ever occur, and it did. So now what? Now we survive." "Is that all? We just survive somehow?" "Our entire existence is now to scrape and claw to survive," Beth asked. "It always has been that way throughout time. But no, we also work to rebuild." The colonel stood and walked over to the window. The office was bright with windows on 2 walls. Beth realized that there were no electrical appliances, no lights, no air conditioning, not even a fan. Very little wind blew through the open windows. Beth's thin shirt stuck to her, and sweat rolled down her back. There are a few different plans for rebuilding the nation. There is the official plan, sanctioned by our previous government and several others. But there are alternatives, should the government's plan fail. Turning to face Beth, the colonel continued, "We will rebuild. It may be decades before the country looks anything like it did a few weeks ago, but I have no doubt we will claw our way out of this. These early stages will be our biggest struggle. Much like the early days of our nation, competing factions will have to come together to form a unified nation, or we will devolve into smaller countries like Europe. Is this compound part of that recovery, Colonel?" "Call me Kate, and yes, we are part of that recovery. I have folks here from many professions whose knowledge and skills will prove crucial to rebuilding our infrastructure. We have to make sure they survive these first few months, so they will be around to help us survive long term. With the cartels running around, it seems like that has become a difficult job, Kate." Beth pulled a tissue from a Kleenex box on Kate's desk and wiped her brow. "Come, let's take a walk and get out of this oven," Kate said, motioning to the door. "Is the medical trailer the only one with electricity?" "The medical trailer and the kitchen and the dining facility both have power. We have to learn to live without electricity. It may be years before we rebuild our infrastructure, and we must adapt to life as it is now. Beth followed Kate out the door and down the steps. Initially, the slight breeze blowing on her damp skin felt refreshing until they stepped into the blazing Arizona sun. Beth shielded her eyes from the blinding light. "You should go over to Supply and pick up a hat. This sun is brutal. Supply, has no one shown you around the compound yet?" Kate asked. "No, I think everyone is a bit too busy to play tour guide at the moment." Beth looked at Kate's shoes. The loose sandy dirt was collecting on the shine mirror surface. Beth's running shoes looked dark and dingy. As Kate gave Beth the tour of the compound, Beth was struck with the utter size of the place. Although Beth thought that the women's dorms were at the back of the property due to its layout, the compound actually extended at least a quarter-mile past there. It looked as if they used anything and everything they could find to make a shelter. In addition to the stick-built structures were box containers turned housing units, manufactured homes, travel trailers, campers, horse trailers, and in the rear were adobe-built structures. They were all laid out in a grid pattern, and the streets even had names. Kate pointed out the logistics building, the armory, and a blacksmith shop. "This is impressive, Kate. Was all this here before the shit hit the fan?" "Some of it. I can't take credit for any of it, though. That would be my predecessor." "Your predecessor? I have only led this group for about a week." Beth stopped walking and turned to face Kate. "What happened to the former leader?" "Oh, he and some men went and got themselves killed trying to chase the cartel out of Kingman," Kate said, continuing to walk ahead. "Well, if the cartel was causing concern that soon, I can't imagine what they will be like when they become really desperate." Kate stopped and turned. "They weren't causing trouble for us at that point. Major Wayland was trying to be proactive and take them out before they started raiding homes and killing people. He and his team accomplished running them out of Kingman, but we've been at war with them ever since. We've lost 10 people already. We have our security team stationed 2 miles out surrounding the compound, so we have time to get people to safety if we are attacked." "That sounds like a solid plan if you have the people to do it," Beth said, walking up beside Kate. "We are losing a couple of people each day. The cartel has a sniper picking us off as we patrol." "Sniper? The drug cartel has a sniper?" Beth asked. Kate resumed walking as she explained how their reconnaissance team had discovered the shooter. Kate was sure he had military or law enforcement training. He was an excellent shot for long distances. When the 2 women had made it back to the command center, one of Kate's security forces was waiting on the steps. "I'll let you get back to work. I just wanted to check in with you and see if you had any information about Roger. I'm sure you will let me know if anyone finds out anything," Beth said as she shifted Jack's carrier from one shoulder to the other. He may have been a small dog, but the carrier's weight was not distributed very well and cut into her shoulder. "I will, Beth. I should have a report from the search team later this afternoon if you'd like to come back after dinner." "I will. I think I'm going to pay your radio guy another visit and see what he has heard about Missouri and Illinois." "All right, I'll see you after dinner," Kate called as she shut the door to the command center. Beth walked straight to see the radio man. Dex sat in an office chair at a desk in the corner of the small trailer. The round, short man turned toward the door as Beth entered. "Hello, Dex. I came to see if you might have heard anything about my kids or their trip to Missouri." "Ah, Beth. It is Beth, right?" Dex asked, pushing his thick glasses up on the bridge of his nose. "Yes, I'm Beth." Dex pushed himself back from the desk and pointed to a chair along the wall of the tiny room. "I just heard a transmission from those folks near Chicago, the ones who sent out that message for you. I let them know that you received the message and you were on your way home." Beth lowered herself onto the straight-back chair and placed Jack's carrier on the floor. She held her breath, waiting for news of her children. "There was some concerning news," Dex said. "What about my children?" Beth asked, scooting to the edge of the seat. "That fella that they are with headed toward Peoria, Illinois. Well, the group up in Marseille heard that DHS followed them, and they fled downriver." "Downriver? In a boat? What happened?" Beth asked in rapid-fire succession. "That's all anyone knows at this point. The Marseille group was packing up to get out of the area themselves. It seems those DHS goons are trying to bust up any armed groups in the area. They were heading down to the Peoria area, too. He said they'd try to get an update out when they got there." "How long ago was that? Have they had time to get there?" "That was yesterday. I'm not sure how long it would take them to get there. That would depend on how they were traveling. Peoria is about 100 miles or so south of them, I think." Beth ran both hands through her long blonde hair, then rubbed her forehead. "They likely won't know anything about my kids, though, will they?" "Probably not, but they might hear news about them from other ham operators in the area." What is in Peoria that Ryan and now this group would want to head there? From what they say, the county officials have decided not to cooperate with FEMA and DHS and have set up their own food distribution centers in the area. They are supported by the local National Guard and Reserve units. They have seized the Port of Peoria warehouses and barges filled with food and supplies. Right now, they are pulling together to keep the community fed and protected from raiders. I bet that won't sit well with DHS, though, Beth said. So far, they haven't moved on the local jurisdiction, so maybe DHS will leave them alone. Is the group in Marseille some sort of militia that DHS feels threatened by? Beth asked. No, not that I am aware of. As far as I know, their community is a cooperative much like this one, filled with like-minded people who saw this shit coming and prepared. I guess a community like this one would stand out. Guns are pretty restricted there, yeah, and I hear they have been fighting armed groups hitting FEMA storage facilities, so they may be trying to root that behavior out, Dex said, rolling his chair back to his desk. Beth heard chatter on the radio but could not make out what the person was saying. Dex turned some knobs and the voice came in clearer. I hear that Roger is missing, Dex said. He went out to help when the cartel attacked the compound. He hasn't made it back yet, Beth said, standing. I wouldn't worry about that one. He is likely looking for that sniper. That is what he does, you know. With her hand on the doorknob, Beth said, I wouldn't be worried if he wasn't injured already. He barely had enough water for a couple of hours, let alone overnight. Still, Roger can handle himself. He's been in tougher conditions and made it out to tell about it. I'll have someone come get you if I hear any news about your kids. Okay, thanks, Beth said, as she slid her arm through the strap of Jack's carrier. Beth believed that Dex was right about Roger being able to handle himself, but she didn't think he would have stayed gone this long willingly. He knew she needed to get home to her kids. If he didn't make it back soon, she was going to be forced to make some tough decisions that scared the shit out of her, and she wasn't sure she was ready for the consequences of those decisions. Beth spent the rest of the day helping Rebecca care for her patients. The woman with the burns had passed away. Her body lay on the bed in one of the rooms down the hall, a sheet covering her head. Rebecca's son, Ethan, sat on the hallway floor playing with Jack. He bounced the little yellow tennis ball off the walls for Jack to chase. Beth had never seen the little Shih Tzu play so hard. Although Beth did her best to not worry about Roger or her kids, it became harder the longer she went without a word about them. By the time dinner was announced, Beth's stomach was in knots. She knew it was important to stay fueled up, so she forced herself to eat, but it kept threatening to come back up. She saved part of her slice of canned ham for Jack. He'd love it. Beth returned to the colonel's office after dinner. Several people waited outside the door to the command center. They glanced at Beth, then turned away. When a man dressed in camo exited the trailer, Beth saw Kate standing in the doorway. She motioned to Beth, and those gathered around the door parted to let Beth through. Hi, Kate. You said to come back after dinner, and Kate cut her off and ushered her in the door. Yes, come in, Beth, and I'll fill you in on what we know. Beth placed her rifle against the chair and took a seat across from Kate. She set Jack's carrier on the floor, removed him, and put him in her lap. Beth didn't like the serious expression on Kate's face. So the team scoured the area for Roger and Alpha Team. They found very little. They did recover the bodies of 3 cartel members. They'd been shot, likely by our guys. The search team went all the way to Kingman. What the folks there say is that Alpha Team was chasing down a band of the cartel that hit our compound. They heard gunshots late into the night south of the city. And Roger? Anyone seen Roger? We don't know. No one recalls seeing anyone with a shoulder injury, but they were hunkered down trying not to get killed by the cartel's sniper. Sniper? It's not good that the cartel has a sniper. They are intent on claiming this area for themselves. They know there are many armed citizens out here, and they came prepared to take us out, one by one if need be. Is that why Roger went looking for their sniper? Beth asked as she stroked Jack's head and combed his long fur over his missing eye. I would say so. What do you expect Alpha Team will do at this point? With Roger leading them, I'd expect they will kill every last one of them or drive them all the way back to Mexico, Kate said, taking a long drink from a red plastic cup. She offered Beth a cup. Beth shook her head. You need to stay hydrated. I know, thanks, Beth said, deciding to reach for the cup. That sounds like something Roger would do, but what I have a hard time believing is that he would abandon me to go on to Missouri on my own. I'm sure he did not intend for you to proceed without him. I imagine he intended to clear the way so you two could safely leave together. Beth adjusted in her chair. Jack chuffed, stood, circled, and plopped back down. Well, whatever he intended, it isn't working out that way. I cannot wait on him forever. I have to go. The sound of boots outside the door interrupted her. Kate stood, her hand dropped to the pistol holstered at her right hip. Beth jumped to her feet, dumping Jack onto the floor, and grabbed her rifle. When the young man opened the door, Beth and Kate both pointed their weapons at the man. His eyes grew wide. Ma'am, Alpha Team just walked through the gate," the man stammered. Kate lowered her weapon and motioned for Beth to do the same. As the man turned to leave, Beth yelled, "Do you know if Roger was with them?" "I'm sorry, I don't know a Roger, but I didn't see anyone with them that I'm unfamiliar with." "Is it the whole team?" Kate asked. "Only 4 of them, ma'am." Kate slowly lowered herself to her chair and placed the pistol on her desk. "How many went out with them?" Beth asked. 8. It was an 8-man team. They could have gotten separated. "Yes, they could have," Kate replied. Beth knew they would know soon enough. Her whole body was tense, waiting for them to reach the command center. There were 3 possible responses they could give about Roger, and really, since he wasn't with them, none of them were good. The minutes that it took for Alpha Team to arrive were agonizing for both women. Kate's wrinkled brow appeared stress-induced as she stared down at papers on her desk. Beth studied her face. Kate was likely in her mid-30s, like Beth. Subtle lines had begun to form at the corners of her eyes, but otherwise, her skin was flawless. Beth imagined that a month at this job would age her by years. The door abruptly opened, and Beth jumped, grabbing for her rifle. She had not heard anyone approaching outside. A dark figure in battered gear, silhouetted by bright sunlight, looked blankly into the room, hesitating to enter. "Summers, come in," Kate said, standing. Beth stood, grabbed Jack and his carrier from the floor, and moved back out of their way. "Have a seat, Summers," Kate said. As the figure entered the room, Beth saw that Summers was a beautiful young African-American woman about 5'8", who weighed no more than 130 pounds. She was dressed in grimy marine camis. Her short hair framed a face smeared with dirt and sweat. Her posture was perfect as she approached and saluted Kate. "Ma'am, I have a sitrep for you," Summers said, looking over her shoulder at Beth. "Stand at ease, Gunny. You may proceed," Kate said, returning her salute. Summers dropped her salute and responded, remaining at the position of attention. "We encountered a band of at least 30 cartel members at Barron Road and engaged them. We were pushing forward to take them out when another group ambushed us in a flanking maneuver. We were able to push both elements back, however, and they all took cover in a warehouse where we continued to engage them. 4 Marines died during the battle: Smith, Martinez, Rhodes, and Kirk. Most of the enemy is dead, but some fled the building. We followed them to a building on Constitution Avenue where there was a small, company-sized cartel element present. At that point, we dropped back to regroup and retrieve our fallen Marines." Summers paused. She was obviously trying to maintain her composure. She cleared her throat and proceeded. "We came under attack as we were carrying them back to our vehicle. We were forced to leave them behind." She paused again. "Proceed when you are ready. We were unable to make it back to the Humvee, so we had to spend the night in a department store. Cartel members walked the streets all night looking for us." "How many would you say are there?" Summers stared straight ahead, maintaining her military bearing. "A lot, ma'am. Maybe 50 at a building on Jackson Street, and at least 15 or 20 who were following us. There could be many more that we didn't see. We heard gunfire off and on all night. Did you see Roger?" Beth asked, stepping toward the desk. Summers remained at the position of attention. "Roger? Roger Miller? Do you know him? Did you see him out there?" Beth asked, moving closer. "I know Roger, ma'am, but I didn't see him," Summers said. "Miller arrived 2 days ago when the cartel attacked the compound. He went out by himself," Kate said. "By himself? Why?" Summers asked. "When we got to the gate, it was open and unmanned." "He told me that he was going to look and see what was going on, but he never came back," Beth explained. "We sent a team out to look for him, but they were attacked. They saw no sign of him," Kate told Summers. "We didn't see him either." Beth stepped back into the corner, nearly tripping over Jack's carrier. "I can go back out and look for him after I get my team looked at by the doc. They have sprains and minor cuts. Nothing major, but I think, no, you go take your team to see Rebecca and get some rest. I can't send the 4 of you out there again just yet. We need to plan this mission and decide what to do about the cartel." Beth grabbed her rifle and Jack's carrier and headed for the door. "I'm sorry, Beth. I have to." "I understand. You have to do what is right for your people. Roger wouldn't want you to risk the compound searching for him." "He knew what he was risking," Beth said, pulling the door open. "I'm going to go see if Rebecca needs a hand." She shut the door behind her. Beth passed a group of people talking and milling around outside the command trailer. In the middle were what looked like the rest of Summers' team. They are using military-grade weapons and IEDs. Fighting these bastards is like fighting the Taliban or something. A man holding a torn shirt to his forehead said. Beth walked in a daze to the medical trailer. When she opened the door, she ran into Maria, who was exiting. "Maria," Beth said, "I was coming to find you." Maria motioned for Beth to move to the seat under the tree. Beth sat with Jack's carrier in her lap. He squirmed, and the carrier nearly toppled to the ground. "I was coming to find you, too. I wanted to thank you for trying so hard to save the baby. I know you did your best. My sister was a high-risk pregnancy and should not have been working, but she was afraid that they would kick her out if she couldn't pull her weight. I tried to convince her that Colonel Taylor was not like that, and everyone just wanted her to take care of herself and the baby, but she wouldn't listen." Beth reached over and took Maria's hand. "I am so sorry, Maria. I also wanted to tell you that my team looked everywhere for Roger." Beth stiffened, prepared to receive bad news. "We found no trace of him, but we saw lots of dead cartel that we think he killed. As far as I know, we did not have any teams in that area." "What do you think that means? That you couldn't find him anywhere?" Maria hesitated. "Honestly, I think he came under heavy fire and was either injured again or opened up his previous wound. He likely found a place to rest and hide, but we did a sweep of the unoccupied buildings and found nothing. Nothing within walking distance anyway. I seriously don't think, in his condition, that he was capable of traveling farther than we searched." Beth swallowed hard and wiped sweat from her face with the back of her hand. "What do we do now?" "Beth, I honestly do not know. The streets are literally crawling with the cartel. They outnumber us 3-1. I think we have to let Roger find his way back. We will keep an eye out for him as we patrol, but I don't think we would find anything even if we went back out to search." Beth hung her head. Tears dripped onto Jack's carrier. She thought of her children and never seeing them again. She felt guilty for thinking of herself when Roger was out there alone. Maybe bleeding to death, but he'd run off and left her to make it home alone. "I have to get home to my kids. I can't wait days for him to return. I don't know what to do." This time Maria took Beth's hand. "I'll go with you." "What? No, I can't ask you to do that. It's dangerous, and you're needed here. I appreciate your group providing safety and food and shelter for me here. I'm just torn by my need to get home to my kids. I can't take more from this community by leaving it with one less Marine to defend it. You didn't ask, and I've lost my only remaining family." "I want to help you get to your kids," Maria said as she stood. "Still, Maria, how are we going to make it over 1,000 miles to Missouri? Let's go to my trailer. We have a plan. We are going to get you home, Beth. That is what Roger would want. It doesn't feel right to run off and leave Roger out there. He would never do that to me. The colonel and the rest of the group will not stop looking for him. There is nothing you can do for him now. He wants you to get home to your kids." Chapter 8, Langston Cabin, Evening Shade, Missouri event, plus 13 days. Although Jacob disagreed with Lugnut and Ron's suggestion that the group move outside their assigned grid, he did allow them to move farther south. As sunset approached, Jacob, Maddie, Zach, and Harmony reached the outer limits of their search grid and were about to work their way back to the barn when they heard yelling coming from the south. "I think we should check it out. It could be Lugnut and Ron," Maddie said, turning to face Jacob. "We aren't supposed to go outside our assigned grids. I will probably get in trouble for allowing those guys to break protocol as it is." "Well, you will be in a lot more trouble if you allowed it and then abandoned them if you thought they were injured back there. And what if they found her?" "I'm going," Zach said, stomping off toward the sound. "Wait, we have to stick together," Jacob called. Maddie ran ahead and caught up with her brother. Just before Maddie and Zach reached a dry creek bed, Jacob and Harmony caught up with them. They continued to walk in a line 10 feet apart, searching the ground for any sign of the girl as they headed in the new direction. "Jacob, I'm surprised at the level of organization in this search and in the whole community here, really. It seems like the apocalypse didn't have as much impact on mid-Missouri," Maddie said as she stepped over a fallen log. "Well, this community is pretty rural. There are 25,000 people in this county. People know each other here. Helping one another has always been a way of life and survival. Most are farmers and have learned how to persevere in hard times." "Wow, that sure explains this community's response," Maddie said. "Yep, and we got such good response for this search effort because the judge is the girl's godfather. He's best friends with her father. He ordered everyone out to look for her." "He ordered the search? Can he do that?" "He is pretty powerful in this county. Most folks listen and do what he says. The others, well, they pay the price if they don't." "Whoa, that sounds scary," Maddie said. "Not really. It is more that he has earned everyone's respect. Everyone looks to him for guidance." He really rules the county, not the commissioners. He doesn't do it in a dictator kind of way, more like a family patriarch, you see. Maddie didn't see. The judge still sounded like a dictator or a cult leader. Either way, it was concerning. But he did pull the community together, so maybe it wasn't all bad together. The four of them walked along the creek bed, heading south and listening for the sound of the men's voices. As the voices grew louder, Maddie yelled out, "We are coming, guys!" She caught the first glimpse of the men as they came around a bend in the creek. "What is going on, Lugnut?" Maddie asked as they approached. "Stay back, Maddie. Send the deputy over," Lugnut called back. Maddie's heart sank. She knew that wasn't good news. Maddie, Zach, and Harmony took seats on a large fallen log as Jacob ran off toward Lugnut and Ron's position. When he reached them, he stopped dead in his tracks, quickly turned away and threw his arms up over his head. He knelt and began to vomit into the grass. "What is it?" Harmony asked. "They've found the girl," Zach said, matter-of-factly. "Oh, it's bad, huh?" Harmony asked. Maddie turned her back to the scene before answering her. "Yes, it is bad." None of them spoke as Jacob worked to regain his composure. It was several minutes before Maddie heard him speak. "I have to go tell the sheriff. Can you guys stay here with her?" Maddie turned to see Lugnut and Ron's reactions. They just nodded as Jacob turned and headed back up the hill toward Maddie. "Zach, you should go with him in his state. He might not remember how to get back here. And it is getting dark," Maddie said, immediately regretting saying it. Although it was the right thing to do, it put her brother at risk and separated him from the group. But she was right. The deputy was quite shaken, and the odds of him leading a team back to this spot in the dark were slim. She didn't want to be waiting out there all night. She doubted that the girl had wandered off by herself. Whoever was responsible for the girl's death was likely still out there. Maddie had heard on police shows that killers sometimes even joined the search party. Her group was out there exposed. The sun had long set by the time anyone reached them. Maddie heard them approaching for 15 minutes as raised voices echoed through the forest and beams of light cut through the trees. As they approached, the frogs and crickets fell silent. That eerie silence was broken by the wails of the girl's father, followed by angry shouts from a younger man who Maddie assumed to be the girl's brother. More flashlight beams bounced through the woods as others arrived. More crying and angry shouting was heard as the crowd grew larger. After telling the sheriff everything they'd observed in the woods around the girl, Lugnut and Ron joined Maddie, Zach, and Harmony on the log and watched the scene. "How are?" Maddie's question was cut off. "Austin, stop!" a man yelled. "Austin, get back here!" the sheriff yelled. Again, flashlight beams bounced through the woods as people chased after the Henson girl's brother. Lugnut and Ron stood, followed by Zach. Maddie grabbed Zach's arm, but he pulled away. Maddie tried to reason with them. "Guys, don't. It is too dark. We should head back to the cabin now. These people will never find him in the dark. They'll all get lost or run up on whoever did this," Lugnut said. "And you wouldn't?" Lugnut turned to Maddie and laughed. "We don't get lost. We just take little detours." Maddie put her hands on her hips and tilted her head. "This is not the time for jokes." "She's right. If we are going, we need to be moving." "That kid can move faster than we can," Ron said. While they were debating the matter, the shouting grew louder. Angry voices echoed through the woods not far from where the girl's body lay. The five of them set off toward the shouting. The sheriff and Henson family were ahead of them by several hundred feet. It was pitch black. The smell of pine and a thick layer of needles under her feet confirmed that they were in the pines. The light of the moon and stars didn't reach the forest floor through the thick canopy of pine and oak. Moments later, they emerged from the thick forest into a lush pasture. For the first time that evening, Maddie saw the moon and stars. Dogs began barking as they crossed the field. A light flickered, and then Maddie could see it bouncing back and forth. Someone was running with a flashlight. Shouts came from the direction of the bouncing flashlight. Ron sprinted off toward it. "Maddie, you guys stay right here," Lugnut called as he took off after Ron. Zach didn't follow his instruction and took off after them, followed closely by Harmony. Maddie shook her head and fell in behind Harmony. They sounded like a herd of buffalo crossing the field. Things rattled and clanked. Her dad would have had a fit that they had not secured their packs and made sure nothing broke. Sound discipline. They reached a pipe gate, and Ron had already pushed it open when Maddie arrived. "Ron, you take that corner. I'll take Maddie, Zach, and Harmony, and we will go around the barn." As Ron ran toward the barn, Lugnut motioned for the rest of them to run to the back of the barn. The shouts grew louder. "Put the gun down, Austin." "Don't make me shoot you," a voice called in the dark. "You three stay here behind the barn and do not move from this spot," Lugnut said. Zach started to protest, but Lugnut cut him off. Zach, Harmony isn't trained yet. She doesn't have a weapon. Stay here. Stay together. Lugnut ran off around the barn and out of sight. Maddie crept along the side of the old wooden building and peeked around the corner. In the driveway, she could see a man on his knees and another standing over him. A group of people stood just out of the light. She couldn't make out how many or whether they were male or female. The voices sounded like a mix of the two. Austin, why don't you put that gun down like the man says? We'll work this out. No one else needs to die today, Ron said. Maddie couldn't see Ron. He has to die. You saw what he did to my sister. He has to die. I didn't do that. I didn't do that to her. I loved her. Derek cried. Don't you say that, you fucking monster. Don't you dare. He says he didn't do it, Austin. He wouldn't do that. My boy ain't like that, Derek's father said. It wasn't me, Austin. She snuck out to meet you. You telling me you never saw her yesterday? Austin said, pressing the muzzle against Derek's cheek. Derek's eyes were wide with fear. His father moved closer, but stopped short. She was alive the last time I saw her. I swear I had nothing to do with it. You just what? Lugnut asked as he approached. As Maddie stepped away from the barn, Zach grabbed her arm. He needs backup. You stay here with your girlfriend. Maddie ran to the front corner of the barn, her gun in the ready position. Austin held the boy by his hair and had the muzzle of the gun pressed hard against his cheek. It is time to tell what you know before anyone gets hurt here, kid. Lugnut called out, his rifle trained on Austin. And who the hell are you? Someone in the group asked. I'm the one who is going to keep Austin here from blowing this kid's brains all over the driveway, Lugnut said as he stopped behind Austin. And I'm the one keeping you from shooting either of them, Maddie yelled from her concealed position. Who's out there? The man asked. Ron stepped into Maddie's view and approached the group. It's me, Henry, Ron Hillman. We came to get Austin and take him home. His father shouldn't have to bury 2 children today. What the hell's going on, Ron? Austin comes running up in here accusing Derek of killing his sister. Then you guys show up. Clara Henson was murdered yesterday. That man there, and I found her body a short while ago. Austin just said that his sister was supposed to be with Derek. That is all I know at this point. Why don't we all just calm down and let Derek tell us what happened yesterday? Ron said as he inched closer to Austin. Okay, Austin, we're going to get the answers. Just lower that gun, all right? He did it. I know he did. Austin pushed the gun down harder, causing Derek to cry out. The group behind the father stepped forward into the light. Maddie could see a mix of women and children and a teenage boy. Derek, did you see Clara yesterday? Shut your mouth, Derek, a girl yelled out. Everyone turned to face her. You better keep your mouth shut and take it like a man, the girl said, stepping forward. She was dressed in jeans, a flannel shirt, and boots, a style Maddie had seen from the kids in the area that showed horses at events and rodeos. She did not recognize the girl. Maddie heard yelling behind her, and then saw the beams of several flashlights appear. The sheriff and his men were rushing across the field. Henry grabbed the girl's arm. She yanked away and kept approaching Austin and Derek. Lugnut raised his rifle and stepped forward. That is far enough. You just stop right there. The girl stopped and stared hard at Lugnut, then looked down at Derek. Maddie stepped closer, leaving the concealment of the barn. You take it to your grave, Derek, the girl said as she lunged toward him. Maddie was too far away to see the knife the girl held concealed in her hand. She fell upon Derek before Lugnut and Henry could constrain her. Maddie heard the shot and rushed over. Derek lay on his back, looking up at his father. The girl lay beside him with a hole in the top of her head. Austin had shot her as she stabbed Derek, rushed over and handed Maddie his rifle. He dropped to his knees and tried to stop the bleeding from Derek's knife wound. Pop, I didn't kill Clara, I promise. Brittany and her friend Kim did it. I left to go feed cows, and when I came back, Clara was dead. I wanted to bring her home to her family, but Mark Jewell came out of the house. He said he'd kill all of you if I said anything. He let you put the body in the woods, though, Lugnut asked. Yes, I left her where it would be easy to find after I got away from them. But you didn't, Austin said. Austin's father and the sheriff arrived before they could finish their interrogation. The sheriff questioned Derek as those gathered listened to the gruesome details of the Henson girl's last moments. The killers had been her friends, 3 girls her own age. Brittany, jealous of Clara's relationship with Derek, was evil enough to kill her for it. Then Brittany's brother Mark was a 3-time convicted felon with a rap sheet a mile long filled with arrests for assault and other violent crimes. Those charges were all dropped due to lack of witness cooperation. He threatened to kill their families if they testified against him. Drug and robbery charges were what sent him to prison. Just back from his latest stint, he was living at home with his mother and little sister. What role he played in Clara's death was yet to be determined. "What are you going to do about this, Sheriff?" Mr. Henson asked. "Right now, we are going to get you and your boy home. Tomorrow, I'll take some men and go find Brittany and Mark Jewell and search for evidence. Let's get out of here. We have a long ride back in the dark. I don't think we should stick around here much longer," Lugnut said, not even slowing his pace as he passed them. "Why? What's wrong, Lug?" Maddie asked. "We are outsiders here, Maddie, and tempers are already flaring. It's just better not to be in the middle of this." Maddie picked up her pack and rifle and hustled after him. Zach and Harmony did the same. Harmony had been uncharacteristically quiet since the discovery of the girl's body. Maddie hadn't realized it until that moment. Harmony and Zach were 15-year-old kids they'd seen and been victims of more violence in the last week than most adults had in a lifetime. Days like these were difficult for anyone to process, let alone young teenagers. The light on Ron's rifle panned left and right as he walked. Lugnut had dropped to the rear, and his light bounced around the forest as they went. Maddie was concentrating on not falling over things on the forest floor as she considered the possibility that teenage girls had kidnapped and killed the Henson girl. "I still think it was the boyfriend," Lugnut said, breaking the silence. "You think he is lying about the girls doing it?" Maddie asked as they walked. "No, I just think he was in on it too." She stopped and turned to face him. Maddie stared at the circle his light made on the ground as he answered. The brutality of the killings suggests a great deal of anger. "It was personal. They took their time," Lugnut said. "I agree," Maddie said. "Now we know that we have 3 psychopaths living in the community, left unexposed. They are a great danger because they can move among us and learn what we have and when best to attack us. They would eventually come at us. And with their kind of sick, I cannot imagine the sick crap they could come up with." Maddie shuddered at the thought. She'd seen evil already with the killers in Chicago and in the Goff brothers who'd held her captive, but she agreed that these girls were different and more dangerous. She hoped the sheriff caught them before anyone else got hurt. Ron turned and shined his light in front of them. No one spoke as they walked toward the Hensons' barn to retrieve their horses. The ride back to the cabin seemed twice as long as it had been in the daylight. Maddie didn't think it possible, but the sound of the horses' hooves drowned out the croaking frogs. When they reached the hidden gate, Zach hopped off his horse. After pulling the post from the ground, he walked backward, yanking on the strands of barbed wire, dragging on the ground to move them out of the way. Maddie remembered coming through this gate with her captors, convicts who had wound up opening her dad's booby-trapped stash. Maddie shuddered as she remembered the sound of the explosion and the feel of the flesh, blood, and bones raining down on her as she lay prone in the creek bed. That was the second time she'd escaped, and her captors were killed. A small victory. She'd focus on that instead of the blood and guts. "Lugnut, we need to do something more permanent about this gate. The tire tracks from the Humvee and Mom's Jeep are still visible, too. It could lead people right to our door," Maddie said as Zach closed the gate behind them. "I'll get on that first thing in the morning," Lugnut said. "I can drag the harrow over the field and hide the tracks if you want," Ron said. "That would be great, Ron. Thank you," Maddie said. No one spoke as they rode up to the barn after dismounting. Lugnut handed Ron the reins of his horse. "You can stay the night, Ron." "You can bunk with Rank and me," Lugnut said. "I still have animals to feed and milk tonight, and again in the morning. I best get on home. You can leave the horses here. I'll bring them to you in the morning." "Thanks, Lugnut. I think that would be the best plan. I could come get them, though, and maybe get another bowl of that peach cobbler," Ron said, looking to Harmony. "I'll make another pan just for you. You better get here early, Ron." "Keep your paws off my cobbler," Lugnut, Ron called over his shoulder. "Be careful going home," Maddie called after him as he slowly rode off out of sight. Chapter 9. Kingman Compound, Kingman, Arizona. Event plus 13 days. Maria's travel trailer was small but tidy. It looked like she had lived there before the lights went out. Pictures hung on the wall above a sofa, and magnets decorated the small refrigerator. Photographs sat on a shelf above a short window. Beth leaned in to get a closer look at one of the photos. The picture was of Maria with her sister at the London Bridge in Lake Havasu City. They were laughing and appeared to be having a great time. Beth felt great sympathy for Maria. She'd lost her father, sister, and a nephew. Beth didn't ask about Maria's mom since Maria had said that she didn't have any family left. "Can I offer you something to drink? I have watermelon Kool-Aid or water. I haven't had Kool-Aid since my children were little." "I'd love some," Beth said, removing Jack from his carrier. Jack sniffed the air, sneezed in disapproval, and turned twice in Beth's lap before settling down to return to his nap. The sun was setting and the temperature was just beginning to drop. As Beth sipped the refreshing watermelon-flavored drink, She realized that Maria's trailer was relatively cool. She hadn't heard any air conditioners running as they entered. "It is nice and cool in here, Maria." "Do you have solar power?" Beth asked. "Yes, I only run it for a little while each day, usually during the hottest hours. I mostly run the refrigerator." "That has to be a luxury these days," Beth said. "I'm storing medications in here, so yeah, it is a huge luxury." "Oh, I assumed all the meds were kept at the medical trailer." "Not all of them. One is a cancer drug, and the other is a multiple sclerosis medication. Not likely to be useful to anyone but the two people it belongs to," Maria said, setting her glass of water on the table and taking a seat across from Beth. Jack jumped down and ran over to Maria. She scooped him up and loved on him for a moment, and then he settled down for a nap on her lap. Beth's mouth dropped open. Her mother's furry child had always disliked other people, or so she thought. He growled at her every time she had visited her mother. The memory brought a pang of grief. She hadn't yet mourned her loss. She was, however, very glad that her mother didn't have to suffer through cancer in the apocalypse without pain medication. Beth peered out the tiny window. The area looked like an RV park. She imagined there were at least 25 motorhomes and travel trailers in this section of the compound. It is going to be very tough on medically fragile people. I imagine the loss of life just from the lack of maintenance medications will be staggering in the coming days as supplies run out," Beth said, returning her gaze to Maria. "We've been trying to gather medical supplies every time we go out, but there isn't much left out there that the cartel hasn't taken. Do you think the compound is going to be able to hold them back?" Beth asked. Maria shifted in her seat and Jack growled his displeasure. "I think the advantage the group has is their combat experience. The cartel has numbers, and from what I can see, their ranks are growing by the day, but they aren't battle-hardened like our folks. Has everyone here been in the military? No, but they have had training. Some have had more than others, but everyone here knows how to shoot." Beth was silent as she thought about Maria's plan to get her home. "Do you think we can make it past the cartel and get out of the area?" Beth finally asked, breaking the silence. "I know a way north of here that the cartel hasn't seized control of yet. We'd need to leave at night and move fast, but we can do it. Can we take Roger's truck?" Beth asked. "We can, but I don't know how we'll find the gasoline to get very far. Even if the service stations had fuel with the electricity out, there'd be no way to pump it into the tank," Maria said, scratching Jack behind the ears. Jack rolled over and allowed her to rub his stomach. Beth rolled her eyes. "He is such a stinker. He growls at me when I try to rub his tummy," Beth said. "Roger was able to get fuel from abandoned vehicles. He punctured the gas tanks and filled our jerry cans." A knock on the door startled Beth as she jumped to her feet and grabbed her rifle. Maria stood and walked to the door, cradling Jack in her arms. "Hey, Maria, I heard a rumor that some of the team was going back out tonight. Can I come?" the male voice said. "I don't know where you heard that, but the answer would be no. You have less than 2 weeks of training. It is too dangerous out there for a novice," Maria said, holding the door open for the young man to enter. "But we are short on people after the last raid. Jared is my cousin. I want to be the one to go and get him and bring his body back for my auntie." "The answer is no, Anthony. The team will bring your cousin back. You should stay here and comfort your family." "When are you heading out?" Anthony asked. "Well," Maria looked at Beth. "You just let the team worry about those details, okay, Anthony? And do not tell anyone. We don't want the colonel finding out. I thought she was a Marine. I thought they never left a man behind. She has to think about the security of the entire compound. Now go on home and keep your big trap shut." "All right, but will you let Marcus know that I really want to go?" "Anthony, go home." "I'm going," Anthony called as he closed the door. Maria handed Jack to Beth and went to a small closet in the back part of the trailer. "Are you going to retrieve the bodies of your teammates tonight?" Beth asked as she placed Jack back in his carrier. "No, I think we should leave when they do, though. The cartel will be occupied watching them, which might allow us the distraction we need to get away from the compound unnoticed." "You're okay with letting your team go without you?" Beth asked, a hint of judgment in her tone. "My team all agreed that I should help you get to your kids. While they retrieve our teammates, they are going to set charges that will serve as diversions, giving us time to get far enough north to be out of their surveillance area." "I don't know what to say, Maria. I so appreciate everyone's help." "Greg would have done it for any one of us," Maria said, pulling clothing from the closet and shoving it into a large rucksack. Beth made the rounds thanking everyone for their kindness to her in the last few days. Rebecca surprised her by reaching out and hugging Beth. "Do not feel guilty about leaving to go find your kids. Everyone here understands. I'm sure Roger will too." "Thanks, Rebecca. This group is blessed to have you. You are a talented surgeon. Thanks, Beth. You be careful out there. There will likely be plenty of people in need, but none more than your kids. So stay safe. I will, and thanks for everything. Will you tell Angel and Kate that I wanted to say goodbye in person, but I couldn't wait? I'll do that. Things are a little crazy around here at the moment. I'm sure they'll understand. 2 hours after the sun went down, Maria ran her arms through her rucksack, grabbed her rifle, and headed to the door. We'll stop by the single female quarters and pick up your pack, then head over to the motor pool to get Roger's truck. Beth placed the strap to Jack's carrier over her head and fell in behind Maria. It was so dark that Beth had to stay close behind Maria to not get lost in the maze of trailers and buildings. At the female quarters, Maria quietly slipped in, grabbed Beth's belongings, and hurried back out. Beth carried the heavy rucksack close to her chest with her arms through the straps. She was surprised that it was a little easier to carry that way and didn't dig into her shoulders. It wouldn't work for the road, but she hoped they would not be on foot to find out. Maria shined her flashlight around the dark interior of the motor pool. The garage contained several surplus military vehicles and various other equipment. There, Beth said, pointing to Roger's truck. Beth and Maria each threw their packs into the truck bed. Maria lifted one of the fuel cans. They are still full. Good. At least we will have enough to make it away from the cartel, right? Beth asked. You have the keys? Maria asked, heading around to the driver's side. Beth fished around in her pack and came out with a key. A man had returned the key to her with a white tag on it like you got from the auto dealer the day they arrived. Beth held the key by the tag and handed it to Maria. I think you should drive. I just want to check the gas gauge and see if we should fill up now. Maria put the key in the ignition, turned it, and after seeing that the tank was full, turned the key back and exited the vehicle. I'm riding shotgun. I have to navigate since you don't know the area. Also, I'm probably a better shot on the move. Beth had confided in her that she felt responsible for Roger getting shot because she missed her first shot and the man was able to get a round off before she took him out. As long as you don't want me to drive with the headlights out, Beth chuckled. We have blackout lights on military vehicles, but they only allow you to see the vehicle in front of you. I cannot imagine how frightening that ride would have been. That's Roger for you. It was probably a good idea at the time. I just wouldn't want to try it, Maria said, shutting the passenger side door. Beth slid Jack's carrier to the middle of the seat and climbed in. She adjusted the mirrors and started the engine. When Beth put her foot on the brake, she realized that the seat was back too far. She looked over to Maria and down at Jack, then adjusted herself in the seat. She could reach the pedals. It just wasn't very comfortable. At the moment, she didn't care about comfort. Beth wanted to get down the road toward her kids. Putting the truck in gear, she backed out of the garage. Let's wait here until we hear the first explosion. That's our cue to go. Roger that, Beth said. A moment later, the sky lit up briefly. A few seconds later, the sound of the explosion reached them. Maria smiled and pointed out the windshield. Let's hit it, she said. Roger that, Beth said. Roger. God, let him make it back, okay. From the compound, Beth drove north to a town called Peach Springs, Arizona, and then back south to Interstate 40, west of Seligman. As they approached I-40, Beth could see that the on-ramp was blocked there to your left. Drive around that white Dodge truck there and then over to your right on the shoulder, Maria said, pointing to the big diesel pickup blocking the entrance to the on-ramp. Beth drove around abandoned cars and pulled onto the interstate. It was slow going once they were on the interstate as Beth weaved around stalled vehicles. After 2 hours, they finally reached U.S. Highway 180 and drove north. Beth was surprised that they hadn't run into any roadblocks or people of any kind on the road. She saw no lights in the windows of the homes they passed. It was close to 3 o'clock in the morning as they skirted the city of Tusayan. They were within 10 miles of the Grand Canyon. Beth wondered how many tourists had been stranded on the day of the EMP strike. She doubted that anyone would be taking a vacation again for a very long time. Leaving Tusayan, Beth drove northeast on Highway 64. At a town called Tuba City, they made their first stop for gas. We should find somewhere to refill the cans after we empty them, Maria said. Beth looked around as she drove past the town. She saw very few buildings in the small Navajo Nation reservation town. There, pull over there. We'll see if that car has fuel, Maria said, motioning to a silver Ford sedan blocking the turn onto Hopi Drive. Beth turned off the lights and pulled up next to the vehicle. Maria jumped out and disappeared into the blackness. Beth grabbed her rifle and went around to the passenger side. She scanned right and left, looking for any sign of human activity. Maria reappeared with 2 fuel cans, a hose, and an oil pan with a spout. Here, use mine. I have a night vision scope, Maria said, handing Beth her rifle. Beth slung her AR-15 over her back and pulled Maria's M4 to her shoulder. As Beth peered through the scope, the eerie green image was amazingly crisp. What is that? Beth asked, pointing to a black container with a red screw-on cap. A lidded oil pan to collect the fuel. No spilling, Maria said as she slid her head under the car. Beth walked to the front of the vehicle to get a better view of the highway. When she turned around, a teenage boy was standing by the passenger door of the truck. What the fuck? Where did you come from? Beth blurted out. Maria spun around from the rear of the car behind the boy. Don't move, kid. I don't want to have to shoot you, Maria said, unholstering her pistol. I don't want no trouble. I just came out to see what you was doing, the boy replied. Ain't no gas left in there. They took that the first day. Shit, Maria said. You got any food to spare, lady? My grandma's diabetic and she ain't had no food in 2 days. She's really sick. Beth's heart sank. She knew they would run into people struggling to survive, but the reality of the situation was harsher than she imagined. The nurse in her wanted to go and help the woman, but the mother in her said to mind her own business and keep going. There wasn't much she could do for his grandmother. Without insulin and a balanced diet, the woman wouldn't survive much longer anyway. At least that was what she told herself as she reached into her pack and pulled out a bag of butterscotch candies and 4 protein bars and handed them to the kid. Within minutes, they were fueled up and back on the road headed toward Tiknos Pose, Arizona. They kept an eye out for other abandoned vehicles that might have gas still to fill the 2 now emptied fuel cans. Beth didn't expect this part of the state to be as sparsely populated as it appeared to be. On one hand, that was a blessing, and they sure needed to avoid places like Flagstaff and Albuquerque. But on the other, fewer people meant fewer cars and fuel. They arrived in Tiknos Pose a little before dawn. Having learned her lesson from the truck stop incident, where Roger was shot, Beth punched the gas and sped past the parking lot of the Arizona Department of Transportation. In the distance, a light shined through the window of the Tiknos Pose trading post. Beth imagined that the owner was staying there guarding the place. Not that there would be huge groups of marauders passing through. The Four Corners region of Arizona was part of the Navajo Nation and sparsely populated. More than likely, the store would have to contend with hungry, desperate locals. Beth remembered visiting the store as a child. She'd been fascinated by all the dream catchers, turquoise rings, and colorful rugs. Her father had bought them all mutton sandwiches for lunch, and they ate them in the car on their way to visit relatives in Durango, Colorado. The mutton tasted too gamey for her liking, and she had fed her sandwich to the family dog. She hadn't liked mutton until she ate it at the Moonlight Barbecue Inn in Owensboro, Kentucky, once while visiting Greg's sister. That was the best barbecue she'd ever tasted. Just past the transportation building, Beth made a left turn onto US 160 East toward Cortez, Colorado. As she watched the trading post disappear in the rearview mirror, she wondered if she would ever see Greg's family in Kentucky again. 5 miles down the road was the Four Corners Monument. Beth recalled the framed photo taken there of her with her mother and father that sat on the mantel in her mother's house. She wished she'd have brought it with her. Beth regretted not taking any mementos from her childhood to remember her parents. She'd taken nothing except One-Eyed Jack. Beth looked down at the carrier on the seat between her and Maria. Jack was curled up, sound asleep. She knew her mother would be happy she'd taken him with her. We should be cautious this close to the monument. The stranded tourists have likely all since wandered off in search of food and water by now. But you can't be too cautious, Maria said. There might be fuel left in the cars, though. You think we should try one and see? Maria looked around, then nodded. Beth pulled up to a Jeep Grand Cherokee with out-of-state plates. Beth stood guard again as Maria punctured the tank. Beth made a 360-degree turn to make sure no more children snuck up on her. The sound of gasoline filling the pan made Beth smile. Hand me the other oil pan, Maria said, her hand sticking out beside the tire. Beth pushed the pan over to her with her foot, not taking her eyes off the scope. Maria placed both containers in the truck next to the others, and they pulled back onto the roadway. Just south of the monument, they entered New Mexico briefly before crossing over the San Juan River into Colorado. In the distance were the La Plata and San Juan mountain ranges where the Pueblo built whole civilizations in the cliffs of the Mesa Verde. You're going to make a right up here onto Harrington Road before we enter Cortez. We should avoid populated cities if at all possible, Maria said, pointing to the road on their right. Beth took the turn and they wound their way through the agricultural lands south of the city, eventually returning to Highway 160 going east. It took them the rest of the night to cross the state and reach Trinidad, Colorado. They weaved back and forth, dodging towns as best they could, and reached Trinidad running on fumes and with empty gas cans. They had tried to stop twice to look for fuel, but there were just too many people in the area. Now they were forced to take the risk and stop about 10 miles south of the city on Interstate 25. There, Maria pointed. That truck there, pull in between it and that red SUV. We will be somewhat concealed. As the sun was coming up, Beth pulled in and stopped. She left the truck, running for a quick getaway if they spotted people in the area. Beth grabbed her rifle, slung it around to her back, and went around to the side of the truck as Maria scooted the pan under the vehicle and slid in after it. Beth heard a pop and then the sound of the gasoline pouring into the pan. Beth grabbed 2 of the empty fuel cans and set them by the tire. When the first can was full, Beth slid the second under the truck to Maria. Beth quickly emptied the first can into the truck's fuel tank and slid that one under to her as well. They poured the 15 gallons of gas from the truck into their vehicle and went to work draining the gas from the SUV. They filled 2 of the fuel cans and were just about to get back in and pull away when Beth caught movement out of the corner of her eye. A man, woman, and small child slowly emerged from the tree line about 100 yards away. Beth pulled her rifle to her shoulder and put her sights on the man. He slowly raised his hands as the woman shoved the little boy behind her. "Jump in, Beth. I'll cover you," Maria called from behind Beth. Beth backed around the truck and slid into the driver's seat. Maria opened the passenger door with one hand, never taking her attention off the couple. As Beth pulled away, the couple just stood there staring at them with their hands in the air. This is what the world has come to now. Chapter 10, Langston Cabin, Evening Shade, Missouri, event plus 14 days. When Maddie walked into the kitchen a little after daybreak, Ron was seated at the long oak farm table with his fingers laced around a coffee mug. Ryan's coffee mug, her mouth fell open, and her hand flew up to cover it. "What?" Ron asked, wide-eyed. "That there is Ryan's mug." Ron turned the cup around and stared at the Marine Corps logo, and Maddie looked over her shoulder before answering him. "Well, he is just a little, picky about his favorite mug," she whispered. "Oh, I see," Ron whispered back. "Let me get you another," Maddie said. "It was just sitting there on the towel in the windowsill," Ron said as Maddie handed him a plain brown coffee mug. Maddie rinsed the cup and returned it to its position on the windowsill before pouring herself a cup and joining Ron at the table. "What brings you over so early, Ron? Do not tell me it was the peach cobbler. I couldn't sleep. I kept seeing the Henson girl. That whole situation disturbs me." Ron shook his head as Maddie spooned 4 scoops of sugar into her coffee from the rooster-shaped sugar bowl on the table. "It was very disturbing. She was so young, and to go like that at the hand of so-called friends," Ron said. Maddie shuddered. "That is the most disturbing part. She likely never saw it coming. She didn't stand a chance. The brutality of those girls. How the hell does someone get that sick?" Ron took a sip of coffee and stared at the ceiling. Maddie caught herself looking up as if it held some answer to her question. "What exactly was it that told you in Lugnut she knew her killers?" Maddie asked. "She was fully clothed, but her shoes were on the wrong feet." "What? That doesn't make sense. What do you think the sheriff will do when he finds the girls that did it?" "I guess he will lock them up and there will be a trial. Though, I don't know how they prove anything if Derek doesn't make it," Ron said. "Let's pray he makes it," Maddie said. "Do you believe him that he wasn't involved?" "Yeah, I think he is telling the truth. Either that, or he was remorseful afterwards. Her body was placed by the creek with care, and not just dumped there. I hate just sitting around thinking those crazy people are out there. I hope the sheriff comes by and lets us know when they catch them. I know. It is better to know if we need to be on guard for teenage psycho killers or not. I was going to see if Lugnut would be willing to ride over to the sheriff's office with me. I know that you probably need him here since you are down 2 men. 1 man. I'm fit for duty," Doc said. "So yesterday, remember?" Rank said, entering the kitchen. He pulled a mug from the shelf above the cook stove. The kitchen, having functioned as a hunting cabin for most of its existence, did not have cabinets. Maddie's mother had asked her dad to install some, but he'd never gotten around to it. "I recall him saying you should wait another week," Ron said. "Rank has never followed orders very well," Lugnut said from the doorway. "That's not true," Rank said, grabbing Ryan's mug from the windowsill. "Put that back." Ryan barked as he hobbled up behind him. "Damn, you scared me. I was going to bring you a cup of coffee, but since you're being a dick, you can get it yourself. I guess I will, since I'm standing right by it." "What's up, Ron? Did you miss me?" Rank asked as he slid in next to Maddie on the bench seat. "I came to see if Lugnut would ride over to the sheriff's office with me this morning. I wanted to see what he has discovered about—" He'd barely spoken the words before the sound of a dirt bike approaching interrupted him. Maddie heard Buster growling in the bedroom down the hall. A second later, the dog streaked past the door to the kitchen and ran toward the front door. They all rose and walked out onto the front porch as Jacob rode up. Ron held onto Buster's collar as the dirt bike came to a stop. "What now?" Maddie asked. "The boyfriend Derek is missing now," Jacob said, removing his helmet and setting in on his seat. His dark brown hair stood straight up. Maddie snickered under her breath. She added that to the things to dislike about him. His hair is too long. It was shorter than her last boyfriend, but she hadn't discovered any other major flaws to help distract her from flushing every time she saw him. Yep, that's it. His hair is too long. She had to look away. The hair thing wasn't working. What? How long? Ron asked, stepping down to stand beside Jacob. Henry woke before daybreak and went in to find his room empty. Some of the cousins went from house to house looking for him, but he was nowhere to be found. What is the sheriff thinking? He thinks the Jewel girl and her brother may have come after him? Jacob said. I know you folks have stuff you need to tend to, but the sheriff hoped you could come to help look for him. Jacob turned to Lugnut. Lugnut looked at Ron and nodded. I'll go. Good. We should take the Jeep this time. It will be faster. I have a feeling we don't have much time, if he is even still alive. Ron said. Rank stepped off the porch and approached the men. Maybe I should go with you guys too, Rank said. It sounds like you're anticipating trouble. You really should be taking it easy with the shoulder. I'm serious, Rank. Your survival may someday depend on having full use of your arm, Ron said. You medical types are always so dramatic. I agree, Rank. We will need you at 100% this winter, Maddie said. Rank turned, climbed back up the stairs, and stood on the porch beside Maddie. Yes, boss, he said, looking down at her. I gotta go, so I'll tell the sheriff to expect you to, Jacob said, picking up his helmet. Why don't you leave your bike here and ride in the Jeep with us, unless you have somewhere else to go from here, Lugnut said. Jacob lay his helmet down on his seat and approached the stairs. That would be fine. Zach came out of the guy's bunk room as Lugnut. Ron and Jacob pulled off in the Jeep. Maddie was pulling breakfast items from the pantry shelves as Zach entered the kitchen. Did I hear the Jeep start up? Yeah, the sheriff asked Lugnut and Ron to go look for the Henson girl's boyfriend. Maddie said. The boyfriend? What the hell? He's missing. And the sheriff believes the Jewel girl and her brother came after him, she explained. I still say I should have gone with them. Scenes like that can turn ugly fast, Rank said, pouring coffee grounds into the percolator and setting it on the wood cookstove. The fire Ron had lit had been just enough to heat the water, but not overheat the house, something Maddie had yet to master. Her fire-building skills were still lacking, but she suspected they would all become experts before spring. Maddie poured water into the bowl filled with powdered eggs. When Harmony appeared in the doorway of the kitchen, Zach had already started frying the Spam. Maddie was dropping the biscuit dough onto the baking pan as she waited for the water to boil for the gravy mix. What's going on, guys? Harmony asked. The Henson girl's boyfriend went missing. They think the killers came after him, Zach said as he scooted over to give her room to sit beside him. We don't know that for sure, Ryan corrected him. Everyone turned as Ryan limped into the room. He had been mostly out of it since being shot at the self-storage unit where they'd retrieved the Humvee to conserve what little pain medications they had. Ryan had been self-medicating with moonshine and marijuana provided by Ron. Ron said the sheriff had given it to him and that the sheriff had taken it from the evidence locker of his department. Regardless of how Ron had come by it, Maddie was grateful that it was working to alleviate Ryan's pain. How did you sleep? Zach asked, turning to Harmony. I had some trouble getting to sleep, but I got a few hours, I guess, Harmony said through a yawn. You did toss and turn a lot, Maddie said. Maddie handed Harmony a can opener and pointed to the table where 4 cans of mixed fruit sat. You didn't sleep much either, Harmony said as she opened the fruit and poured it into a bowl. You could tell. Yeah, you have nightmares when you sleep. Nightmares weren't new to Maddie. She hadn't slept well in years, not since her dad had died. What's up with Jason? Maddie asked. It's not like him to sleep in. He is up in the loft of the barn, Rank said. Why? He's on watch, Rank said. You put Jason on watch duty, Maddie asked. He can't even shoot. He doesn't have to shoot anyone. He only has to let us know if he sees anyone approaching, like a guy on a dirt bike, Zach asked. I'll go check on him, Rank said. Should have known he'd do that with you training him, Ryan laughed. I never fell asleep on watch. That was a joke between Greg and I. That shit is serious, and that is what I'm going to school old Jason about now. Maddie didn't find the situation funny in the least. She'd been so exhausted, and her mind so wrapped up in the day's events, she had not even thought about who had watched. She had curled up in her bed and went fast to sleep. Maddie was concerned that Rank had put Jason in charge of all their safety. Please don't kill my doc, Ryan teased. The back door opened and Jason walked in. His clothes and hair were wet. Everyone turned to look at him, then quickly looked away. Maddie wanted to laugh, but she also knew the seriousness of someone falling asleep on watch. "I'm sorry." I leaned over to get a look at the dirt bike approaching and fell into the horse water trough. "You're bleeding," Harmony said, picking up a kitchen towel and handing it to Jason. "I hit my head. I think I was out of it for a moment." "It's a wonder you didn't drown," Zach said. Jason didn't say anything as he walked past them and down the hall to the bathroom. "I'll go stand watch," Rank said, laughing under his breath. "I'll take watch, Rank," Zach said. "Okay, I'll take Lugnut's watch," Maddie said as she poured the gravy mix into the boiling water and slid the drop biscuits into the oven. She checked the temperature gauge, then stoked the coals in the firebox. "I can take a watch, Maddie. I can shoot with my good arm. Let me take Lugnut's watch in the barn loft. You guys take the crow's nest out by the road?" Maddie and Zach looked at each other, and then to Ryan. Ryan shrugged and returned his attention to his coffee mug. "Okay, but no taking a dip in the pool like Jason." Maddie chuckled. "I'll take the southeast corner," Zach said. "What am I doing?" Harmony asked. "You're with me learning gun safety," Ryan said as Harmony spooned mixed fruit onto his plate. There were 6 outer perimeter guard posts on the property. 3 of the guard posts were along the highway, but hidden back in the woods. Deer stands had been placed at the other 3 corners of the property. Her father had planned another 4 interior lookouts, but they had yet to construct them. They didn't have the people to man them, so they had not made building them a priority yet. The cabin sat in the middle of the 300-acre tract, surrounded by the Mark Twain National Forest. The 1,000 feet of the highway frontage was open pasture bound by a standard barbed wire fence. The only opening was the hidden gate, which consisted of a wooden post that could easily be lifted out of the ground and pulled back, allowing vehicles to drive across the pasture to a year-round creek. On the other side of the stream, a dirt trail ran through the woods leading to the clearing where the cabin sat. 3 sides of the property were wooded. One side of the property ran along Slabtown Road, the road where Ron lived. That side of the land was heavily wooded and had no vehicle access to the cabin. There was once a good trail for ATVs and horses, but it needed maintenance. Maddie yawned and wiped flour on her shirt as she thought about what Ron and Lugnut might run into while looking for the Henson girl's boyfriend. She worried that they were constantly being pulled into problems that weren't theirs and wondered how long before that brought trouble to their door. Chapter 11. Joint Field Office. Springfield, Illinois event plus 14 days. The move to Springfield was as efficient as any Ames had ever witnessed from the military. FEMA and DHS headquarters were set up at the Abraham Lincoln Capitol Airport in the same configuration it had been back in Marseille. The Joint Field Office, however, was much more heavily guarded. National Guard soldiers patrolled the over 2,000-acre facility that, prior to the EMP, had been home to the 183D Fighter Wing of the Illinois Air National Guard. Now, huge white tents were erected along the runways to house FEMA Region 5 and Department of Homeland Security staff, as well as the 500 or so soldiers and their families. Although Ames didn't feel much like eating, he left his new office and walked the half-mile to the dining facility centrally located within the grounds. He hadn't seen Perez, Dempsey, or Mitchell since he'd arrived. Administrator Harding had left to meet with the governor, something he hoped to keep quiet from Dempsey. Harding's plan was to get the governor to reject Dempsey's continuity of government plan in favor of remaining with the official plan. He hoped to play on the governor's ego since the official plan gave the governor authority over Dempsey. Ames took a bowl of stew-like substance from a food server and sat down at a table where he could see the door. He'd never felt comfortable not being able to see who was coming and going. "Robert, did your folks all get settled in okay?" Ames asked as he sat down across from his logistics chief, Robert Baker. "All settled in," Baker replied. As they ate, Ames looked around the enormous dining tent. "Where are all the military guys today?" Ames asked. "There seem to be a lot fewer guardsmen eating with us today. From what I hear, they are on some big mission to put down some trouble over at the port in Peoria. I overheard a couple of them talking about it yesterday. They weren't at all happy about going up against fellow guardsmen. One guy said he had a cousin in the Peoria unit," Baker said. "I can't believe it has come to that," Ames said, pushing the tasteless stew to the center of the table. "Are you not going to eat that?" Baker asked, pointing to the bowl. "No. Can I have it? This rationing shit leaves me starving. It takes a lot of food to fill this gut," the plump man said, rubbing his large abdomen. "Sure, help yourself," Ames said, standing Ames hitched up his pants that had once fit perfectly but now drooped on his slender frame. He wasn't sure how many pounds he had lost in the last couple of weeks, but he figured it was a lot less than the average person outside the JFO without FEMA resources. Ames left the dining facility in search of Perez. He needed to know what the military was up to in Peoria. He could not believe that they would order troops to fire upon fellow soldiers and innocent civilians. Not even for the resources they claimed the group was holding. Stanley, have you seen Simone today? Ames asked as he poked his head inside his deputy director's office. Not since this morning. I think she headed over to the military side of the JFO to see General Dempsey. Ames stepped inside and approached Stanley's desk. He peeked around a partition to see who was at their desks. Seeing that most were still out for lunch, Ames pulled out a chair and sat down across from Perez's administrative assistant. So what do you hear about this mission in Peoria? You think we'll get control over the port or what? Ames asked, leaning back and trying to act casual. From what I hear, that is the goal. Dempsey wants to set an example in case any other community decides to steal government resources. Ames cringed inside. He wondered how many other staff felt that what Dempsey was doing was for the benefit of the recovery efforts. The thought that Stanley believed that a community retaining food and supplies located in their jurisdiction was stealing shocked Ames. But maybe he didn't realize that Dempsey had no intention of providing any assistance to that community, or any other for that matter. Ames stood, stretched, and turned back to the door. You want me to have Miss Perez come to your office when she returns? Stanley asked. No, I'll speak to her at our next staff meeting. Don't tell her that I dropped by. She'll think I was checking up on her. You know how it is, Ames said over his shoulder as he approached the door. Sure thing, Mr. Ames. Ames felt sick to his stomach thinking about what might be happening 70 miles away in Peoria. He knew that no matter the outcome of Harding's conversation with the governor, it would be too late for that community and the soldiers who would be required to carry out the order against their fellow Americans. He feared that such actions were only the beginning of Dempsey's play for power, and with the way things were, who was left to stop him? As Ames walked toward Harding's group of tents, he glanced over to the fence line. Soldiers were speaking to a group of civilians at the gate. Ames stood and watched. Although Ames was too far away to hear the conversation, he could tell it was not a civil discourse. One soldier was waving his hands around wildly before two others raised their rifles and pointed them at the group. Men, women, and children walked away with their heads down. No doubt they had come seeking assistance, only to be turned away empty-handed. Ames's heart hurt for them. At that moment, he felt like the biggest failure of all time. It had been his job to make sure his team provided the assistance those parents needed to feed their children, and due to General Dempsey's interference, he had failed them. Maybe it is time to switch sides. Someone has to do something to stop Dempsey before it's too late. Chapter 12, Langston Cabin, Evening Shade, Missouri, event plus 14 days. Maddie heard the Jeep before she saw the dust cloud it caused on the gravel road. As the vehicle slowed to stop at the hidden gate, darkness began to overtake them, temporarily blocking Maddie's view and covering the Jeep in dust. While Maddie climbed down from her perch, Zach pulled the post and dragged the fence panel back. Maddie sprinted over to them. It was the first time she'd ran since they'd arrived at the cabin. She pictured the trails that once crisscrossed their property and wondered how long it would take her to get them in shape enough so that she could start running again. As Maddie approached the vehicle, she noticed that a fourth person was inside. When she reached the Jeep, Maddie recognized Austin Henson. Maddie waved them through the gate, and Zach replaced the fence post. Maddie and Zach ran behind the Jeep back to the cabin. It felt good to run. She had missed it. When they broke through the tree line, Maddie could see Ryan, Harmony, and Jason by the big oak tree, guns in hand. Rank came out of the barn. Lugnut put the Jeep in park and got out. Jacob and Austin exited the back seat. Maddie stopped in her tracks. They were all covered in blood. Jacob had his hand wrapped around Austin's left bicep. What the hell happened? Maddie asked as she approached the Jeep. Austin looked up, then back to his feet. Where can I put him? Jacob asked. In the cabin, Rank said as he approached them. As Jacob and Rank took Austin inside the cabin, Lugnut and Ron turned and walked toward the barn without a word. What's going on, Lugnut? Maddie asked. Let us get the Jeep in the barn, then we'll come and fill y'all in on what happened, Ron said. As soon as the door shut behind them, Maddie asked again, Someone please tell me why you brought Austin Henson here and why all of you are covered in blood. Ron was at the sink washing up, and Lugnut was drying off with a shop towel he retrieved from a shelf in the mudroom. The sheriff and his men went over to the Jewel farm, Ron said over his shoulder. And? Maddie asked impatiently. Zach, Harmony, and the others all took seats at the table. Maddie stood with her hands on her hips. Ryan tilted his head and his lips formed a broad smile. What? Maddie asked. Nothing. You just look so much like your mother when you do that. Jason and Zach both nodded. Maddie rolled her eyes and returned her attention to Ron. Obviously, the sheriff found the killer. So, what happened? He did. Austin's father and some of their family all followed. The Jewell family was ready and opened fire as soon as the sheriff's men walked out into the open. Ron said Maddie set her rifle by the door, grabbed the pitcher of lemonade and a stack of plastic cups, and joined the others at the table. Ryan poured everyone a glass as Ron finished the story. The sheriff caught the Jewell girl attempting to take off on a four-wheeler. She shot him and rode off during the gunfight. Austin took off after her on his horse. Lugnut, Jacob, and I located them in a barn about a quarter-mile away. The homeowner said he heard shouting and went to check. The Jewell girl had ambushed Austin when he'd gone in looking for her. She was going to do to him what she'd done to his sister. Ron dried his hands and face on a kitchen towel. As he held it out, Maddie could see he'd done a poor job of washing the blood off. The towel was streaked with blood. She made a mental note to add that towel to the bleached load when they washed it. They were yelling so loud they didn't even hear us calling their names as we walked up, Lugnut said as he wiped his face. All he managed to do was smear the blood around and looked worse than when he'd started. Lugnut got the drop on the girl and we got her subdued. Lugnut threw her over Austin's horse, and we headed back to tell the sheriff. That is when we discovered she'd killed the sheriff in the garage, Ron said. Where did all the blood come from? Maddie asked. Lugnut turned to face her. She resisted the urge to take the towel from him and wipe the blood from his beard. There was a shootout between the deputies and people in the house. Someone in there was a damn good shot and dropped several of the Hensons and all but one of the deputies. All but Jacob? Zach asked. Yep, Lugnut said. And how did the blood get on all of you? Zach asked. Maddie looked Lugnut up and down. She didn't see any visible wounds. She turned her attention to Ron as he answered Zach's question. We had to go into the house. They weren't coming out. We were low on ammo, so we had to use these, Ron said, holding up his tactical knife. We had to get up close and personal. We took the brother and the other girl alive, though, Lugnut said, gulping down his entire glass of lemonade. Why bring Austin Henson here, though? Maddie asked. As we were taking them out of the house, a bunch of the Jewell family arrived. They weren't armed, so they couldn't do much to stop us from taking them, but they made threats against Austin. So what? We have a Hatfields and McCoy's feud now. Something like that, Lugnut said. His father was killed. I thought he'd be safer here with us until this damn thing dies down, Ron said. Maddie worried that Ron's big heart might get him in trouble in this new world. She'd always admired his kindness and willingness to go out of his way to help others. But now she had to wonder if that trait would be an asset or deterrent in the apocalypse. You think it will? These things tend to fester and grow, not die down? Ryan asked. Ron shifted in his seat to face him. The door opened and Jacob walked in. He had also attempted to wash the blood away. I convinced Austin to lie down for a while, Jacob said, kicking off his boots and leaving them on the rug in the mudroom. Maddie turned back to Ron. So what now? That is up to the new sheriff, Ron said. Maddie turned her gaze back to Jacob. What? You're the new sheriff? Just until we can have a new election. And what is the new sheriff going to do with Mark Jewell and the girls? Ryan asked. Jacob slid in beside Jason on the bench along the wall. Lugnut poured Jacob a glass of lemonade and handed him a biscuit. Maddie felt her face begin to flush as she stared at him. She again looked for a flaw in the man, something to concentrate on besides his gorgeous green eyes and long eyelashes. We are going to lock them up and have a trial. My job is finished. I'll write a report. The prosecutor will charge them, and I guess there will be a trial. But with Derek dead and no forensic lab to test the evidence, I'm not sure how that will work, Jacob said. Will there even be a trial these days? I mean, one with a judge and jury like before, Jason asked. Do the judge and prosecutor live in town? Are they still showing up, business as usual? It all seemed unbelievable to Maddie. The prosecutor has an apartment above his law practice near the courthouse. He is still showing up when the judge orders him to. He is filing charges on the few cases that we've written reports on and collecting his MREs from the county's emergency food storage. Judge Farley is still trying cases. They are just bench trials without a jury, though. Everyone is sentenced to community service. The county has them cutting firewood for the elderly and mucking stalls out at Keller's horse ranch. Keller said he'd trade the county the use of the horses in exchange for the labor. Who is feeding the prisoners? Ryan asked. The county and whatever business uses their labor. The county has extra food to feed petty criminals? Lugnut asked. Some FEMA and the Red Cross provided it. I'm not sure how much longer it will last, though. Lugnut looked around. Where's Rank? He's up in the loft of the barn. He said he was on watch, Ron replied. If you're here, who is guarding the killers? Harmony asked. We drove them to the jail and posted extra guards to watch them. Wait, are people still showing up for work like the world didn't go to shit? Maddie asked. A few are the ones who live in town. The county is their only source of food and supplies. They know that if they don't work, they don't eat. We had to add an extra jailer in case the rest of the Jewell family gets the idea to try to break them out, Jacob said. Or the townsfolk decide to make good on their threat to lynch them, Lugnut said through a mouthful of biscuit. Lynch them? Jason asked. Jacob put his drink down and turned in his seat to face Jason. Yeah. There was a crowd gathered at the sheriff's department when we got there. We'd also brought the sheriff and the other deputies' bodies back with us. When the townsfolk saw what the Jewells had done to them, they tried to storm the sheriff's department. The door locks held. Thank goodness. How long do you think you'll be able to hold them off like that? Jason asked. The judge came out and spoke to them. That seemed to calm them down. He promised a speedy trial and had everyone sign up for jury selection. That seemed to satisfy them for now. Maybe until after the trial, are they going to be satisfied with feeding those three while their own children go hungry? Ryan asked. Probably not, but that is for them to decide. The prosecutor will lay out the case, the jury will vote, and the judge will pass sentence according to the law. What law? The one that offered the option of life in prison or the death penalty? Maddie asked, standing. That is something the community will need to work out, I guess, Jacob said, also standing. I need to get back. I'm going to be up most of the night handwriting reports for the prosecutor, and the county commission has a meeting first thing in the morning to find a new sheriff and deputies. The county government is still functioning? Maddie asked. The judge deserves all the credit for that. The county commission is as worthless as ever, Jacob replied. She was amazed that things seemed so normal when they were anything but. And the commissioner will decide who the next sheriff is? Maddie asked. The 4 county commissioners agreed to meet and discuss it, but we will see who actually shows up. The runner I sent out to inform them about the sheriff and the other deputies said that most of them were too afraid to open their doors. He wasn't sure they would leave their properties, let alone drive to town. Drive? Jason asked. Yeah, most everyone around these parts has an old farm truck or four-wheelers that still work, until the gas runs out anyway. So why was the sheriff on horseback if there are so many vehicles running in the county? Maddie asked. The horses were to track down the escaped prisoners. Eventually, though, we will all be on horseback, Jacob said. I need to get home and do chores, Ron said. Thanks for everything, Ron, Maddie replied. Yeah, Ron, thanks. I'll come by tomorrow and give you a hand with the horses. Lugnut called as Ron walked toward the door. As Jacob slid his feet into his boots, Maddie tried to find more flaws in the man. As Jacob stood, she searched his features. He was tall, dark, and handsome, but everyone had something wrong with him. No one was that perfect, right? What was it that I found wrong with him again? Oh yeah, he's too short. Chapter 13. Arkansas City, Kansas event plus 14 days. The 2 stops Beth and Maria made for fuel as they drove across Oklahoma were uneventful. Beth saw no one in the sparsely populated area of the state from Guyman to Kildare. At Kildare, they drove north to Arkansas City, Kansas. The sun was setting when they reached the outskirts of the small town. Beth was just about to comment on how fortunate they had been not to have run into any trouble on their trip, when she was forced to slam on her brakes. She'd been weaving in and out of vehicles on the roadway and was picking up speed again when a car rolled into view, seemingly out of nowhere. Beth, Maria yelled as Beth stomped on the brake. Beth's immediate reaction was to put out her arm to keep Jack's carrier from sliding onto the floor. The truck stopped within inches of the compact car now blocking the roadway. 2 men and a woman suddenly appeared, guns drawn and pointed directly at them. Out of the truck. Now, get out now, or I will shoot you. The taller of the men yelled. Maria, Beth said as she raised her hands. I think we are going to have to do what he says. If I lower my hand to get my pistol, he might shoot. Just keep your hands up so he can see them. Maybe they'll just take the truck. Get out of the truck, the man repeated. Beth started to reach down and shut off the ignition. Stop. Leave it running. Just get out of the truck, the man said. Maybe I can stomp on the gas and run them over, Beth said, not taking her eyes off the people in front of her. No, it isn't worth the risk. One of them could get off a shot. Beth reached over with her left hand and pushed open the driver's door. As she began to exit, she grabbed Jack's carrier and in one motion slid out of the truck. Get your hands up, all 3 of them screamed at once. Beth raised her left hand and lifted Jack's carrier into the air with her right hand. It is just my dog, Beth called out. Don't shoot. It is just a little dog. Beth saw the woman look over at the taller man. She saw him mouth, Shut up. Beth seized the opportunity to play on the woman's sympathy. Please don't hurt my dog. He is just an old, one-eyed dog. He belonged to my elderly mother," Beth cried. The woman looked from Beth to the man and said something to him. "Just set the carrier down on the ground and back away from the truck," the man said. "I'm not leaving my mother's dog. I promised her on her deathbed that I wouldn't let anything happen to him. Keep your hands in the air and step away from the truck." "Do it now," the man said again, clearly irritated. Beth glanced over to Maria. Her hands were in the air. The shorter of the men had his gun trained on her. Maria never lost eye contact with the man. "Drop that pistol, lady," the shorter man said, pointing to the holster on Maria's hip. Maria slowly slipped her hand down and unstrapped the holster, pulled the pistol out and lowered it to the ground. "Now back away," the man said, taking a step toward her. Maria did as he instructed. "Now you," the taller man said, looking to Beth. "Just do what he says, Beth," Maria said, backing away. "Can we have our gear at least? It has Jack's medicine in it, and his food. He'll die without it," Beth said as she shifted Jack to her left and slipped her pistol from its holster. She slowly lowered the gun to the ground and took a step back. The tall man rushed over to the truck, grabbed her pack from the bed, and threw it on the ground. "Get that car moved."
"Let's go!"
the tall man yelled as he got into the truck and shut the driver's door. The short man and the woman pushed the car off the roadway, then rushed back to the truck. The woman climbed in and scooted to the middle before the short man got in and shut the passenger door. "Hey, what about my pack?" Maria asked as she rushed toward the truck. She was reaching into the bed to grab her pack as they sped away. "Damn, I almost had it," Maria said, stomping her boot hard on the pavement. Fuck. Beth stood with her mouth open in disbelief before the realization of the situation sank in. She was less than 6 hours from home, but on foot it might as well have been 6,000 hours. As Maria continued to curse their luck, Beth remained speechless, her mind racing to think of their next move. They were exposed out on the highway. Their only weapons were the Henry survival rifle, a box of .22 long ammo, and a Cal-Bar BK2 knife in her pack that she brought with them from the Kingman camp. Bringing Jack may have saved their lives. It was a good thing that their carjackers were dog lovers, or they would be stranded with nothing. "We need to get off this highway, Maria," Beth said. "Yeah, we need to find another vehicle," Maria said, picking up Beth's pack from the ground and sliding her arms through the straps. Beth put the strap to Jack's carrier over her head, adjusted it across her chest, and the three of them turned toward the shoulder of the road. Maria led them down the embankment to the tree line. They continued east inside the tree line as darkness approached. The night was clear and cloudless, lit by a bright full moon, so they were able to push on into the night after the sun went down. They decided to get back on the roadway to make better time, though, because they kept tripping over logs and rocks that they couldn't see. After what seemed like hours to Beth, they came to a creek running under the highway and stopped under the bridge to rest. A boggy smell made Beth wonder if there was a stagnant pool of water nearby. "We're going to get you home," Maria said, filling the silence. "I know, we'll get there, I know." Beth was trying to stay positive. She wouldn't let herself give in to the fear that incessantly tried to seize hold of her mind. She was too damn close to give up now. They'd make it. It would just take a lot longer on foot. After eating energy bars and drinking what was left in their camel packs, Beth removed the water filter and hydration bladder from her pack and walked upstream, hoping to reach a point where the creek was flowing faster. But the smell only got stronger. She flicked on her flashlight long enough to see that the current was running swiftly a few feet below where she stood. Beth slid down the muddy bank and stuck her filter in the stream to refill the water bladder. Beth climbed up the bank and headed back to Maria and Jack. Her foot hit something solid but soft, and she tumbled over it to the ground. "Ugh," Beth said as she landed on top of the water bladder. It was still too dark to make out what she had tripped over, but her nose told her what her eyes couldn't. "Maria," Beth called. Beth felt around for the flashlight she'd dropped, extended her arms, and pushed herself back away from the noxious-smelling object. She stood flicked on the flashlight and gasped. "Oog is right," Maria said, pulling her shirt up over her nose. Jack began to bark, likely feeling abandoned. Beth sidestepped around the bloated body of a man on the ground and hurried up the hill to quiet Jack before he could alert anyone to their presence. She doubted that any of the companions of the man lying by the creek were still hanging around, but others nearby might hear Jack's barking and come to investigate. Beth hurried to remove Jack from his carrier. She fished his leash from her pack and clipped it to his collar. After relieving himself on a nearby bush, Jack ran over to Maria. "I think we should get moving. The sooner I get that smell out of my nostrils, the better," Maria said, gathering up Jack and handing him back to Beth. After ruffling the little dog's fur, Beth placed him back inside his carrier. Beth and Maria climbed back up onto the highway and continued walking east. "Maybe we should have looked for that man's pack," Maria finally said. "I don't think I would have had the stomach for it, myself," Beth replied. "I know, me either. But if his pack had been there, it could have been full of things we need." Beth considered it for a moment. She was sure that Greg or Roger would have had no qualms taking the pack of a dead man and going through it. Although they may eventually regret it, she couldn't imagine being that desperate. "Do you believe we will see the large numbers of deaths that the EMP Commission reported?" Maria asked, slowing to allow Beth to come alongside her. "At the time, I thought they were fear-mongering, but now," Beth took a deep breath and exhaled slowly before continuing. "Now, with all I've seen so far, I'm starting to believe it may be accurate." "Me too. I've tried not to think about the future. I mean, much past getting home to my kids. Even though Greg and I spent a great deal of time discussing and planning for this, I still cannot fathom how we can survive long-term without modern technology. I'm convinced that only the strong will survive, those with the physical and mental toughness to scratch, claw, and fight to make it through each day. I'm afraid you're right. I hate to think about how the strong will prey on the weak until they are extinguished from the earth. It'll become a vicious cycle until someone is able to restore some semblance of law and order. I pray that it won't require the heavy hand of a dictator to accomplish it. That is usually the case, though. Look at places like Iraq, Iran, and Syria. Then you have China, Cuba, and Venezuela, where the dictators rule with military force. I don't know what is to become of the United States now, but I fear that we will see the rise of a dictator before we rebuild our nation so peace and freedom can be restored," Maria said, her voice trailing off as they both became lost in their own thoughts about the future of the nation. They walked in silence for another hour before Maria spoke again. "Beth, look." Maria grabbed Beth's arm and pointed to her right. Down a driveway off the highway sat a run-down auto body shop and 3 metal buildings. "I don't understand. What am I supposed to be looking at? All I see is a body shop." "I bet we could find some kind of wheels there in that body shop. Body shops restore old cars," Maria said, pulling Beth toward the driveway. "We only have 1 gun and very little ammo. We can't afford to get into a gunfight," Beth said, pulling back and trying to slow Maria down. She wasn't too enthusiastic about stealing someone's vehicle, let alone running into the business owner in the middle of the night. "Someone could be in there, I doubt it," Maria said. "But what if they are? We are just going to have a look around. If we find anything, we can decide then if it is worth the risk, unless you want to walk another 350 miles. Beth thought about it a moment. They were at greater risk on foot, and that many miles was a lot to cover on foot. "All right, but if we discover anyone in there, we leave. I don't want to have to kill someone for a car, okay?" "Okay, let's just see what we find," Maria said, dropping the pack. She knelt to remove the Henry from the pack and assemble it. Maria slapped an 8-round magazine into the magazine well, chambered a round, and gave the rifle and the second magazine to Beth. "Put this magazine in your pocket. I'm a Marine. I'm comfortable with the Ka-bar," Maria said as they stood and headed down the driveway. Maria led the way with the Ka-bar held in a fighting grip. Beth carried the Henry at port arms with her finger near the trigger. She prayed that Jack remained quiet. She considered leaving him at the end of the driveway, but he might bark like he'd done at the bridge when she had left him to get water. The driveway turned into the garage. An adjacent gravel drive continued down a hill toward 2 metal buildings and other structures. It was difficult to make out the many distant shapes in the dark. Beth feared that one of them might be the shop owner's house. Maria stopped at the corner of the garage in a crouch. "Stay here. I'm going around back to see if there is a side door." Maria disappeared around the building while Beth gripped the rifle tight. Her nerves were on edge. The sound of her heart beating in her chest nearly drowned out the noise of the crickets and frogs. Beth's heart jumped when Jack gave a low growl. "Shush, Jack. Be quiet now. You'll get us all killed," Beth nervously told the dog like he understood English. Maria reappeared at the back corner of the garage and motioned for Beth to follow. Maria had found the side door. She pushed it open, and she and Beth entered the dark, oily-smelling building. Beth shined the flashlight around the windowless space. 3 vehicles were parked in the garage. It was immediately evident that 2 of them were useless, with the engines removed and several body panels laying nearby. In the last bay, however, was an SUV that might hold promise. Maria rushed around the mix of auto parts and equipment to the driver's door of the white Ford Bronco. "You're not going to believe this?" Maria said, turning to Beth. In her hands, she held up a set of keys on a fuzzy rabbit's foot keychain. Beth thought the rabbit's foot was a good sign. Maybe it would bring them luck. You think it will start? Beth asked, not sure if it was old enough to have survived the EMP. Beth knew nothing about cars. She only knew that Greg had said older cars would likely work after an electromagnetic pulse. Only one way to find out. Cover me. I'm going to just turn the key and see if the lights turn on, Maria said. Beth went to stand by the door. As Maria tried the key, Beth watched the gravel driveway for any sign of the shop owner. No flashlights flicked on. She heard no human sounds until music blared from the Broncos radio. Beth tensed as Maria struggled to turn it off. Beth stepped outside the door and looked for any sign that anyone heard the music and was coming to investigate. After not seeing or hearing anything, Beth relaxed her shoulders and released the breath she held. I think we should try to roll up the garage door and push it outside. Maybe we can push it all the way to the road before starting it. That would be a lot safer, Maria said. We should wait a minute and see if anyone comes out to investigate. You're probably right. I'm just anxious to get the hell out of here. Me too, Beth said. They waited a few more minutes, and after not seeing or hearing anything, Maria slowly rolled up the garage door. To Beth's surprise, the rollers made very little noise. Once the door was open, Maria put the Bronco in neutral, and she and Beth pushed it out and onto the driveway. Beth quickly realized that the incline of the driveway would make it too difficult to push the vehicle to the highway. I think we are going to have to risk it and start it here. I'm afraid so. You and Jack get in. I'll open the passenger door and stand watch while you start it. I'll jump in and off. We'll go. Okay. Beth handed Maria the Henry, pushed the driver's seat forward, and placed Jack's carrier on the floor behind the seat while Maria placed her pack in the back. When Beth was behind the wheel, she waited for the okay from Maria, who was standing watch, before she turned the key. She prayed the engine started and that it did so on the first try. It didn't start on the first try or the second, but on the third try the engine caught and Maria jumped in. Beth sped down the driveway and peeled out onto Highway 166, heading east toward Baxter Springs. Toward Home, Chapter 14, FEMA Joint Field Office, Springfield, Illinois event, plus 14 days. As Ames's vehicle approached the gate, a National Guard soldier held up a hand to stop him. Ames inched his vehicle forward and stopped beside the guardsman. Identification, please? Ames showed him his official badge and waited to be waved through. Sir, you're not authorized to leave the facility. What? Not authorized? I didn't know I needed permission to conduct official FEMA business, Ames said. He felt his blood pressure rise and feared a migraine coming on. We are currently on lockdown. Only military personnel are authorized to leave at this time. This is for your safety. Look, I have official business at the governor's office. I have to be able to meet with government officials and people in the field in order to coordinate aid to the citizens of this region. I have my orders, sir. Ames inhaled deeply, then exhaled slowly. This was General Dempsey's doing. He was sure of it. I'm sure that you do, however, you do not have the authority to impede the FEMA federal recovery efforts. My staff and I are not under the jurisdiction of the military, so if you don't mind, I am late for my meeting. The soldier walked away, talking on his radio. A moment later, the soldier stepped aside and waved Ames through the gate. As he drove away, he wondered if he'd ever see the place again. The streets between the airport and the state capitol building had been cleared of all abandoned vehicles. Trash was still heaped at the curbs, and the littered yards remained along the route. Ames guessed trash service wasn't on Dempsey's to-do list. A block before he reached the Capitol building was another checkpoint. He showed his identification to another soldier, but this time he was allowed to proceed without issue. He parked his truck along the curb on Jackson Street and had to show his identification once more to the guard at the gate. He walked up to the 163-year-old red brick mansion steps, curious to see inside following the $15 million renovations he'd heard about in the news. The controversy over donations made in an alleged pay-to-play scheme had surrounded the project when it was underway. More guards met him at the door, but they didn't require him to show his identification. At the top of the stairs, the guard spoke into his radio. After a moment, he pointed toward a large double door at the end of the hall. Just outside of the governor's office, the administrative assistant put down his radio. You may go in. The governor and Administrator Harding are expecting you. News traveled fast. Ames hadn't expected to get a meeting with the governor this easy. Come in, Mr. Ames. Mr. Harding was just telling me about FEMA operations around the state. Governor McDonald said, waving him over. Ames took a seat next to Harding. Harding gave him a quizzical look, then turned his attention back to the governor. As I told your staff last week, I am quite upset about the closing of the food distribution centers in the northern part of the state, McDonald said. The governor held up a hand before Harding could respond. I know. I realize that with the mass migration out of the metropolitan areas of Chicago, that you have security issues, but that has left millions of residents without life-saving food and water," McDonald said. Ames turned to Harding, then back to the governor. "Sir, pardon me, but I have no knowledge of any distribution centers closing. I've been briefed on the security concerns by Glenn Mitchell, but I have not authorized the closing of any food distribution sites," Ames said. A migraine was creeping up the back of his head. Any moment, the debilitating pain would overtake him. He reached down and patted his right front pocket, where his 2 last remaining pills were located. He debated pulling them out and popping them in his mouth right then before the vice began squeezing his head. "If you didn't authorize the closings, who did?" Ames cleared his throat and was just about to fill the governor in on Dempsey's treasonous plan when Harding spoke up. "We don't know, but I can assure you we are going to get to the bottom of this issue and get those aid stations back into operation right away," Harding said, standing. Ames hesitated, unsure why Harding hadn't informed the governor of Dempsey's plan to implement his own government and take control of the region's resources. "Let's get back to the JFO and get our people back up there to reopen those centers, Ames," Harding said as he turned to go. "We will keep you informed, sir," Ames said, following Harding to the door. "Yes, you do that," the governor replied. "What the hell, Harding? Why didn't you tell him?" "Shush," Harding said, grabbing Ames's arm and slipping into an empty sitting room. Ames looked around and was momentarily distracted by the beautiful decor of the newly renovated room. Above the enormous fireplace hung a huge portrait of the governor, his wife, and their black Labrador retriever. Ames thought about his own black lab, Gus. He hoped his dog Walker had taken him home with her. Ames, if you're finished playing tourist," Harding said, startling Ames back to the present situation. "Yeah, why didn't you tell him about Dempsey's plan?" I thought. "He's dirty, Ames. Dempsey bought him too." "What? Are you sure?" He sounded genuinely upset about the center's closing. "He is stalling us. Dempsey's people told him to hold us here until after they secure the port at Peoria." "Secure it? And then what?" Ames asked, rubbing his temples. His migraine now in full torture mode, and tiny specks of light danced at the edges of his vision. He reached into his pocket and fingered his last 2 pills. Deciding he may need them more later, he withdrew his hand. I overheard a radio transmission between one of the guards and Mitchell's men. "They will deal with us after they return from taking control of Peoria. In the meantime, we're not to be allowed to leave the governor's mansion." Ames looked around. He could think of worse places to be held prisoner. "So what are we going to do?" "I sent a courier to my counterparts in Kansas City and Denton, Texas. I doubt they have the ability to come to our aid, but my hope is that they can prevent the military in their regions from joining Dempsey. Dempsey is expecting troops from Missouri to arrive here soon. I don't know if I'd rely on Region 7's administrator's powers of persuasion with the military. Missouri's governor has great clout with the military in his state. I trust him to make an effort to stop Dempsey. I'm sure he doesn't want a dictator taking over territory just 200 miles from his door," Harding said. The door opened and a guard dressed in black pants and a white polo shirt poked his head in. "This room is off limits to guests. I'll need you to follow me if you don't mind." Whether Harding and Ames minded or not, they found themselves being led out of the mansion to be detained at the Capitol building to await the return of Mitchell and General Dempsey. As Ames was speaking to the guard, Harding suddenly grabbed the distracted man's sidearm and shoved him away in one fluid motion, disarming him. They'd underestimated Harding. Surprised by Harding's action, Ames grabbed the man from behind to subdue him. Harding struck the guard in the head with the butt of the pistol, and Ames let the man fall to the ground. "My truck is parked on Jackson." "Do you think we can make it?" Ames asked. "No, mine is parked in the alley off Edwards. Let's go," Harding called as he took off toward the alley. As Harding turned the key in the old pickup, Ames asked, "Where the hell are we going?" "South." South was good. It beat the north. He hoped that Dempsey was too busy with his battle for control of Peoria to look for them anyway. Ames and Harding made it through the checkpoint out of the city of Springfield and headed south on Interstate 55. Ames wasn't sure if they would make it to Missouri in time to save Peoria, but he hoped they could make it in time to convince the military in Missouri and Texas to not join Dempsey and to agree to help stop him before more innocent lives were lost to starvation and violence. If not, he feared that what was left of the United States would become regions ruled by dictators. Chapter 15, Coffeeville, Kansas. Event plus 14 days. After stealing the Bronco, Beth and Maria continued east on Highway 166 for 20 miles without seeing anything living. The flat land made it possible to see for miles. There were very few abandoned cars on the highway in this rural area. "Looks like a town up ahead. Why don't you check out the glove box and see if there's a map so we can find a way around it?" I'm really too tired for another carjacking, Beth said. Maria opened the glove box and a wad of papers fell out. She rummaged around in the cluttered compartment and finally pulled out a crumpled Kansas state map. Before long, Maria was able to route Beth around the town of Peru and 2 other small cities before they reached the outskirts of the city of Coffeyville. Beth looked down at the fuel gauge. It still had a quarter tank. They had passed several abandoned vehicles, but without the gas cans and the oil container Maria brought with her from Kingman. They had no way to collect and transfer fuel from the other car's tanks. How much fuel do we have? Maria asked, looking up from the map. About a quarter tank. The way this thing guzzles gas, we'll be lucky to make it another 20 miles before we are on foot again. Oh, that ain't happening, Maria said, turning her head and looking around. How are we going to collect fuel? Our cans are with the truck. We'll have to find one. Another mile down the road, Maria spotted a small fuel can in the back of an old beat-up pickup parked on the shoulder of the highway. Maria pointed to the truck. Pull over right there. The right rear of the truck was up on a jack stand. A tire lay on the gravel shoulder beside it. Beth hesitated. It looks like they had a flat. The owner could still be around. I don't think so. The terrain is so flat out here you could see them 10 miles away. There is no one out here, Maria said, still motioning for her to pull over. Reluctantly, Beth pulled in behind the truck. Maria jumped out and grabbed the gas can. She slid under the pickup and a moment later emerged with half a gallon in the little red container. It isn't much, but it is something, Maria said as she poured it in the tank. At least we have something to collect it in now. Must be the lucky rabbit's foot, Beth said, smiling. With only a 1-gallon fuel container, filling the Bronco's tank was time-consuming. And the time it took for Beth to pour the gasoline into their vehicle and get the can back to Maria. About as much additional precious fuel had spilled on the ground, requiring several stops at other abandoned vehicles to repeat the task and fill the Bronco's tank. They continued zigzagging through rural roads to avoid towns and came out at a junction with a country store. On the front porch was a soda machine. We should see if we can get some water or soda out of that machine. I haven't seen a water source since we lost the truck, Maria said. It isn't going to work without electricity. I know that. I'm going to see if I can break the lock. Maria held up the screwdriver she'd been using to put holes in the fuel tanks. I don't know. It sounds dangerous. Look around. There is no one out here in the boonies, Maria said, opening her door. All right, let me pull around in front. That way, if someone does show up, we can make a quick getaway. You make us sound like Thelma and Louise. I loved that movie, Beth said. Maria handed Beth the Henry and hurried over to the soda machine. Beth was turned in her seat looking up the road when she heard the squeak of the door being opened. Before Beth could even put the Bronco in gear, Maria dove into the SUV and slammed her door shut. Go, 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 Beth! He's got a gun, Maria yelled. Beth fought the urge to look for herself. She put the car in drive and stomped on the gas pedal as she heard the first round hit the Bronco's rear panel. The second shot took out their right front tire. Beth swerved, trying to maintain control of the vehicle. She heard an engine and looked into her rearview mirror. He's chasing us, Beth yelled. Maria turned in her seat. Shit, stomp on it, Beth. Maria said, I am, but the tire's flat. It can't go any faster, or I'll wreck us. You better, or we are going to get shot. As they picked up speed, the man who was driving a lawn tractor slowed to a stop in the middle of the road behind them. Beth looked at Maria, who had a huge grin on her face. Whew, that was close, Beth said. Yeah, now I know how O.J. felt during his slow-speed chase. Beth didn't get it at first, but when it sunk in that she was referring the infamous white Ford Bronco pursuit, she chuckled. They made a few turns, still bumping along slowly on the tireless rim, before they found their way back to the highway. They stopped to put on the spare tire before continuing their trek east. Beth's heart leaped when she saw the sign for Baxter Springs, Kansas, knowing that she was only 3 hours from the cabin. Beth thought of her home in Clarkson Valley and her husband, Jason. She tried not to think about what may have happened to him. He was a good man, and she had loved him, but she had no illusions about the fact that people as ill-prepared as Jason were all history by now. Not now. Not now. Grieve later. Beth wasn't sure how, but Maria was routing them entirely on the back roads in Kansas before they reached Interstate 44. Are we in Missouri already? Beth said, sitting up taller in her seat and gripping the steering wheel tighter. Not yet. This is the Oklahoma Turnpike, Maria said. Beth turned and saw the sign for Miami, Oklahoma. For the first time since leaving Arizona, she knew where she was. Heading east on the Will Rogers Turnpike, Beth drove as fast as she could while weaving in and out of the snarl of abandoned cars, trucks, and semi-trucks. When they approached the sign announcing their arrival into the state of Missouri, Beth could hardly contain herself. They arrived just outside Springfield late that afternoon. A trip that usually took 2 hours had stretched into 5 with another stop for fuel. Maria had found an additional fuel can, so that chore was faster. "I think we should avoid Springfield," Maria said, taking a drink of the last of her water. "You thinking of going south through Republic and taking Highway 60 east?" Beth asked. "I think that would be safer than going through all the towns that Interstate 44 travels through." "I agree," Beth said, making the turn south just before Republic, Missouri. "Too bad you weren't able to get into the soda machine. I could really go for a Pepsi right now. I'd even drink it warm, and they taste bad warm." Maria reached down in the seat beside her and pulled out a blue can. "Like this one?" Maria chuckled. "Exactly like that one. Were you holding out on me?" Maria popped the top and handed the warm soda to Beth. "No, just waiting for the right time. But I guess now is as good of a time as any." "Thanks, Maria, and thank you for coming with me," Beth said, starting to choke up. "I love a girl's road trip. I used to take them all the time with," Maria said. Maria drew quiet. Beth knew she was thinking of her sister. They both were silent as they weaved back and forth, avoiding abandoned vehicles. Beth made the right turn onto Highway P and headed farther south to skirt the populated areas outside of Springfield. An hour and a half later, they were nearing the town of Ava, where they would turn and head north. Coming out of a sharp turn, Beth had to raise her hand to shield her eyes. The sun was low enough on the horizon to shine in and impair her vision, even with the visor down. "Up here, just before Ava, you're going to turn left," Maria said, pointing to the map she held up in front of her. Beth glanced over to see the spot on the map that Maria was pointing to. When Beth looked back to the road, a large piece of metal lay in the roadway. Beth swerved to miss the object, but her left front tire still made contact. She overcorrected as the vehicle pulled to the left, and the truck ran off the right side of the roadway and slammed into a tree. Chapter 16, Langston Cabin Evening Shade, Missouri event, 15 days. When Maddie entered the guy's room to wake Zach for his turn at watch, she saw that Austin Henson was not in his bunk. She had not seen him as she walked through the kitchen, but it was dark, so he could have been there without her noticing. Rank, Ryan, and Jason were fast asleep. She pinched her nostrils with her left hand, and with her right, she nudged her brother. "It's your watch, Zach, already?" Zach asked, rolling out of the top bunk. Zach noticed the bunk below him was empty. "Where's Austin?" he asked, as he pulled on his boots. "I don't know. I'll meet you outside. I have to get out of here. Even with my nose plugged, I can still smell the foot funk." "I still have my boots on," Rank whispered. "Then somebody needs a shower," Maddie whispered back. Maddie backed out of the room and walked down the hall to the living room. The space was made much smaller with the additional sandbag seating arrangement. Ryan had spent the day filling sandbags with dirt and instructing Jason on how and where to stack them. The 2-foot-wide, 3-foot-high sandbag wall under the window provided extra seating for their little growing group while serving as cover from possible incoming bullets. Greg Langston had planned for 20 people to live on the property, but the cabin itself felt cramped with the 8 people now occupying it. The 2 bunk rooms slept 8 each. The large dining room off the kitchen sat 12 comfortably at the long farm-style table. Her father envisioned that people would be eating and sleeping in shifts because of the amount of work and guard duty required. Austin wasn't in the living room. Maddie was checking the bathroom when Zach came out of the guy's bunk room. "Did you find him?" Zach asked on his way to the back door. "Not yet," Maddie said, closing the bathroom door. She was just about to reach for the knob of the basement door when she heard a voice behind her. "He is in the barn with Lugnut," Jason said. "Oh, okay, good to know, thanks," Maddie said. "He's a good kid," Jason said as he opened the bathroom door. "You've talked to him?" "Yeah. I wanted to assess his mental state given all his losses and what he's witnessed. Frankly, I wanted to make sure it was safe to close my eyes with him sleeping across from me." "Smart thinking," Maddie said. "And you think he's not a risk?" "I think he is only a risk to himself. He blames himself. Why? Survivor's guilt." Jason turned and walked closer to Maddie. Lowering his voice, he said he knew his sister was sneaking out to meet the boyfriend. Austin didn't tell his father because he didn't want to get her in trouble. Even when the search party was out searching for her, he thought she was safe. He's afraid that everyone will blame him for all the killing. That is a lot to carry. He was just trying to be a good brother. Maddie tried to imagine what she might have done at that situation. Siblings covered for each other all the time, but it rarely led to mass killings. He couldn't have anticipated all that occurred because of his omission. "You'll help him deal with it?" Maddie asked. "I'll try for as long as he is here, but he doesn't want anyone else to know." I'll keep it between the two of us, Maddie said. Those guys snore so loud, Jason chuckled. We have earplugs somewhere. I'll see if I can find them for you tomorrow. I have to get to my post, sleep well, or at least try, Maddie said as she turned to follow Zach out to the road. Everyone but Harmony was on a 4-hour watch schedule. 3 people on watch at all times meant that no one was getting more than 4 hours of uninterrupted sleep. There was too much to do during the day. But Maddie tried to get everyone to take a nap or at least have some downtime in their bunks to rest or read a book. The day before, Ryan, Jason, and Harmony had installed a couple of the solar panels on stands in the back of the barn, enough to power a few lights in the kitchen and bathroom once they got them hooked up to the cabin. Afterward, Ryan had given Harmony and Jason their first firearms lesson. Ryan had found Beth's rolling garden seat, and Harmony happily pushed him around. Harmony had taken responsibility for caring for the baby goats and chickens as well as preparing all the meals. Even though her constant chatter drove Maddie crazy, she was glad Harmony was a part of their group. Buster stood guard on the front porch during the day and slept with Harmony at night. He'd finally adjusted to all the nocturnal animal noises and stopped barking at every sound. Zach was waiting for Maddie at the edge of the woods. "Did you find Dad's night vision goggles yet?" Maddie asked. "No, you can use Ryan's if you want. That's okay." "I wonder where Dad would have hidden them," Maddie said. "I bet Mom knows," Zach said, his voice full of sorrow. "I bet she does," Maddie said. She reached out and put a hand on his shoulder. "She'll make it home, Zach. She is stronger and smarter than all of us, and she has all Dad's friends who are helping her, I'm sure." "I know, I just wish Mom would get here already." Maddie clicked the light on her rifle and found the path that led to her lookout post, then flicked it off again. "You sure you don't want to use the NVGs?" Zach asked. "Not this time. I'm getting good at finding my way in the dark. Who knew the apocalypse would be so dark? I know. I wonder if our eyes will ever get adjusted to the lack of electric lights. If Ron and Ryan can get the rest of the solar panels hooked up, maybe they won't have to, at least until our stash of light bulbs is gone." "That would be nice," Zach said as he pulled the NVGs down over his eyes. "Be safe, brother." "You too, sis." It took Maddie longer than she thought it should to locate the deer stand in the dark. Up in her perch in the trees, she counted stars and named the constellations she could remember. Maddie recited poems and even a few Bible verses trying to stay awake. Then she used a trick from when she ran the 100-mile races she planned her week. She got lost in organizing her schedule into sections and setting goals to be accomplished. She was trying to remember how long it took for lettuce to be ready to harvest when a distant light caught her eye. At first, she thought it might be Zach, but it was farther away. After a minute or so of staring at it, she realized that the light was bouncing back and forth like a flashlight beam scanning the ground. "Someone is walking toward us." She wished they had found her dad's radios. Radios would come in handy right then to alert Zach and Lugnut. They'd set up a signal system but hadn't tried it at night, and she wasn't sure if Zach could even hear it over the noise of the frogs and crickets. The classic duck commander duck call was an odd sound at night, and she had not yet mastered using it, so the screeching sound it made hurt her ears. 3 short blasts alerted Zach that Maddie had spotted something. 2 short bursts back were Zach's acknowledgement. With his NVGs, he would be able to track the person better than she if they shut off the flashlight. A minute later, Maddie heard Zach give the danger alert signal. She responded with 2 blasts for acknowledgement. As Maddie pulled her rifle to her shoulder and peered into its scope, she watched the flashlight beam grow closer and closer until she could make out at least 3 shadowy figures. She searched their hands for weapons but saw none. When they were within 50 yards of her position, Maddie could see that there were 4 men in the group. Although she saw no weapons, it did not mean they weren't carrying any. She let them pass by and out of sight before she hopped down from the tree stand and hurried back to inform Lugnut. "You are sure it was one of the inmates?" Lugnut asked after Maddie described the men. "I am positive. His whole face and head are tattooed," Maddie said. Her hands shook as she drank from her water bottle. Lugnut turned and walked toward the cabin. "You stay here and guard the cabin. I'm going to get Rank, and we are going to track them down and see where they are holed up," Lugnut said. Moments after Maddie climbed the stairs to the barn's loft, Ryan appeared at the barn door. "I got the cabin. You go back out to the road and watch with your brother." As she climbed back down the stairs, Maddie asked, "Are you sure? You can't climb up there." "I'll have Jason watch from the loft, and I'll stand guard on the front porch. We'll have the front and back covered." "Jason isn't ready for watch. He can look through the scope. He doesn't need to be able to shoot straight to alert me if he sees anything." "All right, but you're explaining that one to Lugnut," Maddie said as she headed toward the path to her post. Chapter 17. Langston Cabin, Evening Shade, Missouri. Event plus 15 days. A little after sunrise, Maddie watched Harmony walk across the open field carrying a picnic basket with Buster at her side. Maddie hadn't seen that picnic basket in years and wondered where Harmony had found it. After Harmony made a quick stop at Zach's post, she walked to Maddie's location. "Any sign of Lugnut and Rank yet?" Harmony asked. Maddie hopped down from the stand and took the Spam and egg biscuit from Harmony. It was surprisingly good, though Spam was not Maddie's favorite canned meat. It was the thermos of piping hot coffee that excited her. She'd been fighting to stay awake for hours, and strong black coffee would hit the spot. No, but they may wait until dark. They work better in the dark. Harmony handed Maddie a biscuit with Ron's homemade watermelon jelly on it. "You and Zach have to stay out here all day?" Maddie sighed. "Yes. Unfortunately, we just don't have enough people to stand watch." Austin volunteered. Harmony said something about the way she said his name struck Maddie funny. It was all breathy like a scene from some chick flick or something. Besides being a talker, Harmony was turning out to be something of a flirt. That would not have bothered her except she knew her brother liked Harmony, and the flirtatiousness bothered him. As Harmony walked back across the field toward the cabin, Maddie thought about relationships in the post-collapse days. She remembered listening to stories her grandmother told about how, in her great-grandparents' day, the communities held dances so the eligible young people could meet. Otherwise, all they had as prospective mates were their close neighbors, who was going to have time for dating anyway. She tried not to think about Jacob. She knew that with his new responsibilities as county sheriff, she likely wouldn't see much of him. All for the best. I sure don't have time for guys either. Harmony wasn't alone when she brought lunch sometime in the early afternoon. This time Austin carried the basket, while Harmony held a gallon jug of tea. Maddie waved her brother over, and the 14 sat on the ground in the shade of Maddie's tree stand. Austin and Zach were quiet. Harmony was chattering away as usual. As Maddie took a bite of her salmon patty sandwich, she didn't at first notice the homemade bread. She held it out and stared at it with her mouth open. "You like it?" Harmony asked. "Like it? I love it. I didn't know you knew how to make bread." Austin helped me. He did the kneading. I made sourdough starter so we can make bread when the yeast is gone. It won't last forever, but the sourdough starter will last as long as we feed it. Maddie was surprised that a 15-year-old girl knew all those things, but was grateful she did. Maddie recalled her grandmother always having a bowl of it on her counter. So did Ryan's mother. Mrs. Masters made the best sourdough rolls ever. Maddie tried to recall how many pounds of wheat berries and flour her dad had stored. She'd need to work out the inventory with Harmony to make it last. "This is amazing, Harmony. We need to make out an inventory and ration our food until we can get crops in next year and establish some type of trading system with the local farmers. We don't want to run out halfway through winter. We have lots of food stored in our basement," Austin said without looking up. "I'm sure your family will be glad to have the supplies come winter," Zach said. He briefly glanced over at Harmony, then returned his gaze to his food. "Yeah, if they are still around." "What makes you say that?" Harmony asked. "With my dad and sister gone, and the Jewels setting their targets on my family, they will likely set out for Shannon County to stay with relatives down there. We mostly have women and children living on our place. Then the extra food will be welcome there, too. If you need help packing it up, I'd be glad to give you a hand." "When would you be leaving?" Zach asked. "I'm not going anywhere." "Why not?" Harmony asked, handing him a glass of sweet tea. "I want to stay here and make sure those Jewels get what they deserve. Jacob will need me to testify at the trial," Austin said, taking a sip from the red plastic cup. "When do you think the trial will take place?" Maddie asked as she took her own cup from Harmony. Austin took a long drink before answering. Jacob said they would likely have it in a couple of days. He didn't think they could hold the crowds off much longer than that, but it is up to the judge. "Are you nervous about testifying?" Harmony asked, reaching over and placing a hand on Austin's arm. Zach looked up and then back to his sandwich. Maddie felt so bad for him. She wondered if, after the trial and things died down, the community could hold dances like the old days. She needed to find her brother a new girlfriend and get his mind off Harmony. "I'm not nervous." I don't know," Austin said. His green eyes glistened. Maddie could tell that he was struggling not to tear up. "We'll come with you. We will be there in the courtroom to support you. Won't we, guys?" Harmony said, volunteering them all. "Well, I guess a few of us can go," Maddie said, looking to Zach. Zach shrugged and continued taking little bites from his sandwich. "See, we are here for you," Harmony said before removing her hand from his arm and pouring herself a glass of tea. For the next 15 minutes, Harmony went on and on about the goats and wanting to make cheese when they were old enough to produce milk. Maddie was relieved when Zack stood and excused himself. I should get back to my post and keep a lookout for those guys. Yeah, me too. Thanks so much for lunch, guys. It was great, Maddie said, climbing the steps to her stand. We are having a surprise dessert with dinner. I'll bring you some if you're still out here, Harmony called as she and Austin headed back across the field to the cabin. Harmony did as she promised and brought them chicken noodle soup with more homemade bread along with the surprise strawberry shortcake. Maddie had never cared much for strawberries from a can, but whatever Harmony had done with them had made all the difference. Shortly after Harmony and Austin dropped off dinner and the sun began to set, Maddie heard 3 alert duck calls coming from the south of her stand. She blasted 2 quick calls in acknowledgement before seeing Lugnut and Rank appear in the road. What did you find? She called as she jumped down from the tree stand. Zack sprinted across the field and arrived just as Lugnut and Rank hopped over the barbed wire fence. Rank's right hand shot up to his left shoulder. The gunshot wound he'd received on his journey to rescue Jason was not quite healed yet. We located them about 3 miles south of here. They are holed up in a barn back down a private drive and hidden from the road, Lugnut said. How many of them are there? Zack asked, handing Rank his water bottle. Rank turned it up and emptied the bottle before answering. As far as we could determine, about 12 to 15 men and some women. Shit, Maddie said. Yeah, not good, Lugnut said. How are we going to maintain watch, Lugnut? Zack and I are exhausted, and the 2 of you haven't slept either. We are going to get some rest tonight, and then we are going to post a watch on their place. It is better to have someone watching them in order to alert us early if they head this way. Let's all head back to the cabin and tell the others. I don't think we will be seeing anything from them tonight, Rank said. Why not? Zack asked. They found someone's moonshine stash. Oh, that probably means we won't have any problems from them tomorrow either, Maddie said. Why would you say that? Zack asked. Hangovers are a bitch, and how would you know? I went to a college party once, Maddie snickered. Maddie followed Zack, Lugnut, and Rank back through the woods to the cabin. Everyone ate strawberry shortcake as Lugnut and Rank filled them in on their rowdy new neighbors to the south. We thought that we would set up in the spot we had staked out and watch their movements over the next few days. We need to learn what they are up to and be able to know if they are raiding houses or attacking people on the roads, Lugnut said through a mouthful of dessert. Can we spare people to sit out there without the radios? How would you even alert us if they are heading this way? Maddie asked. This would be a reconnaissance mission to gain intel on the activity mostly. We need to know what kind of threat they pose, Rank said. So are you meaning you and Lugnut together again, or what? Not together. We would be taking shifts and likely just during the day, unless we notice that they are active at night. From what we've seen so far, it looks like they aren't active after dark. Shouldn't you notify Jacob and let him deal with them? Austin asked. Lugnut placed his fork on his plate and wiped his mouth on his sleeve before answering. I think the new sheriff has enough on his plate at the moment. I don't know his skill set, but I'd rather know for myself what is up in our own backyard. I agree. After the encounter Zack, Ryan, Harmony, and I had with the convicts, I don't want to take any chances, Maddie said. I think it is a good plan. After we know more, we can decide what to do about them. Right now we are in the dark, and that is a dangerous place to be these days, Ryan said, scooping more shortcake onto his plate. We need to find those damn radios. They have to be on this property somewhere. That would make all the difference, Maddie said. Ron said he had a couple. Maybe we can borrow them for a day or two, Zack said. Lugnut turned in his seat to face Zack. I'll go over and ask him in the morning. Ask him if he remembers where my dad hid ours. Are you sure you dug up all the cash barrels? Maddie asked. Yeah, I'm positive. Dad made sure I memorized them all. Well, we have a plan for tomorrow. We all need to get a good night's sleep so we can be alert and sharp on watch tomorrow, Rank said. Shouldn't we post watch tonight? The convicts aren't the only threats we might face, Zack asked. I'll take the first watch, Ryan said. Jason held up his hand. And I can take second. I can take a watch too, Austin added. Okay, that will get us through until morning, Rank said. Lugnut grabbed up everyone's plates and headed to the sink. I'm beat. I'll be asleep before my head hits the pillow. Me too, Maddie said. I'll help with dishes in the morning, Harmony. No, I'll get them. You guys get some sleep, Harmony said. Austin took the empty strawberry shortcake pan from Harmony. I'll help you. Maddie detected no reaction from Zack. He looked as dead on his feet as she felt. She'd been right. She had fallen right to sleep, but nightmares woke her in the early morning hours. The vision of the convicts' blood and body parts raining down on her when they unearthed her dad's booby trap haunted her most nights lately, but they were particularly vivid now with a new threat from the rest of their gang. She knew what they needed to do about them, but she wondered if the rest of the group was ready to do what was necessary to ensure their safety. Sometime after 4 in the morning, Maddie gave up trying to go back to sleep. After dressing and making a pot of coffee, she joined Austin in the loft of the barn. "I brought coffee if you'd like some," Maddie said as she eased herself down onto a bale of straw. "I don't drink coffee, but thanks," Austin said. "You couldn't sleep?" "Nope." "Nightmares?" Austin asked. "Yep." They sat in silence for several minutes before Maddie brought up what she had come to ask him. "What do you plan to do after the trial? I don't know. I'm sure my family will want me to go to my uncle's in Shannon County, but I don't think I will." Maddie hesitated before responding. She'd thought it over, but hadn't discussed it with the rest of the group. "You could stay on here. We need people to help guard the place. There's so much to do to prepare for winter, and then all the work to grow and raise food. It's overwhelming to even think about. I haven't talked to the others, but I'm sure they feel the same way." Maddie turned to him and watched his reaction. At first, he said nothing, appearing to think it over before answering. "I guess I could stay for a little while until I figure things out. I could hunt and try to get you guys stocked up on meat, if you know how to preserve it, that is." "We do. We have a smokehouse out behind the barn. That would be a big help, Austin. You'd be doing us a huge favor." They did need him. They needed people who could shoot. The fact that he could hunt and knew how to raise animals was a huge plus. She imagined he was feeling pretty low after losing his family. She feared that there would be so many more families that suffered similar fates in the coming weeks and months as society continued to plunge into lawlessness. She hoped that their little county could weather the change better than the experts predicted. She would do what she could to ensure they were in the 10% that survived. Chapter 18. Wright County, Missouri event. 15 days. Beth felt a hand brush hair from her face and something cold and wet against her forehead. She tried but was unable to open her eyes. Her eyelids were heavy, and it hurt to try. Her hand flew up to push the wet, cold object away. "It's okay? You're going to be all right now?" an unfamiliar voice said. "She's awake. Go tell Mother." "Where is Maria?" Beth asked, trying to sit up. Nausea hit her, and she laid back down. "What the hell happened to me?" Beth's mouth was dry, and it was hard to speak. "Your friend is probably in the laundry facility this time of day." Beth tried again to open her eyes, but only managed to crack open her left eye. "Where am I? What happened?" Her throat hurt. "You were in an accident. You wrecked your truck." "I'm afraid it was totaled. Your friend Maria, she's fine. She received a busted lip and some bruises, but she's good. Our veterinarian took a look at your dog, and he is okay too. He sure is a cute little thing. The children are enjoying having him here." Beth tried to recall the accident. She remembered nothing after they left the Kingman compound. Her first thought was that the cartel had attacked and taken them hostage. Was that what happened to Roger? "Is he here too? Where am I?" Beth asked again, trying to swallow. "You are at the Kambalia Seeker's mission." What the hell have I gotten myself into now? Beth strained to open her left eye. Out of the corner, she could make out a blurred female figure sitting on the edge of the bed. The woman's sandy brown hair was in a tight bun on the top of her head. She wore a plain blue denim dress with a white apron. Her eyes were dull and her face expressionless. "How long?" Beth croaked. "How long have you been here?" "Just a couple of days, I think. I wasn't here when you were brought in. Sister Thedra and Brother Joseph found you on their trek here, I'm told." "Sister who?" "Brother what? What the hell? How bad?" Her throat was getting worse the more she tried to speak. The woman reached over to retrieve a glass from a bedside table and held it to Beth's lips. Water ran down her chin as she drank. She reached up and touched her face. Bandages wrapped the top of her head. "You suffered a head injury with an open laceration to the scalp and forehead. Your right eye is still swollen. That is why you can't open it. Your lip is cut, and your ankle may be broken. It is quite swollen as well. We splinted it and have kept it elevated, but we don't have ice. I need to see Maria. We need to get going. I have to get home." Beth said, pushing the glass away. "You need to rest," another voice said. The female figure at the foot of her bed jumped. The bed shook as the woman turned toward the voice. "Mother Lyra, I was just explaining how she came to be here and the injuries she received," the first woman explained. "Thank you, Aurelia. That will be all you are needed in the nursery." "Yes, Mother Lyra," the woman said. Beth felt the bed shift and heard the rustling of clothing. The door shut and an older female figure stepped around to the left side of the bed. Beth turned her head so she could see her. "Hello, Beth. I'm Mother Lyra. Despite the circumstances of your arrival, We are pleased to have you here. We will do whatever we can to make your stay as comfortable as possible. Believe it or not, we were prepared for this event and had taken steps so that the transition was a little easier on our residents. Mother Lyra also wore her salt and pepper hair in a tight bun that poked out the back of a white bonnet that reminded Beth of the TV show Little House on the Prairie. Mother Lyra looked just like the storekeeper's wife, Mrs. Oleson. "What is this place?" Beth asked. "This is the home of the Seekers of Ascension to Kambalia," she said, her voice monotone. "What is that?" "Oh, we'll have plenty of time for our story later. Right now you need to rest and recuperate. Do you think you could sit up?" Beth nodded, but she wasn't sure why she had. Her head was pounding now, and she was sure it would be worse when she sat up. Mother Lyra took hold of Beth's left arm and helped her to a seated position. After fluffing a pillow from a chair in the corner, she placed it behind Beth. After the room stopped spinning, Beth looked at her ankle. From the look of her toes, she feared it might indeed be broken. It appeared that someone had done a good job of applying the splint. They must have someone with medical training. Beth remembered the plans she and Greg had made for their survival group. He had recruited Ron Hillman, an army medic from the nearby army post. She wondered if Ryan and the kids had made it to the cabin yet. Would Ryan be able to pull the group back together? She tried to wiggle her toes, but they were so swollen they barely moved. Without an X-ray, it would be hard to tell if it was broken or badly sprained. Either was terrible for her. Without the truck, she had no idea how she would get home. She felt tears well up in her eyes. Sitting up had made the headache worse. Now her lip was throbbing too. Beth looked around the room. She could only see out of her left eye, so she turned her head far to the right to take in the entire area. It was small and sparsely furnished. A framed portrait of an elderly female hung on the wall opposite the bed. She didn't like the way the woman in the photo was staring back at her. "When can I see Maria?" Beth asked. "Who? My friend? The woman I was traveling with?" "Oh, yes. I will see when she is available," Mother Lyra said. "I'll have someone bring in some broth and crackers. Don't try to get up on your own." "We wouldn't want you to fall and hurt yourself worse," the woman said as she turned to leave. "Thank you," Beth whispered as she shut the door. Beth wasn't prepared for the sound she heard next, but the key in the lock was unmistakable. "Shit, she's locking me in." Waiting in the small room, staring at a photo of the strange old lady, was making Beth feel stir-crazy. With nothing to distract her, wild thoughts soared through her mind. Just as she had decided to get out of bed and try the door, she heard the key being inserted in the lock, and the door opened. The woman who'd been there when she awoke walked in carrying a tray of food. "Mother Lyra said to bring you some soup. Do you feel up to eating? I brought some chamomile tea as well. It's very soothing. Where's Maria? Why can't I see her?" Beth asked, not responding to her offer of food. "Your companion is working. No one is allowed to leave their shift until all their work is complete. I'm sure she will be in to see you as soon as she finishes for the day." "Work?" "Yes, everyone has assigned duties. Idle hands at the devil's playground and all," the woman said, setting the tray on the bedside table. "I'm Aurelia, by the way. Can I get you anything else?" "A book or magazine to pass the time?" Beth asked. "Oh, we aren't allowed to read anything but Mother Lyra's teachings, unless it is the Holy Mother's writings, that is." Aurelia turned and bowed her head at the photo of the woman on the wall. "Is this a religious mission? Are you a Catholic?" "Not an organized religion. We are spiritual, though. The other woman said you had prepared for this." What did she mean by prepared? Do you have supplies and things to sustain a group? Or are you prepared some other way? The woman didn't answer at first, and Beth thought she'd overstepped and offended her. "Both, really," she finally said. "We got ready physically by stocking up on supplies and food, and spiritually we prepared our minds and spirits. The Holy Mother had been preparing her followers for years. Bless her holy name." Beth's mind swirled with all the possibilities. One thing was clear. She and Maria were in trouble. Beth could feel it in her bones. "How long have you lived at the mission?" Beth wanted to keep the woman talking and glean as much information as she could about the place so she could plan her escape. At the moment, she had no idea where she even was. She could be back in California for all she knew. "I came to the mission 2 years ago with my husband," Aurelia said, raising a spoon of broth to Beth's lips. Beth was reluctant to drink it. There was no telling what could be in it. They could drug or poison her. She opened her mouth to refuse the offer, but Aurelia stuck the spoon in between her lips before she could speak. "Does your husband have a job here too?" Beth wanted to distract her from feeding her the broth. The woman stood and walked toward the door. Beth thought that she was leaving, but she closed the door and returned to the bed. My husband was chosen. He is waiting for me in Cambalia with the Holy Mother. When I'm worthy, I will join him there." Her voice was shaky, and Beth could tell she was fighting back tears. "I lost my first husband 3 years ago," Beth said, trying to keep the woman engaged and talking. "I didn't lose Tim," he assented. "Oh, okay. That is good, I guess. It is. It's what we all work and strive for after we have gathered. We will reap, and then we will all ascend. You'll see." "I'm sure that will be lovely for you, but I will be home with my children by then, I'm sure," Beth said. Aurelia didn't say anything. She picked up the spoon and shoved it hard into Beth's lips. It clanged into Beth's front teeth, causing her mouth to open involuntarily. "I'm sorry. I am so, so sorry. Please don't tell Mother Lyra. Please tell me you won't tell her." Aurelia's eyes were wide and tears spilled down her cheeks. "It's okay. There's nothing to tell." "I'm sure you didn't do it on purpose." "I'm a nurse. I have accidentally done that with my patients before," Beth said, trying to reassure her. She had no intention of telling Mother freaking Lyra anything. Beth didn't know what scam the woman was running here, and she didn't care. All Beth wanted was to find a way for her and Maria to get the hell out of there. She'd have to find Jack first, of course. She couldn't leave him with these freaks. Who knows? They may eat dogs. Beth shuddered at the thought. "Are you a nurse, Aurelia?" Beth asked, filling the silence. "I was a nursing assistant before I came here, but until the gathering, modern medicine wasn't allowed here. It was against the rules to treat an injury or illness." "What?" Beth was shocked. She tried to remember which religion didn't allow medical treatment. "Is it Mormons, Christian Scientists, or Jehovah's Witnesses, Pentecostals?" It made her head hurt trying to think of it. "Did something happen to change that rule? I mean, you obviously provided me medical care." "Mother Lyra made an exception. Since the gathering began, she has allowed treatment so that we can meet our numbers and be ready when it is time for the ascension to Cambalia." "Is Cambalia similar to the Christian heaven?" Beth asked, earnestly curious now. "Somewhat, I suppose, except there is not one God, but everyone has the potential to be a god. The Cambalians are the supreme beings and have empowered each of us to obtain the power of the gods." "I see," Beth responded. "And who are the Cambalians?" Beth was afraid to hear the answer. Hearing it out loud would just make it that much more unsettling. They are the superior beings that created the heavens and the earth. They reside on the Cambalian star. That is where Holy Mother and my Tim are now. Beth said nothing. A light tap on the door sent Aurelia to her feet. Beth was not sure exactly what had Aurelia so jumpy, but it confirmed to her that whatever plan she and Maria came up with, they needed to proceed with caution. "Come in," Beth called. Jet black hair was the first thing Beth saw poking around the door. She exhaled a sigh of relief, and a huge smile crossed her face as Maria stepped into the room. "Wow, Beth, you look like shit," Maria said, walking over and plopping down on the bed beside her. "Thanks. You look a little banged up yourself. That is an attractive dress you're wearing." Maria was dressed like Aurelia and Mother Lyra. "You and Jack gonna be twins or what?" Maria asked, pointing to Beth's eye. "I sure as shit hope not," Beth said, then swiftly turned to see if Aurelia reacted to the swearing. She didn't. "So how's the foot?" Maria asked, smacking the splint on Beth's ankle. The pain shot through Beth's foot, causing her to jolt upright. "Damn, girl, you trying to kill me?" Beth chuckled. "No, but I owe you one for this here, Shiner," Maria said, pointing to her shiny black eye. "Have you met Aurelia?" Beth asked Maria. "Nope. Haven't really been introduced to very many folks yet. I'm Maria. Nice to meet you." Maria stretched out her hand, but Aurelia just stared at it. Beth and Maria stared at each other as Maria slowly lowered her hand. "So, Aurelia, what the hell is up with this place? You guys a cult or what? What? No? How rude. We saved you and you come in here insulting us and behaving like street thugs." "Street thugs? Damn," Maria said. "Exactly," Aurelia said. "I'm sorry, Aurelia. I'm sure Maria didn't mean to offend you. She is likely just uninformed. Maybe if you tell her what you were telling me about the Holy Mother and the Cambalians, she can be enlightened. We all want to be prepared for the ascension, correct?" Beth said, glaring at Maria. Aurelia shrugged and patted the tight bun on her head before adjusting the tie around her plain denim dress. "I suppose you're right. I, too, was ignorant before Tim explained it to me." Maria began before Beth reached down, grabbed her hand, and squeezed it hard. "Tell us about the Cambalian star and the gathering. When can we all go there?" Beth asked, her lips curling into a fake smile. Aurelia spent the next half hour going into detail about the group's strange belief in aliens and the matrix that kept mankind enslaved. She told them how the Holy Mother spoke to Mother Lyra and told her about a coming apocalypse that would unplug the chosen ones from Lucifer's electronic control. Most disturbing to Beth was the gathering part of their plan. It seemed that in order for the aliens to return and collect the chosen, the group had to gather 144,000 people worldwide. That was why she and Maria weren't allowed to leave. "What if you aren't worthy of ascension?" Maria asked. "Then you would keep doing penance and sacrifice until you are. At least that was how it worked before the gathering," Aurelia said. "I haven't been told otherwise." "What would you do for penance and sacrifice?" "That is not for me to say. We aren't allowed to speak of it. Those things are for Holy Mother and Mother Lyra to decide." An uncomfortable silence settled between the trio. Beth tried desperately to come up with a plan that did not include them being sacrificed to some alien god. Her imagination ran wild. She feared for Jack had he been sacrificed. "Well, Aurelia, that is a pretty name. What does it mean?" Beth asked, turning her head to get a good look at the woman with her one good eye. Aurelia turned and looked at the closed door before speaking. It was obvious that she was about to break another rule. "It means dawn. Dawn was my old life name. I thought it would be easier for me to remember." "Oh, Dawn is a very pretty name too," Maria said, her lips making a fake smile of her own. "Well, thank you. I haven't been called by that name in so long I had almost forgotten it," she chuckled. "Is it against the rules to use your old life name?" Beth said, lowering her voice to a whisper. "Yes," she whispered back. "I like Dawn better," Maria said. Dawn checked the closed door again before responding. "Me too." Chapter 19. Langston Cabin. Evening Shade, Missouri. Event plus 16 days. Maddie was putting the second pot of coffee on the wood cook stove to percolate when she heard Buster begin to growl. She hadn't even known the dog was in the room with her. They'd gotten past their differences and had even made friends in the last few days. She remained cautious around him, however, having not forgotten their first encounter. "What is it, Buster?" Maddie asked as she opened the back door. Buster jumped up and hit the handle on the screen door, and it flew open. He was down the back steps in an instant. By the time Maddie had grabbed her rifle and stepped outside, he had disappeared around the side of the barn. The sun was up, but the cloud cover made the sky look dark and gloomy. Maddie shouldered her rifle and moved toward the barn. "It is just Ron," Austin called from the loft. "Oh, okay," Maddie said, lowering her rifle. Buster and Ron's Australian shepherd, Mugsby, ran past her, chasing each other. "Hi and bye, Mugsby," she said. Ron's horse nickered as he stopped in front of the barn. "You're out early? Come for breakfast?" Maddie asked as she approached him. Ron dismounted and led his horse into the barn. "I could eat, but no, I came to tell you guys that I was hit by poachers last night." Ron called over his shoulder. "What? Oh no, what did they get?" The back door opened, and Lugnut and Rank stepped out. Maddie turned toward them. "Ron's place was hit by poachers. I knew it would happen sooner or later. People are probably getting desperate by now. Maybe we should post a watch over at your place," Rank said. "We are spread pretty thin here. I'm not sure we could spare anyone. Ryan is still down with his leg injury," Lugnut replied. "I understand, guys. I don't expect you to guard my place, too. I just wanted to let you know so you could be aware." "What'd they get?" Rank asked. "Someone raided the hen house, and I found a cow butchered in the field with only the hindquarters missing. I bet it was those convicts. If it was, they'll be back. That isn't enough food to feed the group they got there." "We should set up a watch at your place tonight and catch them red-handed. Maybe we can scare them off and make them afraid to come back," Rank said. "We could do that. I imagine if they run into resistance, they'll go elsewhere. Those cowards want easy pickings. They don't want to fight," Lugnut said. "I'll bring all the cows and horses up near the barn and make them have to come in close," Ron said, handing Maddie a leather saddlebag. She nearly dropped it. "What the hell is in here? It weighs a ton." "Beef. I finished butchering the cow. No reason to let it go to waste. It's still good after being out in the field all night?" Maddie asked, wrinkling her nose. The carcass was still warm. The poachers must have hit in the early morning hours. "Oh, we didn't expect that gang to be out last night after all the partying they were doing. We should have set watches on the road." Lugnut lowered his head and shook it. "It's okay, Lug. We were all exhausted. We'll do better," Maddie reassured him, reaching up and placing a hand on his shoulder. He ran his hand down the length of his beard and shrugged. She could tell he was feeling the pressure as he had subtly stepped into a leadership role for the group. "Maybe it wasn't them. I'm sure convicts aren't the only hungry people out there," Rank said. "That's why we need to set up watch and see if they come back." "We need to know," Lugnut said. "I don't think it's anybody from around here. I know everyone who lives out this way. They know me well enough to just come ask me if they need food. I would have given them the cow. As a matter of fact, I've taken food to several families in Evening Shade." I think it's definitely not someone from around here, Ron said, grabbing the saddlebag back from Maddie and heading for the door. Maddie fell in behind him. We should grind some of this beef and grill hamburgers. I bet Harmony can make buns, she said. Oh my God, that would be amazing, Rank said, smacking his lips. Maddie looked at him. His black beard reached to the center of his chest, and his mustache covered his lips. She wondered if she'd ever see his handsome face again. He was shaving his head less these days. Maybe she'd see him with hair on his head, too, someday. You're helping me with the grinder, Maddie said, flicking his beard. Whatever, if it gets me a burger, I'll crank that old thing, Rank said, grabbing her and rubbing her head with his knuckles. Yep, he still sees me as a kid sister. Lugnut held the door open, and Ron carried the meat inside. I'll follow you back home, Ron, and help you get the animals back to the barn. We'll scope out where to set up watch tonight, Lugnut said. That would be great, Lug. We can bring a bunch of potatoes and onions back and make fries to go with Maddie's hamburgers. Wow, I can't believe we get to eat hamburgers and fries in the apocalypse, Maddie said. I miss Alex's pizza. I used to drive all the way to Rolla just for a slice, Ron said. I miss ice cream, Lugnut said. Cold beer is what I miss most. I used to pop the top on a Guinness every evening after dinner, put my feet up and watch Netflix and chill. I cannot believe all that is gone now. Shit, that is all I thought about over there in the sandbox, Rank said. Maddie recognized the look on his face. Her dad would get that look when he spoke of his time in Iraq and Afghanistan. She'd asked him once what he missed most when he was there, besides his family running the 5K with her, he said. That was what she missed most, running for pleasure instead of for her life. Ryan was sitting in the living room when they went inside. He was having problems with his legs still swelling if he stood much, so Jason and Ron had both been getting on to him to stay off it as much as possible. Hey, Ryan, guess what? We're having hamburgers and fries for dinner, Maddie yelled from the kitchen. The doors of the 2 bedrooms popped open simultaneously. Zach appeared, rubbing the sleep from his eyes, and was bumped sideways into the wall by Harmony, who flew out of the opposite doorway, oblivious of Zach's presence and talking a mile a minute about spices and potato wedges and secret ingredients she could add to make her special burgers. Do we have any onions? Harmony asked. No one in particular. Springhouse, Zach said, but Harmony was too busy talking about the pros and cons of fries versus wedges and rolling up her sleeves to wash her hands, to acknowledge the responses. I've got watch, Zach said, picking up his rifle and pack and pushing through the screen door in one fluid motion. Harmony, Rank, and Maddie cut up the beef for the grinder as Ron filled Ryan in on the poacher situation. Then Lugnut told him of his plan to set up surveillance that night to catch the poachers in the act if they returned. Ron and Lugnut set off back to Ron's farm about the time Harmony began grinding the beef for the burgers. I'm going to leave you to it now, Harmony. It is my turn for watch duty at the road. I'll send Zach back to help you put the meat in the springhouse. You have to watch for snakes down there, Maddie said. Springhouse? Harmony asked. The little building down by the river, it is built over a spring. The early settlers of this land used it as a refrigerator. The cold water from the spring keeps things from spoiling. That's where we'll keep the dairy from the goats, Maddie said. I didn't know you could do that, but won't the animals get into it? No, it is made of solid concrete block. Okay, I'll finish up here and be ready when Zach arrives. Maddie shoved 2 MREs into her pack and slung it over her shoulder. Grabbing her rifle, she headed for the door. Oh, by the way, I haven't told the guys yet, but I asked Austin to stay on here after the trial. That's good, Rank said. Harmony stopped what she was doing and turned to face Maddie. You did? Yeah, I thought we could use extra people to keep watch and help get ready for winter. What do you think about him staying? Harmony turned back to the bowl of ground beef and picked up a kitchen towel. As she wiped her hands, she appeared to contemplate her reply. I'm glad, I guess. I'm sure Austin will be a lot of help to you guys. But I hear a but in there, Maddie said. No, there's no but. Is it Zach? Harmony turned her head toward her. Maddie could see that her cheeks were flushed. He doesn't seem to like Austin much. He'll get over it, Maddie said, placing her hand on the doorknob. Buster sprang to his feet and trotted over. He'd been lying under the table out of Maddie's view. Is that all that you're worried about? Yeah, I just don't want conflict, Harmony said. Maddie opened the door and pushed back the screen. As Buster rushed past her, she said, Trust me, there won't be any. Maddie thought about that as she walked to her post along the road. So far, everyone seemed to get along. She knew that wouldn't last forever with 8 people and a giant dog living under one roof. But she was pretty sure they could work out any issues they had. But that might not be as easy as they started adding more people to their group at the moment. Although they needed additional people, they didn't have the room to house everyone comfortably. At some point, Maddie thought, they'd have to start building more structures for people to live in. She hoped there was still someone around who knew construction. If they had to rely on their group to build anything, she feared they might have a mess on their hands. "Zach Harmony needs your help," Maddie said, waiting for her brother to appear in the door of the tree blind. When she saw him poke his head out, she tossed him one of the MREs she had put in her bag. "Is Austin too busy?" Zach asked as he caught it. "He is on watch, and besides, I don't think he knows where the spring house is located." Zach climbed down the stairs. He slung his rifle over his shoulder and turned toward Maddie, pulling open the MRE. "Make sure you take the machete. It looked pretty overgrown over there when I passed it yesterday." "Watch for snakes," Maddie said, heading off toward her watch location. "You sound like Mom more every day." Maddie slowed, then sped up again. She tried her best to not think about how much she missed her mom and how worried she really was. As the days went by, it got harder and harder to stay positive. The nightmares she was having lately revolved around all the horrible things that could be occurring to her mother. "She's gonna make it home, Maddie. She's one tough lady," Zach said, heading off toward the cabin. "I know, I believe it too," she called over her shoulder, continuing her march. Maddie thought about how lucky they had been to find each other after being separated by hundreds of miles, and how crazy lucky it was that Rank and Lugnut had survived their trek through St. Louis to rescue Jason. Things that, just weeks ago, she would have thought impossible. Mom will make it home. Even if she has to use every trick Dad taught us, she'll make it. She has to. After Rank relieved Maddie from guard duty at the road, she headed back to the cabin to see if Harmony needed help with dinner. Maybe there were fresh-baked rolls that needed taste testing. She thought about how lucky they were to have found Harmony. Having someone who knew how to cook was amazing. If they had to rely on her or the guy's skills in the kitchen, they would be eating plain beans and rice for every meal, and she shuddered to think what life would be like when the hot sauce ran out. 3 horses were tied outside the barn. She gave Blue Jeans a pat on his neck and scratched his nose before heading inside. "Hey, in the barn," she called out as she crossed the yard. "Good afternoon, Maddie," Jason called down. "You looking forward to having hamburgers this evening, Jason?" Jason had been a health nut before the EMP and rarely ever ate beef. She bet his attitude toward food would change now. "I am. Who's on the 3rd horse, do you know?" Maddie asked as she reached the steps. "I think it's Ron's friend, the prison guard. We met him our first day here, I believe." "Oh, okay," Maddie said, nodding. She gave a little wave over her shoulder and headed toward the cabin. Everyone not on watch was seated at the long farm table. "Hey, Maddie, you remember Todd Simmons?" Ron asked. "Yeah. Hey, Todd, how are things at the prison?" "We were just discussing that and what we're going to do with all of the prisoners we've got," Todd said. Maddie grabbed herself a glass and poured it full of sweet tea. After lifting the lid to the half-empty sugar container, she scooped 4 teaspoons into her drink. She continued stirring as she sat down at the table next to Austin. Todd looked at her glass, then over to Ron. "Maddie is experimenting to see how fast she can develop diabetes," Ron said. "I like my sweet tea, Southern sweet," she said as she took a long pull, licking her lips. The outside temperature was still pretty warm for that time of year, and the walk back from the road with all her gear and pack had left her sweaty and feeling sticky. The Southern sweet tea hit the spot, though. She didn't care if they teased her about it. Todd said the military had been helping guard the prisoners and was providing all the meals, water, and fuel to keep the prison running. But now they have received orders to head to Peoria to help with some conflict there before heading to protect our northern border, Ron said. Maddie's heart sank, and she looked to Ryan. "Emma," Sheriff Stoddard said that the military was pulling out of Fort Leonard Wood. "We didn't get a chance to really discuss the impact that it would have on this part of the county. I'd forgotten about it after the Lugnut said." She looked down at her glass of tea. They had been just about to get into that when Jacob had arrived to tell them about Austin's sister being missing. With all that occurred, Maddie had completely forgotten about the military leaving. The military moving north not only would have an impact on them, but possibly for Emma and the group in Peoria. She knew that Larry and his group would do everything they could to protect Emma. Her immediate concern was about the prison. What's going to happen at the prison when they pull out? Maddie asked, avoiding the subject of Austin's sister. "I've talked to Jacob about it. He is trying to get the judge to make a decision one way or another about what to do with the inmates who are still there. All he seems focused on is the ones loose in the county. He wants every one of them rounded back up and brought back to serve their terms, unless and until the governor commutes their sentences or pardons them." "Would the governor do that?" Ryan asked. Maddie leaned forward to look at Ryan, who sat at the end of the table with his leg propped on a small ottoman. She did a double take. He'd trimmed his beard. He hadn't shaved it all off, but it was short. She pointed to her face, then back to his. Ryan smiled and ran his hand across his chin. Sheriff Stoddard and Jacob have both sent couriers to the state capitol to ask the governor what to do about the prison. None of them have returned. The post commander sent a memo to the governor, too, and we should hear something back. Maybe even today. I'm not sure what FEMA will do when the military pulls their soldiers out of the prison. They have provided medical supplies and food as well. We will have to see what they do without the military escort, Todd said. Keep us informed about what they decide to do. If they let another 1,200 prisoners go, that will have a major impact on us here, to say the least. But for now, our immediate concern is what to do about the convicts we have causing trouble right here in our own neck of the woods, Lugnut said. I'm going to stop in and talk to Jacob on my way to the prison today. He said he should be at his house this afternoon. I'll tell him what happened at Ron's place and about the group of convicts held up at the other farm. I'm not sure that he'll be able to do much, though. We may have to deal with them ourselves. But we don't want to get crossways with the judge on it, so it would be good to get permission first. What the hell is it with this judge? Everyone acts like he is king around here. Is he some heavy-handed dictator or what? Maddie asked. Well, it's complicated. You'd have to understand Texas County history and the respect some families have around here. The judge's relatives were one of the founding families and have been influential in the area ever since. Everyone looks up to the judge as the last remaining member of the pioneers' families. So, that's what makes everyone want to follow his orders? Rank asked. That is where it gets complicated. If the judge is against you, everyone is against you. It is more about shunning than any direct punishment. It is weird, and I didn't understand any of it when I moved here either. The judge is fairly harmless. He is a busybody and gets into everyone's business. It keeps him busy down at the community center, where he spends his time after court dismisses each day. That is where he learns about what all the young people are up to by talking to their grandparents. Ron said, with the county commission basically phoning it in, he has stepped up as the community leader. People are content to let him do so for now. He has been successful at pulling the community together to help one another. The community center is this area's FEMA distribution site, Todd said. So how do we get the judge to let us handle these assholes who killed Ron's cows and are obviously breaking into houses? It is only a matter of time before we have a deadly confrontation with them, Lugnut asked. Personally, I think it is better to send Jacob and his men in there first, if they refuse to surrender, which they likely will. Then what choice is there but to take them by force? Then, when Jacob tells the judge he was rounding up prisoners and they resisted, it will be the end of the story, Todd said. Sounds like a plan to me, Lugnut said, picking up his glass and heading to the living room. Where are you going? Ryan asked. Lugnut looked at his watch. Maddie was surprised he still wore it. Keeping track of the time was less necessary now. It just happens to be my nap time. I'm going to put my feet up and take a little siesta. Maddie leaned against the giant oak tree next to the cabin and watched as Ron and Lugnut flipped burgers on the grill. Zach had spent half the afternoon moving stuff in the barn to get the old Weber grill out. Now he sat in a lawn chair with a hamburger and fries on a paper plate in his lap. The scene looked so normal. They'd done this very thing here many times when her family came to the cabin for the summer. She missed her mom's potato salad. She missed her mom. After dinner, Maddie returned to her post at the road. She waved at Todd as he rode his horse across the field and headed back to his house. Ron and Lugnut had gone back to Ron's to set up hides around Ron's place to watch for the thieves to return. Maddie was chewing what was left of her Jelly Belly energy beans, fighting to stay awake, when she heard the first shots just a little after midnight. She wanted to jump down and run off to Ron's farm, but she knew she needed to remain at her post until she was relieved. She was surprised she hadn't seen anyone walking down the road. The convicts staying south of them would have had to come right by her to get to Ron's place. Holding onto the ladder of the deer stand, Maddie leaned out and looked up the road toward where she heard the shots. For a brief second, she thought she saw a figure dart across the road. Maddie climbed down and pulled her rifle to her shoulder, peering through the scope. She didn't see anything. The shooting had stopped and the tree frogs returned to their singing. After scanning the area for another 15 minutes or so, Maddie climbed back up into the tree stand, but continued to watch the road. About an hour after she heard the gunshots, a familiar voice called out from the darkness, "Yellow Jackets, Lebanon." Maddie called back, "Their team sucks." "We beat Lebanon in the finals," Austin whispered as he reached the stand. "Oh yeah? Then why were you so touchy when I suggested using it as our countersign?" Because it's dumb, and you just picked it because you heard me telling Zach about the last game. We would have won that game if the world hadn't gone to shit." "I'm sure you would have," Maddie said, dropping her pack to the ground and jumping from the bottom rung of the ladder. Maddie felt bad for Zach, Austin, and Harmony. Their high school days were cut short, and they likely would never attend another football game, never go to prom, never graduate from high school. They had to grow up way too soon. She was glad now that she had been able to experience all those things. Rank was standing by the barn door when Maddie exited the woods, after providing him with the day's countersign. She crossed the field. Rank waved as Maddie walked by. As she ascended the cabin steps, Maddie thought she heard a noise coming from the barn. She stopped and listened, then turned and looked. The doors were closed. Not hearing anything, she proceeded into the cabin. After dropping her pack and boots by the door, Maddie walked into the kitchen. Ryan was standing at the sink, looking out the window at the barn. "What is going on, Ryan?" Maddie asked as she poured herself a glass of tea. She walked over and stood beside him. She leaned in and looked out at the barn doors. The door was cracked open now, and Rank was poking his head inside. "What is he looking at?" Maddie asked. "Convict. What the hell? There are convicts in the barn?" Maddie asked, grabbing her rifle. "Just one. They caught him over at Ron's. Lugnut is asking him a few questions." "Asking. Yeah, asking. Well, what the hell is Rank doing?" "He is supposed to be on the lookout for the guy's friends," Ryan said, turning to face Maddie. "One of them got away." "That must have been the one I saw crossing the road," Maddie said. "You didn't see them come by you?" Ryan asked, limping over to the table and taking a seat. "No, they didn't come from Grayson's farm. This guy crossed down by the bridge heading toward the spring. Damn, maybe their group moved. I wish this damn leg of mine would hurry up and heal. This being crippled shit sucks." "I should be out there," Ryan said, pointing toward the barn. Maddie contemplated going out there herself, but she worried what she might do if it was one of the guys who had held her, Zach and Harmony, prisoner. No, she needed to let Lugnut and Rank do what they did. They needed to know what that gang was up to and how many of them were there. She yawned. She needed to get some sleep before her next watch, but knew that wasn't about to happen with the interrogation going on in the barn. Chapter 20. Langston Cabin, Texas County, Missouri. Event plus 17 days. Maddie heard voices down the hall and sat up to hear what was being said. She looked down at her feet. She was in her bunk, fully dressed. Maddie vaguely recalled sitting down to take her boots off, but nothing after that. Exhaustion had taken over. She slung her legs over the side of the bunk, stood, stretched, and ran her hands through her hair. Her fingers caught in the rat's nest of tangles at the base of her skull. She gathered it into a ponytail as she walked down the hall toward the voices. "I say we hit them in the early morning hours with everyone we've got available," Rank was saying as Maddie walked into the kitchen. "I take it you got the answers you were looking for," Maddie said. She turned the corner into the kitchen and came face to face with Jacob. "Shit," she said out loud. If she'd known they had company, she would have at least washed the dirt from her face and brushed her teeth. She felt her face flush and hurried past him to the stove to pour herself a cup of coffee. A plate of biscuits sat on the warmer rack above the stove. It looked like everyone had eaten already, so she grabbed the plate and began smearing Ron's homemade apple butter onto a biscuit. "Well, I don't like the idea of stumbling around in the dark," Jacob said, setting his coffee down and taking a seat at the table. "It won't be pitch black. We'll hit when the sun is just coming up. They'll all still be asleep." "I doubt they're early risers," Lugnut said. "If I take out their sentry first, we'll be able to go in without detection. We'll have people in the tree line all around the house. If anyone comes out, we shoot," Rank said. "You can't just shoot them. We have to give them the opportunity to surrender," Jacob said. "You can do that, but if they are running from the house, I suspect their answer is no," Rank said. Lugnut took a long drink from his coffee mug, then turned to Jacob. "I know you want to do this by the book, and I commend you for that, but in case you haven't noticed, we don't have a large police force to go track these assholes down if they get away. If they reach the woods, they're gone. Then we have to risk our lives in the woods to find them," Lugnut said. "How are you going to feel when they go raid some other farmer's home and someone gets killed?" Jacob appeared to think it over before replying. "I suppose you're right. The sheriff had deputies searching every barn and outbuilding in the county. A few were shot at and injured. I don't have many deputies. I would like to keep the ones I have alive and well." "That is sensible," Ryan said. Jacob turned to Rank. "How about you take out the sentry, and me and my deputies knock and order everyone out? We'll tell them to surrender and that they will be taken into custody. If anyone runs away, then your people do what you need to do to prevent their escape. But we have to announce ourselves at least, and give them the opportunity," Jacob said. "I can live with that. You good with that, Lug?" Rank asked. "I think it is a risk you shouldn't take, but it's your county. If they run, we'll handle it." "I'm good with that," Lugnut said, standing. "Who all is going with you?" Jacob asked. Lugnut turned to Ryan. Ryan pointed to his leg and shrugged, taking another swig of his moonshine. He still couldn't even put weight on his leg. "Well, I guess it'll just be me, Ron, and Rank, then," Lugnut said. "And me," Maddie said, sliding in beside Rank. All eyes turned to her. She glared at each of them, daring anyone to object. "Me too," Zach called as he entered the kitchen. "No," Maddie blurted out. "Why not? If you go, why shouldn't I?" Zach asked. Because isn't an answer, is too. All right, stop, you two," Ryan said, turning to give Maddie a dirty look. "I think they both should go. We need the guns. They can stay in the tree line out of sight and cover us," Rank said. "That just leaves Austin and me to guard the cabin," Ryan said. "And Jason and Harmony," Maddie said. "What about Ron? Is he planning to go?" Jacob asked. Zach grabbed a biscuit off Maddie's plate and shoved it in his mouth. When he reached for another, she slapped his hand. "I'm hungry," Zach whined. "You're always hungry. Get your own food," Maddie said, holding her plate out of his reach. Rank grabbed the last biscuit and took a bite before placing it back on her plate. When she turned and saw what he'd done, she handed the plate to Zach. He was just about to reach for the biscuit when Buster ran past and grabbed it. They all laughed. "You're just too slow, kid." Rank chuckled in the early morning hours, and with everyone briefed on the plan to raid the convicts' hideout, Lugnut and Rank led the way to the Graysons' farm. When the group reached the tree line bordering the house, Lugnut and Rank split off from the group. It was still dark out, and Maddie couldn't see them as they made their way toward the house. A few moments later, Rank returned and motioned for Jacob and his deputies to proceed. Everyone sat quietly, waiting for those first rays of the sunlight to enable them to see anyone escaping. Maddie looked through the scope on her rifle. Jacob and his 4 newly deputized men and women moved slowly toward the house. When they were close, 2 deputies split off and went around toward the back while Jacob and the other 2 approached from the side. At the left front corner of the house, Jacob stopped and pressed his back against the house. The 2 deputies fell in behind him and did the same. "Hello in the house. This is the Texas County Sheriff Department. Come out with your hands in the air. Do it now," Jacob yelled. Everyone waited to see what would happen. Maddie inhaled and exhaled slowly, trying to keep the crosshairs on the front door. She glanced over to where Zach lay on his stomach, looking through his rifle scope. She worried that their rifle skills were rusty. Neither of them had been to the range in 3 years. She was glad that the trees provided them cover. At least they'd have time to line up their shots. "You in the house? This is the Texas County Sheriff Department. Come out with your hands in the air. Do it now," Jacob repeated. He made a chopping motion, and one of the deputies crouched low and proceeded to what appeared to be an open living room window before throwing a tear gas canister into the home. Maddie heard screaming and the sound of gunfire from the back of the house. A second later, rifle fire came from the woods where Rank was located, followed by a second shot from Lugnut's location to the east. Maddie heard glass breaking, then more screams. A moment later, someone in the house began shooting. The door burst open and 2 men ran out, guns drawn. One of the deputies attempted to take cover on the opposite side of the house, but was shot as the men exited. Men flooded out of the front door, and Maddie began firing. She heard Zach's rifle to her left, and then it sounded like everyone fired at once. Maddie lost count of the men that fell on the Graysons' front lawn before Lugnut yelled, "Cease fire!" Maddie still held her rifle at the ready as she walked toward the house. "Maddie, we are supposed to wait here," Zach called after her. She didn't care. She needed to see if Jacob was injured. Her heart raced as she sprinted across the field toward the old farmhouse. Maddie located Jacob at the back of the house, crouched over one of the female deputies. He looked up at Maddie as she approached him. Tears filled his eyes. "Is she?" Maddie asked as she stopped beside him. Jacob nodded as he reached down and closed her eyes. "I'm sorry. Me too. I was a fool. I should have listened to Rank and Lugnut. These sons of bitches didn't deserve a chance to surrender. You were just trying to do the right thing." "The world is changing too fast," Maddie said, placing a hand on his shoulder. "Yeah, and I'm going to have to change quickly, too." Maddie heard footsteps on the gravel walkway behind them and turned. Her rifle was pointed right at Ron's chest as he approached. Ron threw up his hands, and Maddie lowered the weapon. "Sorry," he said, as he walked over to Jacob. "We cleared the house and barn. We have 12 convicts down, along with your 2 deputies in the front, and another on the side of the house. Jacob said nothing. He stood, holstered his pistol, and walked to the barn. Maddie heard a loud engine start, then a moment later, she saw Jacob pull the backhoe out of the barn, with the prisoners buried and his deputies' bodies loaded onto a wagon attached to an old tractor. Jacob climbed up and drove the tractor down the driveway. He had not spoken to anyone. Maddie knew Jacob carried the guilt of his deputies' deaths. She hoped he would be able to rise above it, learn from it, and move forward. The county needed him. They needed some representation of law and order. Without it, it would just be a free-for-all. Maddie had just settled into her deer stand guard post when she heard the roar of an engine speeding their way. There wasn't time to warn anyone. She saw the dust cloud in the bend of the road, and seconds later, a Humvee appeared. She leveled her rifle. A lot of good this thing will do if they open up with the 50 cal. She peered through her scope and could see Zach's rifle pointed at the vehicle as well. His rifle followed it as it passed his position and stopped at their hidden gate. "What the hell?" The passenger side door to the Humvee opened, and a man stepped out. Maddie kept her scope on him as he walked around the back of the Humvee. "Hey, in the stands," Todd Simmons called. "Oh, hey, Todd. What are you doing out this way? Don't you have prisoners to guard?" Zach called, jumping down from his post. "Hey, Maddie, it's just Todd." "Hi, Todd. What's up with the Humvee?" Maddie asked. "It's my ride for the day?" "Sweet," Zach said, nodding. "I have some news I thought you all would want to hear," Todd said, approaching her stand. Maddie climbed down and slung her rifle over her back. "Please don't tell me there are more convicts out here. I've had enough of fighting them for the week." "Are Ryan and the guys up at the cabin?" "They should be. Zach, stay here. I'll send Austin and Jason back to take our places." "Why do I have to stay?" Zach whined. "I can take Todd up and send them back for you." Maddie rolled her eyes. "Because, idiot, I'm the oldest." She didn't wait for his comeback. Maddie turned, and she and Todd headed across the field toward the cabin. "It is good to see some things haven't changed." "What's that?" Maddie asked, sibling banter. "He thinks because the world went to hell that we should treat him like an adult." "Hell, his brain won't be fully developed until he's 21 or some shit," Maddie said. "The apocalypse does have a way of causing people to grow up faster, though," Todd said. "We'll see," Maddie said, as she stepped onto the gravel bar and crossed the creek. At the tree line approaching the cabin, Maddie pulled out her duck call and let the sentry in the barn know that friendlies were coming in. 2 quacks in return let her know that it was safe to approach. "That is clever," Todd said. "It works, sorta. I sure wish we could have found the radios, though. I bet someone stole them. Or that idiot brother of mine forgot where Dad buried them. I knew he should have had me memorize the locations of the caches. I might see if I can borrow some from the military for you guys. They might be able to spare a couple," Todd asked. "That would be awesome, but I doubt they'd want to part with any of theirs," Maddie said. "Well, what they don't know won't hurt me," Maddie said as she pushed open the back door and stepped into the mudroom. "Hey guys, Todd is here. He has some news he says we need to hear." Ryan was seated at the table with his leg extended on the bench. Jason was across from him. "Where are Rank and Lugnut?" Maddie asked, scouting. "They want to make sure there aren't any more convicts around to cause trouble," Ryan said. Maddie grabbed the coffee percolator and 2 mugs. She set them on the table and poured Todd a cup. "Jason, would you mind grabbing Austin and heading out to relieve Zach at the road?" Jason gave her a sideways glance before standing and grabbing his rifle from the mudroom. He looked at her once more as he went through the door. "You said he could shoot. Does he think he gets to sit around here drinking coffee forever?" Maddie asked. "He isn't confident yet. He isn't a bad shot, though. He just needs more practice. Now that we don't have a farmhouse full of criminals nearby, we can get everyone trained to standard again." "Well, when you hear my news, you may want to start today." Todd slung his rifle around his back and took the seat Jason vacated. "Oh, no. I don't like the sound of that," Maddie said, placing her head in her hands. The door rattled and Maddie jumped. She reached for the rifle slung over her back and turned just as Rank's head appeared in the door. "Jumpy, are we?" Rank asked, peering down the barrel of her rifle. "Maybe we need to have a secret knock or something." "Maybe," Lugnut said, grabbing Maddie's coffee mug and taking a drink. "Oh my God, you seriously need to take it easy on the sugar. We don't have insulin for when you develop diabetes." "Oh, shut up. We'll run out of sugar long before I get diabetes." "Hi, Todd. What brings you out this morning? Or should I not ask?" Rank asked. "He was just about to tell us the bad news," Ryan said, moving the sugar bowl away from Maddie. Zach rushed in, breathing in gasps. He'd obviously run the whole way. "What did I miss?" Zach asked, bending over to catch his breath. "Nothing. Sit down and be quiet," Maddie said. Todd waited for Rank to grab a coffee mug and for he and Zach to take their seats before continuing to explain what he'd come to tell them. You know that the military and FEMA have been keeping the prison running? The MPs have been guarding the prisoners, and FEMA has been feeding them. He paused and looked around the table. The suspense was killing Maddie, but she didn't want to hear what she knew he was about to say. She recalled the conversation between Ron and Sheriff Stoddard about the military receiving orders to pull out of Missouri. Todd's news likely had something to do with that. Her stomach knotted as he explained. The post commander received orders to move out and head north. That means the MPs guarding the prisoners will be leaving by the end of the week. Some elements have left already, but the post commander is moving the MPs last. Todd let that sink in. She wished he would just say it. It was like having the Band-Aid pulled off very slowly. When they go, we will only have 2 guards to watch the 400 inmates left at the prison. The governor ordered them moved to a new facility in Farmington, but with limited transportation, it has been slow to move them all. Now, the military needs every available bus and other vehicles to move soldiers north. So, I have been trying to round up volunteers to help guard them until FEMA and the governor call with new transportation options. Maddie looked around the table. They were spread thin, protecting their cabin and Ron's farm. She didn't see where they could spare anyone. She imagined that most folks out there were in the same situation. Anyone not pulling guard duty would be chopping wood, gathering food and water, and preparing for a difficult winter that could be only weeks away. Zach was unusually quiet. "Have you had any luck finding volunteers?" Maddie asked. "No, not enough." The FEMA official found 3 people willing to work for extra food rations, but after being terrorized by the escaped prisoners for the last 2 weeks, everyone is afraid to be there when the military leaves. When FEMA made the announcement at the farmers market, people scattered like cockroaches. Residents are scared, and many are heading north to the Red Cross shelter in Rolla. "Is Rolla the only one still open?" Maddie asked. "That is a 35-mile walk. FEMA is still directing people there, so I guess they intend to keep it open a while longer, but I overheard a worker say that they have started rationing food. They had the prison down to 1 meal a day. What is going to happen when the MPs leave? Can you lock the inmates in their cells? Not with 2 people. FEMA set up a tent city on the grounds. MPs are patrolling the perimeter, but it has been sort of a mess. It's dangerous as hell. Basically, we have been keeping them in. No one goes inside the yard with them, not even to remove the injured after fights. We just don't have the personnel. So what you're saying is that when the MPs leave, you're going to have 400 maximum security prisoners scaling those fences less than 20 miles from us," Rank said, glancing over at Lugnut. "Basically, yes. I'm sending my family to stay on the base. They're leaving some personnel behind to guard the post. Way too few to be adequate, but some are better than nothing. They'll have better weapons than the inmates, though," Todd said, taking a long drink of coffee. Todd placed his cup back on the table, stood, and adjusted his rifle hanging from a single-point sling across his chest. "If you could spare someone to help guard the prisoners, it would be a huge help. If not, I understand." Maddie looked at Rank and then Lugnut. When she turned to Zach, she gave him a stare that said, "Don't you dare volunteer." "I think we should talk to Jacob and the judge. He might have some influence with getting people to help," Rank said. "I'm not sure Jacob will even stay on as sheriff after losing his new deputies," Maddie said. Her heart ached for him. He'd looked so defeated. She was worried about him and wished someone would have gone with him back to Houston. They had their own issues, she knew, but she couldn't stop thinking about Jacob. "Stop it, Maddie. You don't have time for feelings, especially for a guy. Todd, when are you moving your family?" "I may tag along and go have a talk with the folks on post," Lugnut said. "Do you know who they're leaving in charge?" Todd turned to face him. "No, but he is going to regret it. That new mayor over at St. Robert had been pressuring them to open up the post for all of Pulaski County residents once the military moves out of the area. The mayor is concerned about their safety without the military to protect them. Are they going to do that? When they see the military pulling out, I'm not sure they will be able to hold them back any longer. I don't like that mayor. I don't trust him. He and that city attorney have been running shady deals over there in St. Robert and Waynesville for years. I don't see them doing this to help anyone but themselves. There will be trouble from those 2, Todd said as he opened the door. Great. Just what we need. Dangerous criminals and shady politicians, Ryan said. Chapter 21, Hambalia Seekers Mission, Wright County, Missouri, event, plus 17 days. Although it still hurt like hell from the wreck, Beth was relieved that her ankle was not broken. The mission didn't have crutches, but Maria had found a cane in the back seat of a car on the property. Apparently, scrounging for extra supplies was forbidden, because it cost Maria an extra shift in the laundry facility. After Beth and Maria's conversation with Dawn the day before, Mother Lyra had agreed to allow Beth out of her room. Dawn was assigned to train her in her new job of handing out supplies at the mission store. Beth sat on a stool behind a desk with her foot propped on a chair. Dawn sat next to her and wrote names as well as lists of items received in a notebook. Although it appeared that the mission was well stocked with food and supplies, they were apparently heavily rationed. The people who came in only left with a few items. When lunchtime came around, Dawn locked up the store and they headed to a pavilion in the middle of the property where they fell into line to receive their lunch. The beans and rice with mixed vegetables wasn't very exciting, but it was warm and filling. "Beth," Maria called from across the pavilion. Beth threw up a hand and waved Maria over. Beth half expected there to be a group prayer over the food or something, but no one prayed. As each person received their tray, they sat down at picnic tables and ate with their heads down, no one saying a word to the people around them. Dawn carried Beth's tray to a table on the right side of the pavilion and returned to the line to get one for herself. Maria sat next to Beth. As Beth looked around, she saw miserable and exhausted-looking people. She spotted a mother and child sitting alone off to her right. The little girl looked up, and Beth smiled at her. The child immediately put her head down. Even the children were trained to be miserable. As Dawn approached Beth and Maria's table, a man appeared and whispered something in Dawn's ear. Beth noticed that the man had grabbed her arm. She held her head down. Beth nudged Maria, and she turned to see what Beth was looking at. "That must be the religious police or something." "Sure does look like a scolding at the least," Maria said, her mouth full of rice and beans. Beth set her plastic fork down on her plate and looked around the pavilion to see if anyone else was concerned about the negative attention Dawn was receiving. She doubted anyone noticed, given they all kept their heads down. These people look absolutely miserable. The leaders must rule with an iron fist. "I imagine there are a lot of bruises covered up under those dresses and long sleeves," Beth said. "We need time to come up with a plan to get out of here, but they don't leave us alone together long enough to come up with one." "I'm working on it. I don't see any weapons, but that doesn't mean they don't have any. I just need to know a little more about their security. Every time I get close to the perimeter, someone catches me. I've been looking for hidden cameras or something," Maria said, looking to the ceiling of the pavilion for any surveillance equipment. "Head down." "Show your reverence," a man said, appearing behind Beth and Maria. They both bowed their heads without saying a word. Beth didn't want to get into a debate with the man. She didn't care about their reasoning. She would play along until she and Maria could make their move. When Dawn returned to the table, Beth could tell that she had been crying. She too kept her head low. Beth didn't risk being spotted, talking to her, and getting them all in more trouble, so she waited to ask what the man had said. After a few minutes, most of the people had finished their lunch and gone back to their duties. Beth and Maria ate slowly, hoping to have time after everyone left to ask Dawn about the security situation. Beth kept her head down and pulled her spoon to her mouth as she spoke. "Dawn, are you okay?" Beth whispered. "Don't call me that. My name is Aurelia." "You'll get me in trouble." Beth snuck a glance over her shoulder before responding. "I'm sorry? What did that man want with you?" Dawn's voice cracked. "I'm in trouble again. I smiled too much today when we were supposed to be working. I wasn't taking my duties seriously enough. I have to do penance tonight." Beth turned her head slightly to see Maria's reaction. Maria stayed in character and kept her head down, remaining expressionless. What penance? Beth saw tears drip onto the table. "Dawn, what do you have to do?" Beth asked, her voice a little too loud. Dawn raised her head and looked around. "I can't tell you. I don't want to tell you. It is. They make you sleep with them, don't they?" Maria blurted out. Dawn's hand shot up to cover her face. Beth saw her shoulders shudder. She wanted to go around to her side of the table and comfort her, but knew that would only serve to get them all in trouble. "Dawn, tell me about security here. Do they have guns?" Maria asked. Dawn nodded without removing her hands from her face. "How many of them are there?" "I'm not sure. I have to go. I have to get to work before I get into more trouble," Dawn said, standing. She grabbed her bowl and hurried to place it in the bussing tray at the end of the food line. "Maria, we have to get her out of here with us, and we need to go today," Beth said as she stood and arranged her bowl and cup on her tray. "And go where? How are we going to leave on foot?" Maria asked. "What other option is there?" Beth asked as they headed to return their dishes. "We better go. We don't want to have to do penance tonight, even though it has been a while since I've done any." "You are bad," Beth chuckled. "What? I am a hot-blooded female. I like sex. Is there something wrong with that?" Beth held her hands in the air. Not for me to judge, but don't let those God Squad dudes hearing you talk like that, or you may just get more than you bargained for. As Beth slowly walked back to the mission store, she passed a group of children hanging clothes on ropes strung between buildings. A little blonde girl looked up, and Beth instinctively smiled. The corners of the girl's mouth began to curl up, and she turned to look around. Beth moved closer to the girl. "Hi, I'm Beth. I just got here. You haven't happened to have seen my little dog, have you?" A broad smile crossed her face. "The little one-eyed dog?" the young girl asked. "That's him. Do you know where he is?" Beth moved in closer. She stood behind a large white towel, hoping it would conceal her from the guards. "He is with the other animals at the barn," she said, looking around again. "Where is the barn?" "It is all the way in the back corner by the pond," the little girl said, pointing. "Okay, thank you," Beth said, turning to leave. An older girl walked over and grabbed the little girl by the arm and dragged her away. "I hope I didn't get her in trouble." Beth's ankle was throbbing by the time she made it back to the store. Dawn didn't look up as Beth walked through the door. As she walked down the aisle toward Dawn, she realized why. In a chair behind the counter sat Mother Lyra, with a tall, skinny man standing next to her. Mother Lyra was staring straight at Beth as she walked. Beth wanted to look down and pretend to be reverent over the woman, but she just couldn't. She wanted to size up the situation and try to have a plan if things went south. Beth curled her lips into a fake smile. She was getting really good at it. "Mother Lyra, it is good to see you." I wanted to thank the man flew around the counter and slapped Beth across the face, causing her to stumble back. She stepped back hard on her sore ankle and cursed. The man moved forward and punched her in the stomach. Beth doubled over and fell to the floor. She was still trying to catch her breath when he grabbed her by her hair and dragged her over to Mother Lyra. He forced her to a kneeling position before the woman and shoved her head hard into the floor, holding it there. Beth's swollen eye was pressed against the cold tile floor. Beth could hear Dawn sniffling. She feared for her. Any sign of emotion was likely to elicit punishment. Beth tried to straighten up, but the man pushed harder. His hand was entangled in her hair. It wasn't until she stopped struggling that Mother Lyra spoke. "We're all expected to maintain a level of reverence. The days are short, and the evil one has come to steal, kill, and destroy. We must be ready when the time comes to leave this place." The woman rose and stood over Beth. Dawn continued to sniffle. Beth expected her to be thrown to the floor with Beth at any moment. "It is important," she continued, "that we all be found worthy. You must do better. In order to help you succeed here, I am reassigning you to the kitchen. You will eat, sleep, and work there. You will learn to be humble and upright in all your ways. Holy Mother is watching. The time is drawing near, and we cannot afford to have anyone stepping out of line at the critical time. Do you understand? Your behavior could put all of us in jeopardy." "I do understand. I apologize. I will do better," Beth said. "All right, then. Samuel is going to escort you to the kitchen, and you will report to Agnes. She will teach you not only the way the kitchen is run, but she will help you complete your mission of becoming worthy." Beth felt the man grip her by the forearm, and she was yanked to her feet. This time she kept her head down and mouth shut. She fought the urge to look at Dawn. She had a feeling she would never see her again. She felt terrible that she wouldn't be able to prevent what the man had in store for Dawn that night. She feared that the same thing could be planned for her or Maria. Although the food was better for the kitchen staff, the long, grueling day standing on her feet was torture. Her injured ankle was the size of a grapefruit and would not fit inside her shoe. When she'd arrived at the back door to the kitchen the previous afternoon, a large older woman had greeted her by grabbing her arm and dragging her across the threshold. This was not going to be an easy assignment, Beth had thought. She was taken to a small, concrete room at the back of the facility, stripped and handed a plain blue denim dress and a white apron that matched all the other women she had seen. Beth's long blonde hair was pulled and twisted into a bun on top of her head and pinned into place with at least a dozen bobby pins. Beth's head throbbed from the rough treatment she had received from the man, and having her hair yanked around made it 10 times worse. She had been shoved in front of a sink full of dirty pots and pans, where she had worked until past dark, scrubbing and rescrubbing them until they passed Agnes's inspection. As Beth scrubbed dishes, the big woman chastised her for making noise. Beth did her best to make sure the pots and pans were spotless so she wouldn't have to rewash them again and again. She wondered where Maria was and hoped that Dawn would survive her night of penance. She had to fight hard to not fall into despair with her circumstances. She was as determined as ever to escape the nightmare and get home to her children. She'd just need to keep her eye out for the right opportunity and hope that Maria was doing the same. Beth could hear a flurry of activity inside the kitchen as the evening meal was being prepared. She wondered where Agnes was and was glad she didn't have to cook without making a sound. She assumed Big Mama must be working in the serving line since she didn't hear her yelling at the kitchen staff. Women wearing the same denim dress Beth wore shuttled in and out of the dish room delivering dirty pots and pans for Beth to scrub. None of them spoke or made eye contact with her. Lifting her wrinkled hands from the dishwater, she inspected them. They were sore already from being submerged in the cold, soapy water. Trying to get the dishes clean was difficult and time-consuming. The stack of pans grew taller and taller, to the point the staff resorted to placing them on the floor at Beth's feet. "Sorry," one of the cooks whispered, as she placed a stack of trays at Beth's feet. The petite young girl was the only one to speak to her. She must be new. By the time Beth finished washing all the dishes, the kitchen staff was long gone. Beth stood on one foot and leaned against the sink. Her ankle ached, her back hurt, her head was throbbing. She was nearly delirious with pain. After the last pan was washed, dried, and placed on the rack, Agnes returned to inspect the dishes. Beth could immediately tell that the woman was distracted. She merely glanced at them before waving Beth back toward the sleeping quarters where Agnes followed to give Beth a long white linen nightgown. Beth's bunk only had a thin mattress and a threadbare sheet. There was no pillow or blanket provided. Agnes pulled the door shut as she left. Beth heard a key being inserted into a lock. After witnessing the interaction between the man and Dawn earlier, Beth wondered if they were being locked in or if someone else was being locked out. Maybe Mother Lyra didn't have as much control over the guards as she would like to have. The sound of keys jingling woke Beth. The door creaked open and a flashlight beam shined in. All the women immediately sat up. Agnes and a man stepped through the doorway and walked to the middle of the room. Agnes held a clipboard in her hands. She called off a list of names, and one by one, each of the women rose and slipped long white robes over their heads, then formed a line in front of Agnes with their heads bowed. When the woman called Beth's name, Beth tensed. Had she been given a robe? Where were they taking her? Was her fate to be the same as Dawn's? Beth threw back the sheet and placed her good foot on the floor. As she placed her injured foot down, pain shot through her ankle, causing her to double over. The man walked over, grabbed Beth by the arm, and yanked her to her feet. As she stood in line with her head down, she feared she would never see her children again. Despair gave way to rage. Beth balled her hands into fists and clenched her jaw. She would not let these people rob her children of their only living parent. She would not go down without a fight. Chapter 22. Langston Cabin, Evening Shade, Missouri. Event plus 17 days. Still on edge from their raid on the convicts that morning, Maddie was on high alert. 3 quacks alerted Maddie to the rider. Finding a boy on a dapple gray horse leading a second horse without a rider in her rifle scope, she replied with 2 quacks. Maddie looked for a scar above the gray horse's right front knee. It was Iggy, the horse Ron had given Sheriff Stoddard. "Hey, in the stand," the boy called out as he approached. He stopped in the middle of the road, hands in the air. "What do you want?" Zach yelled. "The new sheriff sent me to fetch Austin Henson. They've started the Jules trial." "What?" Zach asked as he jumped down from his lookout post. Maddie climbed down from her location and sprinted across the field. "They started the trial already?" she asked, trying to catch her breath. She was surprised she was so winded after such a short time without training. Although this was the longest she'd ever gone without putting in a proper run, she didn't feel she should be that out of shape already. The judge moved the date up. The mob outside was growing uglier, and the sheriff didn't know how much longer he could hold them off without more deputies, since not many people have volunteered. "Do they have a jury at least?" Zach asked as he labored to drag open the hidden gate, which was becoming an issue since they had been using it almost daily. "Yeah, but I don't know how impartial they are going to be. Zach, you mind staying here while I escort?" "I'm sorry, what was your name?" Maddie asked. "I'm Anthony Stoddard." "Sheriff Stoddard's son?" Maddie asked. "Grandson. I'm sorry for your loss." She hated the saying. Loss was such an inadequate word to describe what he and his family were feeling, but it had become the universal word for his situation. "Thank you," he said, and he looked away. Maddie took the reins of the second horse and led him through the gate. "Can you ride?" Anthony asked. "Yes, you can ride him if you want." Maddie pulled herself up into the saddle as Zach dragged the gate closed. She led Anthony across the creek and down the wooded path that led to the cabin. She stopped at the edge of the woods and called out, "Cinnamon." "Latte," a voice called from the barn. "Okay, let's go," she said, nudging the brown and white horse. Austin and Rank stepped around the corner of the barn as they approached. Austin threw up one hand and Anthony did the same. In a county of only 25,000 people, Maddie wasn't surprised they knew each other. "What's up, Anthony?" Austin asked. "Jacob sent me to get you." "The judge started the trial this morning." "What, already?" "The mob grew overnight. They are threatening to burn the county jail down if we don't bring them out. Allison's dad and brother are the ringleaders. You know how they are? Yeah, they're nothing like Allison." Austin turned to Rank. "Allison was one of the deputies killed by the Jewels. They started the trial without Austin?" Maddie said. "They didn't have much choice. Jacob said to get back as fast as possible. He hoped conducting the trial would hold them off. Harmony told Austin we'd go and support him." "I didn't like that plan at the time, but now it sounds like Austin might need protection," Maddie said as Austin ran inside to gather his pack. "I agree. Let's go wake Lugnut and Ryan." Maddie heard the pounding of hooves approaching behind them. She turned to see Ron emerging from the wood line. "I just had a visit." Ron looked at Anthony and stopped. "I guess you know already." He hopped down from his horse. "The trial? Yeah," Maddie said. "Rank is getting Lugnut. We are all going." Harmony followed Austin out of the door. Lugnut and Rank were close behind. Jason was helping Ryan down the steps as Ron explained to Lugnut what had occurred at the jail overnight. "I am not as concerned now with the convicts gone, but I still don't think we should leave the cabin unguarded," Lugnut said. "We need to get going," Rank said. "We should take the jeep," Maddie said. "Will we all fit?" Harmony asked. "No. I'm sorry, Harmony. You will need to stay here this time until you're proficient with a gun. It's just too dangerous," Ryan said. "Besides, I need you here to protect the cabin." Harmony didn't look pleased. She hugged Austin and turned to go inside. "I'll be back after the trial is over. Maddie asked me to stay for a bit and help get ready for winter," Austin said. A broad smile crossed Harmony's face, and she ran up the stairs into the cabin. Zach turned and stared hard at Maddie. "We need people, Zach. People who know how to shoot. We can't guard this place with just the four of us." "Maddie is right, Zach. The more people with weapons training we have, the less time we have to spend on watch," Rank said. Lugnut backed the jeep out of the barn as the rest of them grabbed the packs and extra ammo. "Maddie, you drive. Ron, if Zach will ride up front, Rank and I will keep track of Austin and pull rear security from the back seat," Lugnut said as he popped the back hatch and tossed in his pack. Maddie unholstered her pistol, checked the magazine, and reholstered it before sliding into the driver's seat. Her dad had lovingly restored the 1970 Jeep Wagoneer and given it to her mother for her birthday 2 years before his death. Maddie had only driven it a handful of times. She hoped she would not be the first one to get a scratch on it. With everyone sitting snugly in the Jeep, Maddie made her way across the creek, hitting the sandbar just right to avoid flooding the floorboard and getting them stuck. Once safely on the other side, she let out the breath she'd been holding. As they passed Sunshine's End Road, Maddie noticed a man in camo perched in a tree above the gate. She pointed as they drove by. Ron threw up a hand in greeting, and the man returned the wave. Austin was quieter than usual on the drive down to the Texas County Justice Center in Houston. Maddie knew there would be a crowd but did not expect so many. It looked like the entire county had come out for the trial. Lugnut, Rank, and Ron flanked Austin as they escorted him into the building. Maddie and Zach stayed with the Jeep to make sure it wasn't stolen or vandalized. A few minutes later, Lugnut and Rank got back in. Jacob said to park the Jeep over at the sheriff's office garage around back. "He wants us to help stand guard at the doors of the courthouse," Rank said, after parking the Jeep behind the sheriff's office. Maddie, Zach, Rank, and Lugnut all ran back to the front of the Justice Center. They pushed their way through the crowd to join Jacob in front of the glass double doors. The 2-story brick building housed the sheriff's department, the county jail, and the courthouse. Built in 2007, the Justice Center usually employed 21 jailers and 4 full-time bailiffs. Today, only 10 men and women in uniform stood between the angry mob and the Jewell family. After several hours of standing with her back to the brick wall, Maddie was getting tired, hungry, and feeling annoyed with the crowd of people gathered there. Didn't they have stuff to do? Firewood didn't cut itself. They were going to be in for a shock come winter when they discovered how much wood it would take to cook and heat their homes. While the prosecutor laid out the case before the 12 men and women inside, the crowd outside had already made up their minds. The situation reminded Maddie of the news footage of high-profile trials that often ended in rioting if the mob didn't receive the verdict they demanded. She wasn't sure that wouldn't happen today. The Jewells didn't exactly receive 12 impartial jurors, and who knew who they had even found to represent them as their attorney. Were there any defense attorneys, brave or stupid, enough to defend the county's most hated family? Nevertheless, they were receiving a trial, and there was still some semblance of civilization going on, it appeared. Although the crowd was vocally hostile, when an elderly woman wearing a blue flower print house dress and white apron approached, they parted, allowing her to pass through the group. Each nodded a greeting. Elderly men tipped their hats, and even the young people gave the woman respect. As she emerged from the crowd, Maddie immediately noticed that she carried a basket covered with a checkered towel. She stared straight at Jacob. A broad smile crossed her face. "Grand, you shouldn't have come down here. It isn't safe right now," Jacob said as he kissed his grandmother's cheek. "Oh, these people ain't gonna hurt nobody. They're good, hard-working folks. They're just upset about the murders of the Hensons, Sheriff Stoddard, and his deputies. These things just don't happen around here. It's disturbing," Jacob's grandmother said. "Besides, I knew you wouldn't have time to come home to get supper, so I brought supper to you." "Aw, Grand, you are the best. I bet you could hear my stomach growling all the way across town." Pulling back the towel, his grandmother displayed a basket full of sandwiches. "I brought enough for you to share with your deputies." Maddie's stomach growled and her mouth salivated at the aroma of fresh-baked bread. She reached her hand back and touched the zipper of her pack. The energy bar she'd had for lunch had been less than satisfying, and the MRE she had brought didn't sound appetizing, now that she could smell the bread. She turned to face Zach. "Which MRE did you bring?" Maddie asked. "I don't even know. I just grabbed a couple. It doesn't even matter anymore. They all taste the same. Gross," Zach said. Maddie felt a hand on her shoulder and turned. There it was, right in front of her. The basket was full of heavenly sandwiches. She didn't even care what was on the bread. She just craved bread. "Here, dear," the woman said, handing Maddie a sandwich. Maddie thought she would cry. It smelled so good after the woman had delivered all her sandwiches. Jacob approached Lugnut. "I need to run my grandmother home. She just lives a few blocks away, but I don't want her walking. Can you help hold things together for a few minutes?" "Sure, I understand," Lugnut said, nodding to the others. Just as Jacob and his grandmother had rounded the corner of the building, the bailiff appeared in the double doors. As he cracked open the door, the crowd pushed forward. 2 deputies pushed them back as the third stepped inside the courthouse. A moment later, the deputies walked down the line of guards, whispering to each one. "The jury is back. They've reached a verdict. The judge said we could let the people in to hear it. But I think we should wait until Jacob returns." Lugnut nodded, then turned to Maddie and Zach. "We need to be prepared. No matter which way this thing goes, it could get ugly." Chapter 23. When Jacob returned, he made his way through the crowd in front of the courthouse and went inside. After being told that the verdict was in, Jacob went back outside to face the group. "Everyone, I am told that the jury has reached a verdict." The noise of the crowd grew louder. There was pushing and shoving as people strained to hear. "The judge is allowing the public to go in and hear the verdict, but you must abide by the rules of the court or you will be kicked out. In a moment, we are going to open these doors, and I do not want a bunch of pushing and shoving. They won't start without you." Jacob opened the doors, and everyone moved inside in a semblance of order. Jacob followed the jailers and bailiffs inside after the crowd had entered. Maddie and the guys stayed outside while the verdict was read. Maddie had not seen Austin or Ron since they went in. It wasn't long before yelling could be heard. A man and a teenage boy were the first to exit. "Guilty on all counts," the boy yelled as he pumped his fist up and down. A moment later, a flood of people began exiting the building, followed by the jailers. Everyone seemed satisfied with the verdict. Maddie let her rifle dangle from the sling as she grabbed her pack, slid it on, and adjusted the straps, preparing to leave. She assumed Ron and Austin would not be far behind the group. A middle-aged man pushed open the doors and yelled, "The judge is going to sentence them now." Everyone rushed back to the doors and one by one filed back inside. "Maddie, you and Zach go get the Jeep and pull it up and park in the farthest parking spot near the road. We need to be ready to grab Austin and Ron and get the hell out of here before things go south," Lugnut said. "What about Jacob and his staff?" Maddie asked. "What about them? Won't they need our help if the crowd gets rowdy?" Maddie's right. We'll stay and try to help him maintain order. But things could go south quickly, and we need to be prepared. You two stay with the Jeep so we can make a quick exit if need be, Lugnut said. "Why is it I have a feeling you and Rank are trying to keep us out of the action?" Maddie asked, a scowl on her face. "'Cause they are," Zach said. "All right, maybe the two of you should stay here and help Jacob control this mob while Rank and I will go get the Jeep, because someone needs to have our getaway vehicle ready," Lugnut said. Maddie and Zach looked at each other, then turned and stomped off around the corner of the courthouse to get the Jeep as they were expected to do. As they returned with the vehicle, Maddie could see that the crowd had grown in size in the few minutes it had taken them. She pulled into the last parking spot nearest the road and put the vehicle in park but left the engine running. "I can't see Lugnut and Rank. Do you see anything?" Maddie asked her brother. Zach unzipped the pocket on the pack between his knees and pulled out a monocular. After scanning the scene, Zach opened the passenger door and stepped out for a better vantage point. Maddie was surprised when he hopped on top of the hood, pointed his rifle toward the building, and peered through its scope. "I see them. They have their rifles raised to the ready position and are pointing them at the crowd." "That doesn't sound good. We shouldn't be back here watching. We should be up there helping keep the peace," Zach said, continuing to watch through the scope. Maddie turned in her seat and grabbed her rifle. Joining Zach on the hood, she scanned the front of the building looking for Lugnut and Rank. The first face she recognized was Austin's. Beside him was Ron, and on the other side of him was Jacob. Jacob was talking and waving his hands in the air. Austin held his head low. Ron appeared to be scanning the faces in the group in front of them. Maddie scanned to her right, expecting to see the jailers or Lugnut and Rank, but instead she saw 2 teenage girls and a disheveled man with their hands behind their backs. Each was being held by one of the jailers. "What the hell?" Maddie said. "What are they doing?" Zach asked. "I guess they are announcing the sentence outside for some reason. Jacob looks like he is arguing with them, though." Maddie scanned to Jacob's left and found Rank. He did indeed have his rifle pointed at the crowd. Something wasn't right. He would not do that unless there was a credible threat. Just as she started trying to locate Lugnut, Maddie saw a man behind Rank brandishing a knife, its long blade flashing in the sunlight. Without hesitation, Maddie leaped from the hood and sprinted across the parking lot. "Stay with the Jeep, Zach." Holding her rifle in the ready position, she ran along the outside edge of the mass of people until she reached the front of the building. "Move, damn it!" she yelled, pointing her rifle at people as she pushed through. "Rank, watch out!" Rank turned to see the man holding the knife ready to lunge at the prisoners. "Drop the knife!" Rank yelled as Maddie ran up behind him. The mob erupted to her left. She saw Jacob go down, then someone threw one of the jailers to the ground. Hands grabbed one of the Jewel girls by the hair. Rank rushed to help Jacob to his feet, and the 2 of them attempted to free the girl. But there were too many of them. Maddie watched in horror as the Jewels were dragged from the courthouse, through the parking lot, and across the street. The looks on the faces of the men dragging them frightened her. It was pure hatred. "Let's go, Maddie," Lugnut said as he came up behind her. He grabbed her arm and began pulling her along. "Wait," Maddie said, yanking her arm free. "What are they going to do with them?" "They are going to hang them," Jacob said. Ron had a hand on Austin's arm and was leading him toward the Jeep. Maddie turned to Jacob. She turned in a circle looking for anyone who should be stopping the crowd. "What the hell happened here?" Austin stopped and turned to her. "They brutally murdered my father and sister. They killed the sheriff and deputies. They are getting what they deserve." His face was expressionless. She did not see anger or hatred in his eyes like the crowd, but he must have felt the same. Maddie spun around and faced Jacob. "Tell me how this could have possibly happened. They get sentenced, and then an angry mob just drags them off to execute them. This is what our civil society has come to. The judge sentenced them to a life term of hard labor. He thought that would satisfy the mob. It didn't. Their ringleader lost his only daughter. He wasn't settling for anything but blood." Jacob turned and walked toward the door. "And where are you going?" Maddie asked, her hands on her hips. "To turn in my resignation." Zach stepped in front of him. "What? You're just going to quit? Are you giving up on maintaining the rule of law? The ringleader? He is the county commissioner. He is basically my boss. He just took the law into his own hands for personal reasons. How can I enforce the law if he is in charge? Surely not everyone is in agreement with this." "In a way, Maddie, I agree. What they did was heinous and deserving of death, but we had a trial and the judge sentenced them. It isn't our place to change that just because we disagree. This county is going to need to decide what it is going to do with those who commit crimes from now on. I don't know what they will decide, but it looks like today this is the will of the people." Jacob walked around Zach and went inside the courthouse. 3 of the jailers and all 4 bailiffs followed him. Maddie turned and stared at the horde of people across the street. Many hooted, hollered, and cheered. Men, women, and children watched as nooses were slipped over the necks of the 3 Jewels. "Let's go, Maddie. There's nothing more we can do here. We should get back before dark," Rank said, slipping his arm around her. He gave her a gentle squeeze as they walked back to the Jeep. "Maddie, you left it running and unlocked?" "I didn't. I told Zach to stay with it." "You don't tell me what to do," Zach shot back. "You should have at least shut off the engine and locked the doors, idiot," Maddie said, poking him in the chest. You two grow the fuck up. This ain't kindergarten. Someone could have stolen the Jeep, and we'd be walking home right now. See, that's why I told you to stay with it." "But that guy had a knife," Zach said, turning to Rank. The cheers from the mob caught their attention. Austin didn't look their way. He got into the back seat, hung his head, and stared at his feet. Maddie sat in the middle next to him, while Ron got in and sat next to Maddie, and Zach slid into the middle of the front seat. Lugnut drove and Rank rode shotgun. It was cramped, but much better than walking. Just before Lugnut put the Jeep into drive, Maddie heard the rear hatch pop open and turned to see Jacob piling in the back. "Okay then," Lugnut said, staring into the rearview mirror. Maddie turned and gave him a quizzical look. "You don't mind if I tag along, do you? I need to pay Commissioner Green a visit. If we are going to maintain law and order, those sons of bitches need to step up and do their damn jobs." "What the hell can they do?" Maddie asked. "Pass some damn laws or something." "That shit is for the old world, Jacob. Laws are only worth the paper they were written on now without someone to enforce them. If anyone is going to maintain law and order, as you call it, it will be at the point of a gun," Rank said. "I agree. Even if the commissioners did their jobs and passed laws, who is going to enforce them? What the county needs most is more people willing to police their neighborhoods," Lugnut said. "Sounds like we're about to become the Wild West again," Jacob replied as he slumped in the back. Everyone was quiet on the drive home. The sun was getting low in the sky as they drove north on Highway 17. As they approached the town of Success, Missouri, at the junction of Highways 17 and 32, their silence was interrupted by the ding of the Jeep's gas gauge. Maddie placed her hand on Lugnut's seat and leaned forward. "We should stop and fill up. It is only about 9 more miles. We should make it," Lugnut said. "She's right," Zach said. "Mom's gas gauge has been off for a while. She never let it get this low. We'll run out any minute, probably." "All right. Let me find a safe place to pull off. There, that looks like a good spot," Rank said, pointing to a shady gravel side road flanked on both sides by rows of trees. Lugnut turned onto the road and made a U-turn so the front of the Jeep faced the highway. Rank and Zach jumped out and popped the rear hatch. Maddie, Lugnut, and Ron all got out and set up security. Maddie was looking back down the highway toward Success. She saw someone run from the back door of a building on the corner. She pulled the scope up to her eye and watched him run behind a vehicle in the parking lot. "Lugnut, I have movement at the shop on the corner," Maddie said. Lugnut turned and scanned the area with his rifle. "Rank, you need to hurry that up. We have attracted attention," Lugnut said. "We don't know that they aren't friendlies," Maddie whispered. "We don't know that they are either," Lug said. Screams coming from the shop made Maddie jump. She stepped back and aimed her scope at the back of the building. A woman and a little girl were being dragged from the building by their hair. Maddie took 2 steps forward. She followed the woman with her scope. Maddie gasped. "What the fuck?" She took off running toward the shop. Lugnut and Ron took off after her. "Maddie, stop," Lugnut called. "Ron, it's Mrs. Ousley and Anna," Maddie called over her shoulder. The men had let go of their hair and were leading the store owner and her granddaughter at gunpoint. Mrs. Ousley's red check apron blew into the air as the men rushed her from her shop. Maddie willed her legs to run faster. She wanted desperately to reach the woman. The man shoved the elderly woman forward, causing her to stumble. Anna caught her grandmother by the arm but was yanked away by a second man. Ron ran up alongside Maddie. "Hang back, Maddie. Let me and Lugnut check it out." "Ron, it's Mrs. Ousley and Anna," she cried. "I know, Maddie. I promise we will do everything we can," Ron said as he sprinted off. "Go back and guard the Jeep." "I mean it this time, Maddie," Lugnut called over his shoulder with a scowl. Anger rose in Maddie. She gritted her teeth. She was fed up with them treating her like a child. Zach and Rank could guard the Jeep just fine without her. Anna had been her first friend when her family began coming to the cabin, and Mrs. Ousley had been like a grandmother to Maddie. She wasn't staying behind this time. She wanted to help save her friends. Maddie ran up behind Ron and Lugnut and crouched low as she approached. "Damn it, Maddie," Lugnut whispered, exasperated. "How many do you see, Ron?" Maddie said, ignoring Lugnut. "I only see 3. "That doesn't mean there aren't more inside," Ron said. "We can't wait. They are getting away. Once they get them inside, it will be a lot harder to get them out safely." "Can't you take them all out from this distance?" Maddie said. "I don't see Mr. Ousley. There could be intruders inside. If we shoot, it will bring them all out, for sure," Ron said. "We have to do something. Now," Maddie said. "Maddie, we can't save everybody," Lugnut said. "Maybe not, but we sure as shit are going to save these 2. Maddie barked in a loud whisper. "I'm going to try to get in front of them," Ron said. "Lugnut, on my signal, you come up from the rear. Maddie, you cover both of us. Stay hidden and watch the back door." Ron disappeared through some bushes. "Stay here, Maddie." Lugnut snarled and he disappeared into the bushes. Maddie pulled her scope to her eyes and watched the back door. She didn't see any movement around the building. She scanned to her left and watched the men who had been dragging Mrs. Owsley and Anna. A third man walked behind them. She put her index finger on the trigger. She was sure she could take him from this distance, but that might get them all killed. She caught movement out of the corner of her eye. She swung the rifle back toward the door. 2 men exited the building. She didn't know what to do. She needed to alert Ron and Lugnut, but how? She decided to cause a diversion. To draw the men's attention away from Ron and Lugnut, she reached down and picked up a good-sized rock. She turned and threw it hard, hitting the window of one of the cars in the parking lot. The glass didn't shatter, but the rock made a loud thud as it clattered against the window, then across the gravel parking lot. The 2 men turned to see where the noise had come from. They ran across the parking lot and took cover behind another car. Gunfire erupted from Ron and Lugnut's direction. The men both stopped in their tracks, then turned in that direction. Maddie put the tallest man in her crosshairs and squeezed the trigger. His neck exploded and he dropped to the ground. Too low, after acquiring the second man and placing his head in her crosshairs, she squeezed the trigger a second time. His head disappearing in a pink mist told her she'd hit her mark. The man's body crumpled to the ground as more gunfire rang out from her left. She turned and put her scope on the back door. Another man peeked out. She sent around his way but missed. He slammed the door shut. Maddie crouched low and walked along the tree line past the 2 men lying motionless in the parking lot. The gunfire had abruptly stopped. Maddie turned and passed through the bush. Lug and Ron had disappeared into on the ground were 5 men. Lugnut and Rank were crouching over one of them. Maddie's eyes scanned each man's face as she ran past them toward Lugnut. The first 3 she did not recognize. Maddie pushed Lugnut aside and looked down at Austin's lifeless body. Her gaze immediately went to the 5th man she had seen on the ground. "Ron?" she yelled as she ran to his side and dropped to her knees. "What the hell happened?" Maddie yelled as she placed a hand on Ron's stomach. The pool of blood beneath him told her that the bullet had gone through. Austin grabbed my rifle and ran off toward the gunfire. Rank said. One of the gunmen sprinted around the side of the building. Austin took off after them, and Ron ran after Austin, Zach said, kneeling and placing both his hands over Maddie's. As Maddie and Zach applied pressure to Ron's stomach wound, Rank ran back to the Jeep to get the first aid kit. Lugnut came and stood behind him. "We have to get out of here. It isn't safe. We have no idea how many of them there are." "We are exposed here," Lugnut said. "Zach, tell Rank to bring the Jeep. Hurry," Maddie said. "No, we need to carry Ron to the Jeep," Lugnut said, taking hold of Ron's legs. "You 2 grab his arms. What about Austin, Mrs. Owsley, and Anna?" "We will see to Austin. Maddie, you get your friend to safety," Mrs. Owsley said, appearing from behind a vehicle. "But the men in the shop," Maddie said. "Those 5 men coming across the field right there are my kin. I suspect they'll take care of the rest of those still in the shop. Don't you worry. Now you go on and get your friend home." The 3 of them carried Ron for 50 feet before he began slipping from Maddie's grasp. They sat him down on damp leaves under a hickory tree. He cried out as Maddie adjusted her grip, and they picked him up once more. Hickory nuts crunched beneath their feet as they slowly carried him toward the Jeep. Rank met them halfway. "Put him down," Rank demanded. Once he was back on the ground, Rank proceeded to pull gauze pads from the medical kit. Lugnut unbuckled the straps of Ron's overalls and pulled up his shirt. A pea-sized hole seeped blood. Most of the blood was coming from his back. Rank rolled him over onto his side. Ron cried out. His face was pale. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. "How bad is it?" Ron asked. "It exited in the upper middle of your back," Rank said grimly. Ron closed his eyes, then slowly opened them. Rank bandaged his wounds as best he could, and they carried Ron to the Jeep. No one spoke as they turned onto Highway 32 and headed toward the cabin. Maddie held Ron's head in her lap. She stroked his hair. Her tears dripped onto his cheek, making it appear that he was shedding tears of blood. He coughed and blood spurted from his mouth. Each cough felt like talons ripping out her heart. She knew it was bad, very bad. She prayed. She hadn't prayed since her father had died, but she begged God to spare Ron. "Just hang on, Ron, please," she pleaded. Maddie leaned over and kissed the top of his head. "Please hang on, Ron. We need you. I need you," she cried. "Little bit. You are so much stronger than you know," Ron said between coughs. You're a survivor. You're a leader, just like your dad," came Ron's words through his thick black mass of mustache hair. Ron coughed again, and Maddie turned his head to the side to help clear blood from his mouth. "Don't give up. You can make it. We are almost home," Maddie cried as she wiped blood from his cheek with her sleeve. His eyes were closed now, and Maddie couldn't tell if he was still breathing. She felt a hand on her shoulder. It was offered as comfort, she knew, but she cringed under its weight. Maddie resented every gesture of well-meaning sympathy and comfort, just as she had when it was offered to her when her dad had passed. She'd known Ron since she could walk. She considered him family. She had always felt safer just knowing he was in the world. She could pick up the phone, and wherever he was, whatever he was doing, she knew he'd drop everything and be there if she needed him. She realized how blessed she'd been. She and Zach had several people who would do that for them. Maddie put her hand on Ron's chest. She prayed she would feel it rise and fall. She didn't. Maddie put 2 fingers to his neck. "No, no, please, God. I need him," she whispered as she buried her face in his neck. Maddie rocked him gently. I'm so sorry," she cried. The Jeep skidded to a stop. Maddie heard the door open and the sound of boots on loose gravel. She held tight to Ron as the Jeep continued again, bouncing across the rutted field and through the creek. She felt the ice-cold water on her ankles. She clenched her teeth. The Jeep might get stuck. She looked up. Anger rose. They'd missed the sandbar and driven into the deeper water. Anger that had been her go-to emotion after her father passed. What the hell are they rushing for now? It's too late. He's gone. She wanted to scream. She wanted to pound something. She wanted to drive right back there and kill those sons of bitches all over again. Slowly and painfully this time, Maddie screamed. Rage from deep inside her rose and exited her throat. Lugnut slammed on the brakes. Everyone turned to her as she pounded her fist on the seat. Zach put his hand on her shoulder again, but this time she didn't cringe. She leaned in, and Zach slid his arm around her shoulders. He pulled her close, and they cried. Maddie's tears were for Ron and for her dad, also for her mom, who she wasn't sure she'd ever see again. She cried for the world that had lost a good man that day, a loss she was sure they would feel more often as fewer and fewer good people were left to stand up the new civilization. She cried for all the good ones who would not make it, and for those who did and had to survive this new life of turmoil. Chapter 24, Hambalia Seeker's Mission, Wright County, Missouri, event plus 18 days, hobbling on her injured ankle. Beth tried to keep up with the girl in front of her. They led the women single file into the night. Beth attempted to look around to see where they were headed. "Keep your head down," an angry voice said. She heard feet shuffling on the pavement. Beth couldn't see the guards or Agnes. The beam of a flashlight illuminated a building ahead of the group. Beth's mind raced, trying to discover a way to escape before they forced her inside. The closer they got, the more desperate she became. She didn't know what awaited them in the building, but her instinct said it wasn't good. Beth took a chance and stepped to the side of the line of women. She looked over her shoulder, searching for the guards. She needed to know how many there were and where they were located before she made her move. Beth counted 4 men, 2 at the front and 2 behind. She needed a distraction. If it worked, she could slip away into the dark. They might not even realize she was gone until she'd had a chance to escape. Stepping back in line, Beth shoved the woman in front of her with all her strength, causing a domino effect in the row ahead. As the women fell, Beth seized the moment to move as quickly as her ankle allowed. She moved to her left away from the line and skipped and hopped to the corner of the building. Without stopping to see if she'd been spotted, Beth continued moving in the shadows along the side of the structure. As she approached the rear of the building, the beam of a flashlight appeared in her path. She tried to turn to her left and get away, but the man was upon her before she took her first step. The man dragged her by her hair around to a rear door and shoved her inside. Beth stumbled and fell flat on her stomach. When she lifted her head, she was shocked to see a room full of women in white robes, standing around a glowing blue ball in the middle of the room. Beth felt hands on her arm as she was lifted to her feet. A woman slid a robe over Beth's head and yanked it down over her shoulders. Head down. The guard growled in her ear as he shoved her toward the circle. Before Beth lowered her head, she saw Maria and then Dawn standing next to one another. Beth's shoulder bumped into a young girl as the guard pushed Beth into the circle. The girl wobbled, righted herself, then stepped on Beth's injured foot. Beth let her eyes follow the circle of feet. She counted 15 pairs. There were 15 women and young girls around the circle. She wondered if the number was significant to the group. Mother Lyra stepped between Dawn and Maria. taking a position next to the glowing sphere. "Time is short, my beloveds. Soon we will all join the Holy Mother in Kambalia. But first we all must become worthy. You have been brought here tonight to serve penance. You are here to be purified by fire and by—" "No," someone screamed. Beth fought the urge to raise her head. With her head still lowered, Beth glanced to the side and could make out the shiny object in Mother Lyra's right hand. Beth raised her head just as Dawn slammed into the woman, knocking her to the floor and falling on top of her. As a guard rushed past Maria, Maria held out her fist and clotheslined the man. The 3 other guards hurried toward Mother Lyra, unaware of their comrade's plight. While Beth hurried across the circle of women toward the incapacitated man, Maria reached down and grabbed the weapon from his holster. She did not hesitate. Maria shot the first guard twice, and he fell to the floor. As the guard closest to Beth turned in Maria's direction, Beth ran toward him, slammed into his back, and sent him flying forward. His gun slid across the concrete floor. A young girl, Beth guessed her to be no more than 13, bent down and retrieved the weapon. She held it out in front of her, aimed at the 2 remaining guards. The one closest to the young girl stopped in his tracks and threw his hands in the air just as Maria fired twice more, sending him to join his companions. The surviving guard began backing away and pleading for his life. He called the girl's name, and she reacted by lowering the weapon. While the man attempted to take advantage of the girl's reluctance to fire, Beth lunged forward, grabbed the gun from the girl's hand, and leveled it at the guy. Dawn was rising to her feet as the man was stepping past her. In her hand, Dawn held Mother Lyra's knife, wet with blood. Dawn's face twisted with the look of pure hatred and rage as she brought the blade up and buried it into the guard's abdomen. He slumped over her shoulder before crumpling to the floor. He writhed in agony and begged for help. "Beth, get his gun," Maria yelled. Beth bent down and picked up the gun that lay beside him. "Help me, please," the man pleaded. "Let the Kambalians come save you, you crazy piece of shit," Beth said as she straightened. Maria was struggling to unhook a large ring of keys from one of the guard's belt loops. Beth looked around and all the women, except Dawn and the young girl, had vanished. Beth rushed over to help Maria with the key ring. She took the pistol from Maria and held it on the man as Maria used both hands to open the clasp. "Yes," Maria said, holding a ring in the air. "Dawn, where do they keep their vehicles?" Beth asked. Dawn stood still with a blank stare on her face. "Dawn, we don't have much time. Where do they keep the running vehicles? They must have at least one. I'm sure they didn't carry us here on their backs," Beth said, not taking her eyes off the unconscious, bleeding guard at her feet. "It's near the south gate," the teenage girl said, her voice a timid squeak. "Can you show me?" Beth asked. She had no idea which direction to go. They didn't have time to wander around the compound looking for the south gate either. "I can if you'll take me with you," she said, more confident this time. "Don't you have family here?" Maria asked as she approached Dawn and removed the bloody knife from her grasp. "My mom and dad died." "I'm sorry," Beth said, looking to Maria. Maria shrugged and wiped the knife on her robe. "Let's go then," Beth said, as she pulled the robe over her head. Beth, Maria, and the girl headed toward the door. As Beth reached for the doorknob, she turned and looked back at Dawn. "Maria, we should take her. She saved us. We can't just leave her here like that." Maria rolled her eyes, turned, and ran over to Dawn. Grabbing her by the hand, Maria pulled her across the room. Beth slowly opened the door and peeked outside before the 4 of them ran through the compound toward the gate. Beth skipped more than ran. She could not let the pain stop her from escaping. The young girl was right. Parked at the gate was an army Hummer. Maria threw open the driver's door and hopped in. The 4 got into the Hummer as Maria cranked the engine over. "Wait," Beth yelled. "I forgot Jack." "What the fuck?" Maria cursed. "I need to get Jack," Beth said. "He's in the barn right there." The young girl pointed over her shoulder as she pushed open the passenger door and flew out. "Wait, where the hell are you going?" Maria called after her. "To get Jack. Damn it, we need to get the fuck out of here before the rest of the guards get here." "I know, I'm sorry. Beth stammered. The girl returned with Beth's one-eyed Jack cradled in her arms, hopped back in the vehicle, and slammed her door. "Got him," she said, a broad smile crossing her face. Beth was just about to comment about the gate when Maria stomped on the gas pedal and plowed right through it, causing it to fly over the top of the vehicle and slam down on the pavement behind them. The 4 women were flung around inside the vehicle as Maria took a right turn too fast. Beth feared they would crash and be right back where they started, but Maria straightened out the vehicle and they raced down the road. No one spoke as they sped away, down the dark and curvy highway, away from the insanity they had just escaped. Chapter 25, Langston Cabin, Texas County, Missouri. Event plus 18 days. As light streamed through the window next to her bunk, Maddie pulled the covers up over her head. She was determined to remain there, despite Ryan's pleas to join them as they took Ron's body home for burial. Maddie rolled over and turned her back to him without answering. "Maddie, you knew Ron best. You should help us choose where he'd like to be laid to rest. Come on, please come and help us say goodbye to him." "I can't." She tried not to burst into tears again, but failed. "You have to. We have to be able to mourn and then move on," Ryan said, kneeling beside her bed. He placed a hand on her back. "I know it's hard to lose people. It's my fault. I got him killed if I hadn't." "No, it isn't. He chose to run after Austin. There was no way you could have known what would happen. I knew it was dangerous to try to save Mrs. Osley and Anna. But I ran off anyway," Maddie cried. "You did it because you're a caring person. Ron ran after Austin for the same reason. It just happened, Maddie, and it's no one's fault but the bastards who shot him." Maddie rolled over onto her back and stared up at the slats of the bunk above her. The glow-in-the-dark stars she had placed there as a child still shined down on her. To the right of the largest star was a red heart with Rank's name written in the middle. She reached up and traced the outline with her index finger. She'd been 11 when she drew it. Times were simpler then, she thought. Ryan took her hand and gently pulled her to her feet. He bent over, picked up her boots, and handed them to her. As she took them from him, she threw her arms around him and squeezed him tight. She sobbed into his neck as he stroked her long blonde hair. His fingers caught in the tangled mass at the nape of her neck. "Ouch!" she gasped. "You really should do something with the rat's nest you have in there." Ryan chuckled. "You should do something with that face," Maddie teased, rubbing his shaven chin. Ryan gave her a gentle shove and turned toward the door. "We'll be in the barn. Don't take too long." Harmony entered the room as Maddie sat on the bed and pulled on her boots. "I need to get my pack," she said, bending over to retrieve her backpack from the floor at the foot of the bunk. Maddie said nothing. She could tell Harmony had been crying too. Her face was flushed and her eyes were puffy. Maddie wondered if Harmony had ever lost anyone she cared about, anyone other than her parents who had never come home after the lights went out. Their fate was unknown, so that would be a different kind of grief. Harmony had really liked Austin. Maddie's feelings of grief and guilt began to increase again. After tying her boots and slinging her pack over her shoulder, Maddie turned to Harmony. "I'm sorry about Austin. I know you two were becoming friends." Harmony broke down and lunged into Maddie's arms. She held Harmony and allowed her to cry on her shoulder. She wished her mom was there. She was much better at being comforting. It was what made her a great nurse. Maddie patted Harmony's back as she trembled in her arms. Brushing strands of brown hair from Harmony's face, Maddie said, "Let's go say goodbye to Ron. We can make a memorial to Austin if you'd like. Maybe we can stack some stones and get Zach to carve Austin's name on a plaque." "I'd like that," Harmony said. Maddie took her by the hand, and the two girls joined the others in the barn. Maddie selected a spot under a willow tree by the pond. She had spent a lot of time sitting in that spot fishing with Ron, while Rank and Lugnut dug the grave. Maddie, Zach, and Harmony gathered stones from around the property. Zach pushed the wheelbarrow as Harmony selected rocks. When they had filled it to the top, Harmony and Zach stacked them next to the hole. Rank and Lugnut were digging. Maddie went off to feed the animals as Harmony and Zach searched for a good board to make grave markers. As Maddie pitched hay into the goat pen, she looked around the barnyard. He'd want us to have his animals and take care of Mugsby. She knew he would want them to have all his stuff, but they didn't have any place for the animals at the cabin. They barely had proper pens for the baby goats and chicks. Ron had just given them. There was no way they could stand guard over two properties, and she was not willing to give up the cabin. They'd have to figure something out. After scooping chicken scratch from the old freezer-turned feed bin, she scattered the feed on the ground for the hens. A mean rooster ran over and chased the hens away. She recalled Ryan's rooster, Foghorn, and his pre-dawn crowing. "I guess I'll have to get used to your wake-up calls," she told him, as she threw more scratch for the hens. "We are ready, Maddie," Rank said, walking up behind her. Maddie swallowed hard. She wasn't ready. They'd gone through so much already. It had only been 18 days, and there had been so much violence, so much death. She wondered if it would get better or worse as time went on. Would the evil people soon outnumber the good ones? Would she ever feel safe again? Was there ever going to come a day when she did not have to carry her rifle with her 24 hours a day? Maddie rubbed the back of her neck where the strap of the sling had chafed a raw spot. She dumped the rest of the feed on the ground as the geese came running around the side of the barn. Returning to the grain bin, Maddie scooped a bucket full, dumped it in a pile, and hurried away. One of the geese chased Rank down the path to the pond. The grave was already filled in and the marker placed when Maddie arrived. The American flag that once hung high on a pole in front of Ron's house now lay folded on top of the stacked stones at the head of the grave. At the foot of the grave, lying in the loose dirt, was Mugsby, Ron's Australian shepherd, the dog she'd given him when Jason wouldn't allow her to have another dog. Maddie knelt and scratched behind his ear. He barely acknowledged her. She'd never witnessed a dog grieve before. She buried her face in his fur. "I'm sorry, boy, I'm so sorry," Maddie cried. Mugsby raised his head and licked her face. It was his way of saying he didn't blame her, but she didn't feel exonerated. Ryan stood at the head of the grave. He was the first to speak. Ryan spoke about the first day he'd met Ron nearly 7 years before. He told funny stories of their early survival training days when Ron was trying to teach the group which mushrooms were edible and how to harvest and eat cattails. Maddie recalled those days in vivid detail. One in particular stood out. It was spring and they were hunting for morel mushrooms. Ron kept calling them hickory chickens, so when she told her parents she'd found an enormous hickory chicken, they thought she'd found a wild bird. Maddie was the last to speak. She shared some of her favorite times spent with Ron. "I am blessed to have known Ron. I know that I am better prepared for whatever is to come because of all the things he taught me. I wish we'd had more time. There was so much more he had to share. I will miss his big heart and kind nature and his big black mustache. Thank you so much, Ron, for being my friend," Maddie said, her voice cracking. Rank handed Maddie a bouquet of black-eyed Susans that Harmony had picked from along the road. Maddie stared at them for a moment before taking them. As she kneeled, she read the words carved on his grave marker: Ronald Hillman, U.S. Army, retired beloved friend, gone too soon. Chapter 26, Wright County, Missouri. Event plus 18 days. Anyone have any idea where the hell we are? Mariah asked as she slowed for an approaching stop sign. No one spoke at first. Beth didn't recognize anything. She had no idea how far the cult had taken them, from where she'd wrecked the Bronco. At the moment, she couldn't even recall where that was. She was totally lost. "We are in Wright County. That road up there is Highway 5, the girl said. Beth turned in her seat and looked at Dawn, who sat emotionless and stared at her feet. "Dawn, are you okay?" Beth asked. "We are south of Mansfield. Highway 5 will take you into town," Dawn said flatly. She didn't make eye contact. "We don't want to go into any towns." "Do you know any way around the city?" Maria asked, stopping at the stop sign on Highway 5. Dawn shook her head. "It doesn't take you into the town. It comes out on Highway 60, the girl said. "Yes, Highway 60 is what we want to take. I can get us home from there," Beth said, excited that she finally knew where she was. 60 more miles and they would reach the cabin. 1 more hour and she could hold her children. As Maria pulled the vehicle onto Highway 5 heading north toward Mansfield, Beth's stomach knotted. The thought struck her that they could reach the cabin and her kids might not be there. For the next 15 minutes, Beth's mind played the what-if game. What if they ran into trouble like she'd experienced? What if they were still on foot and walking from Illinois? What if they were being held in some DHS detention center? 100 other grim scenarios crossed her mind. Her thoughts raced through endless possibilities. "Where are we headed?" the girl asked, leaning forward in her seat. Beth turned in her seat and looked at the girl. The sun was just coming over the horizon, and she could only make out the girl's silhouette. Beth wasn't sure if she should tell the girl about the cabin or her kids. She hadn't planned on bringing extra people on the trip. Beth turned back around and looked over to Maria. "What's your name?" Maria asked her. Krista Mackenzie." "Where do you live, Krista?" Maria asked. "At the mission. Do you have family around here? You seem to know the area." "No, I don't have any family. I was living with my grandma over on Highway A near Laura Ingalls Wilder's house, but my grandma died at the mission last week. They wouldn't let me give her any heart medicine." "Oh, I'm sorry for your loss," Maria said. Maria looked at Beth. Beth shrugged. "So you don't have anywhere to go?" Beth asked. "No. I guess I'm on my own now. Maybe you could drop me off at my grandma's house." "We cannot leave her to fend for herself," Beth whispered. "It's your call. It's your cabin," Maria said. Beth thought for a moment. "Would you like to come with us? I have a cabin about an hour north of here." "I would love that," Krista said, her voice raised with excitement. Beth looked back at Dawn, who appeared to be sitting there emotionless. "Dawn, what about you? Do you have somewhere nearby we can drop you?" Dawn's silhouette shook her head without looking up. "You can come with us, too, if you want." "Okay." Dawn nodded slightly. After turning onto Highway 60 East, they drove into the early morning sun for 10 miles, weaving in and out of abandoned vehicles, before reaching their turn onto State Highway Y and heading north. Near Hartville, Maria made a right turn onto Highway 38. When they reached the four-way junction with Highway 95, Beth could not recall which way to go to reach the cabin in evening shade. "I think we continue straight. I'm pretty sure," Beth said. But she wasn't sure at all. She'd only been this way a time or two. It wasn't until they made the hairpin turn at Fairview that Beth was confident they were heading in the right direction. When they reached Highway 17, Beth felt like getting out of the vehicle and kissing the ground. They were so close. Bucyrus was to their south. She was less than 20 miles from the cabin, and her children, Maria, made the left turn onto the highway. Beth immediately heard an engine start. Not a car engine. She leaned over and looked in her side mirror. "Shit! Damn, we have company," Beth yelled, turning to Maria. Maria checked the rear-view mirror, and then another engine started. Beth turned in her seat, and Dawn and Krista did the same. There were two men on four-wheelers coming up fast behind them. "Stomp on it, Maria. There's two of them now," Beth called out as she turned back. As she was turning to face the front, she felt the vehicle coming to an abrupt stop. She looked up just in time to see three four-wheelers blocking the lane. Four men stood to the side, pistols raised and pointed their direction. "Oh, fuck no, not this shit again," Maria said. Maria floored it, and the vehicle slid sideways. As Maria pulled onto the shoulder of the road, Beth brought the pistol she'd taken off the guard and leveled it at the closest man. Beth squeezed the trigger. The gun's report made her unable to hear what Maria was saying. As the men began returning fire, Beth unloaded the pistol into the men who were still standing. Bullets ricocheted off the vehicle as they sped past the group and down the highway. Beth turned and looked behind them. Two of the four-wheelers were attempting to give chase, but they just weren't fast enough. They disappeared from view as the Hummer sped around a tight curve. 5 miles later, the engine gave its first sign of complaint. As it shuddered and coughed, Beth cursed their luck. Maria looked at the fuel gauge. "Empty," she said. It ran for another half-mile before rolling to a stop. Beth lay her head on the dash. She wanted to cry, but all her stress came out as laughter. Maria looked at her and shook her head. "What the hell is so funny about running out of gas?" Maria asked. Beth pointed to the gas station on the corner of Highway 17 and 32. "And what is so funny about that? I don't know. It is just ironic, I guess, running out of gas at a gas station," Beth said as she opened the door. Maria opened her door and stepped out. "Stay here. I'm going to see if old man Ousley will sell us some gas." Beth ran across the road toward the store's entrance. She stopped in her tracks when she saw a pool of blood on the gravel parking lot. Beth brought the pistol up and started to back away when she noticed two more pools of blood nearby. At that, she turned and ran back to the vehicle. "Let's get the hell out of here," Beth said as she opened Krista's door and picked up Jack's carrier. Beth led the women behind the post office, and they cut through a field. They hugged the tree line and eventually came out on Highway 32. After walking for at least 5 miles, they had stopped to rest on the shoulder of the road. "How many more miles would you say we have?" Krista said, rubbing her blistered feet. "I think maybe another 5 miles or so," Beth said. Although she was tired, her feet blistered, and she was very thirsty. She wanted to keep pushing on, she was so close. They rested another 5 minutes, then got back on the road. "Have you lived out here long?" Krista asked. Beth looked down at the girl in her plain denim dress. Sometime during the trip, she'd let her long brown hair down, and now it hung down her back. "A while," Beth said, being deliberately vague. "How old are you, Krista?" "I'm 12. She was taller than Maddie had been at that age. "I have a daughter who is 18 and a son who is." Beth stopped. She didn't know what day it was, but Zach had a birthday in September. "My son is 15, she continued. "Are they waiting for you at the cabin?" Krista asked. "Yes, I hope." Beth saw movement in the brush on the side of the road ahead of them. She grabbed Krista's arm and began heading for the shoulder. "Maria? Dawn?" Beth whispered, then pointed to where she'd seen movement. As they crouched down in the ditch alongside the roadway, Beth watched for any sign of danger. Beth dropped the magazine on the pistol and counted the rounds left before making sure there was one in the chamber. "It could have been an animal," Maria finally said. "It could have, after waiting for another minute without seeing any further movement." Beth stood and stepped back onto the road. The others followed her. "It was probably a deer," Krista said. "Prob." Beth saw legs emerge from the tree line and then the figure of a man. "Stop," Beth yelled, pointing the pistol at the man. The man stepped onto the roadway with one hand in the air and the other in a sling across his chest. "Roger," Beth called out. "I'll be damned," Maria said, lowering her pistol. Beth lowered her weapon and ran toward Roger. She threw her arms around him and squeezed him tight. "How?" was all that would come out as she fought back tears. "I thought I was behind you all this time. I left just after Kate said you'd gone. I thought I'd catch up with you by the time you reached Colorado," Roger said, holding Beth out and looking her over. I know. I'm sorry. I should have let you know what my plan was before I took off, but there just wasn't time." "Damn, Roger, you had us worried," Maria said, walking over and slapping him on the shoulder. Roger winced. "I had to track down the damn sniper and take that son of a bitch out." "So you got him?" Maria asked. "I'm here, ain't I? Oh, Roger, this is Krista and Dawn. Roger is a friend. We were traveling together and got separated." "Hi," Krista said, holding a hand up in a wave. "Hello," Dawn said, her voice low and timid. Her gaze never left her feet. "Well, let's get off this highway and get you to the cabin," Roger said, turning around. "Let's take Paddy Creek Road, fewer houses and fewer chances for more trouble," Beth said, falling in beside him. "What if the bridge over the creek is washed out again? Then you'll have to carry me on your back," Beth said, a broad smile crossing her face. Chapter 27, Langston Cabin, Texas County, Missouri, event plus 18 days. While Roger approached the cabin from the side of the barn, Beth, Maria, and Dawn covered him. When Roger reached the back steps, he motioned for Maria to join him. Beth leaned her shoulder against the wall of the barn, set Jack's carrier on the ground, and placed the stock of her rifle to her cheek. Dawn held her pistol gripped in both hands as Maria had shown her. Roger turned the knob and shoved the door open. Then he and Maria disappeared inside. The wait was excruciating. Jack barked. "Damn it, Jack! Shut the F up before you get us killed," Beth said under her breath. "Should I stay with Jack?" Dawn asked. Beth debated the idea for a moment. "No, it isn't safe for you to be alone out here. We don't know how many people are here or where they are." A moment later, Roger appeared in the doorway. He stepped down the steps and scanned the areas to his right and left, then motioned for Beth and Dawn to come over to him. "No one is in there at the moment, but someone has definitely been staying here. The stove is warm, and there is a pot of coffee on the counter. Can you tell if it is Ryan and the kids?" Beth asked. "I haven't had time to look around to see." "Come on in, and we will go through the stuff in the bedrooms and see if we can tell who may be staying here," Roger said, holding the door open for them. As Beth stepped inside her family's cabin, she inhaled deeply. It held that same earthy smell she remembered. She bit her lip and slowly released a breath. Beth hadn't been to the cabin since Greg died. The memories of that day flooded back, and the grief was almost overwhelming. The pain was as fresh as the day the officer had delivered the news that had changed their lives forever. "Beth, you okay, Beth?" Roger asked. Beth cleared her throat before answering. "Yeah," she said, stepping into the mudroom. She looked around at the clothes neatly folded on top of the dryer. Several pairs of shoes were lined up under the bench, and jackets she didn't recognize hung on hooks. Beth turned her head to her right and surveyed the kitchen. It looked just as she remembered it. Dishes were drying on the counter, and the coffee percolator did, indeed, sit to the side of the wood-cook stove. Beth recalled how difficult it had been to get the behemoth stove into the cabin. Greg had purchased it at a nearby farm auction, and they'd had to take it apart to get it through the door. When Greg had said he bought her a wood-fired cook stove, Beth imagined a beautiful antique. But what arrived at the door looked like something straight out of a commercial kitchen. It looked modern and new. The first time she used it, however, erased all disappointment with his purchase. The Pioneer Princess's huge cooktop made it easy to cook for the large groups they hosted at the cabin. Beth walked over and placed her hand near the pipe that went from the stove to the ceiling. It was warm. Someone has definitely been here today. Her heart leaped. Her children could be out there in the woods somewhere right that moment. She could be moments away from holding them in her arms again. She struggled to restrain herself from running out the door screaming their names. Unable to wait any longer for the confirmation, Beth rushed down the hall to her right and threw open the first bedroom door. She dropped to her knees, threw her hands over her face, and wept. Maria and Roger rushed in behind her. Roger put a hand on her shoulder. There on the floor at the bottom of one of the bunk beds was Maddie's Salomon runner's vest pack that Ryan had given her for Christmas. Beth hadn't known that Maddie carried it with her to California, but there it was, sitting on the floor beside her red running shoes. Her baby girl had made it safely to the cabin. Zach! Beth rose to her feet, sidestepped around Roger and Maria, and ran over to the next bedroom. She threw back the door and rushed in. The smell hit her. It was so bad that she was forced to plug her nose. "Rank," Beth said. "It does smell awful," Maria said, coming up behind Beth. "No, I mean Rank was here." "No doubt," Roger said over Beth's shoulder. Beth stepped over to the bunks. Lying on one of the top bunks was the Daryl Dixon vest she'd bought Zach for his birthday. She picked it up and turned to Roger. He found it, Beth said through tears. Maddie remembered where Greg buried it, Roger said. That means they likely remembered where the other caches were buried. Oh, I'm sure Zach did. Greg drilled him on that many times, Roger said. Where is everyone? Why did they not post a guard? Beth asked, laying the vest back onto the bed. They all stepped back into the hall for a breath of fresh air. Roger shook his head as he shut the door behind him. I don't know where they went, but they haven't been gone long. The coffee is still warm. Coffee sounds amazing right now. Do you think they'd mind if I have like half a cup? Dawn asked from the kitchen. No, go ahead. I'm going to make a cup myself and then try to figure out where everyone went, Beth said. What about Jack? Dawn asked. Oh, shit. I forgot about him. Maria and I will go. We'll clear the barn and check out the greenhouse. You guys get some coffee and see if there's anything quick to eat before we go patrol the rest of the property, Roger said as he turned to leave. Thanks, Roger. I'll have something ready for everyone to eat by the time you get back, Beth said, as Roger and Maria walked through the back door. Beth opened the pantry door off the mudroom and found the shelves lined with cans, jars, and bags. It looked like they had found at least one of the buried caches of food. The small white dry erase board attached to the shelf by a magnet contained a detailed inventory written in Maddie's handwriting. Beth smiled. She had been listening. At that moment, Beth was so proud of her children. Somehow, on their own, they had both found their way to Ryan's farm in Illinois, and together they'd made it to the cabin. They were not only surviving here, but from the looks of things, they were thriving. Can I help you with something? Dawn asked, pulling Beth from her thoughts. Yes, actually, you can. Grab that large can of dried eggs. We are making breakfast. Beth emptied her armload of items taken from the pantry onto the counter, and she and Dawn set about filling the firebox with wood from a crate on the floor. Beth pulled 2 cast-iron skillets and a large pot down from the hanging rack above the stove. As she stirred the pancake batter, Beth looked out the window over the sink. She was admiring the fall crocus she and Maddie had planted along the path to the barn when 2 figures emerging from the woods caught her eye. In the distance, she couldn't make them out. When she heard a dog bark, Beth wondered why Jack was still barking after Roger had gone to retrieve him. Then it registered that the bark was much deeper. Beth reached down for the rifle she had leaned against the bottom cabinet as she pushed the curtain back further with her left hand. What is it? Dawn said, reaching toward her holster. I'm not sure. All I know is that the dog barking is not Jack. Beth moved to the back door and slowly opened it. After scanning from left to right, she stepped down the stairs and placed the butt of the rifle to her shoulder. Stay here, Dawn. Peering through the scope, she saw a man she did not recognize. His rifle was now pointing back at her. Beth heard footsteps approaching fast to her right. Pivoting, she saw that it was Roger and Maria crouching low and moving toward the barn. Roger motioned for Beth to get back inside. As Beth's foot hit the bottom step, she spotted more movement in the brush behind the man. Beth dropped to one knee and pulled the rifle tighter to her shoulder. Chapter 28, Langston Cabin, Texas County, Missouri event, plus 18 days. When the group had passed the grove of pawpaw trees, everyone but Jacob stopped to help pick the fruit. I can make pawpaw cobbler for dinner, Harmony said, stuffing the mango-like fruit into her mouth. No one spoke. Images raced through Maddie's mind of the day. Ron had first introduced her to the fruit. A tear ran down her cheek as she bent down to pick one up. After gathering up all the pawpaws from the ground, they quickly got back on the path and trailed behind Jacob. He was quiet after Ron's memorial. Just before they reached the clearing, Maddie hurried to catch up to him. As she did, Buster bolted from Harmony's side and took off barking in the direction of the cabin. Maddie grabbed hold of Mugsby's collar. He didn't seem interested in chasing after Buster or whatever had caught his attention, so she released him. Everyone shouldered their weapons and picked up the pace. Maddie, wait! Hang back and let's see what's alerted Buster, Ryan said a moment too late. As Maddie stepped into the clearing, she saw Buster running off toward the barn. At the back door, she saw a female figure. Maddie stopped dead in their tracks. Maddie's hand flew up to her mouth, and then she heard her name being called. Mom! Maddie yelled as she raced toward the cabin. Behind her, she heard Zach calling her name. She looked over her shoulder. Zach, it's Mom! Zach was only steps behind her when she reached her mother. Maddie practically dove into her mother's arms. Maddie felt Zach pressing in behind her, and the 3 of them were entangled in an embrace. Beth's ankle gave way, and they all toppled to the ground. Hearing her mother's laughter was the best sound she'd ever heard. Zach stood and helped Maddie and Beth to their feet. By that time, the rest of the group had arrived and were surrounding the trio. Maddie looked over her mother's shoulder at Jason. Her stepfather placed a hand on her mother's shoulder. A broad smile crossed Maddie's face, and she pointed. Beth looked back, but appeared not to see Jason. Maddie placed her hands on her mom's shoulders and turned her around to face him. The look of surprise on her mother's face told Maddie that she had not expected to see Jason there. Jason gently put his arms around his wife, and the two wept. After a moment, Jason held an arm out and invited Maddie and Zach to join in a family embrace. Maddie felt her mother's tears drip on her neck as she buried her face in Maddie's shoulder. How did you get here, Jason?" Beth asked through tears. "Rank and Lugnut," he replied. Beth looked around for the pair and, finally spotting them, she ran over and threw her arms around them. "Thank you so much. I cannot tell you how much this means to me." Rank looked at Ryan with a smug look and then smiled at Lugnut. "I'm so glad to see you, Beth," Ryan said, holding out his hand. Beth swatted it away, reached out and gave him a hug. "Thank you for getting my kids here safely, Ryan." "I know," Ryan said, interrupting her. Buster suddenly took off barking again. Maddie turned and saw Roger and two women approaching them. In his arms, Roger had a dog carrier. Maddie's eyes widened. "What you brought him?" she asked as she took off, running toward Roger. "Jack, oh my God, Jack, I didn't think I'd ever see you again, buddy," Maddie called as she ran. "Hi, Roger." She kissed him on the cheek as she took Jack from his arms. As Maddie set Jack's carrier on the ground to take him out, Buster ran up barking and growling. Maddie grabbed Jack out of the carrier and held him tight. Buster sniffed Jack's butt and Jack turned and growled at him. Buster backed up and ran to Harmony. It appeared his bark was worse than his bite. Maddie carried Jack over to where everyone was gathered. "I can't believe you brought him," Maddie said. Unable to stop smiling, Harmony walked over and patted Jack's head. Buster sat on Beth's foot, begging for attention. "Hi, big fella," Beth said, reaching down and rubbing him behind the ears. "Mom, this is Harmony and her dog Buster." "Hi, Harmony. I'm happy to meet you," Beth said, pushing Buster off her foot. "And this is Jacob," Maddie said, suddenly feeling her face flush. "He is the Texas County Sheriff." Beth tilted her head and the corners of her mouth drew up slightly. She looked at Jacob, then back at Maddie. Maddie knew that look. Beth stepped forward and extended her hand to Jacob. "I'm pleased to meet you, Sheriff," Beth said with a broad grin. Maddie rolled her eyes and turned so Jacob wouldn't see her blushing. She hated her mom's sixth sense that always knew Maddie's business even when she didn't. After introductions were made, everyone but Roger, Lugnut, and Jacob retreated inside the cabin. As Harmony, Dawn, and Krista finished the breakfast, Beth had started cooking. Maddie, Zach, Beth, and Jason all went into the living room. Beth sat in the middle of the sofa with Maddie on one side and Zach on the other. She held each of their hands in her lap across from her. Jason sat on the edge of the leather chair with his hand on top of Beth's. Maddie wore a broad smile and tears streamed down her face as she listened to how her mother had fought her way home to them. Reluctantly, Maddie gave her mother the abbreviated version of her journey out of Chicago. Jack straddled her shoulders and licked her face as they laughed about Zach preparing for the zombie apocalypse with his Daryl Dixon crossbow and motorcycle. "Yeah, I haven't ridden it since my birthday," Ryan said it was too loud. Zach complained. "What I said was that you need to push it through the woods and only start it when you reach Slabtown Road, so no one will know you came from the cabin," Ryan called from the kitchen. Zach rolled his eyes. "Same thing," he said, his voice low. After they ate their mid-afternoon breakfast, everyone but Beth, Jason, and the kids went about doing their daily chores. "I'll take Mom, and we can feed the animals," Maddie said, taking her mother's hand. "Animals?" Beth asked. "Ron gave," Maddie trailed off and fought back tears. "Ron gave us some baby chicks and kid goats. They're in the barn, Zach said. Ron died. I got him killed." Maddie blurted out. Beth's mouth dropped open. She placed her arms around Maddie and held her tight. "Maddie, it was not your fault. He would have gone after Mrs. Ousley and Anna, regardless of anything you did. He did what he felt was right. He was just like that," Zach said. Maddie shook her head and turned toward the barn. "You want to hold the chick, Mom?" Maddie asked, changing the subject. She knew the truth. No matter what Zach said, she knew that her impulsiveness had gotten him killed. She wouldn't let that happen ever again. She didn't ever want to lose anyone else. "I'd love to see the chicks. Jason, you coming?" Beth asked over her shoulder. "No. I've seen them. I think I will let the two of you spend some quality mother-daughter time." "You just don't want horse poop on your loafers again," Maddie chuckled. Jason looked at his feet. "And there is that," he laughed. Maddie stared at her mom's bruised and battered face. She knew she'd been through a lot more than she told them about. Maddie knew her mother had withheld the disturbing details. She'd done the same. "So, Maddie, tell me all about the new sheriff." "He's cute, huh?" Beth said, turning to face Maddie. "There's nothing to tell. He's the sheriff. And he's your age. And he's cute." "He is? I hadn't noticed," Maddie said, trying to conceal a smile. Beth placed the fuzzy little chick back into the box and looked around the barn. "It finally looks like a real barn rather than a warehouse. I'd forgotten how much room there was in here. It has been so long since I've seen it without crates of food and supplies stacked to the rafters. There are still a few crates way in the back, mostly canned goods that won't fit in the pantry. We found a whole crate of canned peaches," Maddie said with a grin. Beth walked over to the tool bench that ran along one wall. She bent and looked under it. She picked up a milk crate of fuel stabilizer and set it to the side. "You haven't dug up the radios yet?" Beth asked, looking up at Maddie. "What? No, we didn't know where they were." "They should be right there," Beth said, pointing to the spot where she'd removed the crate. Maddie ran to the front of the barn, retrieved a shovel, and dug around the concrete box just as Zach, Rank, Lugnut, and Ryan arrived. "Just in time. Give me a hand here," Maddie said. "What do you have there?" Lugnut asked, taking the shovel from Maddie. Maddie looked at Zach. "The radios." "What? I don't remember Dad putting them there," Zach said. "He didn't. I did," Roger said as he entered the barn. "When we closed up the cabin last, we buried most of what was left in the barn. I left you a map. Where?" "I don't remember that," Zach said. "On the back of the poster in your dad's office with the inventory your dad kept." Zach tilted his head, then looked at his shoes. "I forgot." "Let's get that puppy out of there and see those babies," Rank said, nudging Lugnut. As the guys fiddled with the radios, flashlights, and night vision glasses, Maddie grilled Roger on the location of the caches he had buried. She was anxious to add them to their inventory. With a growing number of people, they would need to know how much food and supplies they had before winter set in for good. Nights in late September in the Ozarks could be chilly. Before long, the cold, wet winter would make life difficult. Knowing what they had to make it through would relieve a lot of stress. "Breaker, 1-9, good buddy of mine. This is the Bandit," Lugnut called into the radio. "I got a Smoky in a plain white wrapper." "This is so much better than the duck calls," Rank said, clipping a radio to his belt. "Yeah, and these babies are top of the line. We'll be able to see anything that moves with these," Zach said, pulling a pair of night vision goggles over his head. Roger pulled a pair of NPVS-7 night vision goggles from the box, and 4 sets of hands reached for it. As he yanked his hand back, Maddie swiped it from him and held it up over her head. "This here is mine," Maddie chuckled. A collective groan filled the barn. Roger reached in and pulled out another set and clutched it to his chest. "Not fair," Zach said, bending over to look in the box. He slowly reached in and pulled out his dad's Schmidt & Bender PM 312x50 sniper scope and looked up at Roger. "Where's the rifle?" Zach asked, with the others. "You'd know if you'd brought the map." "I haven't seen the poster since we moved. I thought it went to storage with the rest of the stuff from Dad's office," Zach said, looking to his mom. "It's in the basement back in Clarkson Valley," Beth said. "I hope you remember where you buried everything, or these bozos will dig up the whole 100 acres. I wouldn't want to contribute to deforestation." "How about we use this second map?" Roger said, pulling a folded piece of paper from the concrete box. Before he had even withdrawn his hand, Lugnut had yanked the map free from his grasp and was headed for the door, Rank and Zach in tow. As Maddie slipped on her boots and holstered her pistol, she stared at her mother. The purple bruise on the left side of her face now had greenish edges. Maddie fought the urge to touch it. She was still in shock that her mother had really made it home. Against all odds, they had all made it, even Jason. 6 females were now occupying the cabin. Maddie had always had her own room and bathroom. She'd never shared a room, let alone with 6 women. She wasn't complaining, though. She was happy to have more people to pull guard duty and help prepare for winter. Maddie slung her rifle around to her back and poured herself a thermos of coffee. Even though her mom had made it home and they had more people on watch, Maddie still hadn't slept well. It might have had something to do with their conversation with Todd a few days back about the prison and the military's plan to leave it unguarded. She'd spent the night tossing and turning, trying to think of how they could secure the prison. Rank and Lugnut's suggestion, although extremely effective, would have run them afoul of the judge and the governor. It shouldn't have been their problem. It was, after all, a state and county issue, but with over 600 of the most dangerous criminals in the state being housed only 20 miles away from the cabin and potentially free to just walk away within days, it wasn't something they could ignore. "Hey, good morning, Maddie Sue," Roger said, startling her out of her stewing. "Good morning, Roger. Where are you headed?" Maddie asked, pointing to the crossbow in his hand. "I'm going to teach Zach how to hunt with this thing. Bullets are a finite commodity. We can make arrows. You can, sure. This is a primitive tool used for centuries to feed people," Roger said, holding out the arrow. "Oh yeah, I guess you're right. I've just never known anyone to make their own arrows," Maddie said, taking a biscuit from the basket on the warmer shelf above the stove. Mugsby rushed in from the living room, sat at Maddie's feet, and stared at her food. After tearing off a piece and giving it to the dog, he trotted off to sit with Ryan on the sofa. Maddie smelled the aroma of marijuana and wondered if Ryan was smoking for pain relief now or pleasure. "I know a guy over near Spring Creek who makes the best arrowheads. He made me this knife out of bone. He used to make a pretty good living selling primitive handmade tools. That would be someone to trade with." Ron had mentioned someone in the Amish community that he was going to speak to about trading goods for training. They've always sustained themselves without modern technology. "Yeah, I just hope we have something to barter with that they need." Roger sheathed his knife and adjusted the strap to the crossbow as he headed toward the back door. "Someone should ride over there and talk to them. I bet Jacob knows who he was referring to." "Maybe the two of you could go," Roger said, winking at Maddie. Maddie's face flushed, and she looked over her shoulder to make sure Jacob hadn't heard. When she turned back around, she gave Roger a dirty look.
"What?"
Roger said with a shit-eating grin. Maddie rolled her eyes and tossed a kitchen towel at him. "You know you like him," Roger whispered and raced out the door. It wasn't that riding over to visit the Amish community with Jacob was a bad idea. It was a great idea. It was that everyone was teasing her over their non-existent relationship. She didn't have time for that shit. There was just too much to do. Someone needed to address the prisoner issue. They had to expand the cabin or build more housing structures somewhere close by. They couldn't last all winter, 13 people and 3 dogs crammed inside the cabin. She wasn't looking forward to their first winter without electricity. "Morning, Maddie," Harmony said as she opened the firebox door on the cook stove. "Hey, Harmony, I think we should make a duty roster again and rotate chores, unless you want to be stuck in the kitchen all day, every day, cooking for 13 people, Maddie said. Harmony thought for a moment. A broad smile crossed her face. "What?" Maddie asked. "As an only child, I've always prayed for a big family," Jack growled from down the hallway, then barked. A second later, Buster came tearing into the living room and through the kitchen, whining. "You'll learn. He's not a toy, Buster." Harmony chuckled. 13 people and 3 dogs. I hope we can find someone who knows how to build more cabins so we can spread out before we all start barking at each other, Maddie said. "Thank you for reading Turmoil, Days of Want Series Book 3. Keep scrolling to continue the series in Uprising, Days of Want Book 4. Don't forget to sign up for my preferred readers club and receive a free copy of the Days of Want short story, Sudden Chaos, which includes a free preview of No Way Out, and be the first to know of new releases, giveaways, and special offers. Book 4, Uprising Chapter 1, The Farm Evening Shade Missouri event, plus 19 days. Roger Miller winced slightly as he pushed the four-wheeler out of the machine shed attached to Ron's barn. Unlike Ryan, Roger refused to take anything for the pain caused by the gunshot wound to his left shoulder. Maddie's mother, Beth, had tried to convince him to go easy for a while, but from what Maddie knew of her dad's best friend, he didn't know the meaning of the phrase, "go easy." Zach pulled the trailer over and slid the hitch down over the ball of Roger's ATV. Her brother wore an ear-to-ear grin as he threw his leg over the seat of his Yamaha WR250R motorcycle. "Shouldn't you take an extra can of fuel, just in case?" Maddie asked, walking up beside Roger. "Good idea." Roger winked at Zach as he headed back to the shed to retrieve the can. Maddie wasn't sure what that was about. "I agree with Mom. You should take the wheeler, Zach. You aren't experienced enough with that bike yet to make a trip that far," Maddie said. Zach adjusted himself on the seat and pulled his helmet down over his head. "It's only 20 miles or so." His sandy blonde hair stuck out all around the bottom of the helmet. "We really need to add a barber to the group, but it's mostly gravel roads over to Spring Creek. Even dirt bikes are super dangerous on gravel roads." "What? You're now suddenly a motorcycle expert. Don't worry, I'll be careful." "He'll do fine," Roger said as he hoisted the gas can over the side of the trailer. Maddie shook her head and walked away as Roger strapped it down. Harmony handed Roger a small box filled with tiny, fuzzy peepers. "Are you sure we should trade the baby chicks? We have so many mouths to feed." Roger nodded. "Did you see how many eggs those hens laid yesterday? I think we can spare a few chicks. These things are valuable currency now. We want to make sure we have something that Dave is guaranteed to want to take in trade. We need the knives, arrows, and traps to hunt for food this winter. Roger placed the box in the trailer and strapped it down with bungee cords before straddling the four-wheeler and heading off toward the road. As Maddie watched Roger and Zach pull down the drive and turn onto Slabtown Road, her gut clenched. She trusted Roger. He'd been her dad's best friend. He'd no doubt give his life to protect Zach, but there were so many new dangers now. "Did you water the pigs?" Krista called from the barn door. Harmony turned to face her. "No. I told you, I'm not going anywhere near those beasts." Krista chuckled, picked up the empty water bucket, and walked back inside the barn. Krista Mackenzie was strong for a 12-year-old girl. Having grown up around farm animals, she was a real asset to the group, considering she'd survived being kidnapped by the cult and nearly sacrificed to their alien gods. Krista was handling things much better than Maddie imagined a girl her age could. Krista and Harmony had become fast friends. They were both essentially orphans. Maddie giggled. "I think we should have the guys water the hogs. When Jacob and I get back from Houston, I'll talk to Jason about taking over feeding the hogs. He's doing more guard duty now that everyone is running off all the time," Harmony said. "Lugnut and Rank will be back from their trip to Fort Leonard Wood tomorrow. They should have Todd and his family moved onto the base by then." "Do you think Todd is overreacting about the prison, Harmony asked. "No, I don't. He worked there. He knows how dangerous it is. He has a great setup at his place, and he was prepared for the shit to hit the fan. If he's willing to uproot his family over this threat, it must be serious. That's why I agreed to go to Houston with Jacob today. Someone has to do something, and if he thinks the judge can convince enough people to step up to guard the prison, it's worth a shot." Harmony wiped her brow with the hem of her apron and pushed honey-colored strands of hair behind her ears. "Still, that isn't a long-term solution." "I know, but it's the best we have at the moment," Maddie said. Maddie stepped onto the pea gravel path that led from the barn to Ron's house. The white-clad siding was in need of a coat of paint, and the railing around the porch was missing a baluster. All were projects that would have been on Ron's autumn to-do list, Maddie was sure. Her stomach tightened with each step. Although she knew they needed to maintain Ron's place and take care of the animals, she hated coming here now that he was gone. A lump formed in her throat and tears welled in her eyes as her hand touched the handle of the screen door. She drew in a deep breath and pulled on the knob. "You have a choice, Maddie. Wallow in grief and guilt, or suck it up and do what needs to be done." She could hear her dad say. Maddie hesitated in the doorway. 12 other people were living at their cabin. Why did she feel responsible for everything? "I'm only 18. But she was Greg Langston's daughter, and she couldn't let her dad down. "Are you ready to go?" A voice called from behind her. Maddie jumped and spun around to come face to face with Jacob. Jacob Rawlings was only 2 years older than Maddie, but had been forced to take on the role of county sheriff after the elected sheriff and the rest of his deputies were killed by the Jewell family. Judge Farley and the Texas County Commission were supposed to meet to appoint a new sheriff, but that hadn't happened yet. Maddie felt her face flush and quickly turned to walk inside. "Ryan said we should take your mom's Jeep instead of my dirt bike," Jacob called, following after her. Grief pricked her heart. The last thing she ever wanted to do was get back in that Jeep. The memory of holding Ron as he drew his last breath was overwhelming. Her heart raced. She felt sweat bead on her forehead. Not now. Not in front of Jacob. Maddie took a deep breath and let it out slowly. She didn't have time for PTSD or panic attacks or grief. She had shit to do. Important shit. Her dad hadn't let it stop him, and she was determined that she wouldn't either. Maddie took another deep breath, let it out, and said, "We should ask Maria to go then? That way, my mom would feel better about the whole thing. We could do that. But she should wait outside. She's, a little blunt, and we don't want to take the chance that she might offend the judge," Jacob said. Maddie opened the door to Ron's basement, pulled a flashlight from the side pocket of her tactical pants, flicked it on, and descended the stairs. At the bottom, she turned and looked up at Jacob, who stood in the doorway. "I like her. She just tells it like it is. She doesn't care what people think," Maddie said. Jacob shrugged, his dark brown hair nearly touching his shoulders. At least he shaved. After rummaging through boxes, she found what she was searching for in the last carton. She grabbed 2 pairs of work boots and a handful of socks, then ascended the stairs, shoving them into Jacob's chest. She said, "Hold these." Jacob followed her down the short hall, through the living room and kitchen, to a small utility room at the back of the house. From a shelf, Maddie grabbed 4 pairs of thick leather work gloves and handed those to Jacob as well. Back in the kitchen, she opened a small pantry cabinet door and took out 2 vacuum-sealed bags containing deer jerky. "For Ryan," Maddie said, holding the bags in the air. Jacob scowled. "Both of them." Maddie smiled and walked toward the door. "No, One's for Us. Chapter 2. The Farm Evening Shade, Missouri. Event 19 days. Beth slowly closed the driver's door to the Jeep and took a step back. Maddie had seen that look in her mom's eyes a million times. The memory of the first time she'd gotten behind the wheel of this same Jeep 2.5 years ago and backed out of the driveway came to mind. She'd been so excited about her newfound freedom. She hadn't really given much thought about how her mother must have felt watching her baby girl pull away, physically and emotionally. Don't take any detours. Don't stop for anything. Straight there and straight back, okay? Beth said. Yes, Mom, Maddie said in a typical teenager tone. Maddie wasn't sure how living under the same roof with her mother was going to work. Beth was overprotective, even more so since her dad had died. Since the shit hit the fan, Maddie had struggled for the others to see her as an adult and equal. Now she felt like she had to start all over again. We've got this, Maria called from the back seat. Beth turned to face her. Thank you, Maria. Maddie rolled her eyes and put the Jeep into gear. As she placed her hand on the seat to look over her shoulder to back up, her fingers brushed Jacob's shoulder. A shot of electricity went through her. She yanked her hand away and used her side mirrors to back out of the shed instead. Maddie thought leaving the Jeep at Ron's was too risky, but in the end it did make sense. Crossing the creek in the eventually muddy field to reach the road was going to become too difficult as the water swelled and the ground softened this winter. The ground didn't really freeze until January, and even then it would thaw when the temperatures were above freezing. Winter in Missouri was always a muddy mess. Maria had performed the standard PMCS or preventative maintenance checks and services on the vehicle. She had made sure they carried extra supplies and fuel. They were as ready as they could be, but from the look on her mom's face, she wasn't convinced. Of course, at first she'd insisted on coming, but Jason had talked her out of it. She was still recovering from the truck accident and the beating she had received from the cult leaders. She wasn't up to a fight if they encountered trouble. She'll be fine, Maria said as Maddie pulled the Jeep onto Slabtown Road and headed east. I hope so. She's going to give herself an ulcer, and I don't think we have meds for that. As Maddie turned onto the highway, she rehearsed the speech she wanted to give the judge and the community if he allowed her. Maybe it should come from Jacob. I'm an outsider. Maddie glanced over at Jacob. He turned and their eyes met. Maddie's heart leaped, and she quickly turned back to face the road. Why did I agree to let him stay with us? He's got a home, doesn't he? She had opposed the idea when Lugnut had suggested it. Of course, they needed an extra person for guard duty, and the threats the Jewell family had made against his life were concerning. But she still didn't think it was a good idea. It seemed their group was collecting strays at an exponentially high rate. They didn't really know Jacob, Harmony, Maria, Dawn, or Krista. In the end, she had conceded that it was a risk they needed to take. How the young sheriff was going to do his law enforcement duties while hiding out at their cabin, she didn't know. She supposed there wasn't really much he could do to enforce the law under the current circumstances. In less than 3 weeks, they'd become a lawless society. It was the survival of the fittest, or the most well-armed at least. As Maddie drove the Jeep south toward Highway 32, she tried not to think about her last trip away from the cabin. At the junction with Highway N, Maddie spotted a figure in the tree line. She pointed in that direction. Look! Jacob's hand dropped to his holster. Maddie looked in the rearview mirror. Maria had her pistol drawn and ready. Maddie turned to face Jacob. You know them. He's Mark Jewell's uncle, Jacob said. Maddie's eyes widened. Crap, I didn't know they lived so close. The man stared them down as they slowly made the turn onto Highway N. A chill went down Maddie's spine. No one spoke again until they reached the outskirts of the city of Houston, Missouri. Jacob was the first to spot the roadblock. Jacob pointed to the line of cars, trucks, and tractors blocking both lanes of Highway 17. Maddie slammed on the brakes and skidded to a stop about a quarter mile from the checkpoint. What the hell? Maddie turned in her seat as Maria immediately jumped out of the Jeep. With the rifle to her shoulder, Maria peered through the scope. It could be locals. The county commission might have pulled their heads out of their asses and ordered the town secured, Jacob said. Maybe. There's only one way to find out, Maria said, coming around to the passenger side of the Jeep. Maria reached in and pulled a monocular from her pack and handed it to Jacob. I see 2 men. See if you recognize them. Jacob placed the monocular to his eye and scanned the roadblock. Yes, that guy in the overalls. That's Jesse Campbell. And the shorter one, that's his brother. They're related to the judge. All right, I'll cover you from that building there, Maria said, pointing to the industrial building about 25 yards from the roadblock. Give me 1 minute, then pull forward. Slowly. 1001, 1002, 1003. Maddie's heart raced as she counted. She wasn't prepared for a shootout. When she reached the count of 60, Maddie placed the Jeep into drive and pulled forward slowly as she'd been instructed. As she approached the roadblock, the two men pointed their rifles at the Jeep. Jacob stuck his head out and called out to the men, "Hey, Jess, it's me, Jacob Rawlings." "Oh, hey, Jacob." "I mean, Sheriff Rawlings," the man called back. Drawing out Jacob's last name, Maddie stopped the Jeep 20 feet from the cars that blocked the road. Jacob opened the passenger door and stepped out. "Hi, Quentin." Maddie put the Jeep into reverse and kept her foot on the brake. She wanted to be ready to back out of there quickly. "If need be, we need to see the judge," Jacob said as he approached the men. "Oh, yeah." "Okay," Jess said before jumping into an old GMC pickup and backing it away, clearing a spot for them to drive through. Jacob returned to the Jeep. He picked up the radio from the seat and said, "Maria, I think we're good. I know and trust these guys, over." 2 clicks sounded from the radio. A moment later, the passenger door opened and Maria hopped into the vehicle. "Pull forward, slow and steady." Maria barked from the back seat. Maddie pulled forward as instructed. There were old pickups, ATVs, tractors, and even a horse and buggy parked out in front of the old courthouse. The judge had moved his office from the Justice Center to the older courthouse. The windows were all open, and Maddie could hear voices coming from the top floor as she placed the Jeep into park. Maria was the first to exit the vehicle. Jacob turned to Maddie. She shrugged, threw open the driver's door, and joined Maria at the front of the Jeep. 2 men stood on the steps of the 2-story red brick building. "Wayland," Jacob said as they passed them in. Jacob, the younger of the 2, replied. The older man opened a set of double doors and held it as Maddie Maria, and Jacob walked through. People sat on benches that lined a long hall running the length of the building. Jacob opened a door, and the trio climbed the stairs to the 2nd floor. At the top of the stairs, men huddled around, leaning against the walls. Jacob addressed each one by name and shook their hands. Maddie could tell from their expressions and demeanor that Jacob had a level of respect among these men. She hoped it was enough. Down the hall, a line formed outside the judge's office. Again, Jacob greeted each person by name before introducing Maddie and Maria. One man looked Maria up and down, eliciting a growl from Maria. Maddie reached down, took hold of her hand, leaned in, and whispered, "I know you want to rip his head off, but please don't. We need to get out of here in one piece." Maria grunted and sighed heavily before nodding. About an hour later, Jacob, Maddie, and Maria stepped into the judge's office. The crowd reluctantly stepped back as Jacob pulled the door closed. "Sheriff Rawlings, who are these lovely ladies in your company today?" Judge Farley asked, looking over his wire-rimmed reading glasses. "Judge, this is Maddie Langston and Maria Garcia Gonzalez, Your Honor," Maria said, stepping forward with her right hand extended. The judge shook her hand and gestured to the wooden chair in front of his desk. "Have a seat," the judge said, waving Jacob and Maddie over. Judge Farley picked up an old paper church fan decorated with a brightly colored picture of Jesus. He waved it back and forth in front of his face like Maddie had seen little old ladies do at the old church in evening shade. She wiped the sweat from her own brow as she took a seat next to Maria. Jacob stood behind them. "What brings you in today, Jack?" Sheriff Rawlings, Maddie thought the judge correcting his slip-up was a good sign. Jacob's official position with the county still meant something, at least to the judge. "Well, Judge, I wanted to make sure you were aware of the situation over at the prison. I was informed by one of the few remaining guards, Todd Simmons, that the military has plans to pull out, leaving the prison unguarded," Jacob said. The judge leaned back in his seat and placed the fan on his desk. He clasped his hands together and stared hard at Jacob. "And you have a plan to secure the inmates," the judge stated. "Well, Jacob stammered. The judge's eyes narrowed. His mouth pinched tight and his jaw clenched. "We do, Your Honor," Maddie interjected. The elderly judge turned his gaze to her. He cocked his head to the side and studied her. "Langston, the name is familiar. Who's your daddy, girl?" Maddie wanted to laugh. She wasn't quite sure why, but that struck her as funny. She suppressed a giggle and said, "Greg Langston, sir. We have a cabin over near Paddy Creek." "Ah, yeah, Ron Hillman's friend from St. Louis." The mention of Ron's name pricked her heart. She wondered if the judge knew she'd gotten Ron killed. Ron was a good man. So was your daddy. Good men, the both of them. "So you say you have a plan?" "We have an idea. But frankly, Your Honor, it requires your clout with the people of the community," Maddie said. She stared at the older gentleman as she looked for a reaction. Bushy, gray eyebrows framed his stern, pale blue eyes. His hard stare was uncomfortable, and she wanted to look away, but she was afraid to break eye contact. A slight smile began at the corners of his mouth and spread into a full-blown grin. So you need me? Yes, sir. The plan won't work without you. It was true. The residents were unlikely to step up and do what it took without the judge's influence. She knew she needed to play to the man's ego. He liked being needed. Well, go ahead. Tell me your plan, the judge said. Jacob, stop standing there being useless. Pull up a damn chair. Jacob dragged a chair from the corner of the room as Maddie began to tell the judge their idea for using residents to guard the perimeter of the prison. It would only be until the governor and Red Cross get the rest of the prisoners transported down to Farmington, Maddie said. I really don't see what choice we have with the military pulling out and abandoning us like this. We can't have convicted murderers, rapists, and child molesters roaming the streets, Judge Farley said as he stood. Send Margaret in on your way out. I'll put her in charge of the sign-up sheet. You come by tomorrow, and I'll have you all the volunteers you need. Maddie smiled and extended her hand. Judge Farley took her hand in his and said, If this goes south, we're all done for. People will never trust me again. So, dearie, you make damn sure that doesn't happen? You hear? Maddie swallowed hard and pulled her hand back. Yes, sir, I'll do my best. Chapter 3, Spring Creek, Missouri, event plus 19 days. The dust cloud created by Roger's ATV and Zach's bike overtook them as they stopped in front of a fish-shaped mailbox at the end of a long driveway. I think this is it, Roger yelled through his helmet. Zach pushed up the visor of his helmet and said, You think? I don't want to get shot rolling up on someone's house. Roger stared down at the name on the mailbox and nodded his head. It read, Captain America. Zach raised an eyebrow. Are you sure? Yep, I'm sure. That's Dave for you, Roger said. Zach was still concerned about arriving unannounced, but with the noise of the four-wheeler and his bike, the man would have plenty of warning that someone was coming. Zach just hoped he wasn't the shoot first, ask questions later kind of guy. Roger turned the ATV into the driveway, and Zach followed behind him. The driveway wound back and forth through the woods for a quarter-mile before reaching a clearing. There was a barbed wire fencing and a green cattle gate between them and the small mobile home. To the right of the trailer was a small log cabin. Smoke rose from a pipe on the roof. You're trespassing, a man yelled. Zach couldn't see anyone. With his right foot, he stomped on the kickstand, leaned the bike over onto it, and threw his left leg over the seat to dismount. Zach pulled his rifle from the scabbard and ran for cover. When he reached a nearby tree, he looked back. Roger was still seated on the ATV by the gate. Don't shoot us, Dave, Roger yelled back. Roger, what the hell are you doing running the roads? The man called back. I came to see about you, old man. The hell you did, and I ain't old. I can still whip your ass. In your dreams, Dave, Roger said, placing his helmet on the seat. Who you got with you? Roger turned and looked over his shoulder. Greg's boy. Well, come on up then, the man said, waving his hand in the air. Dave Henderson wore a fringed buckskin jacket over tan tactical pants. His white beard looked like it hadn't been groomed in weeks. Roger towered over the short man, who led them down a gravel path to the small cabin. On the porch sat an old rocker. An overturned barrel topped with a wood plank served as a side table. On the table sat a mason jar filled with a clear liquid, and the paperback novel of Franklin Horton's The Mad Mick. When Zach stepped across the threshold into the tiny one-room cabin, a strong odor of leather and tanning oils hit him. The cabin was dark except for what light came from a task light on the workbench. Zach looked around for a window. There were only two small ones. Neither let in much light or air, for that matter. A small wood stove sat in one corner, and a workbench stretched the length of one wall. A shelf contained leather, and what looked to Zach to be antlers and feathers, along with other things he imagined were used to make arrows and quivers. Dave took a seat on a stool next to his workbench. What can I do you for, gentlemen? We came to see if we could make a trade for some arrows and knives, and maybe one of those buckskin jackets there, Roger said, pointing to a fringed jacket hanging on a hook along the wall. You did you? What did you bring to trade? We brought a ham, some live chicks, and shotgun shells, Zach said with a broad smile. They'll get you some arrows, maybe, but that knife sells for over $300, and that buckskin is worth over $500. I can't let them go for some baby chicks and a ham. Zach's smile faded. He turned to Roger. You know money ain't worth nothing anymore? What would you trade the knife and buckskin for? What do you need that you can't get anymore? Roger asked. Dave pursed his lips and looked to the ceiling. Well, Dave looked around his shop. I don't suppose you got women to trade, so I'd have to say liquor. My supply seems to be a little low, and my source went and got himself killed a day or two back. They cleaned his sheds plumb out, too. Roger smiled. Zach looked at Roger quizzically. Well, Dave, this is your lucky day. I'll tell you what, you throw in that axe and the quiver, and you've got a deal. Dave's eyes lit up. You got shine? I do. Zach furrowed his brow and leaned close to Roger. We do? Do you remember the convicts you guys hit at the old farmhouse? Lugnut and Rank went back and retrieved their supplies. They're in the barn, Roger whispered. Don't tell your mom. Zach nodded. Oh, okay, he recalled Lugnut saying that the convicts had some moonshine. He never dreamed they could use it for bartering. He hoped Lugnut and Rank wouldn't be too upset at Roger for trading with it. I'd say the knife is worth at least 2, and the buckskin 3 jars. It has to be good stuff. None of that rot-gut stuff some people are making now. I'll give you 3, Roger countered. 5, and I'll throw in a sheath for the knife. Deal, Roger said, stepping over and extending his hand. While the 2 men shook on it, Zach left to retrieve the ham and baby chicks from the ATV. When he looked inside the trailer, he saw a box he hadn't noticed before. He pulled the flap back, and inside were 9 jars of moonshine, each secured in bubble wrap. Zach removed 4 jars and set them aside. He carried the box of liquor in first and set it down on the workbench. Dave peeled back the flap on the box and whistled. His eyes lit up and his lips curled into a huge grin. He pulled a jar from the box and rolled it in his hand. He looked up with concern on his face. That's tiny shine. Wait, how'd you get that? Dave asked, his hand dropping to his holster. Zach and his group took out some escaped convicts, and this was among their supplies, Roger explained. That all that's left of it? Roger grinned. Nope. Did I show you this stag-handled Damascus steel set with the Skinner knife and gut hook? And check out the fine leather sheaths with these babies. It can process a deer in half the time, and they will hold their edge. This is all we brought with us, Roger said, pointing to the box. If you're interested in doing more trading, you know where to find me, Dave said, twisting the lid off one jar and taking a careful sip. A look of contentment washed over his face as he wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. We might be interested in some of your traps, Roger said. Dave appeared to be contemplating the offer. Don't know about the traps. I need my traps to replace them. I'd have to go play nice with Gene Mather. We aren't exactly on friendly terms. Maybe he'd be interested in making a trade then. Dave looked down at the box of liquor, then back to Roger. Don't let him jerk you around and take too many of them jars. He can be a real dick when he knows he has you by the balls. You're going to have to play it real cool with that bastard. Zach looked around the shop as Dave drew them a map to Gene Mather's place. Since knives, arrows, and leather goods were things that could be obtained very inexpensively from China, Dave's skills hadn't been worth as much. Now his skills were among some of the most valuable. Roger folded the hand-drawn map and placed it in the side pocket of his 5x11 tactical pants before slinging a leg over the seat of the ATV. Zach started his bike and followed Roger down the drive to the main road. Roger stuck out a hand, signaling a left turn before pulling onto the roadway. Zach stopped and looked both ways before pulling out. As he turned to look to his left, movement in the woods caught his eye. A path led through the tall grass between the road and the tree line. Zach watched for a moment. When nothing emerged from the woods, he pulled out and followed Roger. Something pricked at the back of Zach's mind. He looked back over his shoulder. The brief flash of brown hair under a ball cap told him it hadn't been a deer. He's likely just hunting. Chapter 4. The Farm Evening Shade, Missouri. Event last 19 days. Maddie pulled the Jeep back into its slot between the Humvee and Zach's motorcycle. She was relieved to see both vehicles parked there, knowing that everyone had made it back safely this time. She had barely turned off the ignition when her mother appeared around the corner of the shed. How'd it go? Did you get to speak with the judge? Beth asked, opening Maddie's door. Maddie climbed out of the Jeep. We did. He's going to get us a list of volunteers. We have to go back tomorrow and get everyone organized. What? No. I thought the judge would do that. You can't run back and forth to Houston every day, Beth said, agitation in her voice. He's willing to talk folks into signing up to guard the prison, but he didn't want to be in charge of running the operation. I didn't push it, Maddie said. I'm going to stay and take charge of the mission, Jacob said, walking around the back of the Jeep. What? Beth and Maddie said in unison. Maddie looked away. Logically, she knew he was the best choice, and that was the best plan, but her heart said something different. I need to stay and make sure it's done properly. There's too much at stake. Maddie looked up and their eyes met. She felt her heart leap into her throat. She swallowed hard and looked away. You're right. You should stay and manage things, after all. You're the county sheriff, Maddie said. Turning and opening the driver's side back door, she looked down at the Jeep's back seat. Harmony and Dawn had done an amazing job scrubbing the bloodstains from the fabric. Tears welled in her eyes, remembering holding Ron's head in her lap. "I'll ride back to my place this afternoon, then," Jacob said. As she bent down to pick up her pack, a tear dripped onto the seat. "Sounds good." Her tone was flat and impassive. After throwing her pack over her shoulder, she picked up her rifle and slung the strap over her neck. She wiped a tear from her cheek and turned to follow her mom and Maria back to the cabin. She didn't even say goodbye to Jacob, who still stood by the Jeep with his hands in his pockets. The trail through the woods between Ron's place and the cabin had been cleared of low-hanging branches, and the briars were also removed. It looked more like the trail she remembered. When they emerged from the woods, Zach was practicing shooting arrows into a bale of hay. Ryan was seated in a lawn chair to the left of Zach, sipping lemonade, likely spiked with moonshine. Maddie had learned that the hard way. The last time she had stolen a drink from his glass was the last time she would steal a drink from anyone's glass again. Ryan shot a hand up in greeting. One-eyed Jack lifted his head from Ryan's lap and nudged Ryan's other hand. Ryan stroked the fur of the little dog's head as Maddie walked toward the house. The swelling in his leg was down considerably. He was walking with the aid of the crutches found at the Grayson farm after their raid on the convicts who had been stealing Ron's livestock. Maddie pointed to Zach's new quiver of arrows. "I guess the trading went well?" "Yeah, Roger even got a buckskin jacket. He looks like Daniel Boone now. Good thinking. We all should be gathering winter coats and gear." Maddie pulled on the handle to the screen door and inhaled the scent of wood smoke and freshly baked bread. Harmony, Dawn, and Krista were busy in the kitchen. Rank was seated at the dining table peeling potatoes. Maddie chuckled. "Good for you, Harmony. Glad to see you getting the guys to help in the kitchen." Maddie and Maria dropped their packs in the mudroom. Maddie unslung her rifle and leaned it against the wall by the bench. Maria slung hers over her back and took a seat beside Rank. Maddie felt her jaw clench. She'd had a crush on Rank for as long as she could remember. Even though she knew their relationship could never be anything more than friendship, she still felt a pang of jealousy seeing someone that could potentially be a genuine rival for Rank's attention. "Stop being stupid, Maddie. That smells amazing, ladies," Beth said, leaning over a cast-iron pot on the cook stove. Maddie walked up behind her mother and bent over, taking in the aroma of the bubbling stew. "It does. What is it?" Maddie asked. "Rabbit stew," Dawn said, wiping her hands on a blue-checked apron. Maddie glanced at Krista and Harmony. Each one wore different-colored aprons. "How many aprons does Mom have? We butchered a litter today." Harmony's face contorted into a look of disgust. "This is only one of them. We smoked the others and put them in the spring house," Krista said. The spring house had been on the property when her parents purchased the place. The remnants of an old log house, still visible just up the hill from it, was the only evidence of the farm's early occupants. Ron had fixed the roof so they could use it to store the leftover beef from the steer that the convicts had killed and left lying in the field. Maddie nodded before walking down the hall to the bathroom. She closed the door, leaned her back against it, and sighed. She was feeling overwhelmed. She didn't know why. It could have had something to do with so many people sharing the same small cabin, or the looming threat of hundreds of dangerous maximum security prisoners soon to be roaming free. Or it could be that she felt left out of Jacob's plan to lead the effort to secure the prison. After washing her face and hands in the bowl sitting on the counter, she dried her hands and lowered the toilet seat. One of the drawbacks to living with so many men was that the toilet seat was always left up. She flushed and reached for the bucket to refill the tank. The water bucket was empty. She let out a heavy sigh. Someone hadn't brought a bucket back with them when they came in from guard duty. Everyone was supposed to carry the 5-gallon container from the creek back to the cabin when they finished their watch shift. Even still, they were making several trips each day to get water for cooking, laundry, and hand washing. Showers were done outside with water from the rain barrels. Maddie's dad had installed elevated rain barrels that collected water from the barn and house roofs. They were all connected to one another and ran to a spigot with a shower head attached. A bamboo screen provided the only privacy. The water had been fairly warm so far. But it would be freezing soon when the temperature dropped. When the spigot froze completely, there would be no more showers. Maddie dreaded winter. When Maddie returned to the kitchen, she filled a glass with water from the tap on the LifeStraw community water filter and purifier unit sitting on its stand in the corner, then took a seat at the table. Rank was filling Beth and Maria in on his and Lugnut's trip to the army base. They'd helped Ron's friend, Todd, and Todd's family relocate there after the news that the army would be pulling out and leaving the prison unguarded. I think Todd made a mistake taking his family over to the post. The mayors of St. Robert and Waynesville were at each other's throats when we pulled in. They argued with the new post commander through the whole meeting. That St. Robert mayor is an ass. I'd be more concerned about him and his group than those prisoners myself, Rank said, placing a peeled potato into a bowl on the table. What were the mayors arguing about? Maddie asked. Who's going to be on the new council? They want equal billing with the post commander. They say that since they were bringing people in to help on the post, they should have an equal say in how things are run. I bet that didn't go over well, Maria said. Actually, the scary thing is the post commander didn't seem to mind much. Maria wrinkled her brow and threw her hand in the air. That's the army for you, Rank stood, grabbed the bowl of potatoes and headed for the sink. I think he's a civilian. Someone said he'd been the assistant to the post commander before the EMP attack. A civilian in charge of a military base? Do regulations allow that? Maria asked. Rank placed the bowl on the counter and turned to face Maria. I don't think there's a regulation for much of what's been going on with our military since the collapse. So what do you think is going to happen over on base then? Maddie asked. Well, after the rest of the military heads to Jefferson City and then on to the Missouri border, I think those two mayors are going to exhaust what supplies are left behind fairly quickly, then start looking for ways to expand their kingdoms. They'll either kill each other or join forces. The way I see it, Rank said, returning to his seat at the table. Wasn't the military being called to guard the border with Canada? Maddie asked. They were supposed to head north to meet up with an army general in Illinois in anticipation of enemy forces invading from the north. The general said he had orders from the president declaring martial law and assigning him as head of military defense for the country, Rank replied. They aren't going to the border with Canada now, Ryan asked. What happened? It seems the governor received a visit from Region 5's FEMA administrator and one of his regional directors. They warned that the general had plans to set himself up as a dictator of the region, by force if necessary. This general and his henchmen have been taking supplies from the communities and hoarding them. He plans to use our military to help him secure the region and enforce martial law, Rank said. Maddie thought about Emma. She tried to remember what she'd heard about DHS going after the National Guard units in Peoria, Illinois, the same National Guard units that were protecting the small town where she'd left Emma. What's the crisis at the Missouri border? What does the governor have to do with Illinois and the general's plans? Ryan asked. Refugees. People are fleeing the fighting in Illinois. The shelters and aid stations in southern Illinois have been closed for over a week. People are desperate and flooding into Missouri by the thousands every day. The governor has asked the military at Fort Leonard Wood to help the National Guard bring order and help set up additional shelters to house and feed the refugees. What about the general in Illinois? Isn't he going to be pissed when the military doesn't show up? Maddie asked. Oh, he'll be pissed all right, wait. Why would the governor pull the MPs off of guard duty at the prison just to send them to handle refugees? Roger asked. He's concerned about the military and DHS from Illinois that are chasing the refugees who are crossing the border. I'm not sure why he's leaving the prison unguarded, though. Well, I think he should have to come down here and guard it himself, then, Maddie said as she rose to her feet. I don't think he's left his office in weeks, Rank said. Maybe that's the problem. He's safe and sound up there in his mansion, while we deal with the down-and-dirty business of survival. Maddie didn't wait for his response as she headed toward the door. How'd things go with the judge? Rank asked. Maddie looked back over her shoulder. Fine, he agreed to coerce the residents to guard the prison. Jacob is going to oversee the operation. Rank lowered his head and stared at Maddie. What? Maddie asked, perturbed at the look he was giving her. How do you feel about that? Rank asked, turning to look at Beth. Fine. I think it's a great idea, Maddie said, turning toward the door. At the mudroom, she picked up her rifle and slung her pack over her shoulder. Why the hell would I care anyway? Maddie heard footsteps behind her and turned to find Maria rushing to catch up with her. Maddie kept walking. I think you should go with Jacob. Not you too. Me too. No, I don't give a shit if you like the dude or not. But the judge picked you to run the show. He might be pissed if Jacob shows up alone. If the judge is that important to the mission, I wouldn't want to take that risk. I'll go with you and chaperone if you want. Maddie looked over to Maria. She wanted to smack the shit-eating grin right off her face, but instead she forced her lips into a smile. You're right. The judge knows that Jacob's intimidated by him. But Jacob has the respect of the people. I'm a nobody to them. Why would they listen to me? If the judge puts you in charge, then won't they have to listen to you? Asked Maria. I don't know. I don't think that's the same as respect. You'll earn their respect, she said to them. I'm an 18-year-old girl. Besides, leading this mission should be Jacob's job. He's the sheriff. I can organize things, and he can give the orders. That'll work, right? Until he chokes again like he did in the judge's office," Maria said as she turned back toward the cabin. Maddie thought about her last words as she skipped from stone to boulder across the creek. Recent rains had narrowed the gravel bar they usually crossed coming to and from their guard post along the road. Today it was covered by an inch of water. "We need a dam bridge. Come spring, this creek will be impassable." The bridge her dad had built across the creek had been the victim of the 1,000-year flood the area had endured the year before. Logs from it were still piled up downstream, forming a dam. "We just need more hours in the day, or more people." The thought made Maddie shudder. She felt they already had too many people living in the cabin, but they needed more people to have any hope of surviving long term. After relieving Lugnut from watch duty and settling into her nest in a tree stand, Maddie's mind went to work, trying to think of a way they could house more people if they found anyone willing to join their motley crew, that is. As she stared down at the road, her mind deep in thought, movement in the underbrush caught her attention. Putting the scope to her eye, she scanned up and down the shoulder of the road and into the tree line. Sunlight reflected off of something metallic, and then it was gone. Maddie couldn't be sure what it was after staring at the spot for another 5 minutes. Her mind drifted back to planning the housing arrangements for their growing group. Chapter 5, The Farm Evening, Shade, Missouri event, plus 20 days. Maria had been the one to convince Jacob that he needed to take Maddie with him to organize the mission to guard the prison. Maddie and Jacob barely spoke as they loaded their packs and weapons into the Jeep for the trip. Maria threw her bag into the seat behind Maddie and climbed in behind Jacob. The sun was barely up. A layer of fog lingered over the pasture behind Ron's barn. As Maddie pulled out of the driveway, the headlights cut through the fog. "How long have you lived around here, Jacob?" Maria asked. Maddie looked in the rearview mirror, unsure why Maria had asked him that. Was she just trying to make small talk, or did she have an agenda? Maddie had a sense that everything had a purpose with Maria. Jacob looked over his shoulder. "I was born in Houston, Missouri. My family has lived in Texas County for generations," Jacob said. "How long have you been in law enforcement?" "About 6 months." After a long pause, Maria asked, "How old are you again?" "I'm 21, Jacob said, turning back around and staring at the road. "Did you go to college for law enforcement?" Maddie asked. "No, I attended the Missouri Sheriff's Training Academy in Jefferson City. It's a great course with over 700 hours of instruction. I was still on probationary status with the Sheriff's Department when the lights went out." 700 hours. "That's a lot," Maddie said, nodding her head. As she drove, Maddie realized that Maria was sizing Jacob up. She was battle-hardened. Maddie imagined she wanted to know Jacob's level of training and experience in case they ran into trouble, and she had to count on him to have her back. As they neared the highway end junction, Maddie slowed, looking for any sign of the Jewell family they'd seen the day before. She knew it was likely just a chance encounter, but she wasn't taking any chances. Maddie inched her way up to the stop sign, looked left and then right. Before pulling onto the highway, she looked to her left again. "Get down!" Maria yelled as bullets struck the metal vehicle, followed by thunderous rifle reports. Maddie ducked down the best she could with the steering wheel in the way. Her head was cocked to the side. Jacob was in the floorboard attempting to draw the pistol from his holster. Maria returned fire from the back seat. "Get out the passenger side," Maria yelled. The sound was deafening and she couldn't make out what Maria was saying. Jacob grabbed Maddie's arm and dragged her over the console and out the right front door. She landed hard on the blacktop and rolled. Maddie felt hands pulling her toward the front tire. She reached down for her pistol. It wasn't there. She looked on the ground outside the car. It wasn't there either. "I lost my pistol," she yelled over the sound of Jacob returning fire. She couldn't see Maria. She heard 2 distinct rifles firing in addition to Jacob's pistol. She hoped it was Maria firing at the enemy. "Can you see the shooter?" Maddie called, craning her neck to see where the shots were coming from. Jacob pulled her down. "The tree line. Stay down. Keep yourself between the engine of the Jeep and the shooter." "The bullets can't travel through the motor," Jacob yelled. 3 more shots and Jacob yelled, "I'm out. You still have your mags?" Maddie reached into the side pocket of her tactical pants and pulled out 2 full 17-round 9mm magazines and handed them to Jacob. "Shit, I need 45mm. Maddie recalled her dad making sure they all carried the same caliber weapons during training for this very reason. Now, he had a gun with no ammo, and she had ammo and no pistol. Neither did them any good. A round hit the hood of the Jeep and sparks flew. "Shit," Maddie called. "I have to get my gun." She crawled over to the open passenger door and rose slowly, A round whizzed by, sending her back to the safety of the front tire. I can't get it. They have us pinned down. What are we going to do? Maddie asked. Did you see Maria? No, I couldn't see shit. They nearly took my head off, Maddie said. I think that's her in the tree line to our north. I agree. It sounds like an M4 to me. I hope it's her. Jacob crawled on his hands and knees to the rear of the Jeep. He peered around the bumper, then eased himself back to the front next to Maddie. Yep, it's Maria. I can see her boots sticking out of the bushes, but she must be pinned down too. I think the shooter's in the trees on the other side of the road, Jacob said, pointing in that direction. They must have set up a watch over the road to ambush people. What do we do now? Wait for them to run out of ammo? The words had barely left her mouth before a round struck a window, sending glass raining down Maddie's back. A second round hit the right front fender. Maddie tried to make herself as small as possible behind the tire. There's a second shooter, Jacob said. Jacob didn't hesitate. He grabbed Maddie's arm, and the two ran into the ditch beside the road. Jacob pulled Maddie up and over some rocks, and they ran about 50 feet into the woods before they dropped down behind a fallen log. Jacob covered Maddie with his body. She felt his hot breath on the back of her neck. She was gasping for air, and the weight of his body was making it difficult to catch her breath. Get off, she said, arching her back. I can't breathe, sorry, Jacob said. We can't leave Maria out there on her own, Maddie said, still gasping for air. We can't help her without a weapon. There are at least 2 gunmen, maybe more. She's well trained. She'll make it, I'm sure, Jacob said. Jacob didn't sound all that convinced. Maddie heard gunfire coming from the direction of the Jeep. Maria was still in the fight. We can't just stay here and wait for one of them to run out of ammo. We have to do something, Maddie said. I agree, but what do you suggest? You want to charge them with our tactical knives, he said, his words filled with sarcasm. You distract them somehow, and I'll get to the Jeep and get our rifles, Maddie said. Distract them? With what? You want me to stand in the road and wave my arms? Maddie sat up, straightened her navy blue Kent State t-shirt, tucked a stray strand of blonde hair back into her bun, then looked at Jacob. Yes? Really? Jacob asked, with a surprised look on his face. He looked so damn cute. She had to fight to keep from smiling. No, stupid. I want you to go down the hill and make some noise. Draw their attention away from the Jeep. I don't think that's a good idea. You should distract them, and I'll get the rifles, Jacob said. Maddie rolled her eyes. She was pushing herself to her feet when she heard a bullet slam into the log in front of her, followed by the crack of a rifle a second later. Dropping back to the ground, Maddie began crab-walking backward away from the log. She ducked behind a large boulder just before another round flew by. Jacob scrambled over and plopped down beside her. We have to get out of here. We're just sitting ducks. Let's drop into the creek bed and follow it downhill. At least it should provide some cover, Jacob said. And leave Maria. Maddie, they have a bead on us, and soon one of those shots is going to connect. We have to get out of here and get help. We have to make our way back to the cabin and bring back reinforcements. Jacob pulled her to her feet and down the hill as the next rounds whizzed by. They dropped into the wet weather creek and crouched down, then scrambled over slippery boulders and loose rocks for half a mile before stopping. They could still hear gunfire. Maddie wasn't sure if it was Maria still in the fight or if the gunmen were still shooting at her and Jacob. What she did know was that they weren't headed in the direction of the cabin. They were following the creek bed south, away from help. There, Jacob said, pointing to an old weathered, gambrel-roofed barn. She and Jacob ran through the tall grass toward the dilapidated structure. It was missing boards, and the edges of the old tin roof were curled up. It had seen better days. Maddie doubted it was still in use. Maybe we can find a weapon in there, though, something to defend ourselves with. She knew a pitchfork wouldn't stop a bullet, but she would sure feel better with some kind of weapon in her hands. In here, Jacob called, taking her hand and leading her inside. Jacob latched the door and led her to the back of the barn. The two huddled behind a stack of hay bales. Maddie closed her eyes and let out the breath she had held. When she opened them, she looked down. She and Jacob still held hands. She was going to pull her hand free, but stopped. She was scared. She had never been more aware of the fact that life was short, and any day could be her last. If today was her last day, she wanted it to be with him. They sat quietly holding hands as they listened to the gun battle nearby. Maria was still in the fight. Maddie leaned over and peeked out of a crack in the old wooden barn. She couldn't see past the tall grass surrounding the barn. Maybe someone at the cabin will hear the gunfire and come to check it out, Maddie said. I doubt the sound would travel that far, but maybe. They could be on their way here now. Maybe, Jacob said. Maddie let go of Jacob's hand, stood, and walked to the front of the barn. She peeked between the missing boards, not seeing anyone. She fought the urge to pace as the gunfire continued. Jacob sat on a hay bale with his elbows on his knees and his head in his hands. Maddie tried not to look at him. It hadn't escaped her attention that they were alone for the first time since they'd met. I'll never hear the end of the teasing now. She dreaded the game of 20 questions her mother would play to get her to tell her about it. Suddenly, Maddie noticed that the gunfire had stopped. Maddie listened. "I don't hear anything." "Me either," Jacob said. A moment later, another round of gunfire erupted, followed by another period of silence. Maddie tried to remember if she'd seen Maria load ammo into her pack. There had been a lot of rounds fired off. "Maria can't have much ammo left," Maddie said, walking over to the barn door. "Maria's experienced. I imagine she knows how to conserve ammo. I bet most of those rounds have been from the shooters just trying to keep Maria pinned down." Maddie looked over her shoulder. "You think so? That would be smart. Make them use up all their ammo, then hit them hard." Jacob nodded. "It's a sound strategy, I think." Maddie paced back and forth as they waited for the next rounds to begin. 30 minutes passed, then an hour. They heard nothing. Maddie stretched out on top of the stack of hay bales and put her arms over her head. She tried to think of some way out of their situation. She knew that eventually Lugnut and Rank would come looking for them. She hoped they would find them before the gunmen did. She felt helpless and vulnerable waiting in the barn. The guilt of leaving Maria behind to fight alone was eating at her soul. Her mind raced with all kinds of scenarios, including one where a group of gunmen were attacking the cabin at that very moment. "We can't stay in here. We have to go check on Maria and get back to the cabin. They could have gone after them next," Maddie said, jumping to her feet. Jacob grabbed her arm. "No, Maddie, we can't go running around in the woods unarmed. They're likely still out there." Maddie looked down at Jacob's hand on her arm. She felt a warmth move through her and jerked away. Jacob grabbed both of her hands and spun her around. "We have to wait. I know that waiting is killing you, but we really don't have a choice. We have to wait until dark. We stand a better chance then. We'll hope that those guys don't have infrared and night vision." "That's crazy. How is stumbling around in the dark any safer?" Maddie asked. "I know these woods. I've hunted them all my life. I can get us to the cabin." Jacob looked her in the eyes. "Please, Maddie." Maddie felt her shoulders relax. She wanted to look away, but couldn't. She hated the feeling of butterflies in her stomach. "How long?" she asked, sliding her hands out of his and turning away. She walked back over to her seat on the hay and looked through the crack in the wall. "A couple more hours, I'd say. It should be getting dark by then." Time passed slowly. Maddie looked up to the sky through the broken barnwood. The heavy fog that hung over the valley that morning had burned off, and the clouds had moved on. From the position of the sun, Maddie guessed it was about 3 in the afternoon. They had been there at least 8 hours. Her mom wasn't expecting them back until dark, so no one would be looking for them yet. Neither of them spoke as they waited for the sun to go down and the light in the valley to fade. Maddie was hungry and thirsty. She just wanted out of that barn. A crashing sound sent them both to their feet, causing them to bump into each other's arms. Maddie stepped back and nearly fell over a box on the floor. Jacob reached out and caught her by the arm and pulled her back upright. When he did, she stepped down hard on his foot, causing him to bend over, and the two of them bumped heads. Maddie's right hand flew up to her forehead just as a calico cat leaped off the top of the stall next to her. A second cat tore after the first. Maddie burst into laughter as Jacob hopped on one foot while holding his head. Jacob raised his head, gave Maddie a dirty look, then burst into laughter himself. Maddie stepped back and her foot landed on a third cat's tail. She lunged forward and crashed into Jacob. They held each other, laughing hysterically as the cats chased one another through the barn and finally exited through a hole along the bottom of a wall. "Are you okay?" Maddie asked as she tried to control her giggling fit. "Yeah? You? I think I nearly wet myself when I stepped on that cat's tail and he squealed. You should have seen the look on your face." Jacob grabbed his stomach and burst into laughter once more. Maddie slugged him in the arm. Jacob gave her a slight push. It wasn't hard, but it was enough to knock her off balance. This time, when he caught her arm, he pulled her in close and wrapped his arm around her. At first, Maddie was laughing so hard that it didn't register with her what he had done. As Maddie regained control of herself, she realized that Jacob was no longer laughing. She looked up. Jacob was staring down at her, his gorgeous brown eyes staring into her soul. Just as Jacob slowly began leaning in to kiss her, a banging sound near the front of the barn caused them both to jump. Maddie tried to use that as her opportunity to pull away, but Jacob held her tight. "It's just barn cats," Jacob said. "We should check it out," Maddie said as she wiggled out of his grasp. She rushed to the front of the barn and slowly opened the door. She peeked around the open door but saw nothing. She was just closing it when she heard a familiar voice. "Knock, knock," Maria called from outside the barn. "You guys decent? Maria?" "It's Maria," Maddie said over her shoulder as she flung open the door. Chapter 6, The Farm Evening Shade, Missouri, event plus 20 days. Maddie and Jacob followed Maria through the woods back to the Jeep. There was spent brass everywhere on the ground around the vehicle. "Over here, Jacob," Maria said, pointing to a spot on the opposite side of the highway. In the tall grass on the other side of the ditch was a young man dressed in hunter's camouflage, but without the typical bright orange vest. "You recognize him?" Maria asked as she rolled the man over onto his back. Blood soaked the man's shirt. His eyes were open and lifeless. "Rodney Jewell." "Mark and Brittany Jewell's cousin," Jacob said, shaking his head. Rodney Jewell looked young. Maddie guessed him to be in his late teens to early 20s. "I guess the other two are his kin as well," Maria said, pointing to 2 more bodies lying in the roadway. Jacob nodded. "We should get back and tell Rank and the others what we found," Maria said. Something in the way Maria said Rank's name bothered Maddie. Maddie turned and headed back across the road. Maria was close behind when they reached the Jeep. Maddie looked back. Jacob still stood staring down at Rodney Jewell's lifeless body. "Let's go, Jacob," Maria said. Maddie stuck her finger in one of the bullet holes in the driver's side door and shuddered. Just like that, her life could have been over. She looked around at the trees lining the road. A shooter could be concealed behind any one of them, and they would never have noticed as they drove by. All of the windows were shot up. After pulling on the handle and opening the driver's door, Maddie pulled her tactical knife from its sheath and scraped the broken glass from her seat to the floorboard, then slid more broken glass off the dashboard. The windshield had dozens of round bullet holes through it, but it held together in its frame, just as safety glass was designed to do. As Maddie slid into the driver's seat, she looked through the softball-sized hole just inches above the steering wheel and shuddered again. Maddie had the Jeep started and in drive when Jacob opened the right front door, scraped the glass from his seat, and hopped in. She was surprised it started. Maybe they didn't hit the radiator or anything vital. "She looks bad, but she still runs," Maddie said. "The left front tire is flat," Maria said as she opened the right rear door. "I'll change it," Jacob said, and disappeared around the back of the Jeep. A second later, he returned with a grim look on his face. "The spare is flat, too." "Just drive slow," Maria called from the back. Maddie looked at Jacob. He shrugged and got back in. Maddie made a U-turn in the road. The brass crunching under the tires made a weird sound. As they slowly drove down the road toward the cabin, Maddie worried what her mom was going to say about all the broken glass and bullet holes in her Jeep. The Jeep struggled to make the turn in the gravel onto Slabtown Road. As slow as they were going, Maddie thought it would have been better to have gotten out and pushed the damn thing. By the time they made it to Ron's barn, there was no rubber left on the rim. Jason appeared around the side of the barn, followed by Beth and Harmony. Maddie heard a gasp, and then her mother appeared in the driver's side window. "What the hell happened?" Beth screeched. "We ran into a little trouble on the road, but everyone's fine," Maria assured her as she exited the Jeep. "What the hell?" Zach said as he approached from the opposite side. "Language, Zachary," Beth said, pointing to Zach. "Sorry, convicts again?" Zach asked, coming up behind them. "No, not this time," Jacob said, turning to face Zach. "This time it was one of the Jewell bunch." "Jewels, the ones they hung in Houston?" Zach asked. "They're kin," Jacob said, grabbing his pack from the back seat. "I think we're going to need new transportation," Zach said, poking his finger into one of the Jeep's new bullet holes. "Let's get to the cabin and let Rank and the guys know what happened. We need to plan our response," Maria said, grabbing her own pack and heading toward the driveway. Maddie narrowed her eyes and glanced over at her mother. Beth frowned. "What?" Maddie asked. "Oh, nothing," Beth said. "It's never nothing with you," Maddie said, grabbing her pack and following after Maria. "What's that about?" Jason asked. "Nothing," Beth said. As they passed the pawpaw trees, Maddie's stomach growled so loud that Jacob turned to look at her. "I'm starving. Too bad we gathered all the pawpaws already. I'm about to drop." She stopped and dropped her pack. After unzipping it, she pulled out an empty water bottle, followed by a drenched bag of jerky. Running her hand around inside her rucksack, she pulled out a soggy bag of dried fruit. "A round must have hit my pack. Everything's soaked." Maria stopped, reached into her pack, and produced a package of nuts and some dried fruit, followed by a bottle of water. She held them out to Maddie. As Maddie shoved dried apricots into her mouth and washed them down with water, she tried to get the image of Rank and Maria together out of her mind. It was silly, she knew it was. She just had never seen Rank with anyone. She knew Rank would never see her as anything but a kid sister. But she resented the ease with which Rank and Maria interacted. She wanted to be happy for them if they ultimately got together, but a part of her just wasn't ready. As they rounded the barn and headed toward the cabin, Maddie saw Rank standing on the porch with his hand on the handle of the screen door. Roger stood beside him, tightening the straps on his pack. Buster ran over and nudged Maddie's hand. As Maddie ruffled the fur behind his ears, she looked around for Mugsby. He was lying under the shade of the oak tree next to the barn. He lifted his head, then put it back down. He's still sad about Ron. "You guys back already?" Rank asked, turning to face them. "We didn't expect you until after dark. We ran into trouble," Maria and Maddie said at the same time. Maddie shot Maria a dirty look. Maria raised her eyebrows and stiffened, slightly. Maddie stepped past her and approached Rank. Roger walked up beside them. "What kind of trouble?" Roger said. "Let's go in. I only want to tell the story once," Maddie said, looking over her shoulder. If Maria was upset, she didn't show it. Maddie felt momentarily guilty for her attitude. She was acting like a brat. She knew it. But right now, she didn't have time for guilt. There was too much at stake. Harmony and Dawn were huddled over the wood cook stove preparing something, while Ryan sat at the dining table with Krista. On a long white cloth was black gun parts, along with the contents of a gun cleaning kit. Krista was all smiles as she inspected the rifle barrel she held in her hands. The smell of hops, gun oil, and whatever food was boiling in the iron pot on the stove didn't mix well. Maddie's stomach began to feel a little queasy. She was likely still dehydrated. She needed a rest, but they needed to fill the group in on the new threat, eat, and get back on the road to Houston before it got dark. Judge Farley was probably getting pissed that they hadn't arrived yet. Rank, Roger, Ryan, and Krista sat on one side of the table across from Maddie, Maria, and Jacob. Maddie listened as Maria filled them all in on what occurred after Maddie and Jacob were forced to flee the Jeep, down to your last mag. "How lucky is that?" Jacob said. Ryan, Roger, and Rank stared at Jacob. Maria turned in her seat. "That wasn't luck. That was training." "I know," Jacob said sheepishly. "When I found out that those guys would shoot at anything that would move, I just kept giving them targets to shoot at until they ran out of ammo." "Smart," Jacob said. "So," Maddie said, "what are we going to do about the jewels?" Maddie turned her back on Maria and stared at Rank. "We can't be pinned down here at the cabin with the military pulling out tomorrow. We have to get to Houston and get that prison secured before they do. We'll get Lugnut and Zach and go see if the jewels have any more ambushes set up along the road," Rank said. "Who's going to guard the cabin and Ron's place if you're out on the highway?" Maddie asked. "You aren't going back out there, are you?" Krista asked. "We have to. We have to get Judge Farley's list and get the people over to the prison." "The military is pulling out tomorrow," Maddie said. The door opened and everyone turned. "You can't go back out there, Maddie. It's too dangerous. Let Jacob, Roger, and Maria go," Beth said as she unslung her rifle and placed it next to the cabinet by the door. Maddie felt a vice-like pain in her temples. She took a deep breath before she answered. Maddie knew her mom was overprotective. It just annoyed her, and she didn't have time to dance around her mom's feelings today. "She has to go," Maria said, turning in her seat. She stood and faced Beth. "That judge isn't going to give that list to anyone but Maddie. Roger can still come with us." "Right, Roger. Sure, I haven't seen the prison. I wanted to get a feel for the distance and terrain anyway," Roger said. "Wait, who is guarding the cabin?" Maddie asked. "Jason, Beth, and Harmony," Rank said. Harmony turned and smiled. "And me," Ryan said. Maddie looked at him. She looked at his pupils. He didn't look high. "How's your pain today?" Maddie asked him. "I'm good. I'm not smoking today. And hooch, nah, too early in the day for drinking that shit." "You'll stay in the cabin?" "I will, Mom," Ryan said, a broad grin on his face. "I guess we don't have much choice. We have to get to Houston. We really need more people to secure this place. We should talk to the neighbors about setting up roadblocks and stuff, I guess," Maddie said as she stood. Maddie walked over to her mom. She reached out and rubbed the back of her mother's arm. "I know you're worried about me. I'll have Roger and Maria. The guys are going to patrol the road and clear out any threat before we head out. I love you, and we'll be back after we get the volunteers set to guard the prison." "Why you, Maddie? Why does it have to be you?" Maddie leaned in and whispered. "Because I'm Greg Langston's daughter, and this is what he would have done." She squeezed Beth's arm and kissed her on the cheek. Beth grabbed her and hugged her tight. "You just be careful out there. Don't take any chances, okay?" Beth whispered in Maddie's ear. "I won't, Mom. My babysitters will see to that," Maddie said, pointing to Roger and Maria. Chapter 7. The Farm Evening Shade. Missouri event plus 20 days. To Maddie's surprise, Zach had managed to get Ron's old truck started, but it coughed and sputtered and then died completely. "I almost have it figured out. I wish we would have stopped by that guy's house, the one Dave told us about. He would probably know why it won't run," Zach said. Ron had converted his old Ford pickup to run on a gasifier. A couple of old metal drums stood upright in the truck's bed with valves and pipes running from the smaller drum attached to it. "When we get this situation with the jewels figured out, we'll go pay him a visit," Roger said. Rank threw his leg over the seat of the all-terrain vehicle and turned the key. "Lugnut and I will ride the ATVs, and Zach will take his bike. We'll ride ahead of you. Give us about a 15-minute head start before you head out." Roger nodded as he headed toward the Humvee. Maddie watched the three of them turn out of the drive and disappear. Roger and Maria piled their packs and the weapons into the back of the Humvee. Maddie checked the side pocket of her tactical pants and glanced over at Jacob. He held up 2 magazines for the Glock that Ryan had given him. They wouldn't have a repeat of their earlier problem. They both now carried the same Glock 19 pistol and ammunition. They sat at the end of Ron's driveway waiting. Maddie's head was pounding now. She felt slightly dizzy. "Just allergies," she said under her breath. "What?" Jacob asked. "Nothing," she said as she rubbed her temples. Finally, Roger said, "Let's get this show on the road." Maddie pulled the Humvee out of the driveway, and they headed for Houston. She drove cautiously as she passed the spot where they'd been ambushed hours earlier. The sun glinted off the spent rounds scattered across both roads at the intersection. The bodies were gone, but there was no sign of any other members of the Jewell family. When they finally reached Highway 32, Rank, Lugnut, and Zach greeted them. They waved as the Humvee approached. "See anything?" Roger called through his open window. "Not a thing," Rank said. "Someone retrieved the bodies," Jacob said. "It looked like they loaded them on ATVs and took off north," Rank said. "We're going to see if we can find where they went." "You guys need to keep your heads on a swivel out there," Maddie said. Maddie decided to turn left and drive past the prison to get to Houston instead of turning right on Highway 17. They passed the spot where Ron and Austin were shot and killed. She knew she needed to avoid being pulled back into that despair. She had to focus on their mission. She wanted to scope out the situation around the prison anyway. Maddie slowed as they approached South Central Correctional Center. Cars blocked the road. "Roadblock ahead," she called out. Roger put his monocular to his eye as Maddie pulled the Humvee to a stop. Jacob pulled his own monocular from his pack and did the same. "It's Jed Brown. He's with the Licking Police Department. I know him," Jacob said, putting the monocular back into his pack. Maddie put the Humvee back in gear and slowly pulled up to the roadblock. The men behind the cars had their rifles pointed straight at the Humvee. Maddie instinctively put her hand on her holster. "Don't," Jacob said, putting his hand on hers. "They won't shoot. Just keep your hands where they can see them." Jacob opened his door and stepped out with his hands in the air. "Hey, Jed, it's me, Jacob Rawlings." Maddie couldn't hear their response, but a second later, Jacob walked over to the men. After some discussion, he pointed to the Humvee, then turned and ran back to the vehicle. "They're going to let us pass." As Maddie zigzagged through the cars making up the roadblock, Jacob filled them in on the information he was able to get from the officers. "The judge is going to be pissed," Jacob said as he buckled his seatbelt. "About what?" Maddie asked. "The Licking mayor has ordered the town's residents to evacuate." "What? To where?" Maddie asked. "To the Red Cross shelter in Rolla." "Shit!" came the response in unison from the back of the Humvee. Maddie looked in the rearview mirror. The officers were pushing the cars back into place. They've been having a difficult time with people wanting to come through town. They said hundreds of people are migrating from down near Shannon County and places south of here, on their way to Rolla. Highway 63 is lined with people on foot. Officers have spent all their time escorting travelers through town. Maddie thought for a moment. Highways 63 and 72 both ran pretty much north and south into Rolla. She imagined Salem was having the same issue. "I guess there aren't any shelters south of here. I wonder why they don't at least have some food distribution centers down there," Maddie asked. "They had one early on, but it got overrun and became too dangerous to maintain. They asked for help from the National Guard, but they've been busy holding back the flood of people coming out of St. Louis." 2 men in military uniforms stood at the entrance to the prison. Maddie threw up a hand and waved as they passed them. They just stared back at her. Maddie slowed at the intersection of Highway 32 and 63. People were gathered in the parking lot of the Scenic View Motel. No one even paid attention to the Humvee rolling through town. A military truck pulled to a stop across from them on the other side of the highway, then proceeded through the intersection. The driver nodded a greeting as he passed them. After making the turn onto Highway 63, Maddie glanced to her left. Cars were lined up at the Sonic Drive-In. It was like a snapshot in time of the moment the lights went out. One moment, the people in those cars were enjoying a number one with cheese, fries, and an ocean water, and the next, their whole world had gone to shit. "What I wouldn't give for a number one with cheese and mustard right now," Jacob said, pointing to the fast food drive-in. "I'd love a chocolate shake," Maria said from the back. Maddie nodded. She wondered if Harmony knew how to make ice cream. They had cream from Ron's cows, lots of it, no ice though. "Maybe this winter," Maddie said out loud. "This winter, what?" Jacob asked. "Maybe this winter we can make ice cream," Maddie said. Jacob smiled and nodded. Maddie looked back at the drive-in restaurant. Those days were over. She wondered if they'd ever get back to where people whipped into a fast food restaurant to grab food on the go. About a half-mile out of Licking, another checkpoint blocked the road. This time, when the group of men saw them coming, they immediately pushed the vehicles out of their path. A man in his late 50s to early 60s waved them through. That was the first time she'd seen it. Hordes of people clogged the road. Some pushed bicycles, others rolled suitcases or pulled wagons, some pushed shopping carts. Many just wore backpacks. They walked with their heads down. Most didn't even acknowledge the Humvee as they slowly drove past. Due to the crowds, it took longer than Maddie had expected to get to Houston. When they neared the city, another roadblock greeted them. Jacob got out, spoke to the man and woman operating the checkpoint, and a moment later they were on their way to the courthouse. Roger and Maria got out and leaned against the Humvee. Roger pulled a bag of jerky from a side pocket of his tactical pants and handed a hunk to Maria. Maddie looked back at the two as she and Jacob walked up the sidewalk to the courthouse. It was late afternoon. Maddie was afraid that the judge might have gone home. She breathed a sigh of relief as they were led into the judge's chambers. "You're late," Judge Farley barked. He stared at them over the top of his reading glasses. "I'm sorry, sir," Jacob said. Maddie walked over to the desk. When Jacob didn't follow, she looked over her shoulder. Maddie couldn't read Jacob's expression. She turned to face the judge. "We were attacked on the road, sir," Maddie said. "Bandits?" the judge asked. "Some of the Jewell family," Maddie said. Judge Farley craned his neck to look around Maddie. "You gonna stand there looking pretty, or what?" No, Your Honor. I was," Jacob said, rushing over to stand beside Maddie. "You made it, so I expect you took care of it." "Our friend Maria did. She's a Marine," Maddie said before the judge interrupted her. He reached into a desk drawer, pulled out a folded piece of paper, and handed it to Maddie. Maddie unfolded it, glanced down, and counted the names written in neat penmanship. She was grateful. Her own handwriting sucked, and no one could read what she wrote. "You best get busy securing that prison." "Judge, I spoke to the police chief in Licking. Did you know their mayor has ordered the town evacuated?" "He isn't planning to help secure the prison," Jacob said. "He told me—" "Goddamn coward," the judge said. He turned to Maddie. "Pardon my language." Maddie nodded, then looked back down at the paper. She continued counting the names. "I'm not sure how we'll secure the prison with so few people. That is just the first shift. You'll have more tomorrow," the judge said as he pushed himself away from his desk. He stood, stretched, then pointed to the window. "They'll guard that damn prison or be on the road to Rolla with the cowards. I won't oblige a bunch of freeloading cowards in my town." He said what Maddie knew all along. He was in charge of the town. He knew it. Everyone knew it. "Is what's left of the police department going to stay and maintain the city's roadblocks?" Jacob asked. "They will. Someone has to stop those hordes on the highway from tromping through our town." Maddie's eyes grew wide. "You aren't letting them pass?" "Hell no. They can go through Raymondville. I don't want those traitors traipsing through my town. They should have stayed and helped their communities weather this storm." "What the hell do they think's going to happen when the lights come back on and they're all stranded in Rolla without their vehicles?" Maddie shot a surprised look at Jacob. She couldn't believe that the judge still thought the lights were coming back on soon. She wondered how that might affect his decision-making in the future, but for now, it may work to their advantage. If he knew that the lights might never come back on, he might handle things differently. It was something she would need to discuss with their group, but for now, she and Jacob needed to find their new prison guards and get to the prison. Chapter 8. Duke, Missouri, event plus 20 days. Gene Mather looked nothing like Zach had imagined. He'd pictured a bearded man in buckskins wearing a hat with a furry animal tail hanging from the back. But Gene looked more like Doc Brown from the Back to the Future movies. The thin, tall man greeted them with an excited smile as they pulled into his driveway. A small, modest house sat near the road. Behind it was an enormous metal shop with multiple roll-up garage doors and one walk-through door in the corner. So, Dave is still kicking. The way the man drinks, I'd thought he would have kicked the bucket by now, Gene said with seriousness in his voice. Roger nodded but said nothing. He said you might have some traps you might be willing to trade. Gene lifted a bushy eyebrow. He did he? Well, I might have a couple. What do you have to trade? Gene looked Roger up and down, then looked at Zach. You ever done any trapping? Actually, no. My dad has a book on it at our cabin, Zach said, then immediately regretted saying it. Gene looked at him sideways. We are prepared to learn. We realize that we need to use every available tool to survive now. We won't be making any trips to the grocery store anytime soon, Roger said. That's the truth. There's more to trapping than setting a trap on the ground and walking away, Gene said. Zach responded with a half smile. I read that you need to boil them to get the human scent off and bait them with the right thing for the species you want. What you two need is someone to take you out and show you their lines. There are a lot of nuances to it that lead to success or failure, Gene said. Zach looked at Roger. Neither said anything. But anyway, I guess if you've got something I want, I might make a trade. When Roger pulled out the 5-pound bag of sugar from his pack, Zach's eyes got wide. Maddie is going to kill him. The corners of Gene's mouth curled up, then dropped quickly. Here it comes. He's going to play hardball. That might get you a rabbit snare. Gene quipped. Roger reached in and pulled out a bag of Folger's coffee grounds. Zach saw a flicker in Gene's eye. It was the homemade bread that sealed the deal. When Roger peeled back the white cloth wrapped around Harmony's fresh-baked sourdough bread, the man's eyes lit up. Zach would have sworn he could see him salivating. The sugar, coffee, bread, and 2 jars of moonshine got them 12 traps and 4 snares. Work benches filled with tool bins, gears, bolts, and shelves lined with circuit boards, copper wire, small motors, and tools of all sorts filled the space. Several projects appeared to be in various stages of completion, with parts strewn about on the floor around each of them. Zach was sure there must be a method to Gene's madness, but he couldn't see it. In one bay off to the side stood 3 hot water heaters of varying sizes. All had copper tubing and wires attached to them. Next to them sat a huge tank filled with some kind of oil. In another bay sat a gasifier similar to the one in the bed of Ron's truck. You build those? Gene looked over his shoulder. I used to sell plans for them online. I'm working on some improvements now that it might be a hot commodity. Zach nodded. My friend has one on his old truck, but I can't seem to get it to work. It starts sputters, then stops. Depending on your friend's setup, it could be a lot of things. I'd have to look at it to make any suggestions to you. Zach's mind spun, trying to think of a way they could tow the old truck to Gene's shop. If they did, how much would he want in trade to fix it? What are you working on there? Zach asked, pointing to the water heaters. That short one there is the original Appleseed processor. The other 2 are upgrades on that design. Zach raised an eyebrow. He had no idea why anyone would want to process apple seeds, but they were there to learn from the man back there. Gene said, pointing to the back corner of the shop, is my own version of the Appleseed biodiesel processor design. Biodiesel? You can make that? Roger asked. Sure, if you know what you're doing. It's dangerous if you don't. I'll bet, Roger said, walking up beside Zach. I burned down my shop with my first attempt. Gene chuckled. Zach's eyes got wide. I figured out my mistake and corrected it. Haven't had any issues since. You run your vehicles on vegetable oil? Roger asked, staring down at the tank of oil beside the hot water heater. Sort of. It's the main ingredient. I prefer canola oil. It's the lowest in saturated fat content. Roger raised an eyebrow. It's the most efficient and works best in cold weather. It's harder to find now that I can't get it in bulk from a supplier, but restaurants all used peanut or canola oil. I've been gathering all the waste frying oil from the restaurants in St. Robert and Houston. Since this shit went down, after all this is gone, I guess I'll be left to try lard or processing corn, if I can find any. Makes sense, Roger said, nodding like he understood what Gene was saying. Zach didn't exactly understand either, but he knew that there were a few ways to make biodiesel, and waste frying oil was one. You fellas want to come in and have a cup of coffee before you head back? Gene asked. I don't get much company anymore, except for the radio. I ain't heard a human voice in weeks. Zach and Roger looked at each other. Zach smiled and nodded. Roger and Zack followed Gene up to his house. On the way, they passed what Zack assumed were some of Gene's many inventions. A windmill whirled above a well. A large wheel turned in the nearby stream. Inside, Gene flicked on a light switch by the door, and the place lit up. He picked up a remote and turned on a stereo. 70s music played from a pair of speakers flanking a large stone fireplace. A large center island divided the living room from the kitchen. 4 bar stools were pushed up to the counter. Roger and Zack took a seat. After serving them freshly brewed coffee, Gene explained what he'd heard on the radio about the state of the world since the shit hit the fan. None of it was good. From what I hear, D.C. is gone, as is most of the East Coast. Folks on the West Coast are talking about the possible fallout from various nuclear blasts around the world, but without true instruments for taking accurate measurements, who the hell knows how much they will affect us here in the middle of the country? Zack sat up straighter. He hadn't had time to ponder about what might be happening in other parts of the U.S., let alone around the world. Gene's description of what was happening closer to home in Illinois concerned him the most. News of the military instituting martial law there and thousands of people fleeing the state and seeking refuge in Missouri was of more importance to Zack. What happens when FEMA resources run out and those refugees become desperate? How far south will they spread, or will they stay near the shelters where they were placed? Zack tried to recall what he'd read in the books in his dad's office. From what he recalled offhand, roaming bands of people seeking resources would become their biggest danger. He hoped their location, hidden in the woods away from the main roads, would afford them time. Gene stood and retrieved the coffee pot from a small wood stove in the corner. My buddy in Columbia, Missouri, fears that General Dempsey will invade and attempt to take over here as well. He spoke to someone from a group in Peoria, Illinois that was heading to Missouri, who believed that was their plan. That group had been targeted by the government because they had been too public about preparing. That's why I kept to myself. Who is General Dempsey? Asked Zack. He's some military general who instituted martial law up in Illinois and has been running people off their land. I hear he's forcing folks into labor camps, Gene said. Roger spooned a teaspoon of the sugar they'd brought for Gene into his cup and stirred. You know that isn't sustainable. You need to be a part of a group. When people find out what you've got, they are going to come to take it, and you won't be able to fend them off forever by yourself. Gene pursed his lips, took a sip of his coffee, and sat it down before answering. Likely true, but I'm too set in my ways to be a part of a group of strangers. If it happens, so be it. Zack was determined to find a way to convince Gene to join them. He had valuable knowledge and skills that could help his group not only survive, but thrive. Maybe he'd be interested in meeting the others, especially Dawn. You think you might be willing to come take a look at my friend's truck? Zack asked. Chapter 9. Texas County Courthouse, Houston, Missouri event plus 20 days. Before Maddie and Jacob reached the stairs to leave, a petite woman in a blue polka-dotted dress and gray Dr. Scholl's shoes stopped them. Jacob, dear, your grandmother told me to grab you when you came through. She's just worried sick about you, boy. You need to get over and see her. Your daddy told her you were busy doing lawman stuff, but you know how she worries. Jacob's grandmother had raised him since his mother died when he was 3 years old. He and his father had moved in, and she'd doted on Jacob since. Yes, ma'am. I'll stop by there. Thank you, Jacob said. Oh, when you do, I've got something for her. It's just here in my office. You mind? No, ma'am. Maddie followed Jacob into the woman's office. Maddie was surprised at the number of framed photos that lined the shelves behind the woman's desk. She obviously had a very large family. Miss Margaret, this is Maddie Langston. She is, I know little Maddie. My husband Donald and I used to attend meetings with your daddy down in Plato, back when they were talking about trying to incorporate all that area south of the military base into an incorporated city. They didn't have enough votes at the time. I guess that oldie boy who was organizing that just gave up anyway. I know, Maddie. How you doing, dear? Fine, ma'am. It was awkward. Maddie didn't know the woman. She just smiled and nodded as Margaret talked about her father. Maddie looked past the woman to one of the framed photos. A photo of a man and a boy with an antique steam tractor caught her attention. Beside it was a newer photo of a man with what looked like the same steam tractor. When Margaret noticed Maddie's attention was on something behind her, she turned. There's my granddaddy, and that's my daddy. They both love tractors, Margaret said. It looks like a nice one, Maddie said. It sure is a noisy one, I can tell you that. My mama had a fit when Daddy woke the great-grandbabies running that thing too close to the house yesterday. Yesterday? Maddie asked. She looked at Jacob. It still runs, sure does. All Daddy's tractors run. A smile crept across Maddie's face. "What?" Jacob asked. "Nothing. Let's go. We need to get our volunteers lined up." Maddie was glad to know there were old tractors still around that didn't require diesel fuel. She wasn't sure how long it would be before all the gasoline and diesel ran out, but knowing at least one tractor would still be working made her feel better about their future there in the chair. Margaret pointed. "If you could take those books to your grandma, it would save me a trip. They sure are heavy." Maddie peeked in as Jacob picked up the box. It was full of paperbacks with bare-chested men on the cover. Maddie looked up at Margaret and smiled, after a long delay from dropping the romance novels off at Jacob's grandmother's house. Maddie was anxious to get to Texas County Justice Center and gather their volunteers. A knot formed in Maddie's stomach as they drove into the parking lot. She fought the urge to look over to where she'd last seen the two Jewell sisters and their brother Mark hanging from a tree. A small crowd milled about just outside the door, but there were a lot fewer people than had gathered the day of the trial. Maddie's heart beat in her ears. She took a deep breath and let it out slowly as she pushed open the driver's door of the Humvee. Once again, Roger got out and leaned against the vehicle. Maddie looked over her shoulder as she approached the crowd. Roger held his rifle at the low ready. She didn't realize she'd done it until all eyes fell to her hip, but she had walked to the building with her hand on her pistol. It was second nature to her now. She glanced over at Maria, who walked beside her. She had done the same. Just outside the door, they met with Police Chief James Wheeler. "Jacob," the police chief said. "Chief Wheeler, this is Maddie Langston and Maria Gonzalez." He nodded to each of them. "They're all yours," he said, turning the meeting over to Jacob. "All right, folks. We just have a few things to go over before we load up and head to Licking. I've been assured that the needs of your families will be met while you're performing your guard duties. I'm going to go over some safety rules, and then I'll take questions," Jacob said. They had discussed rules of engagement on the drive over. Maddie, Roger, and Maria were in agreement. Anyone who approaches the gate will be shot. Jacob, however, wasn't comfortable shooting unarmed men. Maddie wasn't sure how the citizens of Houston, Missouri would feel about it either, but they needed to know that it was their sole job to make sure that none of those prisoners got over that fence. As Maddie expected, there were grumblings about the shoot-to-kill order. She looked over her shoulder. Maria and Roger stood erect with their rifles in low ready. They had Maddie and Jacob's backs. She inhaled and let it out slowly. When Jacob was unable to quiet the crowd, Maddie stepped up beside him and held her rifle in the air. "This," she yelled, "is the only thing between this town and those prisoners. If you let even one of those dangerous bastards get past you, someone could die. It could be one of your children or your mother," Maddie said, pointing to a teenage boy. When the crowd quieted, Maddie continued, "You are this community's last line of defense against these hardened, dangerous criminals. Until the governor's people come to get them all moved out of our community, it's up to us to make sure none of them escape. That may require you to do the unthinkable, but you must resolve to do whatever is necessary to protect the community. Your neighbors, your families." A man Maddie didn't know spoke up from the crowd. "Remember what the judge said. He's counting on all of you to do your part. No cowards," the man said, then disappeared into the crowd. "Okay, then." Missionary Third Baptist donated their old bus to ferry us back and forth to Licking. "So if everyone will load up, we will head out," Jacob said, pointing at the old bright blue bus. Maddie was concerned. The bus looked like it had just been hauled out of the salvage yard. Maddie leaned in and whispered, "You sure that thing will run? Fred's been working on it for a week. He's the best. If he says it will run, it will. I hope so. Some of those folks don't look like they could walk across the parking lot, let alone all the way to Licking." "Trust me," Jacob said. He flashed her a smile before he headed toward the bus. She felt a flutter in her stomach. She'd been thinking about their time in the barn, about the moment before Maria showed up. She resolved that after the issue with the prison was over, she wouldn't see Jacob anymore. She couldn't afford the distraction. They'd agreed that Jacob and Roger should ride the bus with the volunteers, and Maddie and Maria would follow in the Humvee. It was nearly dark when they pulled out of the parking lot and headed toward the prison. It concerned Maddie that they'd be rolling into Licking, Missouri in the dark. But what choice did they have? The colonel in charge of the MPs guarding the prison said he was pulling the last of his soldiers out at first light. They needed their people in place before that happened. They needed to present a show of force so the prisoners knew not to try anything. She just hoped that these folks were committed to doing whatever it took to keep the prisoners behind that razor wire for all their sakes. Chapter 10, Texas County, Missouri event plus 20 days. Although it wouldn't make sense to take Highway 17 from Houston to Licking under normal circumstances were anything but normal. and driving twice the distance would actually be faster than weaving the bus in and out of the hordes of refugees on Highway 63. Taking Highway 17 was the safer option. Taking this route meant that Maddie would be driving by the post office where Ron and Austin had been shot again. Maddie gripped the steering wheel tighter as they made the turn, heading toward the town of Success. She swallowed hard and tried to concentrate on their mission. There were a lot of moving parts to this plan, and it would require their full attention. She wasn't looking forward to babysitting a bunch of volunteer townsfolk. Maddie slowed as they approached the junction with Highway 32. She refused to look over at the post office or Osley's store. She was breathing heavily. Sweat beaded on her brow. Your mom and I ran into some trouble back there in that one little town. Bucyrus was the name, I think. Did you know that your mom's one badass chick? She shot those motherfuckers right in the face, Maria said. Really, Maddie was surprised. She hadn't known her mom had that in her. She knew her mom was a good shot. She'd been to the shooting range with her all of her life. She just didn't think her mom could shoot anyone like that. Yeah, she doesn't play. I see that in you as well. Maddie thought about it. Her dad and the others in their group had trained them for a number of shit-hit-the-fan scenarios. None of the scenarios had anything to do with guarding 600 dangerous prison inmates or leading a pack of scared civilians who may or may not be able to do what's necessary when it came down to it. You should have seen her take on the guards back there at the cult's compound. Yep, she sure is a badass, Maria continued. It wasn't until they passed the road they normally turned on to go to the cabin that Maddie realized what Maria had done. She'd hardly spoken 2 words to Maddie since they'd met. Her perfectly timed story about her mother wasn't an accident. Maddie glanced over to the passenger seat. Maria was staring out the window. Maddie studied Maria. She was shorter and more petite than Maddie. She was pretty and feminine, but Maddie knew that she was capable of lethal force. Thanks, Maddie said as they approached the checkpoint in Licking. For what? Maria asked. You know? Nope, no idea what you're talking about, Maddie considered. For a moment, the possibility that she and Maria could be friends. Her petty jealousy was ridiculous. Maria and Rank weren't even a thing yet. Besides, it wasn't like Maddie would ever stand a chance with Rank. He'd never see her as anything more than a kid sister. The bus stopped, and Maddie slowed. She didn't like not being able to see the checkpoint. Maddie cut the wheel and pulled up beside the bus. The guards pushed vehicles back out of the way and waved the bus driver through. Maddie drove ahead and led the way to the entrance to the prison. When they stopped in front of the MPs, Maria jumped out and spoke to them. Before long, they parked the Humvee and the bus in front of a reception building. It was the only building not completely surrounded by razor wire. A man in a military uniform greeted them. Roger ran over and introduced himself. The man escorted Roger and Maddie inside. Maria and Jacob remained with the volunteers, just in case anyone changed their mind and wanted to walk away. This is Lieutenant Garner. He has been in charge of operations here at the prison for the last 2 weeks. He's the best person to get you up to speed on the conditions inside the wire, the man said. Maddie shook the lieutenant's hand. I'm not going to sugarcoat it for you. It's bad. It's as bad as it gets inside that fence. FEMA and the Red Cross have been supplying food, water, and sanitary aid stations, but I'm sure that there are a lot of inmates that haven't received those supplies. Without proper supervision, the strong will prey on the weak. We're documenting around 10 murders a day. So far, I haven't lost any of my soldiers. I believe the reason for that is because I told the prisoners, straight up, if they attack my soldiers, we will light this place up. Maddie raised an eyebrow. You'd do that, she asked. Damn straight. If you're smart, you'll get the same point across before we pull out of here in the morning, the lieutenant said. Good idea, Maddie said as she turned to go. I'll catch up with you, Roger said. Maddie gave him a quizzical look. Roger leaned in and whispered, I want to find out what he knows about this thing with that general in Illinois. Maddie nodded and headed for the door. She found Jacob standing by the bus. Where's Roger? Jacob asked. Getting intel. Maddie turned toward the prison yard. Any trouble? Not so far. It's a good thing. These recruits are skittish. I'm concerned about them. Some of them seem like they are about to bolt at any minute, Jacob said, pointing to a group of middle-aged men huddled at the back of the bus. A few minutes later, Roger exited the building with an MP at his side. He motioned for Maddie and Jacob to follow them. Maddie looked up at the razor wire on top of the fence and wondered if it would be enough to keep determined inmates in. As they walked down a road that ran along the outside of the prison's west side, Maddie saw the enormity of the place for the first time. I'm told that there are 57 acres within the fence, the MP said as they walked. To her left, he pointed out maintenance and support buildings located outside the secure perimeter where FEMA and the Red Cross had set up, which contained food and water for the inmates. We've set up sleeping quarters and dining facilities in the minimum security unit in the back of the prison complex. You'll likely want to house your volunteers there as well." Maddie's eyebrows raised. "Don't worry. It's well outside the main fence," he said. As they walked past the minimum security facility, Maddie was struck with how much it looked like a college dorm, complete with a full-size basketball court. "What kept the prisoners in that unit from just walking away?" Maddie asked. "I'm told they did," the MP said. "No, before the lights went out. They were short-timers from what I'm told. They even bussed them into town to work." He pointed to the oddly shaped buildings to their right. "That is where the real badass guys are housed. Each of those buildings contains 4 wings. Each wing is visible from a central control room. A central guard tower overlooks the front of the units and the yard as well as the perimeter fence." He pointed to a tower inside the perimeter fence. "This tower here overlooks the back of the prison." A large walkway separated 2 razor-wire-topped chain-link fences. Maddie guessed the fence itself to be 10 or 12 feet tall. As they walked toward the east side of the prison, Maddie could see a large stack of lumber in the distance. "What's that?" she asked, pointing to the lumber. "A lumber mill. I'm not sure, but I think they supplied the prison. The inmates made furniture or something." That made sense to Maddie. Another guard tower overlooked the east side of the prison and the back of the 5 oddly shaped buildings. Maddie looked up as they passed it. They'd need to find good shooters for the guard towers. Those were their best containment points. Roger and Maddie walked around the front of the bus. "What do you think?" Jacob asked. "It's big," Maddie said, shaking her head. "We're going to set the volunteers up at a housing unit at the back of the prison. The MPs are currently using it, but there should be plenty of room for the few people we have here now. Have the driver follow us, and we will get everyone settled in." Roger hopped on the bus with Jacob, and Maria followed Maddie to the Humvee. "What do you really think?" Maria asked as Maddie pulled out of the parking lot. "I think if we don't get more people, we are screwed." The volunteers were unloaded from the bus and shown to their rooms. A few murmured about being housed in a prison cell, but for the most part, everyone was in shock to be on the grounds in the first place. A Red Cross volunteer brought in a container of lemonade and MREs for everyone. They gathered outside on the basketball court to go over the guard rotation. Their jobs were simple. No one was allowed to approach the fence, period. "Gather around, folks. We are going to go over the layout of the prison and where each of you will be assigned," Jacob said. Maddie took out a pen and turned over the roster that the judge had given her. She laid it on the ground and drew a crude outline of the perimeter fence, along with the buildings inside it. Here, and here are the guard towers on the outside. I need the best shooters there," Maddie said. She looked up. Most of the men were staring at Jacob. She didn't like the looks on some of their faces. "Steve, I know you can shoot. You have the best rifle. Why don't you take this tower here on the north side? You can see down the middle of the prison and the entire back of the fence," Jacob said. People nodded. "We're going to need people to walk the fence line," Maddie continued again. They all looked to Jacob. Maddie stood and backed away. Her pride was hurt, but this mission was too important to let that interfere. Jacob knew the plan as well as she did. They knew and respected him. She got that. She needed to earn their respect. She was good with that. As long as each one did their job, she didn't care if they ever liked or respected her. She looked to her side. Roger and Maria stood with their backs to the building. Their eyes scanned the fence line. She walked over and stood beside them. They all listened to Jacob give his briefing. The way they were huddled reminded her of a quarterback giving plays to his teammates on the football field. She could see Jacob as a football player. A moment later, a group of 10 men followed Jacob down the road and around the east side of the fence. He returned alone 15 minutes later. Jacob came and stood beside Maddie, and the two stared off at the prison yard. "We will need twice that many in the morning," Maddie said. "Hopefully, the judge will be able to round up more volunteers. Until then, these 26 will have to do. We will be pulling 4-hour shifts, so everyone can get some rest," Jacob said. "We should get back home and get some rest ourselves. We'll come back refreshed tomorrow," Roger said. "I'll stay with our new guards," Jacob said. He turned to Maddie. "Go, get rested up. You can stop by and see the judge tomorrow and get us some fresh replacements." Maddie wondered how long it would be before Todd could get back there. He'd be better at supervising the new guards. She'd feel better leaving with Todd in charge. He knew the prison and the prisoners. "I don't know," Maddie said, looking around at the weary, confused-looking volunteers. "Nothing's going to happen tonight. If it does, the MPs will handle it. This is your last chance to really rest before they leave." "We don't know how long this will go on before the governor's people come through," Jacob said, placing his hand on her arm. Maddie nodded, then looked at Maria. Maria nodded her head toward the Humvee and took off in that direction. Maddie looked over her shoulder as she followed Maria and Roger to the parking lot. Leaving him there didn't feel right. Roger was in the driver's seat when she reached the Humvee. Maddie recalled the story her mother told about their blacked-out ride out of California and hoped he didn't have any crazy ideas like that in mind tonight. She was too tired for that kind of stress. They passed a group of MPs standing in the parking lot as they left the prison and turned onto Highway 32, heading toward home. Roger flipped on the Humvee's headlights and weaved around the checkpoint. Maddie looked back at the prison. Generators ran a few lights, but mostly it was dark inside the fence. Tomorrow the military would all load up and leave them to fend for themselves. It didn't make sense to Maddie. Didn't the governor understand the impact this situation could have on this tiny community? How did he expect them to defend themselves against 600 hardened criminals? Did he care? Maddie woke when the Humvee began shaking and rattling along the washboard gravel in front of Ron's house. She looked around. She hadn't intended to fall asleep. As Roger pulled into the driveway, Maddie wondered if she would always think of it as Ron's house. Beth, Roger, Dawn, and Krista now occupied it. Maria bounced between the cabin and Ron's. Maddie thought for a moment. She couldn't recall seeing Maria sleep, but assumed she must have done so when Maddie was on watch duty. Beth stood on the wraparound porch. Jason exited the screen door as Roger pulled the Humvee around to the machine shed. When Maddie opened her door and stepped out, Beth wrapped her arms around her. She led her up the porch steps and into the house. "How was it?" Jason asked. "It went according to plan. The volunteers are settled in and have their assignments. Jacob stayed with them." "Good, good," Jason said, sitting down beside Beth on the sofa. Maddie took a seat in the recliner across from them. "We are heading to the cabin," Roger called from the door. "Okay, hold up," Maddie said as she stood. "You can stay here. There's room." "Zach's on watch," Beth said, following Maddie to the door. "I need to fill the rest of them in on the plan for tomorrow." "Do you really need to go back? You said everyone knew their assignments." Maddie stopped at the door and faced her mom. "I think that each of us will be pulling shifts at the prison after tomorrow. The place is just so big there's too much at stake." Beth said nothing as Maddie opened the door and stepped onto the porch. "Just be careful, okay?" Beth said as she closed the door, after a night of tossing and turning and anxiously anticipating what they might face in the next few days. After the military abandoned the prison, a knot formed in her stomach as she and Lugnut loaded the vehicle and prepared to leave that next morning. Time to face your fears, Maddie. She'd heard that so many times from her dad, but they'd never been more real than right then. Do it afraid, that was her new mantra. Chapter 11, Texas County Courthouse, Houston, Missouri, event plus 21 days. Tensions were high as Maddie and Lugnut ascended the courthouse steps. People looked away as Maddie walked by. Margaret, who the day before had been friendly and chatty, suddenly ducked into her office as Maddie crested the top of the stairs. "Something's wrong," Maddie whispered as she leaned in close to Lugnut. "Really? You think it's me?" Lugnut asked. "No, I'm afraid it's something else." Maddie was surprised that no line formed outside the door to the judge's office. Maddie knocked and waited. There was no reply. She looked up and down the hall. She thought maybe the judge hadn't arrived yet. But why wouldn't Margaret have said so? She knocked again, louder this time. A second later, she heard his gruff voice. "I said I don't want to be disturbed." Maddie glanced over to Lugnut. He shrugged. "Judge, it's Maddie Langston." "You said you'd have another list for me this morning?" Maddie called through the door. "Come in, then." An officer in uniform sat in the chair in front of the judge. "Have you met our esteemed chief of police?" Judge Farley asked. "Yes, sir. We met yesterday. Hello, Chief." "She's the one you need to speak to about this little problem of yours," the judge said. The smirk on the judge's face puzzled Maddie. The police chief turned back toward the judge. "I'm serious, Judge. This is getting out of hand. We need to do something about it before it becomes everyone's problem," the police chief said. The judge pointed to Maddie. "Tell her. I bet she can do a much better job dealing with it than your inept department can." "What exactly is the problem?" Maddie asked as she approached the judge's desk. The judge pointed a crooked finger at the chief. His wrinkled hand shook as he said, "Have a seat, you two." Lugnut grabbed a chair from along the wall, and they took a seat next to the chief. The judge's sports coat was wrinkled. It looked like he had slept in it. She looked around the office. The pillow and folded blanket on the sofa along the wall to her left confirmed her suspicions. But why had he slept here? Guffey's daughter was one of the deputies killed by Mark Jewell and his sister when the sheriff went looking to arrest them for the murder of the Henson girl. Edward Guffey was the instigator of the Jewells' lynching following the trial. He really stirred up the folks around here. It took days to get everyone to calm down and get back to taking care of things, Maddie said, leaning in close to Lugnut. What does that have to do with me in this situation at the prison? Maddie asked, cutting to the chase. She didn't have time for a long, drawn-out story. The military was pulling out of the prison as they sat there. She needed to collect her volunteers and get to work making sure they had enough bodies to keep those prisoners locked up. He's been at it all night, the chief said, looking to the judge. What? What has he been at all night? Maddie asked. She wasn't sure she wanted the answer. It was too awful to think about. Guffey's against guarding the prison, the chief said. Damn it, just tell her, so I can get back to work, the judge barked. He wants to execute them, the chief blurted out. The prisoners, Maddie said. All 600 of them? How the hell would we even do that? Is he going inside the fence to gun them down in their cells? I don't think he had thought it through that far. He has the ears of a lot of folks. Lock his ass up, Lugnut said. Lock him up. He's a danger to the community, at least as long as we have this crisis at the prison. The chief whipped his head around and glared at Lugnut. The judge looked up over his glasses. What? You have a jail, right? Maddie asked. Well, yes, but... Then lock him up so we don't have to shoot him, Maddie said as she got to her feet. If he comes down there to the prison with some crowd thinking they are going to take over and cause trouble, I will shoot his ass, Maddie said, her eyes burrowing into the man. That's why I picked her, the judge said, shaking his index finger. Now, go pick him up. If his family gives you any grief, lock their asses up too. Get fucking control of your city, or I will let her do it, the judge said as he handed Maddie a new slip of paper. The chief was stammering something as Maddie opened the door to the judge's office. She looked over her shoulder and the judge flashed her a smile. I don't want his job, Maddie said as she exited the judge's chambers. Neither does he, apparently, Lugnut said. Maddie chuckled. I don't blame him. If he isn't careful, he'll be on the judge's bad side. I don't think he wants that either. Maddie poked her head inside Margaret's office door. She needed to know if the issue with the pot stirrer was the only issue. Morning, Miss Margaret, Maddie said. Morning, Maddie. Who is this handsome devil you brought with you this morning? This is a friend of my dad's. They serve together. His name is Christian, but we call him Lugnut. Well, hello, Christian. It's nice to meet you, Margaret said, with a big grin on her face. She stuck out her hand as if she were the queen and Lug was supposed to kiss her ring or something. Lugnut took it and gently kissed her hand. Maddie could see the woman swoon. She was afraid Lugnut was going to give the woman a heart attack. The judge wouldn't be happy if they killed his secretary. Miss Margaret, is everything all right here this morning? Maddie asked. I sensed some tension in the building. Well, I hate to gossip. She stepped over to the door, looked up and down the hall, then closed the door behind her. The judge called a town meeting after you left yesterday. He laid down the law about volunteering for guarding the prison. When a few folks complained, he had the chief escort them out of town. Maddie gasped. He did what? He called them freeloaders and said he wasn't having freeloaders who were not willing to protect what we got here, so he ordered them and their families to leave town. When one of the officers refused to help the chief escort them to the checkpoint, the judge told him to pack his bag and go with them. Oh my, Maddie said. How did the rest of the town take that? Everyone's scared now. No one knows who'll be next. Maddie leaned in close to Margaret. Why is everyone so scared of the judge? Why is he so powerful that even the chief of police cowers? Where's your mayor and city council? Margaret snickered. Who do you think he had escorted out first? Really? The mayor? The judge has been the real leader of this community for 5 decades. The lights going out ain't gonna change that fact. Until now, most folks agreed with his decisions. No one thought him heavy-handed. Folks got out of line. He'd give them a kick in the pants, so to speak. But no one that didn't need it, you know. But now are folks questioning his leadership? Not so much that, they're just scared. Everything's changing so fast. Food and supplies are getting short for a lot of folks, the unprepared ones anyway. They thought they'd come with their hands out and not be required to do much for it. They were wrong. Those types won't survive long, Lugnut said. Margaret looked up at him. Not around here. Not if they get on the judge's naughty list, Margaret said. I hope I never get on his naughty list, Maddie said as she put her hand on the doorknob. Oh, honey, I doubt you'll do that. He really likes you. He thinks you have what it takes to be his protege.
Protege?
Yep. Says he ain't getting any younger. And ain't no one around here got balls as big as yours. His words, not mine. Maddie glanced over to Lugnut. She started to say she didn't want to be the judge's protege, but Lugnut grabbed her hand and squeezed it. It sure was nice to meet you, Miss Margaret. I hope to get to see you again real soon, he said as he pulled Maddie toward the stairs. What the hell was that about? Maddie asked as they descended the stairs. Well, Maddie, I think you've made quite an impression on the judge. Maddie huffed and rolled her eyes. She just wasn't willing to bow to him like he was king. If he saw that as having balls, then fine. She had no intention of being anyone's protege, least of all some small-town semi-dictator. Lugnut opened the right front door of the Humvee and held it open. I think Miss Margaret has a crush on you, Maddie said as she slid into the passenger seat. Well, the old lady obviously has good taste. Lugnut chuckled as he rounded the vehicle and climbed into the driver's seat. You'd better watch out. She might have a jealous husband. Maddie and Lugnut met the new volunteers in the Walmart parking lot. They were already loaded into the blue bus. Maddie stepped up into the bus and everyone quieted down. I'm Maddie Langston. I'm going to get you up to speed on the conditions you'll face at the prison and what's at stake. She explained to the new group that their sole responsibility was to walk the perimeter and make sure no one made it over the fence. Like the first group, some grumbled under their breath, but no one said anything out loud. What do you think? Lugnut asked as they headed back to the Humvee. They looked scared as hell. I think a few of them might actually pee their pants if an inmate approaches their position. Lugnut giggled. Let's hope they can shoot and pee at the same time. Maddie observed Lugnut's reaction as they passed the post office in success. Neither of them spoke. She tried hard to stay focused on the task ahead. She knew she couldn't afford to go down the road of regret and doubt today. They met a convoy of military vehicles when they turned from Highway 17 onto Highway 32. The convoy turned north toward Fort Leonard Wood as Lugnut steered the Humvee toward Licking in the prison. A knot formed in her stomach at the thought of what they could encounter there. As they approached the prison, the first thing Maddie noticed was that the roadblock was missing. The vehicles that previously blocked both lanes of the road were pushed into the ditches, and the officers who had manned it were gone. Maddie and Lugnut looked at each other, then back to the road. The Licking mayor had indeed evacuated the town. The bus pulled around to the back of the prison. The MPs were loading into 5-ton Army troop trucks. They looked relieved to be leaving. The new volunteer prison guards got off the bus and stared soberly at the MPs as they walked toward the building. The volunteers' awareness of the seriousness of the task appeared to be increasing with each step they took. Jacob greeted Maddie and Lugnut as they exited the Humvee. I see the judge came through, he said with a huge grin. His relief was short-lived as Maddie told him about the judge banishing anyone who refused to volunteer. I would have preferred willing volunteers, but we have to take what we can get, he said as he turned to greet the people exiting the bus. Maddie looked to her right. Men in prison uniforms milled about the prison yard. That was Maddie's first glimpse of the inmates. Any trouble when the military pulled out? Lugnut asked. Not so far before the last of the MPs left. The lieutenant made an announcement to the inmates. He told them that the order was to shoot anyone who approaches the fence, Jacob said. What about the Red Cross and FEMA folks? Maddie asked. Any of them say anything about that? No. The FEMA coordinator actually came over wanting to confirm that was indeed the order. When I assured him it was true, he looked relieved. So, FEMA and the Red Cross are staying for the long haul? Lugnut asked. They said they were. They won't be delivering meals inside the fence anymore, but they've arranged to leave the food and supplies between the gates. The assigned prison trustees will open the gate and move the supplies inside. They were told that if anyone else approaches the gate, they will be shot, and there'll be no more food deliveries. Maddie knit her brow. The trustees are supposed to hand out the food and supplies. Then, Jacob shrugged. They're supposed to... We all know that isn't going to happen. The weaker inmates don't stand a chance, Lugnut said. There's nothing we can do about that. I just hope the governor sends transport for the inmates soon, Jacob said. The citizen prison guards coming off shift looked like they'd been sentenced to a day of hard labor. Each of them walked with their heads down as they passed Maddie, Jacob, and Lugnut on their way inside their new living quarters. Their replacements stared wide-eyed at them as they passed. James, can I have a minute? Jacob asked. A man in his mid-30s, with long hair and a beard, raised his head, nodded, and slowly walked over. How was it on your side of the prison? Jacob asked. Did anyone challenge your authority? Did they come near the fence? No. No one came anywhere near the fence. A few came outside the buildings and milled around the basketball courts. They stared at us for a while, but no one approached the fence. The man said, Good. Anyone on your shift say anything negative about the shoot-to-kill order? No. Pretty much everyone on our side was relieved. Thanks, James. I hear the chow ain't half bad this morning, Jacob said. More powdered eggs? Yum, the man said as he walked toward the building. I assigned shift managers. They will walk the fence line during their shift, answer questions, and relieve anyone who needs to leave their post for any reason. Jacob said. Good idea, Maddie said. What about the people in the towers? Lugnut asked. My best shooters. I trust them. I need to go through the roster of the newcomers and see if any of them have experience. Another issue came up in Houston overnight, Maddie said. What now? The family of that female deputy, the one who was killed by Brittany Jewell, is stirring the pot against guarding the prison. That figures. I was surprised Judge Farley didn't have them put in jail after the lynching. What's the judge going to do about it? Jacob asked. He ordered them all locked up, Lugnut said. Good. The last thing we need is that family coming around here stirring up trouble. It's volatile enough around here without that. I agree, Maddie said. Maddie and Lugnut walked the fence line with the new shift manager. The 50-something man seemed a little too eager to do his job. He smiled when Lugnut asked him if he was prepared to shoot inmates who approached the fence. Maddie leaned over close to Lugnut. I think I need to speak with Jacob about reassigning this dude. He might be a little too trigger-happy for this job. Lugnut nodded. Their first full day of guarding the prison went smoothly. None of the inmates approached the fence, and they witnessed no trouble inside the prison yard. As the day went on, more and more of the inmates ventured outside, but they didn't seem interested in starting anything with their new guards. Maddie was surprised when Rank and Roger appeared riding Zach's motorcycle. They were able to convince Jacob to go inside and get some sleep after he'd been awake for over 36 hours. We will stay here and make sure things go smoothly. You and Lugnut head on back to the cabin and rest up. You can come relieve us in the morning, Rank said. Lugnut turned to Maddie. That sounds like a plan. Let's hit it, Maddie. Maddie started to protest, but Rank grabbed her by the hand and led her to the Humvee. You need to rest when you can. This could go on for days or weeks, Rank said as he opened the driver's side door. Maddie reluctantly got into the Humvee. As she and Lugnut headed back to the cabin, Lugnut scanned the sides of the road and the trees lining the highway as they made their way back. When they pulled back into Ron's drive, Maddie let out the breath she'd held. She was dog-tired. There were likely a million things that needed to be done around Ron's house and the cabin, but she just didn't have it in her. The headache she'd been dealing with that morning had only grown more intense, and now her whole body ached. Beth greeted her on the walkway to Ron's porch. After throwing her arms around her daughter, Beth felt Maddie's forehead. You're burning up. How do you feel? Beth asked. Oh, Mom, Maddie groaned. Beth leaned back and looked into Maddie's eyes. To bed with you. You're sick. You need to rest. Maddie rolled her eyes. Her mother was always so dramatic. She had a headache. She'd had a stressful day. That's all. Nothing a nap wouldn't fix. Her nap didn't fix it. Maddie woke up in the night, drenched in sweat and coughing. Her throat hurt, and so did every joint in her body. I think you have the flu, Beth said as she removed the thermometer from Maddie's mouth. The flu? I don't have time for the flu, Maddie croaked. It hurt to swallow. Maddie tried to sit up, but her head was killing her. Here, take these, Beth said, placing white pills in the palm of Maddie's hand and handing her a glass of water. Mom, I can't swallow these, Maddie whined as she placed them in her mouth. We need to quarantine you, I'm afraid, Beth said as she washed her hands in a bowl of water on the dresser. Why? Am I that bad? You are contagious. We cannot afford for everyone to come down with the flu. I've given you the first dose of Tamiflu. You should be feeling better in a couple of days. A couple of days, sorry. It just takes time and rest. Maddie pulled the covers up around her neck. Are you still cold? Beth asked. I'm freezing. Beth pulled a quilt from the closet and spread it out over the stack of blankets already covering Maddie. I'll put another log on the fire. I'm going to leave the bedroom door open so the heat can get in. But stay in here. Don't try to get up on your own. I'll be in the kitchen. Just call out if you need anything, Beth said as she walked out into the hallway. Maddie sighed and snuggled under the blankets. She had to admit, as awful as her head and body ached, it felt good to have her mom taking care of her. Like when she was a little girl, sleep. The only thing she could do was sleep. I'll take a nap and then go check on Jacob this afternoon, Maddie said through a yawn. Chapter 12. The Farm Evening Shade to Missouri. Event plus 22 days. The eastern boundary of Ron's land bordered the river. A forestry trail ran the length of the northern edge of the property. Zach had spent the morning walking the fence line searching for a missing cow. Beth was afraid that it had gone off to give birth somewhere in the woods. Zach had just crossed a wet-weather creek when he spotted movement up the hill. He dropped to his knee, shouldered his rifle, and peered through the scope. He had no more than placed his cheek to the stock when a bullet slammed into the tree 10 feet from his head, followed by the rifle report. Zach scrambled to conceal himself behind a fallen log. A second bullet kicked up dirt just behind him. Shit, Zach said out loud. Zach unbuckled the straps on his pack and dropped it to the ground next to him. After fumbling with the zipper on one of the front pouches, Zach retrieved a telescoping mirror and extended it to its full length. On his stomach behind the log that concealed him from the shooter, he raised and lowered the mirror, searching for the location of the shooter. After several tries, Zach spotted 2 men standing by a tree about 400 yards to his west. Dumbasses are wearing white in the woods. Zach searched for a rock or log that he could throw to distract them. Feeling around, he found a stone the size of his hand. He rolled onto his knees but kept his head down. Zach pulled his rifle in and placed the butt against his shoulder with his left hand. He pitched the rock as far as he could to his right. It worked. Both men turned in that direction long enough for Zach to pop up and get off a round, just not long enough for him to aim for accuracy. The shot was wide. They'd likely not fall for it a second time. Zach needed a new strategy. He reached into his pack and pulled out several M80 firecrackers. He felt around and found the lighter and lit the fuses. He tossed those to his left. They fell for it, and Zach popped up, aimed, and fired at the men, hitting one man in the shoulder. The man screamed and grabbed his chest. As he fell to the ground, the second man turned to tend to his companion. His mistake. Zach fired again and missed the second man. He put his crosshairs on the man's chest as he turned and squeezed the trigger. The man brought his rifle up and returned fire before Zach could see if he'd hit his mark. Zach hit the ground, once more concealed by the huge fallen tree. The men cursed at Zach and fired indiscriminately. When the shooting stopped, Zach listened for any sound to indicate the movement of the men. He heard nothing. He waited a few minutes before risking raising his head to see what the men were doing. He fished around on the ground and located the mirror. It was shattered. He'd stepped on it in his rush to take the shot. Slowly, he placed his rifle on the top of the log. No one fired at him. He raised his head above the log just barely and looked through the scope. He saw nothing. He moved the rifle to the right and scanned the woods. Nothing. He scanned to the left, and still nothing. He sat up and looked around. They were gone. He strapped on his pack, shouldered his rifle, and proceeded slowly to the spot where he'd last seen the men. On the ground was a pool of blood. To the right of the crimson stain were drag marks. One of the men was dragging the other. They can't make it far. Zach debated whether he should pursue the men or go back and get help. He knew these woods. He'd hunted and hiked them with Ron and his dad. It would be easy to get pulled into an ambush if he pursued alone. How far can they get? I have time to get help. Zach adjusted the straps on his pack and set out back to the cabin. He held his rifle at the ready, scanning the woods as he moved south. When he reached the clearing, he ran across the pasture until he reached Ron's barn. There, he hopped on his motorcycle, letting his rifle hang across his chest on its sling. "What's going on, Zach? Was that you shooting?" Beth asked, running around the side of the barn. "Get back in the house, Mom. Lock the doors," Zach called as he drove off down the driveway, across Slabtown Road, and onto the now well-worn trail that led to the cabin. At the walkway leading from their barn to the cabin, Zach braked hard, bringing the bike to a stop, mere feet from where Ryan sat. Ryan looked up wide-eyed from the book he was reading. "What the hell, Zach?" Ryan asked as Zach slammed his boot down hard on the kickstand and ran toward the door. "Sorry, Ryan," Zach called over his shoulder. Zach threw open the screen door and ran down the hall to the men's bunk room. When the bedroom door slammed against the wall, Rank and Lugnut both jumped to their feet. Having only just made it back from the prison and settled in for some overdue rack time, neither of them were pleased to see Zach. "Hurry, get dressed." "We have trouble over at Ron's place," Zach said, trying to catch his breath. What's going on?" Rank said, sliding his feet into his boots. Zach put his hand up to his face and pinched his nose. "Zach, what's the trouble?" Lugnut asked, impatient. Zach took a step back into the hall and tried not to breathe as he told them about the shooters in the woods. Rank slung his pack over his shoulder, grabbed his rifle, and pushed past Zach. As Rank ran down the short hall toward the back door, Lugnut and Zach followed him. "Where are you going? What's happening?" Harmony asked from the living room. Krista stuck her head out of the door to the women's bunk room, then joined Harmony in the living room. "Keep your packs on and grab your rifles. Stay away from the windows. We have trouble at Ron's. No one goes outside. Got it?" Lugnut barked from the kitchen. "Okay." But Zach didn't hear the rest as he shut the door behind him. Rank picked up the shooter's trail of blood from the location in which Zach said he'd had the shootout. The three of them followed the path to a set of tire tracks. The shooters had jumped on ATVs and headed west on the forestry trail. Back at the site of the ambush, Lugnut walked around until he located another trail. This one led south through the woods. Lugnut bent over and picked up a cigarette butt from under a large oak tree. He looked up, then back at Zack. The next thing Zack knew, Lugnut was climbing the tree. "They can see the driveway. They know when we are coming and going," Lugnut said as he jumped from the branch he sat on. "Go back to the cabin. Let Roger and Maria know to be on alert out there on the road. Let them know that Rank and I won't be able to relieve them from watch until we track these bastards down. We have to find out where they are staying," Lugnut said as he pulled a tin of face paint from his pack. Zack looked back as he crossed the pasture to see Rank and Lugnut applying the face paint. They were going into stealth mode after informing Ryan. Zack radioed Roger and Maria, who were on guard duty at the main road. Zack went back to Ron's farm to guard the house and tell his mother and Jason what was going on. "Mom, Jason," Zack called before he opened the door. "What the hell is happening, Zachary?" Beth asked, lowering her rifle and stepping from the hall. "We heard gunshots. Some dumbasses shot at me back by the forestry trail. Lugnut and Rank went to track them down. We need to get you to the cabin." "Shot at you? Who? Are you hit? Let me look at you." "No, Mom, I'm fine. Get your pack and your rifles and let's go," Zack said. Jason grabbed Beth's pack from the front closet and handed it to her. He helped her slip her arms through the straps and adjust them on her shoulders. "We don't have time for this, Jason," Zack said, grabbing his mother's rifle and forcing it into her hands. Beth gasped. "Maddie! We can't move, Maddie." Zack headed down the hall to his sister's room. "We have to. It's not safe here." He threw open the door, bent down and grabbed Maddie's shoes. "Sis, you need to wake up. We have to go." "What?" Maddie asked, shielding her eyes from the light flooding into the room from the open door. "Here, put your shoes on. We have to go back to the cabin." Maddie slid her feet into her shoes and stood. "Is something wrong?" she asked. "Shooters at the back of the property." "Shit! Who is it?" she asked as she picked up her rifle and looked around for her bag. Zack slid a hand under the strap of her pack and hoisted it over one shoulder. "I've got it now. Let's go," Zack said. Zack stepped out on the porch with his rifle at the ready. He scanned the field in front of the house and looked up and down Slabtown Road. He stepped off the porch and made sure the walkway to the barn was clear before waving for his mother, sister, and stepfather to follow him. The four of them rushed down the driveway and across the road. Zack held an arm out at the edge of the woods and proceeded to scan the area inside the tree line for threats. "Okay, let's hurry," Zack said, waving them forward. Zack radioed Ryan and let him know they were coming down the trail. Zack let his mother take point while he watched the rear. At the clearing to the cabin, they rushed to the corner of the barn, one by one. "Cinnamon," Beth called. "Latte," Ryan called back, and the trio rushed inside. Zack set up a watch on the front porch while Ryan stood watch at the window in the girls' bunk room. Jason took a position in the loft of the barn. Beth took the back door while Maddie, Harmony, Krista, and Dawn waited in the basement minutes. Felt like hours before Zack heard Lugnut give the countersign from the woods. "Where's Rank?" Zack asked as Lugnut crossed the field. Lugnut stopped at the bottom of the front porch steps and looked up at Zack. "He went to fill Roger and Maria in on what we found." "Did you find them? Where are they staying? Is it more of those convicts?" Zack asked. "Let's get inside, and I'll tell you everything," Lugnut said, pointing toward the door. Lugnut had to help Maddie ascend the basement stairs. Beth insisted that she go rest in the women's bunk room, and she reluctantly complied. Zack grabbed extra blankets from the mudroom and stretched them out over his sister before joining the others in the kitchen. At the table, Lugnut filled them in on how they'd followed the shooter's trail back to a camp about half a mile away. "It looks like they've been there quite a while. Trash was everywhere. There was a well-worn path between the camp and Ron's fence line. From there the shooters could see the back of the old farmhouse and barn." "Oh my," Harmony said, placing her hand over her mouth. "There wasn't anyone there, but we found bloody rags. Looks like they tried to stop the bleeding before loading him up and leaving. Looked like more than 2 people were living there. ATV tracks were coming and going all over the place. Most lead down the forestry road to the county road across from that old white farmhouse." "You think they are staying there?" Zack asked. "That's the Robersons. They're good people. They wouldn't be involved in anything like this," Beth said, turning to Zack. "We think it's time to have a talk with some of the neighbors about security. We need to enlist the neighbors and really dial in security out here as much as we can, and figure a way to secure the road," Lugnut said, Chapter 13. The Langston Cabin, Evening Shade, Missouri. Event plus 23 days. Zack's turn at watch was uneventfully boring. He spent the afternoon fighting to stay awake. He was never so relieved as when he heard Maria give the call sign from the creek. It's been quiet here all morning. No sign of any of the Jewell family, or anyone else for that matter, Zack said as he descended the ladder from the tree stand. Maria adjusted her rifle around to her back and placed her foot on the bottom step. That's good with Lugnut and Rank heading over to the prison this morning. We need things to stay quiet. Are they still planning to get Jacob to take them around to visit the neighbors today? I think so. We need some good intel on who is running around out here. If we can get at least a few of the neighbors involved in watching who is coming and going, that will be a big help in securing this neck of the woods. Zack tightened the straps on his rucksack. He brought his rifle around to the front and held it at the low ready position for his and Harmony's walk back to the cabin. Do you think I should go check on the farm before I head to my rack? Not alone, I don't. It's too risky with people stalking the farm like that. I know your mom isn't happy about the decision to leave Ron's farmhouse unguarded, but we just don't have enough people to secure both places. Zack waved across the field to Roger, who was relieving Harmony. Harmony slowly climbed down from her stand, nodded to Roger, and walked across the field to meet Zack. Harmony stopped at the bottom of the steps and called up to Maria. Maria, I'm making peach cobbler for dessert tonight. Would you like me to bring you some? A second later, Maria poked her head into the opening of the tree stand. Absolutely. You can bring me Lugnut and Ranks too if they haven't made it back in time to eat theirs. I'll make 2 pans this time. It seems to be everyone's favorite. Uncharacteristically, after receiving the answer to her question, Harmony turned and walked away. Maria raised her eyebrows, and Zack shrugged before turning to follow her. They both had been prepared for her usual lengthy monologue about whatever she was excited about at the time. Harmony was unusually quiet during most of their walk back to the cabin. While Zack stopped at the spring to fill the 5-gallon bucket full of fresh spring water, Harmony grabbed milk and eggs from the spring house. You okay, Harmony? Zack asked. Yeah, just tired, Harmony said, her voice hoarse. Zack turned his head to the side and looked at her. You sure? You don't sound like you feel well. You're not getting sick too, are you? Harmony wiped her brow with the back of her hand. I think it's just allergies. I usually take medication for it this time of year. You should have my mom check you out when we get back. There aren't any doctors and hospitals to go to if you get really sick. We have to be very careful about that stuff these days, Zack said, reaching out and taking the mason jar of milk from her. I don't think it's what Maddie has, but I will talk to your mom about it. Beth was coming from the trail to Ron's carrying a basket of lettuce and other vegetables when Zack and Harmony reached the back of the barn. Jason trailed her, his rifle resting on his forearms. Zack shook his head. He'd asked his mom to wait until he could go with her. Obviously, she didn't listen. Did you two forget that fact that Lugnut said there were more than just those 2 bad guys living back there behind Ron's farm? Maybe you should go back and fire up the old lawnmower and cut the front lawn too. Zachary, we have to eat, and much of the food we need is at the farm, Beth said. Zack shook his head, astonished, realizing that he felt like the parent at the moment. I've got stuff for salad. The garden is still producing a few tomatoes, Beth called. Awesome, I'm going to try to make the mayonnaise recipe you found at Ron's yesterday. We can make a nice salad dressing, Harmony yelled back. Mayonnaise, you can make that, Zack asked. Yeah, it's just eggs, mustard, vinegar, and vegetable oil, Harmony said. Can we make deviled eggs then? Maddie loves them. She might be up to eating something this evening, Zack said. Sure, I like them too, she said. Harmony smiled and Zack's heart skipped a beat. He quickly turned and looked away. I collected the eggs. There weren't as many today. I think we're going to have to figure out how to get the light working in their coop. I flipped the switch like Maddie told me, but nothing happened, Beth said. It's on a timer, Harmony said. Oh, that makes sense about why it didn't come on. Good to know. Ron said he was adding an hour a day of extra light until they started laying again, Harmony said, her voice cracking. I'm sorry. Everyone misses him, Beth said. Harmony looked up at her. Beth turned her head to the side and raised an eyebrow. You feeling all right? I told her to have you check her out. Her voice is hoarse, and she doesn't seem like herself, Zack said. Harmony smiled and Zack's heart fluttered again. I'm fine. It's allergy season for me. Even allergies can lead to something more serious, like a sinus infection. It's nothing to dismiss these days, Jason said, looking to Beth. Jason is right. It could be allergies or something else. In any case, let's get this to the kitchen, and I'll take your temperature, Beth said, turning and looking over her shoulder to Zack. Would you mind bringing me the med kit from the bathroom when you drop off the water bucket? Zack nodded and followed his mother, Harmony, and Jason inside. Beth stared down at the thermometer. 1025, it's off to bed for you. Beth led Harmony down the hall and helped her into bed. After giving her a dose of Tamiflu and Tylenol, Beth placed a washcloth on Harmony's forehead, then backed out of the dark bedroom. She left the door open a crack so she could hear if either of her patients needed her. "Zach, get the bleach from the laundry room. We need to start disinfecting this place before everyone comes down with the flu," Beth said as she entered the kitchen. Zach helped his mother and Jason wipe down all the doorknobs, counters, and other solid surfaces that could carry the virus. The whole cabin smelled of bleach by the time they were done. Krista opened the screen door. Her eyes grew wide. "Whoa, that bleach is strong. If you and Dawn are finished in the barn, I could use your help. I want to rewash all the dishes," Beth said. "All of them. Why?" Dawn asked from the doorway. "Harmony has the flu now," Jason said, looking up from his task of wiping down the table and benches. "Oh, not good," Dawn said. "If either of you start feeling the slightest bit sick, let me know right away." "We have to contain this before it gets out of hand," Beth said. Krista and Dawn pulled dishes from the shelves as Beth filled the washtub with bleach water. Beth poured bleach into a measuring cup before adding it to the rinse water. "Okay, ladies, you add a quarter cup of bleach for every gallon of water. Let the dishes sit in the solution for 2 minutes, then put them on this towel," Beth said, spreading the large towel on the table. Dawn and Krista looked at the stack of dishes, then back to Beth. "I can dry them," Ryan said, grabbing a dish towel. "I think we should let them air dry, but thanks. I could use your help with the sheets in the guy's room," Beth said. I think I should go check on the goats," Ryan said, backing toward the door. Beth chuckled. "Funny? No, go strip those beds. I'm going to check on Harmony and see if her fever has come down," Beth said after a dinner of Spam and rice on a bed of lettuce. They all sat around the table to discuss the situation with the flu outbreak and winter preparation plans. "I really need more Tamiflu, Tylenol, and bleach," Beth said. "Maybe we could get some from the Red Cross at the prison," Zach said. "I think the doctor and nurse pulled out with the MPs," Maria said as she pushed rice onto her fork with her finger. "It wouldn't hurt to ask," Zach countered. "I'll ask them tomorrow when I go replace Lug and Rank," Roger said, pushing his plate back and placing his elbows on the table. Beth turned and glared at him. Roger slowly pulled his hands back and folded them in his lap. "I'd take any medical supplies they can spare while you're at it," Jason said. "I'll see what I can do," Roger said. Krista shuddered and rubbed her arms. "Get away from me if you're getting sick," Maria said, pulling her plate as far from Krista as she could. "I'm cold. I think the fire is almost out in the wood box," Krista said. "Zach, would you mind grabbing some firewood and getting the fire built in the stove in the living room?" Beth asked. "I think we will need the extra fire tonight. We are really going through firewood fast," Ryan said. Zach grabbed the firewood crate and headed for the door. "It's really hard to get firewood in and hunt for meat when we have to spend all our time guarding the road in the cabin." "I know, but we have to do it. The ground will freeze soon, and snow will start falling. We are going to be hurting by spring if we don't get some meat cured and firewood cut," Beth said. "I hope the governor gets those prisoners over to Farmington before it snows," Zach said as he shut the door behind him. Chapter 14, The Langston Cabin, Evening Shade, Missouri event plus 23 days. Against his mother's wishes, Zach loaded up in the Humvee with Roger and Maria. From the news Lugnut brought back the night before, it sounded as if they could use an extra person to help guard the prison and the new volunteers the Texas County judge had sent over. Several people had just walked away from their post after one of the inmates approached the fence seeking water and was shot and injured by one of the guards. With Maddie and Harmony down with the flu, and Lugnut and Rank still going out looking for the location of the shooters who were doing surveillance on Ron's place, their group was stretched thin. The security of the prison was a priority that couldn't be overlooked. "How did you talk your mom into letting you come?" Maria asked. Roger looked at Zach in the rearview mirror. "Mom knows the prison is our top priority," Zach said, avoiding directly answering the question. Roger didn't say anything, but he knew that Beth hadn't agreed with him going to the prison. Sometimes Zach felt that he just had to do what he felt was necessary for the good of the group. He'd deal with her wrath when he got back. Zach had never been to the prison. He was concerned with the size of the place. As they drove around to the back building, Zach stared wide-eyed at all the inmates milling about inside the fence. When they pulled the Humvee in beside the big blue bus, Zach saw a few people standing around outside the building smoking. Since they weren't in prison uniforms, he assumed them to be the new guards. "Hey, Stan, Jacob around?" Roger asked as he climbed out of the Humvee. "He's in the east side guard tower," Stan said, pointing in that direction. Maria walked around the front of the vehicle and approached Stan. He's on guard duty? Yeah, Sims got sick, and Jacob sent him home. Maria turned and looked at Roger. Sick? What kind of sick? Roger asked. He was running a fever, is all I know. That Red Cross doctor said he might be contagious and should be sent home, Stan said. Anyone else sick? Zach asked. The man glanced over to Zach, then back to Roger. Not that I know of, but I just came off shift. I'm on my way to get some chow, then off to bed. I have to get up in 4 hours and do it all over again. 4? You're on a 4-hour rotation? Why? Maria asked, furrowing her brow. Just not enough people. I'm going to go find Lugnut and Rank and let them know they can head back to the cabin. Then I'm going to check in with Jacob. I'll probably take his shift in the tower, Roger said. All right. I'm going to check in on the shift manager and see what we need to do about the rotation schedule, Maria said. What can I do? Zach asked. Can you use that thing? Stan asked, pointing to the rifle hanging on the 2-point sling around Zach's neck. Yes, Zach said, trying not to sound too cocky. Then you can replace Martin. That kid has been up in the West Tower for 8 hours straight. Really? We are that short on shooters? Maria asked. He won't come down. He told me he didn't trust this crew to keep his family safe. He's got a newborn son at home. He's one of our best shooters, but dang, I'll go introduce myself. Maybe I can sit with him for a while and convince him to go get some rest. Zach said, turning to leave. He stopped, then turned back. Where exactly is the West Tower? Just keep walking down the road you came in on. You can't miss it, Stan said. Zach nodded, then headed off in that direction. He'd missed seeing the guard tower because he'd been focused on all the prisoners in that area. It also gave him an indication of why Martin didn't feel comfortable leaving the tower. Hey, in the tower, I'm Zach Langston. I wanted to come see if you needed anything. A man's head appeared out of the window of the guard post. Hello, Zach. I'm Martin Hubble. I'm good. I don't need anything. Zach brought his right hand up and shielded his eyes from the sun as he looked up at the man. Mind if I come up and get a look around? This is my first time here. No, come on up, the man said, poking his head back inside the tower. Zach looked down on the prison yard as he climbed the stairs. The smell hit Zach as soon as he stepped inside the door. The space smelled like the man hadn't left to go to the bathroom his entire shift. The man moved his pack out of a chair and sat it on the floor. Zach wasn't sure he wanted to sit. He wanted to cover his nose with his shirt, but didn't want to be rude. The tower provided a 360 degrees view. Zach could see the entire west side of the prison from that position. 3 fences separated the inmates from the tower. Looking at the desperate looks on the faces of the prisoners, Zach wasn't convinced 3 was enough. He reluctantly took a seat next to Martin, who maintained a vigilant eye on the men leaning on an interior fence. Zach placed his pack on the floor at his feet and let his rifle hang from its sling. Any trouble from any of them? He almost said yet, but caught himself. He knew it was inevitable. If they weren't moved soon, that is, not much. There were a few of them yelling obscenities early on, but Jacob convinced them that behavior wasn't tolerated. A few still tried to intimidate some people on walking patrol. Unfortunately, it worked before Jacob set them straight. Zach raised an eyebrow. Work? Is that why you're so short-handed? That and the stomach bug. The doc has sent quite a few people home because of it, Martin said. That answered why the tower smelled like feces. Martin must have refused to be sent home. How did Jacob convince the inmates to stop? He told them there'd be no more food or water sent in. After they missed a meal, they had better attitudes. Haven't seen much out of them since. Zach motioned over his shoulder. I could take watch duty for a few minutes while you go get a warm meal. Maybe rest your eyes a minute. The man stiffened. I'm a great marksman. I've been shooting since I was old enough to hold a gun. My dad was a Marine sniper, and he taught me how to shoot. The man stared at Zach. He looked to be sizing him up. I know I look young. Zach looked around. He spotted a sign about 20 feet from a group of inmates. He scooted the chair back, stood, placed his rifle on the desk in front of him, and kneeled on the floor. Zach looked through the scope and found the sign, adjusted the sights, and looked up at Martin. Check this out, Zach said as he stood. He handed his rifle to Martin and stepped back. Martin kneeled. After placing his cheek to the stock and looking through the scope, Martin leaned back and nodded. I guarantee you with this baby, I can hit anything in that fence. It's an AR, but chambered in 6.5 Grendel, and that's a 24 barrel. Nice setup, Martin said, looking the rifle over. What brand is it? I always wanted a Grendel, but with the baby and all, I could never afford one. My dad and I built it a few years ago, Zach said. Nice glass, Martin said as he looked back at the sign. He appeared to be thinking it over. Just long enough to get a bite to eat and a little 20-minute nap. Zach said, a broad grin on his face. You'll come back refreshed and ready for another 12-hour shift. Martin cocked his head to the side and raised his eyebrows. Or, you could get some real sleep. Come relieve me when you wake up. Martin looked out onto the prison yard, nodded, then turned and picked up his pack. I could use a little break, he said. Martin bent over and grabbed a small metal trash can from the corner. I'll empty the piss bucket and have someone bring you another. Zach scrunched his face. I know, man. I know, Martin said as he reached for the door handle. When he opened the door, Zach heard men yelling. He looked up, and a group of men were waving their fists in the air while two men rolled around on the ground. Should we do something? Zach asked. Nope, not unless you want to go in and break it up, or else shoot 'em, Martin said as he shut the door behind him. For a moment, Zach felt sorry for the men living in those conditions. Then he remembered the heinous crimes they had committed that had put them there. Each one of the men, even the one having his brains stomped out in the yard at the moment, had committed unspeakably violent crimes to land them behind that razor wire. These were the worst of the worst. Still, they were human beings, which did make it hard to witness such violence. Damn, Governor. Hurry up and get those buses rolling out of here. Chapter 15. The Langston Cabin, Evening Shade, Missouri. Event plus 23 days. 2 whole days in bed, and Maddie still felt exhausted. After her mother declared her fever-free, Maddie was allowed to join the land of the living. She sat at the table waiting patiently as her mom scrambled eggs and slid them onto her plate. She dug into them and shoved them into her mouth like a starved animal. Maddie watched her mother wiping down the counter and thought how strange it was not to see Harmony hovering over the stove. Harmony was still in bed, sick as a dog. These are great, she said with her mouth full. If you want more, we have plenty. The chickens should be slowing down their egg production soon, so we'll enjoy them while they last, Beth said as she wiped out the pan. We need to make sure to flip the light on in their coops for a few hours every evening. They'll keep laying. Not as many, but some, Maddie said, wiping her mouth on the back of her hand. Really, I didn't know that. That's what Ron said. He was going to help me build a proper coop for the chicks he gave us. He even gave me a small solar panel to power the light. The memory pricked her heart. At times, she found it hard to believe he was gone. She stared down at her empty plate. I'm sorry about what happened with Ron. You know that wasn't? I don't want to talk about that, Mom, Maddie said, standing and heading for the door. After grabbing her pack and rifle from the mudroom, Maddie turned back to her mother. Thanks for breakfast, Mom, and, well, everything. Beth blew her a kiss as she went out the door. Ryan, Dawn, and Krista were gathered around the picnic table turned gun-cleaning station. Ryan had graduated to using a cane and was walking around the table pointing to various parts of the weapons that the ladies were cleaning. Maddie recalled receiving similar instruction from him when she was about 10 years old. Although she was now fever-free, Maddie still had a cough and felt weak after 2 days in bed. As she approached the group, Maddie launched into a coughing fit. Everyone turned when they heard her. Dawn reached her first, followed by Krista. You shouldn't be out here, it's too soon, Dawn said. Here, take a seat, Dawn said, pushing Maddie into an Adirondack chair. I'm fine, Maddie said, shooting to her feet. I just have a little cough. You should drink some honey ginger tea, Krista said as she walked over. That's right, Dawn said. Her eyes lit up and a broad smile spread across her face. You sit there. I'll go make you some. That's okay. I have cough drops in my pack. I need to go and check on Zach and Roger at the checkpoints on the road. I imagine they could use a break. They ain't there, Krista said. What? Who is? Maddie said, her voice shrill. Jason, Dawn said. Maddie blinked and shook her head. She couldn't believe her ears. She turned to Ryan. I still can't cross the creek or climb the deer stand, Ryan said. I know that, but where are Zach and Roger? And what about Maria? They all went to the prison, Ryan said. Zach? Mom let Zach go? Not exactly, Dawn said. Maddie whipped around. He went without permission. He more told than asked. He was polite about it. He said he had to do what he felt was right. And Mom let him go? No, she wouldn't. He didn't give her a choice. He made a convincing argument, and when she still didn't agree, he kissed her on the cheek and left anyway. Oh, he's in so much trouble. Maddie was steaming. Zach was only 15, and he thought he was grown and didn't need to listen to anyone. How long have they been gone? Maddie asked. About an hour, Dawn said. Maddie pivoted and stomped off toward the barn. Where are you going? Ryan called after her. To bring my brother home. That place is a powder keg ready to blow. He has no business there. You can't go alone. What about the jewels? Dawn asked, running up to her. I thought Lugnut and Rank went looking for them. Are they still out there looking? Maddie asked as she walked. They are looking for more of the group that took a shot at Zack yesterday. Maddie stopped in her tracks and turned. What? Someone took a shot at Zack? Where? At the road? No. Maddie turned toward Ryan. What the hell happened around here while I was down sick? Maddie fumed as Ryan filled her in on the two guys who had shot at Zack and the tensions at the prison. And my brother felt it was more important to go running off to the prison than to guard his home and family. What the hell was he thinking of leaving Jason the only one guarding the place? I'm headed to the road. I just stopped to ask Ryan to trade out my scope. I banged this one on the tree yesterday, and I'm not sure about it now, Dawn said. Maddie hadn't had a chance to spend much time with Dawn and wasn't sure of her experience with weapons. From what her mom had told her, though, Dawn was one tough lady. The way she'd taken out the cult leader and helped Beth escape their compound. Maddie thought she could probably handle a turn at guard duty. Lugnut and Rank didn't find any sign of any more shooters this morning. Their camp is deserted. Maddie was torn. Should she go retrieve her brother, then help guard the prison, or go guard the road? You should stay here, Maddie, Ryan said, reading her mind. Zack has Maria and Roger. Maddie spun around and headed toward the road. Dawn, take the barn loft. I'll go watch the road. Are you sure? You aren't 100% yet, and that cough. Dawn stopped and looked at Ryan. Maddie stopped, dropped her pack, and dug around for her cough drops. As she did, another coughing fit sent her digging for the tube to her water bladder. Dawn rushed over and helped her locate the dangling tube. See? Take the loft, Maddie. I may not be the best shot yet, but I can do this, Dawn said, rubbing Maddie's back. Maddie gasped, trying to breathe between coughs. Her throat was on fire, and her stomach felt like she'd done hundreds of sit-ups. After several sips of water and a potent cough drop, the coughing stopped. Maddie looked to the trail leading through the woods to the road. She was exhausted with the little she'd already walked. I'll be in the barn, Maddie said as she turned around. Ugh, I hate the barn loft. Too many wasps and spiders, she said under her breath as she slumped off to the barn. Chapter 16. The Langston Cabin, Evening Shade, Missouri. Event plus 23 days. Ryan had been working to build up some of their perimeter defense and early warning systems. He tried to put everyone on this task who wasn't on some other duty, but things kept coming up. Ryan wanted every bit of area within the tree line around the entire property covered by tripwire-activated 22 cal. Forge alarms modified to accept regular .22 or 22 long rounds, since no one had a stockpile of blank rounds that the mechanisms were designed to accept. When this type of trap is triggered, it causes a circuit to close as a piece of popsicle stick is pulled from between the grip of an aluminum foil-lined clothespin. When the clothespin closes, a Christmas tree bulb, powered by a battery, lights up. At night, they would receive both an audible and a visual location of the threat. Ryan also had planned to use 4-inch pieces of garden hose with 4 16-penny nails poked through each of them at 90-degree angles to the hose into each other. Once fabricated, they would be tossed on the ground in probable areas of approach within the wood line. Finally, he wanted 3 large holes redug, actually. 2 were along the wood line, 1 to the north and 1 to the south of the cabin, and a new one would be located near the trail to Ron's place. In the bottom of each hole, they would sink long sticks, sharpened on both ends into the ground. The holes would be covered with a loose grid of long, thin sticks or branches, then covered with leaves. Anyone in the group could lead someone chasing them into a trap, because the holes were situated in areas bounded by trees, rock ledges, or steep banks that would act as funnels, guiding the bad guys right into the holes. It would be a lot of work to redig and set up the holes, but it would be even more work to set up the 4 boxes of tripwired activated alarms. And after all that, the really hard part was all of the tweaking and maintenance involved in ensuring the traps would function and continue to function through bad weather and over time. Resets would also be required when deer, instead of bad guys, tripped the tripwires. All those things would have greatly secured the cabin and helped them all feel safer, but they'd have to wait until they weren't all pulled away guarding the prison. From her perch in the barn, Maddie surveyed the clearing around the cabin. We're going to the farmhouse to feed the animals, Beth called up to the loft. I should come with you. After the trouble Zack had, we can't be too cautious, Maddie said before launching into another coughing fit. Can you walk that far? Beth asked. I can ride, Blue Jeans, Maddie said. Krista, would you mind standing watch in the barn loft while Mom and I run to the farm to feed the animals? Maddie called down. Sure, Krista said, running toward the barn. Maddie didn't know why Blue Jeans was in their barn and not at Ron's with the rest of the horses, but she was grateful. She wasn't sure she had the energy to hike today. "Fine. I'm going to feed the fish while you saddle him," Beth called back. "Fish? You brought Ron's aquaponics setup over?" "Yeah. Harmony helped me set up the tanks yesterday before she got sick. Ryan said he'd help me connect the tubes to the grow beds and hook up the solar pumps today." "Awesome. What about the breeder tanks Ron had in his basement?" "We still have to move those over to our basement and hook up the lights and heaters. I feel more confident about caring for those in the smaller tanks than I do the ones in the 300-gallon tanks." "You used the rainwater collection totes?" "I did. In an aquaponics system, water is circulated from the fish tank through the plant beds and back to the tank, so you use less water. I'm going to add 2 more rain collection tanks for the plants that don't grow well with their feet wet. I'll be down in a second. I'd like to see the system before we go over to Ron's." "Be careful climbing down. Jason said that there's one rung of the ladder that's loose. He was planning to replace it today, but he had to take a watch shift. It's getting hard to maintain this place and the farmhouse with everyone gone or pulling guard duties." Beth sighed. Maddie thought about what her mom had said as she saddled Blue Jeans. If they didn't take time to prepare for winter, they might not make it through, especially if something were to happen to their buried supplies. They could make it on the 22 barrels they had left, but not unless they started cutting back. "I need to talk to Harmony about meal size. The guys are going to hate me," Maddie told Blue Jeans as she stroked his long gray mane. Maddie tried but failed to stifle another coughing fit. Her chest still felt tight and full of fluid. She had coughed so much that her stomach was sore. Maddie walked Blue Jeans out of the barn and tied his reins to the hitching post before walking around to the greenhouse. The door was open. The inside smelled earthy and sweet. She was impressed with how much her mom and Harmony had accomplished in such a short time and with so many other things to do. Long rectangular containers filled with pea gravel sat on blocks along one side, and the tops had been cut off of 2 of the 300-gallon totes. Her dad had connected to the barn roof for rainwater collection. The overflow valve was now attached to a pipe and a pump. Inside were about a dozen fish. The tops of the totes were upturned and filled with some sort of rock. 2-inch tall plants were growing in them. Her mother had done well. It looked nicer than what Ron had set up.
"What are you feeding them?" Maddie asked.
"Duckweed, water, fern, and worms," Beth said, tossing a scoop into the tanks. Maddie leaned over and looked into a plastic bucket. Red, wiggly worms squirmed on top of black soil. "You ready?" Beth asked, shaking dirt from her hands. "Yep." "I'll be right behind you," Maddie said, following Beth out of the greenhouse. "You sure you don't want to climb up and ride with me?" Maddie asked, as she rode up beside Beth. Beth looked at the horse, then up to Maddie. "Nope. I'm good. I need the exercise. You're going to have to get back on a horse eventually, Mom." "You're probably right, but not today. I'm not in that big of a hurry. It's a nice day for a walk." Beth picked daisies from the side of the trail as they walked. Neither spoke as they enjoyed their jaunt through the woods. Except for the horse, it reminded Maddie of the summers they'd spent picking berries and finding wild edibles in the woods. She looked down at her mother. Her long blonde hair was pulled into a ponytail. She wore a holster on her hip, a rifle hung across her chest, and a tactical knife was attached to her belt. "Just like old times. Do you really think the governor will get all the prisoners moved out of Licking?" Beth asked, breaking the silence. "I think he will. He has to." Beth stopped and stared up at Maddie. "What happens after the inmates are gone?" "I guess everyone goes home and prepares for winter." Beth turned and continued walking. A moment later, she asked, "What about Jacob? What about him? What will he do after the prison is evacuated?" Maddie looked away. She didn't want her mother seeing her roll her eyes. "I don't know. I suppose he will return to Houston and do his job," Maddie said. "Will you two still see each other?" Beth asked. "If you mean like dating." Maddie chuffed. "Those days are over. Besides, where would we even go on a date now?" Beth held her hand up for Maddie to stop. Maddie pulled on the reins, and Blue Jeans stopped in front of Beth. "Life still goes on. People will still fall in love, get married, and have children. They always have, and you." A crack of a branch behind them startled Maddie. She turned in the saddle to look in the direction of the sound just in time to make out a male form between the 2 trees. She swung her head around and yelled, "Mom, run!" Turning and grabbing her rifle at the same time threw her off balance, but Blue Jeans, being the kind horse he was, shifted, and she somehow managed to stay on. Pulling the rifle to her cheek, she scanned the area where she'd seen the movement. Nothing, but someone had been there, she was sure of it. Jason? Ryan? Anybody? "There is an intruder on the trail to the farmhouse, over." Maddie called into her radio. After a long silence, the radio crackled to life, and she heard Rank's voice. "Roger that, Maddie. How many intruders, over?" "I only see one. He slipped back into the woods when I spotted him." "We are heading on to Ron's, over." "Roger that. One or more intruders on the trail to Ron's. We'll investigate and meet you at the farm, out." "Roger, out," Maddie said into the radio, dropping the rifle and allowing it to dangle on its sling. Maddie nudged Blue Jeans with her heel, and they quickly caught up with her mother at the driveway to the farmhouse. Her mom sure could run. She had been a marathon runner before plates and screws and a broken ankle made running too painful. "What is it?" Beth asked, not slowing down to wait for a reply. "A man in the woods behind us. He slipped back into the undergrowth when I turned." "He could have shot us if he'd wanted," Maddie said as she reached Beth. Maddie quickly dismounted and dropped down beside her mom. "Mom, get on. I'll walk beside you. Blue Jeans is really sweet. It'll be much faster." Beth hesitated. "Mom, get on," Maddie said, cupping her hands to give Beth a boost up. Beth slung her rifle around to her back, placed her hand on Maddie's shoulder, and her left foot into Maddie's hand. Blue Jeans stood perfectly still as Beth grabbed the saddle horn and threw her leg over. "Okay, boy, let's not do anything crazy, okay?" Beth said as she leaned down and stroked his mane. "Hold on," Maddie said as she grabbed the reins. Maddie ran beside the horse as they headed up the long driveway. She stopped at the corner of the big white farmhouse that Ron had loved so much. After helping Beth off the horse, Maddie pulled her rifle up to scan the woods that lined Slabtown Road. "How's your ankle?" Beth looked down. "I'm sure when the adrenaline wears off, it will hurt like hell. Damn, the swelling just went down from the accident, too. I'm sorry, Mom." "Damn apocalypse," Beth said, turning toward the house. "I'm going to let Blue Jeans out into the pasture, and I'll be right in." Beth brought her rifle around to the front and scanned the woods. "I'll wait here and watch the woods. You should go in and get off that ankle," Maddie said. "Who's the mother here?" Beth said, the corners of her mouth curling into a slight smile. "I'm not leaving you out here by yourself." "Okay, but stand here," Maddie said, pointing to a position behind the bushes that lined the wide porch. The sound of a thud behind her caused Maddie to spin around. The porch swing was swaying back and forth. A second later, Bojangles, a huge orange tabby cat, jumped down from the porch railing and landed at their feet. "Damn it, Bojangles, you scared the life out of me," Maddie said as she reached for Blue Jeans' reins. Maddie waited for Beth to move behind the bushes and then led the horse around to the back of the big red and white barn. After slipping the bridle off and removing his saddle, Maddie opened the gate and watched as Blue Jeans trotted off to join the other horses. With her rifle to her shoulder, she ran back around to the front of the house. As she helped Beth up the stairs, she thought she saw movement in the forsythia bushes at the end of the driveway. "Hurry, Mom. What do you see someone?" Beth asked as she turned toward the road. "Get inside." Maddie dropped to a crouch behind the porch railing, and Beth dropped down beside her. "Where?" Beth asked, bringing her own rifle up. "The bushes on the right side of the gate." A second later, the neighbor's beagle came into view, nose still to the ground, oblivious to the two women with their rifles trained on him. "Shit," Maddie said. "Let's get inside before I have a heart attack over some other furry beast." Maddie held the door as Beth limped inside. She continued to scan the tree line along the road as she closed the door. "Let's get your foot up," Maddie said, leading Beth to the sofa. "We can't stay here, Maddie. Rank and Lugnut are on their way," Maddie replied, placing a pillow under her mother's foot. After clearing every room, making sure no intruders were in the house, Maddie stood guard at the large window that overlooked the front yard while they waited for the guys. She wanted to radio them and see if they'd tracked the intruder, but she knew that wasn't protocol. She hated waiting. Maddie paced back and forth from window to window. After checking the view from the back door, she looked out the front bedroom window over the pasture to the east of the house. Movement caught her eye. She stared at the spot for several minutes before ruling that it was only the wind blowing through saplings. That side of the woods had been burned by a recent forest fire. Thankfully, the Forestry Service and firefighters were able to stop it from reaching the house and barn. Back in the living room, Maddie returned to her sentry post at the window. "This really isn't sustainable," Beth said. "I know, the guys are on their way," Maddie replied. "Not this, I mean the whole thing. Your dad was right. We need a group. We have a group. There aren't enough people, trained people, to secure the cabin in this place, and those we have are spread too thin. When the governor moves the prisoners, even then there just aren't enough of us to stop people from coming through the woods and taking this place." Maddie thought for a moment. "I know, you're right, we need a larger group. That's what Dad was working on, I see why now. We have to do something soon before we will. We'll have a meeting and talk about how to bring more people in. I know people are reluctant to leave their homes, but maybe enough time has passed and things have happened around them that enough of them would be willing to join us now," Maddie said. "Your dad kept a detailed list. He even had a map with the locations of people he'd spoken to and thought would be good for the group. And he had a list of people to avoid. He marked some homes with red X's, meaning they were the ones to watch out for. The jewels were on that list." "I haven't seen that list." "Where is it?" "In a box with the rest of the things from his office." Maddie's shoulders slumped. A lot of good it would do back in St. Louis. Would it even work? Could they convince enough of their neighbors to leave their homes and join their group? Maddie turned back to the window. As she stared out over the front lawn, her eyes stopped at the flowers planted at the bottom of the tall flagpole in the middle of the yard. Ron flew the flag with pride. He loved his farm. Even he had refused to leave it to join them at the cabin. How desperate would their neighbors need to be before they would? "Where the hell would we even put more people?" Maddie asked under her breath. "What?" Beth asked. "I was just wondering where we'd put more people if we did convince them to join us. I mean, why would they want to leave their homes and farms to live in a tent or sleep on the floor? I just don't see that happening. We have to have some place for them to come, or we can forget about convincing people to join us." "We'll come up with something," Beth said. Maddie had been staring out the window watching Bojangles stalking something in the tall grass when she saw a figure emerge from the woods. She brought the rifle up. "It's Rank," Maddie called over her shoulder as she headed toward the door. Stepping out onto the porch, Maddie yelled, "Did you find him?" "He was gone. We lost his trail at the creek where it crosses Paddy Creek Road," Rank called back. "I didn't want to leave the farm and cabin unguarded while I went after him, so I turned back. We'll pick it up again when Roger and Maria get home. We'll find out where the guy went." When Rank reached the steps, Maddie called into the house, "Mom, we should get back to the cabin." "Where's Lug?" Maddie asked, looking around for the big man. "He ran back to the cabin in case the guy was a decoy," Rank said. Beth came to the door, adjusting her rifle sling. "Did you find anything, Rank?" "No, we need to get back to the cabin. We don't know if there are more out there," Maddie said. "We have to feed the animals. That's why we came, remember?" Maddie turned to Rank for assistance, but he shrugged. "I'll stand watch while you guys feed," he said. "Mom can't feed. Her ankle is hurting from all the running." "I can feed, I just can't run," Beth said as she slung her rifle over her shoulder. "But Mom, you, Madison Grace?" Beth said in her sternest mom voice. "We'll be in the barnyard," Maddie said, stomping down the steps. "I'm not feeding those damn pigs." Rank chuckled. "What's the matter? I thought you loved bacon." She wanted to give him the finger, but with the mood her mother was in, she refrained from doing so. Chapter 17. The Langston Cabin, Evening Shade, Missouri, event plus 23 days. Although not happy to be back on a horse, Beth gave in when given a choice between riding Blue Jeans and walking back down the rocky trail. Rank rode Point. From what Maddie remembered, he wasn't all that fond of horses either. They would both need to get over it, though, since horses would be their only means of transportation sooner or later. The gasoline and diesel were quickly running out. The supply they thought would last all winter was quickly being used up from running back and forth to the prison. When they reached the clearing near the cabin, Rank held out his fist to halt them. Maddie shifted in the saddle and scanned the area behind them for any sign of the man or other intruders in the woods. "Romeo," Rank called out. Lugnut coughed for a moment before catching his breath to reply. "Santos!" Lugnut yelled back. Maddie looked around for Buster and Mugsby but didn't see either of them. She knew Jack would be curled up on the sofa, so she wasn't surprised not to see him. Rank waved for them to proceed and trotted off toward the barn. Maddie nudged her horse and came alongside her mom, and the two rode side by side around to the back steps. Ryan helped Beth off as Maddie took the horses to the barn. After she placed the horses in their stalls, Maddie joined the others in the kitchen. As Maddie slid onto the bench at the table, Jack jumped up and took a seat next to Beth. "Why don't you play with Buster and Mugsby, Jack?" Maddie asked, as she helped the dog to the floor. "Where are they anyway?" "I haven't seen them in a while, keeping Harmony company," Beth said. Maddie nodded as she popped another cough drop into her mouth. "I could make some tea with honey," Beth said, pulling a tissue from her pocket and giving it to Maddie. Maddie shook her head as she coughed into the Kleenex. The door to the basement opened, and Lugnut emerged with an armload of MREs. "I think we should head out now and follow their trail while it is fresh. Maddie and Ryan can guard the cabin," Lugnut said as he stuffed MREs into his pack. "I just have a feeling we should wait until Roger and Maria get back before we head off again. It looks like they have people doing recon. They're just waiting for us to let our guard down, Rank said. What do you think they're up to? I mean, how many of them can there be? Maddie asked. That's something we need to ask Jacob about, then. We need him to point out where the jewels might be hiding out. We need to put a stop to this shit right now, Rank said. Lugnut sneezed. Maybe we should run over to the prison and grab Jacob now and not wait for. He sneezed twice more before Beth jumped to her feet. She grabbed him by the arm and was pulling the big guy down the hall toward the bedroom as he tried to protest. 5 minutes later, she exited the guy's room, shaking her head. He has a fever, she said as she scrubbed her hands. Rank, you have to make sure he stays in that room, not just for his sake, but for all of us. He's contagious too. Maddie wasn't worried that the flu would keep Lugnut down for long. He was strong and healthy. What concerned her was how many other people in the community would come down with it. Since Maddie was the first to get sick, she imagined she'd been the one to pick up the virus on her travels to Houston and the prison. Those were the only other people they had visited. Lugnut and Rank had been to Fort Leonard Wood, and Roger and Zach had visited with some local craftsmen, but they weren't sick that she knew of anyway. She just hoped it ran its course soon and left the rest of their group alone. Rank threw his legs over the side of the bench and stood. I should go fetch Roger, Maria, and Zach. We need them here to guard the cabin while I search for the asshats who are stalking us. But what about the prison? Maddie asked. Someone needs to make sure things don't get out of hand there. Your boyfriend will just have to handle his guards while we get things secured here, Rank said as he turned toward the door. I'm going to take Zach's bike. We should be back here in an hour. Beth, you should stand watch in the barn. Maddie, take the stand that overlooks the entrance to the trail to the farmhouse. We haven't been manning that one, but I think that should change. They know we are watching the road. They won't come that direction. I'll watch from the window. I can see all of the tree line in front of the cabin from there. Dawn and Krista can be lookouts in the stands near the southeast and southwest corners. They can radio if they see anything, Ryan said. He stood and grabbed the cane he'd propped against the wall. Dawn, Krista, come in here and I'll get you outfitted. Okay, sounds good. I'll get going then, Rank said as he headed out the back door. Beth grabbed her rifle and gear and followed him out. Maddie stepped into the living room to check on Dawn and Krista. She didn't know them well enough to feel comfortable with them handling weapons. She listened as Ryan calmed their fears. You only need to watch for anyone who doesn't belong here, and radio us if you see anything. No one expects you to jump down and get into a gun battle or track them off into the woods. If you see something, let us know. You'll have your rifle, pistol, and tactical knives with you. You both are doing really well on the range. A little more practice, and you'll both be ready for full watch rotations. Ryan was a natural-born teacher. He was patient and encouraging. He knew how to build the confidence necessary to feel comfortable with a weapon, but shooting a living, breathing, and often moving human being was different than shooting paper targets. At least these two had proven they would do what was necessary in a fight. They both had taken a life. Having eased her concerns about Dawn and Krista's guarding capabilities, Maddie grabbed her rifle and headed toward the trail. As she climbed up the steps to the deer stand overlooking the path, a chill ran up her spine. Not knowing how many could be out there watching her at that moment was unsettling. Just a month ago, she would have been sitting in a coffee shop just off campus from Kent State. She'd be surrounded by friends with their cell phones in front of their faces. Maddie would be taking selfies and posting them on Snapchat and Instagram. That life was over, probably forever. Now she spent hours alone in a deer stand, not watching for wildlife, but people, dangerous people intent on taking what they had and killing them. As she thought about that fact, she grew more determined than ever to find more people for their group. Their only chance for safety was more people. She wished she had her dad's list. If Ron were still here, he'd know who to invite and who not to, but he was gone, the judge. He'd know. He knew everyone in the county. He knew their darkest secrets. He was the one she needed to talk to about it. She was sure that there were people out there who by now had realized they needed a group to survive. Maddie was lost in thought about how they would house and feed more people when she heard the sound of an ATV coming up the trail. She shifted and positioned herself to scan that direction. Through the scope of her rifle, she caught a glimpse of an ATV and its rider through the trees. She gently placed her finger on the trigger. She lost sight of the man for a moment at the curve in the trail. As soon as the man rounded the curve, Maddie attempted to place him in her crosshairs. She scanned and located him and moved the crosshairs up to the man's chest. She was just about to squeeze the trigger when something the man was wearing caught her attention. "Daryl Dixon's vest?" she said out loud. Moving the rifle scope to reveal the man's face, Maddie gasped, "Zach, it's Zach. Do not shoot. It's Zach." Maddie yelled into the radio, "Roger, it's your brother. Harmony out." Roger that. Krista out. Maddie waited for her mother and Ryan to respond as Zach drew closer. Mom, don't shoot. It's Zach. Maddie yelled loud enough that Beth should have been able to hear it without the radio. Oh, sorry, Maddie. I heard you, Roger, last transmission. Beth out. Roger that, Maddie. Is he alone, over? Ryan said over the radio. From what I can tell, he's on the ATV. I don't see anyone else, over, Maddie said into the radio. Roger, Ryan out. Maddie out. Maddie watched Zach zip by her and proceed up to the house. The way he launched himself off the four-wheeler and ran inside had her concerned. She waited 5 long minutes before radioing Ryan to see if there was anything wrong. Is everything all right? Over. I think you and your mom should come in for a minute. There's an issue at the prison, over. Maddie's heart dropped. Her mind raced with all the possibilities. Why had Rank, Roger, and Maria not come back with Zach? What about Jacob? Was he hurt? She dropped her pack to the ground and descended the steps. She jumped down before reaching the last step and twisted her ankle. Shaking it off, she sprinted to the barn. Krista, Dawn, stay put. Let us know if you see anything, over, Maddie said into the radio as she ran toward the cabin. She met her mom on the gravel path from the barn to the back door of the cabin, raced ahead of her, and threw open the door without waiting for Beth to catch up. She began peppering Zach with questions. Whoa, calm down, Zach said, holding a hand up. Don't tell me to calm down, Zach. Answer my damn question, Maddie demanded. Beth entered the room and placed a hand on Maddie's shoulder. Have a seat, Maddie, and let Zach catch his breath. He'll tell you everything he knows, Beth said. Okay, so while Rank was telling us about someone stalking the cabin, a guy from Houston ran up and demanded that Jacob follow him back to town immediately. Why? What happened? Maddie asked. Zach looked to Ryan, then Beth, before turning to face Maddie. It's the judge. He died this morning. Maddie's eyes grew wide and her hand shot up to cover her mouth. The judge was elderly, she knew, but she was surprised all the same. After a moment, she asked, What happened? The guy said it was the flu or something. Shit, Maddie said, as she lowered her head.